radio.
You know what? I'd like to say you're wrong, Mully, but you're not wrong very often.
Mully, you are 1,000% correct.
Can we get a mulligan, please?
David Haugh.
That was one of the best questions you've ever asked.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to get an answer just as good.
Oh, check me out, man.
Chicago Sports Talk for your morning.
Fellas. I got your back, Mully. I got your back, David.
I look at production across the line, and I think it's kind of unusual that folks that want to opine about our ball club truly believe they know more about it than I do. And I'm seeing the same thing you guys are seeing, only I'm seeing it every day, and I can't turn it off. And so that's kind of the deal. And when people intimate that the team isn't trying, when people intimate that they're just going through the motions, that couldn't be any further from the truth. I've never known a professional baseball player who worked his butt off to get to the pinnacle, the major leagues, to go out there and not really try. There's a number of reasons why maybe they don't run a little bit harder to first base. Suddenly you thought it was coming together. All of a sudden it doesn't look like it's coming together quite as much.
Mully and Haugh, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score.
Let's go!
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. David with a well-earned vacation this week, and we've got the Hall of Famer. We've got Mark Grody, freshly minted Hall of Famer himself. Mark! Grody time!
Oh, Mully.
What a joy.
Kind of a vacation for me this week as well. That's what it feels like. I'm visiting an old friend in Mike Mulligan, and
you should stay at the house.
Yeah, well, I figured I'd come out, check out your morning studio. It's been a while. Maybe we could do a little fishing after the show. Then we go hang out at your hut. I think that sounds great.
Do a little fishing.
Yeah, a little fishing. I don't know. What do
is
you
there
and I
is
do?
there a large body of water nearby that we could tap into?
There is. I'm thinking we just get a net, and that we don't need to put in the time. When I put the time in to actually fish, I get skunked. So let's just get a net.
Do you enjoy fishing?
I always want to enjoy fishing,
right?
But I don't enjoy fishing unless I know there will be bites on the end of the pole. I went on a fishing trip about 5 years ago with 3 college buddies, and all of us are amateurs. I mean, we got the boat, we rented poles, we got the tackle, all the stuff.
Where were you?
And
where did you?
We went to, it was somewhere in Indiana. I can't remember exactly
so you left
where.
From here, you just drove somewhere.
Oh, yeah, nothing
extraordinary.
No, I thought you
were. I saw you in the wilds of Canada.
No.
Like you took like one of those small planes all the way up. That kind of thing.
Yeah, no, maybe that's next. But we did this, and we went out on the boat. Some people were drinking beers, and it was just a bonding thing, but we didn't catch a single fish, and it just felt horrible, like to get skunked on a fishing trip, like 2 days worth of fishing and no catching, and that's not fun to me. That's not fun to me.
I always wonder when I hear of such things, like, are you supposed to be drinking? Like, here's the thing.
I think so.
But here's the point. Like alcohol will lubricate the talking machine. You see what I'm saying? So I think you're supposed to be quiet when you fish. If I'm on a boat and people are having some drinks, there's no fish coming near, because I'm going to be like, I'll start singing rebel songs.
But no talk. Rebel song.
I don't know.
No talking is no fun, though. That is not the way you're supposed to spend time on your trip. Like, as we spend this week together, Mully, the key will be you and I talking. Yes,
but we're not fishing.
Well,
I'm just saying, doesn't the voice over water kind of scare off the fish, or is that just a rumor?
It's a great point. That sounds like a smart fisherman sort of thing to say. You want to keep it down here.
I wish I were a fisherman, tumbling on the sea, far away from dry land and its bitter memories.
What is that?
That's the Fisherman's Blues.
Oh, I wasn't sure if that was a poem or if that was a lyric.
The Water Boys, it was a lyric.
Or something that I like, something classic that we all should have known that only Mully knew. So I believe that I'm not responsible for actually having known what you just said.
Great Scottish poet Mike Scott is the lead singer of that band.
Oh, well, Mike Scott. Okay.
You know. Why pretend you don't?
That's true.
I'm
not going to fight this anymore.
Fisherman's Blues. I am not a fisherman, and I think there's a part of the idea of it that appeals to me, but I think there are 2 problems. One is that I would have to kind of, give up control of my life to be standing next to someone that would be teaching me how to fish.
Oh, the vulnerability factor.
And I hate not being successful at things.
Especially as an adult.
I'd want to practice. And then the other thing is like me with like a hook in my hand, that could be, that thing's going to land somehow in my lip. Yeah, I just, there's no way I'm not going to harm myself.
Oh, yeah.
With like, I'll garrot myself with a rope or, I mean, there's just 1,000 things. Man drowns in fishing accidents. It just.
Man, you went dark. I am
dark.
I just get worried about tangling my line with some strangers.
There you go.
I'm sorry. Yeah. The guy's like a professional. Like, all right, gets out his pliers and cuts the thing. Get out of here.
Yeah. And then you don't know how to repair it.
Yeah. Yep. That's a horrible feel. But there is the whole death possibility too, as you laid out.
It just seems
it's there. Yeah.
It just seems like many men were born to sail the seas, and many men were born to be trying to conquer the ocean. I'm more of a guy that belongs back at the lodge, right? I mean, I should be. I think me and water could be dangerous.
You and I are like classic.
I can swim. Don't get me wrong.
You're a strong swimmer, as they say in the SNL.
I'm not a bad swimmer.
I'm not a strong swimmer. I don't swim.
You don't swim?
No, I'm doing the old SNL skit.
Yeah.
I'm not a strong swimmer. Hey, you. I know you.
No, I can swim.
You can swim. Mully can swim.
Mully
I can too. But it's.
I'm not a bodyguard, but I can dog paddle and swim.
Oh yeah,
I can get from point A to point B.
You can save a life.
I've been able to swim before. I suppose, provided the person didn't panic and bring me down, I would be hesitant. Let me know when you're fully exhausted.
Yeah. Let go.
I'll save you, but just the minute before.
Yeah, you grab onto me one more time, and I'm pushing your head under this water.
Yeah, boom.
You're going under.
Yeah, exactly.
You bob them under, just hold them. You ready to come out now?
Like a huge dangerous thing when someone is panicking in the water.
Oh yeah, no, that's a very real thing. Like there are certain techniques that lifesavers need to know to keep people from being so desperate that they hurt you or break you.
And I think there would be like a water panic if you were.
Oh, of course.
No question.
Yes.
If you started to,
you stop breathing.
Like everything in life, the key is to try not to panic.
Yeah, try not to panic. But
take a deep breath.
But, we have panic in our lives for a reason.
We have panic in our sports.
Oh.
Do we have panic with the Cubs, Dustin?
It's not good with the Cubs.
The classic
panic, I think, is
doubleheader didn't work out against the Brewers.
Relative. Didn't expect a whole heck of a lot. It's just how it goes down. I think the Cubs are so close in some of these games, but big picture are so far away, especially like the White Sox game on Sunday afternoon, right? They were so close to taking both the games, but they are miles away from being a real competitive team. Same thing with yesterday, game 1. I mean, Patrick Wisdom, great guy. We'll call him friend of the program. Just was on the show last week. Okay,
big deal.
He had a miserable first game of that doubleheader yesterday. He had an error that gave them an extra out, and they end up hitting a home run. And then the worst thing you can do is strike out looking with the bases loaded.
Ooh, that was ugly.
8th inning, 9th inning,
bases loaded,
and that's what he did. Can't have that.
Red Boxberger.
Can't have it.
Yeah.
Can't have it.
Yeah. No.
But I was thrilled Saturday night that the Cubs finally did not get swept in the 4-game series to the White Sox. So they got one.
Yeah.
They got one. That's all.
Should have had two, probably.
I was not being a pig. I said, just give me one and I'll be happy. So I'll be happy. But then I got greedy on Sunday. I wanted that. I wanted those 2 games desperately.
The game that ruined everybody because of 12 innings. The Cubs don't have any pitchers left. The White Sox have an injured. Was that the Tim Anderson injury day? Yeah. Like that was just a bad day for all.
Yeah, it was. I mean, is it wrong to think that was the end of the season for the White Sox, that game, because of Tim Anderson's injury? Because you had one guy hitting, and now we don't know how severe.
It just depends on. I think that's the biggest thing.
But it looked really bad. It looked really bad.
I feel like they've managed to always like we've done this before.
Yeah, we've done that.
Oh my God, Aloy is now Luis Robert is out for 60 games. It's just like The Sox will endure. It's just a matter of what damage they do or don't do in the postseason.
Hey, they got rid of Dallas Keuchel.
It did do that. Send a message?
No,
did not send a message.
No message.
No, Rick Hahn said no message.
No, there was no message.
Yeah,
I don't think they sent the message. I think you just couldn't keep rolling the guy out there.
Right. It was like easy pickings. Like we could all see it, right? Not only because of the bad production, because it's Dallas Keuchel. We all see it. Yeah. So he had to do it. And he gave him every single chance. He probably won 2 more starts than most fans
would have
allowed, but he had to do it.
Well, he probably earned the 2 starts with his performance in the 2 games prior to that. But then once the Yankees beat him up, you knew it was over, and then they rolled him out in front of the Red Sox, and that was just confirmation.
Right, 3 in the first.
And they did what they had to do. And I'm stunned, but I don't believe anyone's picked him up, so they're pretty much stuck eating that contract.
Yeah. It's the right thing. And I get what Hahn's saying. It doesn't enough with it. It doesn't send a message stuff, but it does keep things a little bit tighter. Just so you know, you do still have to perform on this team. This is not the Cubs where they're trying guys out and they're doing different things. Not a big, but just kind of.
Have they brought up Yolbert Sanchez yet? They haven't done that yet, so I'd like to see that.
Yolmer Sanchez.
Yolbert is a new Cuban player.
Yes, that would do it for you.
I think they need him. I think that Josh Harrison is kind of the bottom, right? So if you can get better than Josh Harrison, you try to get it.
Yeah,
but I don't think you can. I don't think you're going to get anyone worse because I don't think he's doing anything. I think they're getting 0 production from second base.
Well, and Josh Harrison, too, has had a couple of really poor defensive decisions, I'll say, recently, where he went out into right field.
See, that was when I was done with him.
When the near Vaughn collision.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now you're messing with Vaughn.
Well, they're messing with Vaughn. They move Vaughn all over the place. I mean,
you know where he is.
Everyone may as well jump on board.
Yeah.
But that moment was just, okay, that was it. That was me.
That clinched it.
That was it. That was me.
Done with Josh Harrison or done with the White Sox?
Done with Josh Harrison.
Okay.
No, I'm not done with the White Sox.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
The White Sox are kind of a schoolyard allegiance. Let's put it that way. You know what I mean?
I totally
When you're
understand.
a kid and that's the team you watch and,
No matter how angry we get at our teams,
I'll always have my love of the White Sox.
I just wanted to clarify.
I'm never going to give up.
Yeah.
I don't hate the Cubs, though.
I know. You've always said that.
Going to Wrigley. And
I know.
I lived near Wrigley. And
did you as a kid, though?
That's a rite of passage.
When you grew up?
When I grew up, did I hate the Cubs?
Yeah.
I remember being a kid and my old man, we went out as a family. We never went out as a family. And we never went anywhere near downtown.
Okay.
And my mom told us that there was a park that my father knew we were going to go visit this park. Well, it was Wrigley Field.
Ooh.
So I was a kid and we went to a Cubs game and I was very little, but I have this kind of very distinct memory of, just being in Wrigley as a very young child.
Okay. So
my dad was from England. My mother was from Ireland.
Yeah.
It's not like they had a lot of allegiances.
It's not a built-in family thing.
No, it wasn't a family thing. It was just a
South side. That's what it all.
Geography thing.
Tons of times.
And
that's what it
I
is.
always say this too. I never knew you had a choice. I never knew you could.
Right.
It was pretty much, if I would have wore Cubby blue to school, I'd have been beaten up. I mean, I'm not an idiot.
Right.
But
that's your place.
But it's also, it was 2 buses to Comiskey, and we would take them and do it all the time.
That's beautiful.
And I had buddies who were Andy Frains. Do you remember Andy Frains?
Of course, the Andy Frains.
Yeah. And
Ushers, yeah.
So you would they'd let you in and you just wander around.
Frainer.
Try to find
Andy Frainer.
A seat. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Andy Frains.
Many a concert, too.
Sure?
I got to
that's nice.
At the old amphitheater.
Oh,
remember that?
Where was the amphitheater? Where was the amphitheater?
God, it was. I'm gonna misname the street. I want to say it was like Racine and between 30th, 40th, something like that.
Okay.
And I'm just throwing streets and numbers out. It's got to be. It was on the south side somewhere. It was
amphitheater.
Yeah.
What does an ampha mean?
It's a good question.
You know,
I'll have to look it up
okay.
during the break.
All right, me
Amphitheater.
too. You want me to look it up, or you want to look it up?
I think between the two of us, we will have this information for
You look it up.
some intense listeners.
Yes,
but
the point is you gave up on Josh Harrison that day to say all that.
No.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm going on for a while,
Yeah.
but I did when you brought that up. That was the moment for me where I was.
That
like,
was it. Right.
Okay, let's try someone else.
Yeah.
Let's try something else.
Yeah.
It's just been hugely disappointing.
Oh my God.
You know, I get it. Tony likes 43rd and Halstead in Canaryville. That's where it was. We have a texter. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I think. Look, we talked about it during those were two very easy opportunities to upgrade in the offseason, right? Second base and right field.
Well, I mean,
really easy spots to upgrade.
I think we really. The second base thing is really kind of incomprehensible because they did get A.J. Pollock, who maybe they end up moving at the trade deadline. And I mean, that's just the darkest of all scenarios, right?
Yeah, for what?
But I'm just saying, you know.
I guess you could get a reliever for him probably.
Something.
Load up the bullpen arm.
Well, they might have to be getting rid of relievers too. Who knows? I'm just saying, if it all went completely pear-shaped, then you'd have to consider a lot of drastic moves.
Oh, the pear-shaped part. I honestly, I have not gotten there yet with the White Sox.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Okay.
But if Tim's on the 60-day IL, I'm close.
You're seeing it. You could see it kind of in the distance. Like,
you know, it's like everything. If you let something go and let it go, and then you've got like a deadline that you have a day and a half to do. Oh, damn, I got COVID. Now I'm really sick and I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
That's called life. And I think the Sox have let it go, and now Tim's gone. And if he's gone long term, that's called life.
Like in the midst of mediocrity, you can't lose Tim Anderson.
You're the only guy that's really hitting, the only guy that's really getting it done. It's just a disaster.
Right. His production all across the board is almost like either first or second on the team, offensive.
In errors.
Yeah, in errors.
No,
but that's true. That's true. He's bobbling the ball.
9 bad plays. Other than that, he's fine.
Own it, Mully.
No.
He's bad defense this year, but his offense has outweighed the bad.
Yes. Yeah, he's just a very important piece of everything they do.
100.
I don't know how long-term this injury is, but I don't know how they sustain long-term.
We don't know exactly. We do not know.
Right.
We'll find out from Rick Hahn, maybe on our watch. I doubt it'll be on our watch, but we'll see. We'll watch for it. And, of course, if you're a Sox fan, you're thinking 6 to 8 weeks, right?
Boy.
So it looked like when he was – that looked like the bad groin injury.
That looked like the worst groin injury.
Right.
That did.
That's
There's
the
no way
Akeem
around
Hicks groin.
6 to 8 weeks would be devastating.
That would be it.
But isn't that realistic, the way he couldn't put any weight on it?
That's the 60-day disabled.
All
right, well, we'll keep it upbeat. We'll get to the 5 at 5.
Yeah.
Things would be much happier.
Cubs lost twice yesterday. Wait a minute. That wasn't upbeat.
Oh, my God.
The Bears?
Help. 312-644-6767 is the number. We'll be talking to you, but first we're going to be talking to each other and to Dustin and the 5 at 5. It's Mully and Haugh. We have the great Mark Grody on Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home.
I don't even know how to set this up because I don't know what we're about to hear.
Tell us, Rick.
So this was on, a game that everybody was watching. It was the TSN broadcast of Raptors Pacers, which the Raptors were up by like 1 million. And it was the weird game where they were delayed by over an hour because a speaker got set on fire
while celebrating his birthday.
So there was like an hour delay. So this is a blowout. Everybody's a little slap happy, and this ensued on the TSN broadcast.
We've had a lot to keep track of.
Well, we're news people now, so I have to, I got to make sure I'm providing accurate, concise information, right? I felt like a TV anchorman for a while there.
142 left, 92-67.
Was that a movie?
Yes, it was.
Be Classy, San Diego. Who was it, right? Ron Jeremy, is that right? Ron Burgundy? Anchorman. Ron Burgundy. I don't know. Somebody. Ron somebody. Ron somebody. Ron Howard. What did I say? Ron Burgundy, right? Be Classy, San Diego. And he had the crazy jacket. Who did I say, Ron? Who? I don't know. It's late.
Stop! Oh, no,
I don't even know what Ron
anything
said.
after 1979 Jack has not seen, okay?
I did see Anchorman.
You did?
We'll be classy Seattle. San Diego. Somewhere on the West Coast.
How did you find this?
Someone posted a clip on Twitter, but it was only like 30 seconds of it. So I was like, I have to try and find more context. So I hit up Ye Olde League Pass. And
so who's laughing?
That's Matt Devlin.
Okay.
Who's the play-by-play guy on TSN, and that's Jack Armstrong, who was not sure of which Ron he was referring to.
What did I say?
That laugh.
It's a great laugh. And aren't they the same team that was bitching about Jim Boylan calling the timeout on Christmas?
Yes.
Right? Or Super Bowl Sunday. That's
Super
what it was.
Bowl Sunday,
It was
yes.
Super Bowl. They wanted to get out of there. They were just absolutely clowning Boylan for calling the timeout.
Yep.
And a timeout here from Jim Boylan. What are you doing? No, Jim, seriously, what strategy are you talking? It's
Down
a 25-point blowout. There's a minute 4 left. It's Super Bowl Sunday. I want to get out of here. First of all, I didn't want overtime. What strategic adjustment are you making stuck 25?
Jack.
Come on, man. This is just, look, come on. Really? You really need to run a play here with
20. I want to get out of here to go home and watch vintage porn.
Stop! Stop! Oh,
The first name. The first name he thinks of.
Ron Jeremy, is that right?
Oh, it depends.
We're going to have that one for a while.
Oh my gosh, that's good.
fan. Call us at 312-644-6767. Or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. 5 at 5 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Given his status as the only White Sox player exceeding expectations as a hitter, do you believe Tim Anderson's groin injury on Sunday against the Cubs is a season record? How are the Sox ever going to replace his 356, 393, 503 line?
Well, they're not going to replace it. And yes, it could indeed be a season record depending upon the severity of the injury. Look, I mean, the Sox are already in trouble. They're already pretty far behind. They already need to go about 20 games over somehow if they're going to make any kind of impact in this season. And they're, what is it? Is it 5 or is it more that they trail the Twins? I stopped looking, even though you're supposed to look at on Memorial Day. But yeah, the Twins are winning and the Sox are losing. And 500 is like the Sox losing, isn't it? Let's be honest about it. It feels like they're about 10 games under. If Tim Anderson isn't there, I mean, he's the straw that stirs the drink. He's the guy that gets on base, that starts everything. He's a hugely important player and arguably their best player. And he made an all-star game last year, and he was well on his way to getting MVP votes this year, despite having some errors. And he had 9, which leads baseball still, but that's okay because he's a seriously good player. It's so deflating, and it's just the last thing they need at this moment to lose their best player.
The Sox are in 4.5 games back in the division. I just checked the standings, and yes, 23-23 does feel like death for the White Sox just because they keep on being 500. That's all they've seemed like they've been the entire year when they've had opportunities.
Probably going below it now, right?
I mean,
this week's a bad week for them.
At Toronto, yeah, and a couple guys not going to be making the trip too, so. Yeah, it just doesn't like they just keep not wanting to blast off. When the gun is fired, you go, and the White Sox stay right where they are. And here's the other thing too, Mully. The Sox were not supposed to be a one-man show.
No.
Offensively.
No.
They're not supposed to be. And the guy that I'll pinpoint with the White Sox is Yasmani Grandal. Why? Yeah, thank you, Mitch Rosen. You're a mensch. Where has Grandal been every single time he is at the plate with runners on base? He used to be so dangerous in those spots, and his approach has just sucked. So that's sort of my way of saying somebody on the White Sox offense needs to just catch absolute fire, and nobody has. They're a one-man show, so yes, this is a terrible loss for the. Is it going to wreck them? No, but I don't see them getting any farther than they have the last 2 years in their baseball lives.
I'm shocked that they're where they're at right now, at a 500 record. Now, they have had awful luck overall with their injuries, but we've spent, Mully, you and I talked about this yesterday for a few minutes when we spoke. We have, and I'm not saying we were wrong to do it, but I think big picture, we just talked about Grandal. The guys that have been healthy, that have been with the team the majority of the year, outside of Tim Anderson, who is now hurt, have all underdelivered.
Yeah.
They have not produced the way they're being paid to produce, the way the front office is expecting them to produce, and the way that the fans want them to produce. And I'm sure they're not happy about it either. I mean, Jose Abreu's been okay, but he's supposed to be better than okay. Grandal is supposed to be.
Yeah.
He's not even been okay.
Highest paid free agent in team history.
Right, and he's not doing it.
Nobody's exempt, right, Dustin?
Nobody's exempt.
Tim was the only guy.
Tim was the only guy, and Vaughn sometimes.
The depth chart.
And Louis Robert when he was healthy.
I mean, how much Lurie Garcia are we going to see? And Danny Mendick? Those two guys can't take Tim Anderson's place. As he told us, the other part that makes Tim Anderson so valuable to this team, which has 101 DHs, is that there is nobody else. They have absolutely no middle infield depth. They have nobody to take. Well, you're going to have to. You're going to have to make a trade.
You got to bring up Yolbert Sanchez and see if he can play.
But can he play? Can he play short?
No, he can play second, and Danny Mendick can play short.
So you're gonna have, but I mean, is that going to make the team any?
You're not going to be better.
It keeps them maybe 500, I guess. I don't disagree with you about. Listen, I think it's a good idea.
It's time to try
something other than DFA and Keuchel. It's time to try something.
No joke. What about your main Mercedes? Like just to try it,
to
see
what?
if you get a
To
black.
be another DH.
Well, I don't know. He gave you like 3 weeks of extraordinary baseball last year. They could use 3 weeks of extraordinary baseball. Even if
he could light a match per se, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying it could be a good thing. I'm with you.
No.
I mean, like provide a spark.
I think your mean Mercedes will not end up in Major League Baseball this year, but maybe to give you some magic again. You're not buying the magic 2 times.
It's not that I'm not buying the magic. It's like they have that player. So what? Just sit down, Gavin Sheets, and then go with a right-handed version of that.
Nobody. They're not hitting.
No,
they're not hitting.
No,
so I don't know.
And I mean, here's the problem. You need Jake Berger because Yohan Moncada's not going to be able to play every day. He's hurt.
Right. It's like play one day, take off 3. That's what
feels like
it's going on. Yeah, it does feel like that with Moncada.
I've been dying to ask you this question.
What did you make of outfielder Eloy Jimenez leaving his first rehab appearance at Charlotte on Saturday with the right leg soreness? Do you believe he's day-to-day with the injury, as the White Sox say? Are the injuries to Tim Anderson and Eloy Jimenez made worse by Yohan Moncada's ongoing health issues?
Man, I do believe that the White Sox do believe it's a day-to-day thing. I think that the Sox have been pretty open about their devastating injuries when they've had them. They're not afraid. They are good at holding a press conference to tell everybody that this player is out 6 to 8 weeks. So I do believe that right now this is a day-to-day injury, as the White Sox say, for Eloy Jimenez. We do have to keep in mind that he would have been coming back closer to the 6-week mark than the 8-week mark had everything gone smoothly with the rehab. So there's still a window of time that he was expected to be out on the maximum side, but he's day-to-day now. But this is a horrible way to analyze and look at things. But because of all the previous injuries, it's hard for me to believe that, in 3 days, Eloy is going to earnestly return to his minor league rehab assignment and go all out. Maybe he'll get one at bat. So I do get concerned about that. And are the injuries to Tim Anderson and Eloy Jimenez made worse by Yohan Moncada's ongoing health issues? Of course. We just talked about that. Like, he's such an important player, and it just feels like he's never gotten to being the most important player, and he can be, but he's just not on the field enough.
This is a disaster. This Eloy thing is an absolute train wreck. The one thing you had going is this idea that Eloy, oh my God, look at Eloy. He's got the recuperative power of a professional wrestler. I thought he was down and out, and he had his head was slit, and there was blood all over, but he's fine. Now he's up, and he's beating a man with a chair. You just thought, how is he coming back this quickly? Oh my God, this is you forget how young he is. Oh, he's great. And then the first game of his rehab, he has to pull himself out of it because he's got the leg soreness. I don't even want to tell you what I said, but there was language. There was harsh, horrible language.
There would be language on this day.
There was language spoken. And it was just so deflating. I think it was worse because he was coming back sooner. You know what I mean? It was because it was this miraculous, oh my God, how did it take this long with this guy and this long with that guy, but Eloy's ready to go, and you just had visions of fairy plums hitting home runs skipping through your head. And then it turns out it just kind of poof, all goes up in kind of horrible black smoke. Ugh.
So sad.
When it first moved and I was checking Twitter all the time, like we often do, I double checked to make sure there was the blue check mark. I honestly thought that this was like
again,
like a Cub fan or just somebody oh, this will be funny. Like, let's get a rise out of people. Let's say that, because it just didn't seem feasible. because he did seem he's playing catch at 35th and Shields. He's
Taking
batting
batting
practice.
practice.
He's conducting interviews in the dugout. He seemed like he was on his. And then listen, so then Rick Hahn talked about that. Here we go. He's going down there. Lance Lynn's going down there, and here they come. They're going, and then they'll be coming. And he might be back quicker than Lance Lynn. And the first thing leaves with leg soreness. And Moncada's another guy. I mean, listen, this guy, he's got to figure out. And this is the one thing that I will keep repeating that John Fox said that I agree with wholeheartedly. You got to know the difference between an ouchie and an injury. And I don't think Moncada knows the difference between an ouchie and an injury. Every little thing has to be.
I think that's really unfair.
Well, I mean, I don't want you to feel that it's unfair. That's just my opinion. Everything seems to have to be just right. And when it is, look out. Like, that doesn't mean he's not a good baseball player. He's an exceptional baseball player. But I don't know that he is able to or willing to fight through anything.
Isn't that the way Ozzie Guillen used to describe Scott Podsednik? Or no, somebody, maybe it was the hitting coach at the time, said that he's like a Mercedes-Benz and everything's got to be, all the fuel gauges have to be checked and the tires have to be perfect and the engine has to be running perfectly. Unfortunately, there are some athletes like that, and Moncada falls in that category. And then, of course, our other guy, he falls in the category, Eloy, that is, he falls in the category of, dare we say, injury prone.
Oh.
Say the word.
Oh.
Not allowed to say that.
I mean, that's a good question. I've honestly never really thought of it that way.
Did Matt Swarmer's performance in the Cubs' 7-6 loss to the Brewers yesterday make you forget that it could have been Caleb Killian's pro debut? Swarmer went 6 innings, allowed 5 hits, and 1 earned run with a walk. Were you surprised to learn that he was the Cubs' first pitcher to go 6+ innings with no more than 1 earned run in an MLB debut since Dallas Beeler in 2014?
I think that is one of the extraordinary stories. A guy coming up, he was a 19th round pick, and he's 29 years old, and he comes up, and I'm not even going to take a shot at where he went to college, but
I saw that word too. I was like, I don't want to say that word,
but wherever it was,
Kensington or something.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's incredible, his story, and did he not play like in a beer league or something? I mean, it's just like his story is extraordinary, and I thought the guy pitched really well for himself, and I don't think it made me forget about Caleb Killian. I mean, I was hoping to see Caleb Killian, and we had talked about like this could be the time for him to come up, but it was still a really good story. Now, how many runs did he allow? 4 runs, but only 1 was earned, right?
Right. There were errors being made.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't get all the support, but he was over the moon about the whole thing. So it was a really heartwarming story. And, we're waiting for guys that are coming up and going to be there for good. And I think that's what the Caleb Killian thing was about. But this is a great story, and congratulations to a man on his debut.
Yeah, Matt Swarmer. I keep thinking people are saying Schwarber wrong. It's
Swarmer.
Schwarmer.
I know, Swarmer. It's hard.
Schwimmer, David Schwimmer, Kyle Schwarber, Matt Swarmer.
Now you're kind of downplaying the significance of his story by making fun plays on his name.
Here's what I don't know. Here's what I think.
Fair.
I think that like Matt Swarmer is going to be one of those names that like at the end of into a month into the off season, I'm going to be filling in for David Haugh. I'm going to be working with you. I'm going to bring that name up, and we're both going to be like, oh yeah, Swarmer.
It's going to be like Dallas Beeler.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Beeler. Swarmer. It's
Swarmer tied Beeler's record.
Yeah. But so I'm just looking at the 6 innings, 4 runs, 1 earned, 6 strikeouts, a walk, and he did give up 2 homers to Matt Swarmer. But yeah, all of that said, no, this does nothing to quell my interest in the Caleb Killian of the 2.06 ERA. And I like to track all the guys that the Cubs, were the traded guy, the pieces they got back in the big trades, and that was the Kris Bryant deal from San Francisco. So that's such a massive win for the Cubs if he's that. I mean, who knows what Caleb Killian is, but you got to look at your wins right now.
He's all that.
And they're coming in the minor leagues, and that's a win, too, if you got quality for Kris Bryant. Now,
not just quality, like Major League ready quality.
Well, right, and we'll see. But like that's something that the
will we see?
I think. My God, I mean, if they don't now, I think it's sort of ridiculous, being that they have used, because of the injury yesterday to Drew Smyly. Like you brought in another guy who made his debut out of the bullpen. Like at this point, you almost have to, or there's something that we don't know that's wrong with Caleb Killian.
Right, that's the fear, but. I had never heard of Matt Swarmer prior to yesterday's.
Swarmer. Yeah, not Schwarber.
Swarmer.
Swarmer.
We're all going to do it.
Like it's not colder, it's a little bit swarmer.
What is that, like the Indian food?
Swarmer? Is that the stuff that
know.
the soldiers used to use because it's like bread, but it's swarmer?
It's not cold.
Bottom line is he pitched good enough. He should have gotten a better outing. He's got a really interesting backstory, as you guys touched on.
Swarmer.
I don't need to see him necessarily pitch again, though.
Okay.
And nothing against him, but I mean, he's not part of the next Cubs great team.
Exactly.
Caleb Killian needs to be. I think this is a rep taken away from a guy who could get some big league experience. And that's what you're looking for right now. You're looking for these guys.
He's your Schwisdom. Schwarmer Schwisdom, right?
Schwarmer.
I'm just saying.
29, I had never heard of Dallas Beeler before 2014, and I hadn't heard his name since until this question was asked.
All right, that's why I'm saying 1 month into the offseason, I'm going to be here. I'm going to bring up that name, and everybody's going to look at me like, Schwarmer.
Why don't we have Dallas Beeler on? Find out what happened.
Okay.
Or where is he now?
Or the Swarm.
Where are they now?
The Swarms.
Good old summertime staple. Where are they now?
That's a good question.
Should Jason Hayward start another game for the Cubs?
That's a question we should ask 3 years ago, okay? It's a little late for this question. It really is. Should Jason? Of course he should start another game. Who are the Cubs? Like, unless, like, you are completely, like, that some of these guys out here, Ortega and Rivas, like these guys are going to be part of the next great Cubs team. So unless you've got all your prospects, I mean, they won't even bring up Caleb Killian. So, of course, Jason Hayward, start as much as you want. Start lead off. It doesn't matter. That's a question that needed to be asked 3 years ago, and nobody asked that question 3 years ago. So, no, it's too late. Play him every day.
Yeah, I think that this is more in relation to building that team of the future, right? So we now have Christopher Morel has come up, and he's been really good. He's gotten a hit in pretty much every game he's been in. Did he get a hit last night in the late game?
Yeah, he's up to 13, I believe.
13. Right? And he's obviously doing a great job of being able to play the outfield. He can play anywhere, but he's good in the outfield. Although he came in as the fifth infielder and had to bring it on his infielder's glove in that game against the Sox. And then Berger looked to Danny Mendick, and they shared a look, and Berger got a hit. Did you see all that stuff?
Oh, I didn't see that.
When they brought in the fifth outfielder, Berger said that he looked over at Danny, and the two of them shared a look, and then he belted one into left field to win the game.
They knew.
They knew that was going to make it easier.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's like a Top Gun moment.
To get it was Top Gun. Top Gun. Have you seen the new one?
I have not.
Oh, damn.
I heard it's good, though. I heard it's good.
I was waiting to get your review. Do that for tomorrow, will you?
Now, I don't know if I feel like going to see a movie today.
I'm totally joking.
But it's not implausible that I would go to a movie today. What
it's
else am I gonna do?
implausible for me.
Okay.
But anyway, I think that I think the reason we're asking the question is because the White Sox just got rid of Dallas Keuchel. It was a sunken cost, and they just paid it. And I think there's an element of that with Jason Hayward. What are you doing? Why are you moving him around? You moved him because you had to make way for, say, a Suzuki. So you move him to center field. And now you got a better guy, younger guy coming up playing center field. Why would you roll him out there again? And Happ's doing fine and left. But now Suzuki's going on the IL. So do you just roll Jason Hayward back to right field? I think I've kind of seen enough of him, and I agree with your comment. It was you probably needed to do whatever you had to do to get him traded 3 years ago.
It's over.
But you were convinced that somehow it was going to turn around. Now no one feels that way.
Hey, next year, Jason Hayward will only have 1 year left on his contract with the Cubs.
No, I think he's making 22 this year and next year, and then he's done.
And then he's done. I believe.
So that's what I meant. This year and next year.
Yeah,
Yes.
So that's why I said next year he'll only have 1 year to go.
Next year will be his last year.
Yes,
that's a little less confusing.
Well, okay, good. Everything I just said stricken from the record.
Next Friday or this Friday or next weekend, like which one is it? Like, here's the bottom line. I don't want to pile on Jason Hayward.
No,
but
got a boat.
Very nice guy. Seems like a terrific teammate.
Absolutely.
Good clubhouse guy.
Tremendous defensive player. That never.
But Seiya Suzuki
upgraded the manager to a suite.
Seiya Suzuki is the right fielder of the moment and for the next 5 to 8 years. So he shouldn't play in right field unless there's an injury. He was the penciled-in starting center fielder, but now you have Christopher Morel. Why would you take that guy out of the lineup? At the very least, he should be leading off every day as long as he's batting okay.
Right.
He doesn't necessarily have to play center every day. But then you also have Nelson Velasquez, who played yesterday.
Right.
Well, let's see him. Did you see the spectacular catch Ian Happ made in center field?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's another guy that I don't want. Like, Ian Happ still potentially has a future with the Cubs beyond this year or next. Jason Hayward does not. So I think you're taking reps away, and nobody's saying, hey, Mom, hey, Dad, I want to go to Wrigley. I want to see Jason Hayward play. Unfortunately, they're not. You're not going to Wrigley because Jason Hayward is out there. I would rather see Patrick Wisdom on a day and up in right field maybe if Suzuki needs a day off. There's other people I'd rather see play than Jason Hayward.
I think ultimately there's not enough of those guys. So, I mean, in the spirit of the question, should he start another game for the Cubs? I think there's going to be a case where he's going to need to start it. Because let's face it, I mean, is Christopher Morel going to last another month? Like, I don't know that he's going to be up here for much longer. I mean, he's done great, but he probably will get sent down again at some point.
It's a great question.
Were you surprised that Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat came as close as they did, winning the Eastern Conference Finals? Did that reveal a lack of killer instinct with the Boston Celtics, and will that be a problem versus the Golden State Warriors?
Well, if there's a lack of killer instinct against the Warriors, it's going to be a big problem. But I think I think the Boston Celtics are a hell of a lot better than the Dallas Mavericks. As I said last week, the problem that you had in the Western Conference was with Phoenix. If Phoenix takes care of their business and they are there challenging the Golden State Warriors, maybe we got a different opinion of how good the Warriors are, of how easy that series was. I just don't think Dallas was up for it. And I think that they were a one-man show, and they didn't have enough. Luka didn't have enough support. So that made things a lot easier on the Golden State Warriors. And the Warriors now have a week off, right? They clinched last Thursday, and the finals begin on Thursday. I wonder if that will impact them in any way, if there's the rust versus rest thing, and if the first half could be difficult for them. But, the Boston Celtics, truly strange team. I get it. They've been injured and they've been beaten up. But they had won that game against Miami, and they let Miami stay in the game. And part of the problem was Marcus Smart got 3-point fever at the end of that game and kept trying to hit the big shot. And eventually it came down to – but that's what Miami does. They just chip away. And then it came down to whatever it was, 16 seconds left, and Jimmy pulling up to take a three-pointer that would have given them the lead. That was unbelievable that they got a look at the lead in that game, given how they were getting their butts kicked. But that's Miami. So I don't know that it's necessarily – I think my takeaway wasn't, God, the Celtics are great. My takeaway was, way to go, Miami. I mean, that's a hell of a battle to come back in that game and to stay in it and to get a look at it. I came out of there more impressed with Miami, and Jimmy played every minute of the game, and he looked exhausted. He was like coming down at the end, like let's just try to end this thing. I mean,
Adrian.
He had a look at it, and it didn't hit it. And part of that is because he played every minute of the game. But if Jimmy had been healthier, if his knees weren't bad, maybe they win that series. I don't know that I thought Boston was the best team, but I don't know that I feel that way now. And did you see that the experience in the finals is 123-0? Nobody on Boston's ever been to the finals, and there's 123 games started for the Golden State Warriors. So I would imagine that this is the Warriors series. But I'll be very curious to see if Boston can snap out of it. They've won every game in the playoffs after a loss. That's got to mean something.
Yeah,
but
they're
only,
good. They shake it off.
Only just.
I gotta tell you, man. Like, I am so from a Bulls perspective, I am so jealous of those two guys of Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Yeah,
because that's who you want Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan to be. That's the dream. Like they're a level. It's not unattainable for the Bulls to get there, but they're not there, and they're not as good as that group. So, like, and just answering the second part of this question first, did it reveal a lack of killer instinct in the Boston Celtics? And I don't even know how that's possible because they are going to the finals, and look, what Boston has done this year has been really impressive because they turned it on right at the right time. Like, they were just kind of middling.
They were losing. They had a losing record at the All-Star break,
and then they
right?
just blasted off, man.
Right about 500.
Yeah. And, like, to me, that's killer instinct. That's let's go. Get your butts in gear and let's go. And then going to the finals now, so I can't make a case for something like that. I'm not surprised that Jimmy Butler and the Heat came as close as they did. They're a hell of a team. Jimmy Butler's a hell of a player. And Jimmy plays tons of minutes. We all know that going back to his Bulls days. And will that be a problem versus the Golden State Warriors? I think everything's a problem against the Golden State Warriors because I'm picking the Golden State Warriors to win the NBA Finals. And the experience thing that Mully just pointed out is just devastating sounding. It really is.
That's a great stat, by the way. That 123-0.
It's the first. It's the most lopsided since 1997.
It's amazing.
When the Bulls played Utah.
Oh wow!
Think about that. Yeah.
So just really quick on the Heat Celtics, I think that both teams were just spent. So I think that's why you didn't see that foot on the throat, full throttle killer. I just don't think they had it physically in them to put the team away like that. And Jimmy Butler is just the guy in the postseason that just rises to the occasion. I was shocked and in awe watching that game, and having Monday off was nice because I got to watch all of that game. I really enjoyed it. It was really entertaining. I hate that it's going to be till Thursday till we have the NBA Finals. I hate that long delay. This is modern times. It doesn't, like, the reporters and the team is not traveling by Amtrak or anything like that. Like, there's airplanes and stuff. There's no reason they couldn't play like Wednesday. Just like one day earlier there's going to be very little momentum heading into this thing. Right. Over at Bet Rivers right now, the Warriors are 155 in the series. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that's astronomical. Like, I think that's pretty good value. I would be stunned if the Warriors didn't win this thing, but I will be curious to see when the Celtics play defense, which that's what they're known for.
Right.
If they can do stuff to mess up Curry, and if Wiggins isn't ready for his, he's a guy to that number though. He's a guy that's not part of that 123. He's new to this, so he does not have that kind of experience, even though he's been playing spectacularly. So I think this is going to be a very entertaining series, but I would put my money on the Warriors.
Each of the Boston Celtics top 5 starters got at least one vote for Defensive Player of the Year.
Damn.
Is that ridiculous?
That is. I mean, that's living the
dream. The other thing is, and Dustin, you're making good points, and I understand that, but we're talking about a cross-continent series here, right? So think about San Francisco and Boston. That is a hell of a haul, even on an airplane.
Yeah.
If it were a train, well, we'd have to play once every 7 days or something.
Now that's preview, baby.
Yeah, okay.
We're preview machines.
They're very far apart.
Yes.
That is great preview.
Yes.
The older guys could get more tired. could tighten up Clay's back.
Oh, that's
What do you
true.
think?
That's true.
All right. Help. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh. We've got the Hall of Famer himself, Mark Grody, with us. We are here all morning talking over the wide world of sports. What a great, glorious weekend, and we'll keep at it. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
You spending Christmas in Chicago, Bill?
Listen, I got to start working on my wife. Like actually today, I said to my college boy, he's like, "Oh, this is fantastic, Dad. I remember what you told me about Chicago and the Bills, and we're going to go there for Christmas." I'm like, "Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Let's clear it with the War Department first."
That doesn't sound like a firm no.
No, well, I'm going to tell her. I'm going to say, listen, you're going to have the greatest Christmas ever. It's going to be in Chicago. I love Chicago. She's never been. My boys want to go, and it's the Bears and the Bills. I mean, come on, that's going to be a game.
I think we need a noon kickoff, Bill. Come on,
we definitely need a noon kickoff. That is absolutely the way to go.
If it's a noon kickoff, you're at O'Hare by 6 p.m. That's
how I'm thinking. No, listen, we're in tune. You know, I got to tell you something. I shut the door on this when I found out when it was, but I'm starting to get excited about this conversation here.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's what we can do. We need to help, Danny. Let's put together a little portfolio. You know, some audio visual stuff, some pictures. Michigan Avenue when it's all lit up with Christmas trees.
Great shopping.
Right. It's incredible shopping. We'll see if we can get some deals for restaurants. Our boss has just texted in. We have a relationship with the Bulls. The Bulls are in town. How about tickets for a Bulls game in the suite at the United Center? Bill, can we sweeten
your
the
wife
pot?
an
Would your
NBA
wife
fan?
care?
Does she like regular season NBA, Bill?
She does. She yes, but she's football is her number one.
When ball clubs, or when teams are recruiting people, they put together these pitches. This is, Danny, what I think we need to help with here, putting together a recruiting pitch for Bill's family.
Listen, I like everything about this conversation. If I can talk her into this is going to be amazing. Now, listen, I'm depending on you guys to come up with a nice little brochure. You know what I mean?
Yes, there's nothing more romantic.
This has got to be like, going to community college. I mean, look at everything that it has to offer. I mean, come on.
brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
Mully and Haugh, live and local, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score.
Well, I just talked to Jeremy. It's definitely a growing issue. The severity is going to depend on further check, but he's going on in IL for sure. You know, he's made that spin. I'm not sure exactly he got a spike stuck or something, but that's typical. He goes in the IL making a great play at the time we needed it.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We've got the great Mark Grody, the Hall of Famer, is joining us this morning and all week. David enjoying a rare vacation break, and that was the voice of Tony La Russa, and he's talking about Tim Anderson and the groin injury, confirming that he's going on the injured list with it. I think anybody who watched that knew immediately. You know, the ball was kind of behind second base, and Tim came over and made a great play on it. P.J. Higgins, I think, he's the villain. And so Tim gets the ball, turns. He didn't turn. As he's kind of backpedaling, he throws and then collapses. And you knew that something bad had happened, and it's the groin injury. And then here's Tony telling you, we don't know how long he's going to be on the IL. We'll learn more about that today. I imagine they were off yesterday. But, man, that was – and, you know, the other thing is I don't want to say that. Never mind.
What were you going to say?
I don't even want to give words to it.
Okay.
I mean, Tim has been given some days off from Tony La Russa, and we've argued about whether or not the guy needs 2 days he can't play on both ends of a doubleheader. And a couple times, Tim has been given a day off while you had Josh Harrison and Leori Garcia both in the lineup for both ends of a doubleheader. And so you're like, what the hell? Like, why can't Tim? I mean, was Tony right that something could pop, something could go? Is that what the fear was? And, I don't know. It is just.
Wasn't thinking about it.
It's so deflating to see Tim Anderson go down, given the way that he has been playing, the role that he has with the team, the billboards that are all over town, the whole nonsense with Josh Donaldson, that jerk, and everything that happened leading from there. I just felt like Tim was on a trajectory to be an MVP candidate because his numbers are sensational. I get it. He has 9 errors, and there are people wondering about his defense, but to me, that was just a focus concentration thing. It's just 9 different plays that I don't know that are entirely related. I think he was just on this unbelievable track, and the guy made the All-Star game last year. He was going to make it again this year. It's gutting to see him go down.
It is, and it would be no matter what, but it shouldn't feel as gutting as it does. And the reason that it does is because of what we were talking about in the 5 at 5, and that is this is not the way the White Sox offense was supposed to be. Even though I didn't think that they solidified second base and A.J. Pollock as well as they could have in those spots, Pollock and Harrison at second base. This offense still should be good. And somebody by now should have caught fire or come up with more memorable, consistent big hits. And none of these guys has done it. I'm talking about Yasmani Grandal. Time after time after time, he comes up with men on base and nothing. And that's not his MO. Like, he's been a very good hitter with men on base, but he's out of whack. His swings look weak. We talked about Yohan Moncada. It's there for a couple days, and then he's got to sit down. Oh, there's a home run. There's Yohan. It's like, when is Yohan going to, step it up a notch? When is Eloy going to play again? When is Andrew Vaughn going to get the 3-run double on a more consistent basis? So
I don't know that it's going to happen. I mean, honest to God,
so
I
don't
know that it is going to happen.
It is a nightmare.
This
then,
is who you are, right? It's the old Bill Parcells.
Is this
you
it?
are who your record says you are.
This is it. This is who the Sox are.
I mean, Abreu was an MVP, but he's an aging player, and it looks like, he talked about before the year began, but he wasn't sure if he was going to be playing next year or where he's going to play next year. And, we've had a ton of people saying the Cubs should sign him after this year because he kills in Wrigley, right?
Oh, that's I was going to say, why?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, look, you think about, like, who are the young superstar players that you expect to see great things from? Well, Luis Robert probably leads that list.
Ding.
And hopefully he's back. Hopefully he's activated and can go to Toronto and can, help be one of the guys that fills in without. But Tim's the only guy getting on base consistently. And I think that the argument with Grandal, I mean, he's his career hitting isn't phenomenal, but he walks a lot. He just hasn't been able to walk. And I think that, they're not getting guys on base. And then they're not driving in runs when they do. And so your consistent run producers is the question that I'm wondering.
Sure. I mean,
it's a problem. And you're right. Moncada is a problem. You just haven't had, Eloy unavailable. These are the guys that you're depending upon to be the kind of the fuel, the good young players getting better. Luis Robert is on his COVID break, right? So I just think that, and AJ Pollock, they made that trade. He hasn't caught fire yet. You need someone that can get hot enough. And Abreu used to be that guy that could carry a team for a week or two. And you mentioned the Yerminator did it for a month last year.
You haven't had those guys this year.
But he hasn't shown that form in the minor leagues. It's
right.
Nobody is. It's not like, I don't know. It just looks like this is not going to work out for the White Sox. And I know we're waiting for the second half of the season, and the idea is to stay close, and then the schedule gets a lot easier, and then, Lance Lynn's going to come back, and the pitching's going to get better.
Sure.
Okay. They have had a lot of injuries, but you also have to question, and you did in the first part of the program, you got to question team building. You got to question, what the hell were you thinking with the second base position? Why was that not addressed ever? And pretty much every second baseman on the market signed and was gone. And then you signed 34-year-old Josh Harrison, who is, in my opinion, you already gave Leary a 3-year, $15 million deal, right? So explain to me why you need two of those guys. It seems a little bit redundant.
It does.
Just being honest.
Yeah, I think they thought Josh Harrison was better than Luis Garcia.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen it.
Yeah. I mean, typically he has been, but I haven't seen it either.
And then you look at right field, and Pollock was the guy they thought would be there. But they're playing Gavin Sheets there a ton.
I know.
And they're playing, Andrew Vaughn is getting shoved out there. It's just like I don't know.
They're easy places to have upgraded too. They could have done that, and I feel like a lot of people said it. So it's not like this is just all of a sudden second guessing. This is like what everybody that's all we talked about with the White Sox. I mean, of course we talked about their starting pitching, but there was a lot of fix second base, and why the hell have you taken so long to fill right field, and why do you keep passing up opportunities to sign guys? AJ Pollock, okay. We know who he is. He was good with Arizona for a couple of years. He played with the world champion Dodgers. So no. And they knew what these guys were. They knew Josh Harrison and AJ Pollock are at the back ends of their careers, and they could give you some production. But Rick Hahn knew that these guys weren't going to be like the answer. What he thought was that what we're talking about, that these other guys
were going
to have hot streaks, like Abreu. And they had to have thought in their heads, too, about Abreu. Like, he is 34 or 35, whatever he is, the decline is going to start one of these years, and apparently it has. So that's something you can't necessarily blame them for, but you do have to think about those things and plan for them in the back of your minds too.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta get run production. You get the bases loaded. You gotta knock guys in. You gotta take advantage of the limited opportunities that you have. I mean, what was so frustrating about the White Sox over the weekend was their failure to score runs. It's great in the second game against the Cubs. They managed to get a run, like, again, on a wild pitch, and it seemed more like a pass ball, frankly. I know the ball hit the ground, but that went right between the wickets there,
yeah.
P.J. Higgins. And they get a run, and then they go into extra innings and give up 2 runs. Then they get 2 runs.
That was an excruciating
Then they give
game.
up another run. Then they get a run. And then finally they win the game. I mean, had they lost that game, where would we be right now?
Oh, my God.
What would we be saying about this team?
Well, I was thinking, because the way that game was going, I was
They
like,
should have lost it.
They should have lost
They
it.
should have
And I
lost
was thinking in my head, if they get swept by the Cubs, this is where even the people that were holding on really tightly to the White Sox in the hope that they would eventually run away with the division, because I think that that's the standard that fans were hoping for. I think some of those fans were ready to slip off if they had been swept by a mediocre at best Cubs team, and then having lost on Saturday 5-1 in a game where, there was a little bit of leaking from Johnny Cueto that day. Some of the magical Johnny Cueto.
Let's talk about that for a second, because I think what happened in that game, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought AJ and Len did a really good job with that broadcast. It seemed as if when Johnny Cueto got out of the stretch, he was a different Johnny Cueto.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So they kind of uncorked the kind of elixir to beating Johnny Cueto, which is swing fast, get on base, and then all of a sudden he has to pitch differently, and he's not nearly as effective.
Hey, give credit to David Ross, I assume, or
whomever,
it was in the Cubs organization that's cuddled everybody up and said, guys, if you want to beat Johnny Cueto today, swing early in the count. And that's exactly what they were doing. So, you give credit to the way the Cubs planned it. And you just hope, man, with Cueto, he might give you some more good, but it's also possible that any time now he declines like everybody else that does his age and who is kind of a minor league contract guy at this point.
Right. But I don't think Dallas Keuchel is going to get any better.
No.
So I got no problem with them choosing Cueto over Keuchel.
That's not even close to my point. Yeah. I'm just saying, Cueto, the magic has worn off. Just a little. He gave up runs for the first time.
312-644-6767. Do you I kind of like what Dustin said about not wanting to see Hayward again. That he feels and I mean, look, there's a big difference between a sunken cost of whatever it is, $14.5 million, versus a sunken cost of what would it be with it would be like $35 million, $40 million, right? Well, it'd be 35, I think, between 35 and 40, probably maybe 38 if you cut Hayward. So I can understand that it's a significantly higher cost.
Yep.
And yet I don't know. I can understand not wanting to see Jason Hayward just because what he represents. Last man standing. Yeah, I know the professor is still here, but really the last guy
position player.
Player. And the only reason he's there is because you couldn't trade him, because his contract is so prohibitive, you couldn't possibly get anything in return. They probably could have slashed that contract, paid 2/3 of it and found a taker for the guy.
I would have no problem with going on the side of Dustin and you when it comes to him and not wanting to see him play again. I just don't think that there's enough guys on the Cubs. Like, of course, I want to see more of Christopher Morel out in the outfield, but and Ian Happ has been a revelation for the last year and a half now or so. But the idea that there's so many guys that need opportunities on the Cubs right now, that's a bit of a fallacy, because does Rafael Ortega need opportunities still out there? I'm not real sure that guys like this. So in other words, unfortunately, there's still
Let's
room.
see more Andrelton Simmons. Is what you're saying.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's still plenty of room and plenty of at bats for Jason Hayward, unless like all of a sudden Pete Crow Armstrong is coming tomorrow for the Cubs, and here comes Kevin Alcantara and Jordan Wicks, and make room. Then that's fine, but that is not happening right now. The parade of the 2015 parade of players to the big leagues ain't happening for the Cubs. So, yeah.
Let's try Jack. Jack's on the road. Hey, Jack.
Hello.
Hi, Jack. You're on the air.
Hello.
Yeah. Listen, we watch a lot, baseball this year, and
Jack, we got a problem with your line. I'm sorry. We'll try to clean it up.
Goodbye, Jack.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Back.
I think his point is the Cubs can't win a close game. I think that's what he wanted to say.
Did you want to talk about Swarmer?
Swarmer.
Swarmer?
Back off, Swarmer.
Jack.
Yeah, I don't know that the Cubs can win a close game. I don't know that they're built to win close games right now.
Well,
I mean, I'm just saying they're kind of you're pointing it out. There were a lot of holes in the lineup. Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of guys. You know, you got some production from some places, but you don't have consistent production all over that lineup.
No, you don't.
And
I
mean that's what it takes to win close games. You
Yeah.
need to have people. You don't need the same guy to be the hero every night, although it helps. But you need someone to be a hero.
And you only have so many real arms at the end of a bullpen of a team that knew it wasn't going to compete this year. So they weren't exactly. I mean, well, Dave. I don't think they knew Dave Robertson was going to be as good as he's been. I think they got a little lucky on that one.
Well,
and I guess luck is part of the game. So I guess I'll begrudgingly give them credit, but I don't think that anybody thought that. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say it. Maybe the Cubs did see something in him that showed that. But Rowan Wick, he wavers on being good in high leverage. It's always very interesting when he's facing Joey Votto. I know that for sure. But other than that, you got to have ingredients at the end of your bullpen and big time hitters too to win those close games. So I don't know, with the Cubs with their close games, I just don't care that much, because I know they're not going to win. So I'm not looking at things like 1-run games. I'm like, they'll lose the 3-run games, whatever, until there is legitimate players on the roster that would give one hope to think that, yes, I should look at this team differently now.
All right, we've got the Pick Six next. We got to get to that. We're going to talk about many subjects, including a former Cubs player that got the old, what would you call it, Will Smith treatment. We'll explain next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Swing and a drive. Deep left field. It's got a chance.
Michael, in my opinion, Will played with him for so many years. He was just the ultimate competitor, man. And aside from being on the court, we were playing cards at my house one day in Charlotte. Here's another story. Playing cards at my house one day in Charlotte.
Tell all the stories.
Okay,
we have all the.
This is how big of a competitor he was, and Will knows this story too, right? So we're playing this game called Tonk, and I'm beating him out of his money, all right? And I'm beating him, and this is about 11 o'clock at night. This guy does not go home until 7 o'clock in the morning until he wins all of his money back.
7.
And they had a game that day.
Yeah, they had a game that day. We played them that day. Okay, and the thing is that most people will say, "Oh my God, Michael Jordan's over my house." Oh, I was ready for Michael Jordan to leave. I was like, "Dude, would you please go? Just leave, please." But he wouldn't until he won all of his money back. That's how psychotic of a competitor he is.
I also laugh because I love Baxter Holmes for ESPN. I think he does an amazing job. And he talks about the NBA culture. He doesn't just write the stories about the NBA in general. One of his best was the peanut butter and jelly sandwich obsession. Another one is talking about wine and Greg Popovich and his love for wine. And you know that, Will.
Oh, yeah.
Then another one was the importance of sleep in the NBA and the travel schedules. And here you are telling me that the greatest has no problem being up until 7 for pennies to him.
For pennies. And it wasn't, I mean, it was a couple $1,000s, but it wasn't a lot of money. It was just he had to win. He had to get it, or he couldn't let me beat him.
To take that a step farther, when I got traded to San Antonio, so now these guys have already played on the dream team's already happened. All this stuff's already gone down. I get traded to San Antonio, and one of the first things that David Robinson says to me, Michael Jordan's got to deal with the devil. There's no way you can do the things that he does and live the lifestyle that he lives and be as effective as a player.
Yes.
And I just started laughing because then the stories from, the dream team came out to where those guys would basically, let's just start with practice. They'd get on the bus to go to practice, come back from practice, go straight to the golf course, come back from the golf course, straight to the casino, stay there until it's time to go to practice, go to practice. So Dave said he tried to keep up with these guys. He goes, I just physically couldn't do it. He goes, that guy's got to deal with the devil. There's no way you can do all these things outside of basketball and still step foot on the basketball court and drop 50 on somebody.
You know,
And that's the next dynasty, the Admiral.
Yeah. I mean, exactly how Will described it is exactly how this guy lived. You know, and like we were playing the Bulls here in Chicago. I was with the New Jersey Nets at the time, and Jimmy Jackson is just giving it to Michael and Scotty in the first half. He just, just killing them, right? So Jimmy Jackson starts talking crap and everything. So Michael looks at him. This is in the first half. Michael looks at him and says, "You know what?" He used another word, but he says, "You're talking a lot of crap to have my shoes on."
Oh,
Jimmy Jackson didn't score another bucket that game. You talking about the ultimate shutdown, man. Jimmy looked down. He did have his shoes on. He had the Jumpman's on.
You, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767. Or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Did the White Sox do the right thing in ignoring the back of the baseball card and designating Dallas Keuchel for excitement? Are you impressed that they ate over $14 million to get rid of the guy?
I guess so. I mean, they DFA'd Dallas Keuchel, and in order to do that, you had to pay off the rest of this year's salary and the $1.5 million buyout for next year. So that comes up to the $14,456.44. Nice chunk of change to not be here. I guess it was $44, right? $14,456.44.
You just had to read the whole thing, didn't you?
I can't help it.
You just went and did it.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It was the right move because it's a sunken cost. You got to pay that cost whether he pitches or not. And frankly, I didn't want to see him rolled out there again. I didn't feel like that was going to give you an opportunity to win. I feel like they're getting some pitching back. Part of me was a little surprised they didn't wait until Lance Lynn was back. But then again, I don't want to see that guy pitch. I mean, it's really weird. You know, we talked about this with Rich Hill on the bump, and you see a guy like that, and you think, boy, never give up on a left-handed pitcher, because a left-handed junk ball thrower can really be successful. But when a guy's got like an 8 ERA, he's not successful. And Dallas Keuchel, the Sox don't have time to wait on him to figure it out. So maybe he'll figure out something in the future, but I doubt it.
Yeah, I think he hooks up with somebody and probably has some sort of career left, assuming he wants it. I don't know his side of this and how disheartened he is.
Well, he's the one with the back of the baseball card. That's kind of his thing.
Oh, right. Yeah, so to answer the question, yes, the White Sox did the right thing to not look at the back of the baseball card. Yes, I am impressed that they would let that dough go. However, they also had to do it. They had to do it because albeit he is, you could get away with him as your fifth starter, and that is essentially what we are talking about here. But it was not working, and Rick Hahn did everything he could to give Dallas Keuchel a chance. Like, he probably could have stopped starting Dallas Keuchel about 3 starts ago, and it would have felt just as justified. But Rick Hahn gave him every chance bleeding into this year to make it happen. And I get it. It's the 3rd year of his contract. Why not make this contract worthwhile? Almost, but not quite.
Pick 6! Wow!
After seeing the White Sox bite the bullet on the sunken cost of Dallas Keuchel, is it time for the Cubs to do the same thing with Jason Hayward? Is it different with Hayward because he'll be making $22 million this year and then $22 million next year?
I think it's just unnecessary, quite frankly. It's just like, this is something that we should have discussed, and I guess it probably was discussed 3 years ago about what are we doing with Jason Hayward. We got you still got 4 years. What about Hayward? Nobody could ever figure out what to do with Jason Hayward. So now we're just sort of aimlessly asking, should we just cut? Should we do the same thing with Hayward? I mean, go ahead. I don't care now. Go ahead. It's not going to move me. All right. You figured out the Hayward thing 3 years too late. No thanks. And again, there's just not enough prospects that are on the Cubs now, or even in the system that are ready, that are cooked and ready to be served to us, that you could just say, oh yeah, there's no room for Jason Hayward on this roster. There's plenty of room for Jason Hayward on this roster, sadly.
Yeah, I love this question because it's like, okay, the Sox just had to bite the bullet, get rid of Dallas Keuchel. Why don't the Cubs do the same thing with Jason Hayward? It's just so
fine.
It's so mean to Hayward. But he's terrible.
It's unnecessary.
I mean, he's been terrible. He is terrible. He's like it would just annoy me that he was the only guy remaining. It's just bothersome.
So you're pro. You're pro.
No, I'm not really.
Okay.
I think that Hayward. Here's the thing. He still is an elite defensive player. Not so much as a center fielder, but in right field.
He'd be so good as that extra guy on a playoff roster.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? When you start to go for your speed guys and your defensive guys.
Right.
He'd be so good in that regard.
Yeah.
Really not
but
that
I mean,
good.
that's not his role here.
Right.
It's still a ton of money. I mean, you're talking about, and I don't even know what the number would be.
You like reading numbers, man.
40 million, 30 million, whatever it is. It's just kind of ouch. It's
like what they would eat?
Yeah. Seems like a lot more.
And really, that's not the way the Cubs have been
And
comporting themselves.
you don't even need to. It's just like, because we've seen it happen somewhere else. Hey, what about that guy?
Yeah.
Watch his ass too.
What
If
about
that's
our
what we're
team?
doing.
Yeah. No, but you're right. There's no way that in this era the Cubs are going to do that.
No.
This is not the era of Cubs giving away $40 million.
Make someone eat 10 million, get rid of them. I don't know. The Dodgers have nothing but money.
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
All right.
Should have done this 2 years ago.
Yeah, you're right.
That's it. That's all.
You're right.
That is a pick 6!
Seiya Suzuki injured left ring finger apparently isn't getting any better, and a trip to the IL is possible, retroactive to Thursday. Regardless, do you want to see Jason Hayward in right field when he's activated?
Sold shows about Jason Hayward.
Shouldn't Christopher Morel stay in center field? Is there a place for Hayward in your outfield?
All right. Well, first of all, Seiya Suzuki was put on the injured list last night.
Correct.
Right? So,
yes.
So that did happen.
Retroactive, I think.
Retroactive. Yeah. His left ring finger, apparently it hurt. Like the vibration in the bat as he was doing batting practice hurt. So that's not good. That's a problem. So he can't come back. So yeah, what the hell?
Is he listening to coaches yet? By the way,
roll Jason Hayward out there. Let him play right field.
See, what did I tell you?
Yeah.
They need Hayward still. It sucks, but they need him.
They do need him right now, maybe. I don't know. I mean, listen, I don't want to see him again, but there is a place for him. If you need a guy, he's perfect for it.
That's just it. There's a place for him on this team. Oh, man. Yeah, so, I think, again, you guys know where I stand on this. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind seeing Hayward out there. And look, yes, Christopher Morel should stay in center field. I'm just saying, I don't know that Christopher Morel is going to continue. I'm just not going to assume that Christopher Morel is going to continue to produce like he has. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not crazy to think that in 2 weeks he could be back in the minor leagues. So I hope he does. He seems like a great dude. He's smiling all the time. He actually has a smiley face emoji on his mitt. This guy's Ned Flanders playing right field for the Chicago Cubs. So rooting for him, but it's silly to think that he's going to be playing center field for the rest of this year. So, again, yes, my Cubs have Jason Hayward.
Can you believe this? Pick six!
More Jason Hayward. No, I'm just playing. Were you impressed with the way the Cubs jumped on Johnny Cueto early and kept him from getting his quick pitch game going? Were the White Sox anemic on offense in that series, or did the Cubs pitching shut them down?
Well, let's just see here. And Mully and I have talked about this a little bit already today, and we both agreed that the approach that the Cubs were taking against Johnny Cueto was expert in that they were swinging early in the counts, and it was very blatantly obvious that they were doing it. So a big thumbs up to David Ross and his scouts and the geeks in the clubhouse that were able to come up with that hack for sure on Johnny Cueto. So they figured out Cueto. That's like a organizational win, I think, against Johnny Cueto. And Keegan Thompson was fine in that game as well. As for the Sox anemic scoring, yeah, I think that it's more of a Sox issue than it is a Cubs prowess thing, especially with Keegan Thompson, who again, that was only his third start of the year, so there's not exactly danger there. I thought the Cease versus Stroman game, the 12-inning game, I thought that was fun to watch. Both teams' pitching was very good. And Stroman and Cease are both legit. So I'll say that in that game, the pitching just was better than the Sox hitting. But the Sox won the damn game.
Yeah, listen, I think the Sox haven't hit anyone. So I don't think it really had anything to do with Cubs pitching. I like those performances for the Cubs, but the Sox just aren't hitting. So It's hard for me to sit here and say that they were shut down by anyone. They're not hitting anything. So it's frustrating to watch. As far as Cueto is concerned, yeah, there's a book on how to play him, and the Cubs did a great job of jumping on him. They got an early run. They kept him out of his comfort zone. I didn't think he was terrible or anything, but he was hardly the same guy that he's been in the first two games when he got ahead of people. So
it's a good way to put it.
They did a really good job against him. They had a game plan and they executed it.
This will be a pick six. There's your ball game.
What did you make of Tommy Pham getting a 3-game suspension after slapping former Cubs outfielder Jock Peterson over fantasy football beef? How about Pham saying, "I'm a big dog in Vegas. I'm a high roller at many casinos"?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, man, this might be my favorite story in a long time. This was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard of. So I guess the game was Friday, and Tommy Pham had been sitting on this for a year based on when he was with the Padres last year. First of all, Tommy Pham, the takeaway is he has no idea how to play fantasy football. He doesn't know a damn thing about it.
That's what was exposed
and
here.
That was exposed. But the most amazing part of it was Jock Peterson just stood there and told you every single detail,
I know!
followed by every single detail. His explanation was so kind of all-encompassing. It was extraordinary, right down to the fact that he sent a meme, which he held up his phone and showed, of a bunch of weightlifters. And, I mean, it was truly bizarre. Tommy Pham is apparently half an idiot. And for him to then, like, he's trying to justify, what, I got to watch my money. I'm a high roller in Vegas. That was fall over funny stuff. What the hell is wrong with these guys?
Oh, man.
Tommy Pham. I mean, Jock Peterson, I miss him already. That was awesome.
This has been the year of the jarring, almost out of context slap. A good slap is just jarring. You know, Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Yeah.
Well, that was more of a punch.
That was more Will Smith. I mean, Chris Rock didn't do anything.
That's true. Yeah, he had nothing. There was
Get my wife's name out your muffin mouth.
Your mouth. Yeah, but this also makes me think we did not appreciate Jock Peterson enough when he was with the Chicago Cubs. That that because there was bigger personalities around Jock Peterson, we didn't get the pearl necklace wearing Jock Peterson, nor the one who tells all about his tiff, his slappy tiff with Tommy Pham. So
apparently, there's guys playing fantasy football that don't even know the rules of fantasy football.
God, and I didn't realize that
for big money,
dudes at that level would take it that seriously. But I guess, yeah, I mean, he's a high. If he's a big dog in Vegas, then yeah, who am I? I'm a what is it? I'm a high roller
at many
casinos. We're gonna be tracking you for a little while now, Tommy. It's not good, Tommy.
You're the Phil Mickelson of baseball players.
Okay, Tommy, now we're going to have to watch you. We didn't want to have to do this, but now we're going to have to take a little deeper look
Idiotic.
At Pham. And plus, you slapped the guy, and you're not allowed to do that either.
A pick six to end the half.
Jimmy Butler scored a game-high 35 points in Game 7 and 82 points in the final 2 games combined. But he did field a three-pointer in Game 7 when trailing by 2 with 16.6 seconds left, ultimately proved the game decider. Should Jimmy have taken that shot? Is he the hero or the GOAT in these playoffs for Miami?
I like the guy going for the win. You know, I'm always pro that. So, and, you know, listening to Jimmy Butler talk about it afterwards, he had zero remorse about it. And, you know, he said there was at least one actuality where he said that I would, 10 times I would do it the same way. And I'm with him. Like, go for the win, go for the glory. And if you have that open shot, then, yeah, go ahead and take it. So I had zero problem with it. And plus, yeah, I mean, he was your leading scorer in that game, as it points out, with the 35 and then 82 points in the final 2 games combined. Jimmy's the guy. He gets to do what he wants at the end of the game. That's the right move. I had no problem with Jimmy Butler doing that.
Yeah, I think ultimately he just played too many minutes and he wasn't going to have a lot of juice left, and he thought that he would make the shot. He had hit one earlier in the game from the same spot in a similar type situation, and he was looking to end the game. So I don't know. I got to be honest with you. I think that Jimmy said that he played a couple bad games in the series. Jimmy's got a knee, and that's why he played a couple bad games in the series, and he was injured. You don't mind a guy trying to win a game when you don't think he's got anything left in the tank and his team's falling apart, and the 6th man of the year, Tyler Hero's not there, and he didn't have a hell of a lot of support. So I'm not blaming Jimmy, but you could argue if the idea was just extend the game, you get a bucket there, and now you got the game tied, but they clearly didn't want overtime. He went for a win.
Is he getting beaten up?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't
All
think
right.
he's getting beaten up.
Okay.
I think everyone seems to be rallying to his defense.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know who knows what they're saying in Miami, but yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
All right, 312-644-6767. Back with your calls. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Including coming up today at 3 with Parkins and Spiegel.
I envision the Sox making the playoffs, but you'll have Giolito and Lynn.
I'm listening to Danny Parkins, and they ended the show, Friday. You know how we all are. Last segment of the week, you're like, okay, we're just done here. And Chris Tannehill, obviously, setting Danny up for a nice, easy tribute at the end of the show with Meatloaf and Louis Anderson passing away. And Tanny set him up, and Danny might have missed.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait, Meatloaf? I'm an idiot.
Man, we were so close to the finish line here.
Oh, no. Both are appropriate. I was reading about Louis Anderson during the break.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis.
You could tell something was wrong when he was saying it because there was a little hesitation, but he followed through with Louis Anderson.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. That was Fight Club, and Louis Anderson did die.
So technically, he's still correct.
Yes, they aren't independently incorrect. It just one has nothing to do with the other.
So now we can just use R.I.P. Louis Anderson for everything.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Yep, that's right.
We all accidentally RIP'd people.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The best is he's so smooth. The end of it is pricelessly good.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The pause,
the
pause between R.I.P. Louis Anderson and wait. You're like, hold on. Like you know Shane and Tanny lost it.
Yeah, it's also the music underneath, the boogie woogie blues underneath. I don't know what I can't tell exactly what it is, but that sounds like some sort of Texas boogie
Fight
woogie.
Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait. He saw, yes. Okay, he's sitting here. He looked through the glass and he saw Shane absolutely explode, and Tanny do one of his like hands in the air, like whoa, and the lean back in the chair. That's exactly what he saw. He knew something went wrong. It's like when you see the phones all light up.
Yep.
And I know that I've misidentified something, but that is, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the wait is my favorite part. It's not even close.
Oh, that's Paradise by the Dashboard Light? That is that part of it? I don't know that part of it.
IDK.
I guess I don't know the song that well.
That's just so, the pause.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The silence gets longer and longer the more you listen to it.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. We got the Hall of Famer in this morning. We've got the great Mark Brody, who was recently inducted into the Illinois State Hall of Fame. Must have been a great moment for you.
It was a great moment, and I'm a different person. I'm not the same nice, affable guy that I once was in the hallways here at the Score.
Very arrogant, and now, you always sign HOF. After everything you write. And what's weird about it is, like, that's personal checks. That's anything. You include hashtag HOF.
I do, and I just feel this. I have you know what I have? Since I have gotten the Hall of Fame award from Illinois State University, I feel an inferiority complex for other people around me. I sense that, and I don't want it. Like, and I said this when I got seriously, Mully. When I got there, I was like, I don't want you guys to treat me differently. I don't want that to happen. That's the last thing I want. And I feel like everybody's on eggshells around me all the time. Brandon Fryer, I walk in today, and he didn't know whether he could look me in the eyes. You know, it was just really weird and uncomfortable. So,
but I mean, I was handed a thing this morning from Dustin saying that you were demanding to be called the Hall of Famer.
Yes.
I don't. So why?
Yes. And
why are you pretending like it's not your idea?
Why are you making eye contact with me right now? Stop it.
I will avert.
Yeah. We need to answer your questions first, Mr. Mulligan.
Let me look at your shoes. Let me look at my shoes.
Sir.
I'll act like George Clooney in the early days.
I'm sure Dustin will have that curtain put up in here by tomorrow.
Did you have the whole family there? I mean, who went?
Yeah, it was.
Everybody?
It was my mom and dad went,
that's so
and
wonderful.
like my brothers and their kids, so
Yeah.
my nieces and nephews. I was very strange about inviting people because there was a $60 charge for it.
Good God.
Like, I got in free, but I couldn't even get my parents in free.
Wow.
So I paid for them, of course. But, like, I didn't want to make people, like, close friends feel like, yeah, I'd like to come to sing. It's going to be $60, and you're going to need to probably drive 2.5 hours south.
Right.
So I was
right.
very weird. And then when people caught wind of it, then they were like, why did you not tell us this? And so I had a couple of friends at the last second were like, I don't care if it's past the deadline. We're coming. So it was really cool.
Oh,
actually,
that's
man.
wonderful.
Yeah, it was a banquet style, really well done by Illinois State. And it was like a bigger deal than I thought it was. You know what I mean? Because I didn't know what to expect. It was very cool. And I felt like it was a moment of humility for sure, I think, in my life.
We are all very proud of you.
Thank you, Mully.
Honestly,
I appreciate
you. You definitely deserve that.
Right. I think there should be a little section dedicated to discussing the Hall of Fame and me and stuff every day this week. The 5 at 5, the Pick 6, and then HOF talk, just for like 3-4, where you can just ask me questions.
But I mean, I feel like we should acknowledge it. We haven't spoken since this happened. It's a significant event, and I was very curious about it.
And I appreciate your curiosity. It seems genuine, and I appreciate that. And it's so great and so cool to be HOF, man.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, I've never been given any award of any kind ever, or inducted into any kind of
Loyola.
Nothing. No.
Who are
Stiffed by the Ramblers.
Minute. Who are the people that are in?
I don't even know if they have a Hall of
Loyola.
Fame.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even know that Illinois State did. Actually,
I didn't make it as a player. I played soccer for 4 years, but I wasn't good enough to be, inducted into the Hall of Fame as a player. I wasn't, and I'm not complaining.
You were in the journalism school.
I was not
there,
good
yes?
enough. I was not in the journalism school.
See, that's complicated.
I was an English major.
You've just complicated things for yourself in terms of the Hall of Fame.
Is that so? You have
I think
to be.
So. Well,
I don't even know if they have a Hall of Fame.
Yeah, well,
and
like
that's
Illinois
okay.
State didn't until 2
Until
years
you?
ago. No, I made the second ever.
Did you really? You're kidding. Fantastic.
Well, no, actually, this. I don't know. You tell me if this was bad, what I did. Because for all of the inductees, they would give like this great resume of all the great things we've done in our careers. And, they did mine. They're like, Mark Grody has been at Epic Games, the World Series, and on the side, like all the places that I've been that I forgot that I'd been. And the first thing I said was, after all of those plaudits here, why was I not a first ballot Hall of Famer? Why did I not get in the first time around? And I feel bad kind of because it got laughs mostly, but there was a little bit of,
oh, come on. You're clearly having a laugh.
Well, I was having a laugh, and clearly I was being serious, too. I still don't know why I didn't get into the first edition of the ISU Hall of Fame.
Oh, you're beautiful.
See, now it's a resentment. I go from humility to having a resentment. It's not good.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah. The full gamut.
You know, I just know from talking to friends of mine. So I started working at the Sun-Times when I was at Loyola. So I started answering phones in the sports department.
Pretty good.
When I was a freshman in high school.
That had to be great.
And it was awesome. And it was like, that was my college job. And then I started working for the paper. And I'm totally serious. I think had I not played soccer, I'm not sure I would have graduated, because I kind of stayed because of that. Because I kind of knew what I wanted to do.
Kind of had a job.
I kind of had my career path chosen, but like it kept you in school playing a sport.
Yes.
I know that sounds awful. And believe me, I loved reading books, and I had great professors, and I'm glad that I got my degree, and I did get my degree. Don't let anyone tell you different. But I do think, what happened? What have you heard?
I have the dream.
But I do think that like for a certain group of people that I know, that it meant a lot to be a part of something other than just your academic career, and it kept you kind of interested in
whatever it takes.
A friend group and all that.
I don't think so many people get through high school. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to be, and you got to be like pretty elite to make a college team, I would think. But like high school, like it's stuff, extracurricular activities that I think gets kids through high school. I know it did help me.
That's why the COVID thing was such a nightmare for a lot of kids, you know?
Yeah.
My son just graduated high school, and it was, and he ran track, and there were, he had other good things. My daughter is still in the high school and will be graduating next year, and then I'll have 3 high school graduates. We did it. Again, that's not where the bar is set. I remember when my wife cried when my eldest child graduated from like whatever you call it, like preschool, pixie school. And I was like, really? You're getting all worked up because she's graduated from preschool? And I get it. It's a significant, the first graduate. But I was kind of like, what are you going to do when they get out of college? How are you going to handle it if she goes to graduate school?
Oh, yeah.
It just seems like the bar is awful low if you're celebrating a preschool graduation.
Well,
now that's me, and I'm obviously not that sentimental.
You know what that is, Mully? That's just what I call a Facebook holiday. Like there are so many picture sessions for everything now. My kid is, I know, the first day of school thing, the last day of school, the graduating junior high or K through 5. Like none of that exists. Well, I guess I did. There was a junior high graduation and it was just the farthest thing from like what should be considered a great accomplishment.
You didn't say, I did it, I'm out.
No.
And then immediately get a job like working at a, some sort of a, Malaysian factory that was making footballs or something.
Nope. I got, there's another, I got through Peacock Junior High in Itasca by playing basketball for 2 years. I made it through, man.
Otherwise, it was touch and go.
Oh yeah, I would not have existed in this game.
That's awesome.
Yo.
All right, we got John Heyman in the offing. We're going to bring in the Odyssey baseball expert, and we'll talk about how our teams are doing. I guess maybe we can ask John more national questions.
Okay, Bears.
Have you looked at the White Sox schedule upcoming?
I have.
So they go to Toronto, then they go. It's like Jays, then at the Rays, then home to the Dodgers. Yeah,
it's the last thing. Hey, maybe that'll get their acts together. Rise to the occasion. Yeah, no, I'm tired of that stuff.
All right, he's the great Mark Grody, the Hall of Famer. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station.
Talking about the Lee Ely event yesterday made me so happy, and then I've been in a big JFK like wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day, and then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual Scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus, And then they said, "You're a liar." And I told the teachers, put on the radio. And if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty. And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened. And then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. What vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away.
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And what
FBI.
a ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that score? We're like, oh, we can't do Scorehouse because of a pandemic. Let's put all of the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at Scorehouse. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh my!
Do you remember
God.
Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual Scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just the Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
Bank. Lakeside Bank, it's about time.
Mully and Haugh, live and local, taking you up to 9 o'clock on 670 The Score. John Heyman. insider for Odyssey Sports, New York Post columnist, and MLB Network.
Chicago is watching carefully, no question about it.
Co-host of the Big Time Baseball podcast.
Crazy free agency. You're right, it was really a lot of fun, I think, for all the fans. Maybe not as much fun for me and Ken Rosenthal and Joel Sherman and Jeff Passan.
Curb your enthusiasm, enthusiast.
You hate people. Well, I hate people individually, but I love mankind.
Jon Heyman with Mully and Haugh.
I like the White Sox. You never know with the Cubs.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. The great Mark Brody filling in for David this week, and joining the show is Odyssey MLB insider Jon Heyman. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Get access to data and insights the sports books don't want you to see. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. And John joins us on the Score Hotline, which, of course, is presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. John, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Well, we got a lot to go over, John, but none of it's very happy for the fine folks in Chicago. I did enjoy seeing the former Cubs outfielder Jock Peterson get slapped. Well, I didn't enjoy seeing him get slapped, but I enjoyed the story of Tommy Pham slapping him over. Apparently, Tommy doesn't know anything about fantasy football. I don't know what the conclusion to have, but Jock Peterson talked about it. Really just unbelievably detailed explanation as to what went awry. And Tommy Pham let us know that he's a big dog in Vegas. So I thought that was one of the happiest baseball stories in a long time.
Yeah, I agree. That was awesome. Peterson's fantastic. Laid it all out. Showed us his phone. Showed us the messages. He's the best. Terrific. I loved it. I give Peterson credit. He said he's not a violent man. I like that. Pham obviously is a violent man. Also the big dog, as you mentioned, in Vegas. I thought that was called a whale, but okay, big dog. And, he deserved that 3-game suspension. It's amazing. The Reds just have the history. Now, I don't know Tommy Pham, and he does follow me on Twitter, so I give him extra points for that. But it's amazing the players that the Reds have had on their team. They had Bauer, they had Puig, Matt Latos, who people forget, he's basically blackballed from the game as well, just for being an annoying guy. I think character counts, and the Reds seem to ignore that. But give Jock Peterson credit for being nonviolent and for laying it all out for the media. So he's my player of the week. No matter what he did on the field, player of the week.
When you mention all the wacky Reds players lately, it also makes me want to give John a nod to Joey Votto for the Reds player of the week, because he's kind of the last man standing in Cincinnati. Should we be feeling bad for Votto, or did he do his deal with the devil?
No, I feel fine. I can't feel bad for somebody who signed a $225 million deal. He's enjoying himself. He's out there. He's now on Twitter himself. He's out there. He's having fun. I don't think he minds. When you sign up for 10 years with a small market team, you're going to be going through cycles. You're not going to be, it's not the Yankees. You're not going to be winning every year. So, I don't feel sorry for him. And, look, the guy's probably going to be in the Hall of Fame. He's got a ton of money, and he's a very happy man. So I'm all good with it. But they're going to, they're not good, obviously. They're doing better lately, but they're going to be trading everybody around them, and, they'll end up with 100 defeats eventually once they trade Mully and Castillo and, any of the pieces that anybody would want. Votto, unfortunately for him, or maybe he likes Cincinnati. I don't know. Maybe he loves the chili. He makes too much money. He's not getting dealt.
I got to tell you, that whole thing with him and Rowan Wick was one of the weirdest things. It was just like really?
2 days in a row.
Why are you getting mad at him?
Twice.
Shouldn't you choose your enemies with more discretion?
That was so weird.
What are you talking about?
Rowan Wick just annoyed the hell out of. He threw near him, and that set him off. And then he struck him out the next day, and that set him off because he said something like "blank after striking him out, and Votto went off on him. It's just such a weird. It's just like two guys you have a hard idea of like seeing them share an elevator, and the one guy is like barking at the other guy. It was just hilarious.
They're both Canadians, though.
They're both Canadian.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that meant
normally
nice.
they're pacifists. I think I hate to generalize, but that's a little surprising. But yeah, I mean, Votto's usually kind of a fun-loving guy. A little bit odd, but fun-loving. So it's a little surprising. But like I said, the Reds have been in a lot of. They've been in a lot of issues. I mean, remember they had Amir Garrett. They're ready to fight at any minute. Not only they've been bad generally, they really, like I said, ignore the character issue, and they need to clean up their act at some point. But Votto, I got no problem with because he's got a good sense of humor, and he seems to be a happy guy generally. I'm not sure what happened there with Wick, but. Stuff happens on the field. It's a little more normal when something happens on the field than fantasy football, though. So I gotta give him for that.
It's starting to get real, John, for the Chicago White Sox. Now, still, always seemingly, always just sitting there on the tarmac, 8 or 9 planes behind, waiting to take off. They're 23-23. John, do you see a scenario where the White Sox do take off at some point this season?
Well, I do see that scenario. I'm not a betting man myself, but I see that they're still favored, even though they've played mediocre baseball and are behind the Twins, who played very good baseball. People still believe in them. Going into the season, they were probably in the division, maybe the Dodgers, but maybe the most prohibitive favorite divisionally. And so it's a lot surprising to see them behind at this point, but they have not hit. So we think Abreu was going to hit. We think Grandal is going to hit. Obviously, they had some health issues as well. So, considering the health issues, considering Liam Hendriks blowing up a couple times and the fact they haven't hit, they're probably fortunate to be where they are. I do see a scenario where they win that division, but at this point, I see a scenario where the Twins hang on because positionally, they're very good and they're young. Right now, they've got Correa's out at the moment. Buxton's always a threat to be out. Royce Lewis banged into the wall, replacing Buxton. He's out. So right now it would be a good opportunity for the White Sox to make some hay, but they got to hit, and they have not done that.
John, they DFA Dallas Keuchel, which was really more or less a feeling of relief for everyone, maybe even Dallas Keuchel. He just was awful this year, and he's been bad now for 2 years, and he wasn't, Cueto came up and did better, and I don't know. I felt bad that they had to eat whatever it was, $15 million roughly, a little bit less. But the fact of the matter is that it was a sunken cost, and you just felt like they couldn't roll them out there again.
Yeah, I mean, by today's standards, $15 million is almost nothing to eat, The Mets ate $37 million with Cano. The Dodgers going to potentially eat some money with Bauer. We'll see how his hearing goes. But, I mean, Keuchel was kind of a tease. He had a couple good games. So, I think he's going to get another opportunity with somebody else since he's basically free at this point for them. But, yeah, I mean, he was just very, very inconsistent. But a little bit of a tease because he did have 2 or 3 good games mixed in with those terrible games.
Yeah, it's still a little too early, John, in terms of actually connecting dots to actual potential trades, and I'm talking about flipping over to the Cubs side. And I'm just curious as to what you have been hearing and what is real and what is not real pertaining to, say, a Wilson Contreras being named in potential trades with the Cubs, and even somebody, this is a little bit of a deeper cut, but somebody like Kyle Hendricks as well, considering what what the Cubs have done this season with the players on the field.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be a seller. I don't think there's any question about that. Nobody, even the Reds or the lowest of the low, and the Cubs aren't quite that far down, has committed to selling at this point, but they will be a seller. Contreras, big piece to sell. One thing is he's a free agent after the year. They never really made a move to sign him. I don't think they made any offer that contained free agent years. So I think logic would tell you they're going to trade him. And in this year, especially with batting averages down, with so many struggling, and him hitting very well comparatively. Maybe not as well as his brother, but hitting very well comparatively for a catcher. He should have a very good market, and there should be plenty of teams looking at him. They've got some pieces. Hendricks potentially. You've got Happ potentially. Maybe Stroman. They've got some pieces. It's not going to be the good sale that it was last year. They don't have those kind of pieces, but they do look like a seller to me. And I do expect and hope that they will be trying next year. I mean, they are a big market team with big revenue, and I've mentioned this on the air many times. They don't listen to me, but time to get going and try to contend next year.
Obviously, Joe Girardi is well thought of here, John, and, Northwestern guy and Cubs career, woulda, coulda, shoulda been manager at some point or other. But, when I look at what's going on, I know you wrote about him in Philadelphia. I still wonder what the hell kind of team building they were doing by signing Nick Castellanos and Kyle Schwarber. There just seems like they were a bit redundant in the type of sluggers they were getting, and obviously they're trailing the Mets. Is he safe?
I think he's safe at the moment. I don't think he's safe at the end of the year. I think he'll last a year or close to it. I mean, certainly has a track record, certainly a very good manager. It's not working at the moment. I've heard some people speculate that he's too uptight for a team of stars like that. I don't know. That's just speculation. Obviously, it has not worked to this point to be 7 games under with that team. And I do see what you're saying. A team is kind of an experiment, right? It's kind of like, can they score more runs that they're going to let in with their terrible defense? Their offense should be, after the Dodgers, should be the second best offense. But defensively, they're clearly the worst. I don't think there's any question about that. And then Harper having the DH makes them even worse. They basically had 2 average or better defensive players in Real Muto, who's a good defender at catcher, and Harper, who's an average defender in the outfield. Maybe you throw Segura in there. But other than that, they got bad defenders all over the field. And now with Harper at DH, they got 3 or 4 DHs on that team. So that really hurts them. And, it's hard to blame him. He's making generally the right moves. It didn't look good the game that I went to when Castellanos had hit the 3-run homer to give them the go-ahead lead. And then he removed them because, they had the lead late in the game for defensive purposes, put in Roman Quinn, who's a non-hitter. I mean, not just a bad hitter, he's a non-hitter. And then his turn came up in the 10th inning. They intentionally walk Harper, of course. And here's Roman Quinn with 2 outs and 2 on in the 10th. Strikes out. They score no runs in the 10th. At that point, you're basically dead in the water as a visiting team, the way the thing is set up with the home team starting with a guy in second needing only 1 run. I think that was a logical move to take Castellanos out. I don't blame him. It just backfired. So I think things are going poorly. Dombrowski did fire Phil Garner 6 games into the season in Detroit. I think that Girardi has enough of a reputation. He'll last longer. It's bad that the fans are against him. Obviously Philly fans are very passionate, and they're not too happy with the way things are going. Will that force a move? I still don't think so. I think Dombrowski's going to hang on to him for the year, but he's got an option. So, if they don't make the playoffs, he'll be gone.
All right, John, we'll let you go. Tim Anderson goes down, and we're kind of sitting here waiting to find out if it's going to be a long-term injury. Is he on the 60-day IL? I don't know. I mean, it just feels like that could be the death of hope if indeed Tim Anderson is done.
Well, we hope not.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a doctor. That would be a very bad luck.
It's the only guy hitting, the only guy actually that you could say is exceeding expectations. Everyone else kind of underachieving, if you will, with the White Sox.
Yeah, they have not hit. I mean, it's clear the hitters are not hitting. The last I looked, they were 25th in OPS. I mean, this is a team that should be top 3rd. I don't think they're the best hitting team, but should be top 3rd hitting, not bottom 3rd. I mean, it hasn't helped that La Russa batted Vaughn 9th at one time, and Lurie Garcia bat 2nd or 3rd once or twice. I mean, some of the orders are a little odd. I think he's been talked to about that at this point, but, he's got his own thoughts. He is a baseball genius. Maybe there's something there that I don't see, but generally it's the hitter's fault. I mean, to be 25th in OPS, there aren't lineups you can make that really can cover that.
Great stuff, John. As always, appreciate your time.
All right, great talking to you guys.
That is the great John Heyman, Odyssey MLB Insider. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. BetQL is here to help us all make better bets through real, proven analytics. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL app today or visit BetQL.com.
I love that you said the death of hope. The death of hope sounds like the Star Wars here when they're all out of titles and they're just tired and old. All right, the next Star Wars is going to be called the Death of Hope because we're out. Or the next the final ever Batman, the Death of Hope, and then we're done making these movies. Yeah, the Death of Hope. Oh, Mully.
Speaking of the Death of Hope,
yes.
Mark is here, so we should probably talk some Bears, right? Wouldn't that be a fun thing to do?
Wait a minute. Do I represent the Death of Hope or the Bears?
I thought the Bears did.
Oh, the Bears. Okay.
But we'll find out. We'll ask Mark next
sick.
What is closer, death or hope. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score. It just feels like
And I think the quintessential Les story was an employee of the Chicago Rush, my former employer as well, that they said Les would never be in the office. He never actually came to the Rush offices out by O'Hare. But this one day he did, and he came in with a purpose, and he said, can I use a computer? I need to do something. Said, sure, Les. And he went in and found an open computer. And the reason he was there that day in their offices was to print out a coupon for Superdog.
I saw that.
And that is just absolute chef's kiss perfect. It connects on so many levels. And I then realized that years ago, he told me he would tell me the secret to something, and I'm never going to learn it. And he's going to take this secret to the grave. And that is how he worked his travel with United. When we were on the Bulls beat or the Bears beat, that dude in the middle of the third quarter of a playoff game, like, I just got my ticket to go to Salt Lake City. It cost me $90. And he like, what?
Wizard.
Like, how'd you do that? Like, we have travel back then. Like, you went through the agency and multiple phone call after phone call. There was no email, and you had to. It was a lot of work to get your travel done, and it was a heavy lift. Not for Les. Les would be like, it cost me $75 to get to Miami, and I'd ask. I said, Les, this is not possible. How do you do this? He goes, someday I'll tell you. I can't tell you, and don't tell anybody I told you what I paid. Don't tell anybody. Someday I'll tell you.
You betrayed him?
He said, someday I'll tell you. I will never know.
He said, don't tell anybody what he paid.
But we told him that he would brag about it. He would tell everybody, don't tell anybody.
I would too. I would totally say I got a flight for $75, but don't say anything.
Yes.
And then I'd be like, well, really kind of say something.
He would tell everyone, don't say that. But he was proud of the fact that somehow, and I don't know if he saw a plant at United or he knew somebody in the Federal Aviation Administration, but somehow he had some way of doing it. I couldn't for the life of me figure out how he did it.
He's got a guy.
But see, that's the magic of Les. We're all smiling now. We're laughing because he left us with so many of these memories. And the thing that he would do, I was trying to think, what's the balance here between Les memories and stories and talking sports? Because if he could, he would still want to talk sports, even at his own funeral. That's what he lived to do. He loved it.
Don't put it past him.
throughout the whole room. You really can, and I think it's a work in progress, just like the rest of the rooms are, but we are pleasantly surprised where it is right now.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That is Flusy. That is the new head coach of the Chicago Bears. And he's talking about Luke Getsy and Justin Fields having a growing connection.
Sure.
And there's a lot going on in the room. And Matt Eberflus, the head coach of the Bears, likes what he's seeing. And he's benching Jalen Johnson. Other than that, everything's cool.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you
of
bench
course you
Jalen
should.
Johnson?
Well, you got to.
Yeah, put him on the second string.
You got to get everyone's attention.
He needs to earn his way.
You got to buy in.
Yeah. Oh,
and
yeah.
That's what it's all about, the buy-in, right?
You may have been good with a different regime, but you may not be good in our fancy 4-3 defense.
Just commit to the Indian.
Yeah, that's I
effectively
guess,
what he means.
I guess that's what's going on. I have from that press conference of which I was a part, I may have even asked the question. I mean, and somebody was going to ask the question, but I think I was one that happened to ask about him playing second string, and the answer to the question was that he needs to, don't read into it, he's getting in shape. And the follow-up needed to be from me, or maybe somebody else, but I'll put it on me. What is he catching up from? What is he recovering from? What does he need to get in shape for? And how long is it going to take for him to get in shape? Really pin him down on what's going on there. If you want us to believe that, don't read into it, it's not a big deal. So, but we all read into it, and I think it's
fairly obvious, isn't it?
It is pretty obvious.
Yeah, you got to show up. You can't make the club from the top, as the old line goes. And even though OTAs are voluntary, you're expected to be there. And if you're a starter, and if you're a young player in particular, I don't think Robert Quinn is expected to be there. I don't think he has to be there because he's an older vet.
Right.
But I think a younger guy with a new administration, he needs to buy into what they're doing. And that's, in my opinion, that's what the message is to all the young players. Buy in.
Probably. I think it was a bit of a mixed message, too, because Matt Eberflus started every single press conference with all of these voluntary workouts by thanking the players that showed up, by saying, hey, it's voluntary. You didn't have to do this. Thanks for being here. But then on the other end, it sure looks like the guys that are not there, the youngins, are being punished for it. And maybe it's a little bit of pick and choose that, because they do know that Jalen Johnson's probably going to be a starter. I mean, I have to believe they know that Jalen Johnson might be their only legitimate starting cornerback in the NFL. We don't know how good Kyler Gordon is going to be. We don't know if anybody else has taken this, if Thomas Graham has taken the next step up to. So at this point, Kindle Vildor, who was, by the way, playing first string in the OTAs from my vantage point. So veteran player, probably. Hey, guy like Kindle Vildor, 5th round pick, you better buy in. You know what I mean?
But I think they want everyone to buy in. I really do, including Robert Quinn. But I don't know that you can expect that from veteran players. And I think that, a guy who's a first-year starter isn't really a veteran player. And you got a new administration coming in. He's a young guy, and Jalen Johnson, who's going to be here for a while. And you want to make sure that you've got the buy-in from all those guys. I think what's interesting to me is the Bears coaching staff. It's very rare that you got a head coach coming in with all of his assistants from his previous stop. So they have, 5 coaches off the same staff? And that is the kind of continuity that the coaching staff has, and they're going to try to explain that to the players, and they want the same sort of commitment back from the players.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's such a huge advantage, having all those coaches coming from the system.
You would think.
It is. Well,
it also raises an eyebrow.
Oh, because of the sort of spoils system of hiring your buds kind of thing? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, why are you allowing a guy to leave and bring his whole staff.
Oh, yeah? Oh, right. Why are you so happy to let him out the door?
That's a lot of guys that you're letting go.
Yeah. No, that's true. But I like it that they do know each other because remember how long it took for the Matt Nagy, for all those assistants to learn exactly what he wanted. I mean, there were players that knew it better than the coaches. Chase Daniel and Trey Burton probably knew the system better than some of the coaches on that staff that were on there initially. So in theory, it should be very helpful that there's a lot of guys that are like doing on the same end of the rope as far as the coaching is concerned. That's a really good thing. I am curious. Like, you're probably right about Robert Quinn. There probably is an unwritten rule that it's Robert Quinn. The dude is,
and he's a pass rusher, and it's a very specific type of thing. And he can run on the side of his ankles, which is extraordinary to see.
Which is very, very difficult to do.
Very quick. And I don't know that he's learning I don't know that he needs to know everything about what he's doing. I don't know that there's anything he doesn't know about what he's doing.
Well, and then there's the part too where they may be really comfortable with him not showing up if they are shopping him. Right. And then the other part I do wonder about him and all of the veteran players, say like, Eddie Jackson, all these guys, Robert Quinn, the stars of the team. I guess I don't know if Eddie Jackson is or is not anymore. Well, he's really not. But the hits principle and the way they practice, will they be graded the same way will they truly be graded the same way as everybody else? Because they make it sound like if you're not practicing hard, if you're not following the hits principle, that you may not start a game or you may be demoted. So is it real? Do they we'll all learn that as Bears observers. Will they do that to Robert Quinn or Roquan Smith?
You would think they'd have to.
Yeah.
You can't. You can't. And this none of this and the hits principle is a let's not get into all of that, but none of that this is not new to football. None of it is new to football. It is it's a new anagram, but like Lovie Smith ran a version of the cover two. This guy Matt Eberflus learned his version of the cover two from Rod Marinelli. Yeah. When he was in Dallas, and Rod Marinelli was working with Lovey. They were roommates down in Tampa.
Yeah.
Part of that whole Tampa crowd.
Tony Dungy comes in somewhere.
Yeah. Monty Kiffin. But I think that what's different about what Matt Eberflus is doing, and it's not different, but you are recording loafs. They did that under Lovey. So it is number one, it's not a particularly sophisticated defense. It's pretty easy to learn and to play. Number two, you've got all the people that were doing it in Indy now here doing it in Chicago, or a large portion of them. So they should be able to adapt. They understand what they want and what they're trying to get done. So the players, simple scheme to learn, and you got all the same coaches on the same page, everybody hammering the hits principle and keeping track of loafs and all that stuff. I think there will be an understanding as to exactly what they're trying to do. To me, the mystery is on the other side of the ball. And to me, the reason everyone got fired is because the Bears couldn't score points. So I'm very curious to see how they're going to score points, because Justin Fields, it's not about whether or not he is a franchise player. It's whether or not he's going to be protected first.
Right.
Second, how are you going to, get the ball to your, and I'm using air quotes, weapons?
Oh, man.
Do you have the weapons? But this is the different element of it that is very curious to me.
Are they really depending on Velus Jones Jr. to be the difference maker in this offense? Because that's kind of like for about a 3-week period, all we heard. You know what I mean? Like when he was doing the media thing during the rookie mini camp, it's like, there he is, the fastest guy around, and he's gonna do all sorts of different things. But after that sort of wears off, then you're back to what you're saying. Where are the Bears really? And honestly, the most static thing throughout the offseason workout so far has been the offensive line. Doesn't mean it's going to be good, but the thing that has been the same every single practice that I have watched is that you have 4 guys who have been in the same position every single time. And you have Lucas Patrick at center, you have Tevin Jenkins at the right tackle spot, Larry Borum at left tackle, and you have Cody Whitehair at one of the guard spots. Like, we don't know what the James Daniels spot is going to be. Is it going to be Sam Mustipher? We're going to find out.
I can't imagine that.
I don't think it's going to be Sam Mustipher.
Is it going to be Dakota Dozier?
I mean,
I can't
Dakota
imagine
Dozier.
that.
I've seen him doing it more than anybody.
Well,
Dakota Dozier.
Have you read any of the stuff coming out of Minnesota about him? It's not like he's.
No,
listen, and I'm not complaining. I'm very curious to see how it works out, but I think that is the area that is most disconcerting. You know, you mentioned they got 4 guys on the offensive line,
right? That they've
That's
been
great.
rolling with, yeah.
But you got to have 5, and
they have to be legit too.
Yeah.
We don't know. Hey, Tevin Jenkins and Larry Borum might be terrific, especially Tevin Jenkins. You still have to believe that he does have a high ceiling, I think, in terms of a player. Now, injuries, that's another story.
Well, I mean, listen, I like the idea that he's doing Pilates and he's working on his core because that's going to help his back.
Right.
And I like the idea that he's dropped, 25 pounds?
25, low carbs.
And he's stopped drinking beer.
Yeah, no more beer.
Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of what he has said, but I think that when a guy is drafted into the NFL and has to have back surgery before he plays a game, and it's all a mystery. And it's, I mean, here's hoping. I hope he has a good year. I hope he's good enough to start at tackle. And I think we've seen the M&M, the mean portion of it anyway.
Sure.
He seemed like a guy that's, and I hope Larry Borum can play left tackle, but I think that to me, you got one guy in Cody Whitehair that's going to be playing the same spot on your offensive line, and as we well know, an offensive line is I think John Gruden used the chorus line.
Yeah,
everyone has to be kicking
That's
the
right.
same way,
That's right.
and if you're not, then you're just kind of kicking each
problem.
other.
That's
Yes,
a problem.
So I hope that the offensive line is okay. That's my concern, much more so than the weaponry.
Yeah.
Because, you mentioned
Bayless.
Now, I thought that they were going to use him out of the backfield. I thought they had like a whole plan of different ways to employ him.
That's what they said, yeah.
But, we'll see.
That's what they want. That's
what the idea is.
That's their thing. They want all their players to play. They're like Joe Madden. They want their players to be able to play anywhere, at any time, and do things like that. That's what they're counting on
And maybe
or
that
hoping
happens.
for. Yeah, no,
But
it's very possible.
They have struggled to score points on offense, so that's why you
100%.
got a whole new offense and a whole new coaching staff and everything else.
They had a second-round tight end named Cole Kmet last year who had 0 touchdown catch. How does that happen? Your tight end, your back-em-down guy.
Well, they used a veteran guy. They were paying
Jimmy Graham,
$8 million to catch 6 passes.
But it was kind of a waste. And I didn't have like as big a problem as everybody else did on the signing of Jimmy Graham, but it did become a waste last year, like not developing Cole Kmet further.
Well,
I
think Kmet is on he's 3rd year. You got to do it. You got to show it. So
force it into the end zone,
I think
man.
there's a lot of fun stuff going on.
Oh, yeah.
And we've got a lot of fun stuff. We got Bruce Levine. We're going to bring in the Scores baseball expert. We'll ask him what he knows or doesn't know about Tim Anderson's injury, and could that be a season wrecker? We'll ask that question next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
And he drives one in the air to left center field and deep. He's got a chance. Grand slam. Home run number 100 for Wilson Contreras. And he makes it a grand slam home run.
The Ditka show or Walter Payton's first show after the diagnosis. Like when you think of, oh my God, I was there, and I associate that moment in time with the Score, where does your mind go?
Yeah, no, there's no question. The Walter Payton show that we did at the time from Carlucci's in Rosemont with Jiggets and North, and Walter had let us all know that he wanted to unveil what was going on with him in a press conference, but he wanted to do it with Jiggets and North.
So he did reveal it on that show.
Well, he did it right after the show. So we used to do that show at noon, but we invited the media in. I tell you, to this day, I still feel uncomfortable when I see some of the photos and some of the video of, frankly, the score logo and everything splashed all over the place while Walter Payton was revealing to the world that he had this terrible disease. It's weird to feel that. And I was there at the time and watching it all, but I got a lot of exposure. But honestly, Mike Ditka really helped put the station on the map. His last year as a Bears coach, he just unraveled and lost it, as you know, on the air. And at one point, he just said, I'm not doing any more press conferences. So like the Monday after the games, he didn't do them anymore. But he was on the Score Monday after the games. We were paying him to be a guy who was there in the afternoon with our people. And as a result, all the TV cameras would come out to the remote that we were doing, and everything Mike Ditka would say on a Monday after a game in his last season, it would have been from the Score.
How about that? Think about that.
It's just not fathomable. Like, they have their own social media channel and their own website.
Different world.
And it's league mandated. The idea of, obviously sometimes we do something that is quote unquote newsworthy and the clip will get played on the newscast.
But appointment radio of the Bears coach on a Monday, you can only hear him here.
For the first time hearing him here, that is a crazy concept. And I can't think, there's no better exposure.
Oh,
right.
it was
nothing
it was
that the
tremendous.
Bulls did, nothing that the Cubs did. That would have to be the single best piece of exposure you
Let's
can get.
be honest, the world has not changed from this regard. The Bears are the number one team in Chicago.
Yep.
They have the biggest fan base. There's no split. Bulls are great when they play well, DeRozan's fantastic. The Jordan year's outstanding.
Yeah.
But never what the Bears did 85 when you have success. Even, they went to the Super Bowl and lost to Peyton Manning in 2006, is still the biggest thing. The Cubs winning the World Series, unbelievable. 108 years, unbelievable. But there's still a split allegiance. There's a lot of Sox fans and a lot of Cubs fans, too. The Bulls don't have the same following. The Blackhawks don't have the same following. It's not the same.
30 years, Goose. There's some white whales. Reinsdorf was on the station a couple of times.
Yeah.
Early,
sure,
right?
Sure, yeah.
With North. Jordan ever on the station?
Yes, Michael Jordan was on in early stage, absolutely.
With North and Jiggets?
I believe so. Here's the thing about the producers. So the biggest dilemma and why you had to have an executive producer, because the shows, as a daytimer, you had morning, midday, afternoon, and they would all fight for the same guests. I can't imagine.
I can't even imagine what that's like.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
So somebody had to try to cultivate and decide who's going to get a shot at once. I don't remember who was on with whom.
Okay.
I won't lie to you. I tried to stay out of that. There were enough fights that I was involved with not to have to worry about who got the guest.
Bruce Levine is a news breaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host, alongside our own David Haugh.
We've got a lot of baseball conversation to cover in the next 2 hours. How are you doing this morning, buddy?
Great being with you like we are every Saturday, 52 weeks out of the year, talking baseball on Inside the Clubhouse.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Great to have our friend Mark Grody sitting in this morning. He's a Hall of Famer, and always a joy to talk to the Score's baseball expert Bruce Levine. And Bruce joins us now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Hey, Bruce.
Hey, good morning, guys. What do you guys think of that 3-week spring training now? Boy, you look on both sides of town. You look all over baseball, and, most people won't say they attribute it to what didn't happen in spring training, which was 3 normal extra weeks of spring training. But I certainly point to that, and this was very predictable. It's unfortunate for both Chicago teams, but a lot of teams all over baseball suffering all these soft tissue injuries that are occurring on these baseball athletes, and it certainly makes you wonder, what the rest of the season is going to look like as far as roster construction.
Well, we were talking earlier about Tim Anderson, Bruce, and here is a guy that looked like a serious injury, and he might be the only White Sox player that is actually exceeding expectations in terms of his offense. He has been phenomenal, and I don't know that losing him for whatever portion of the season, and it looks like it's a longer-term injury, Bruce, that could be the death of hope. That could be the end of any realistic chance that this team has. That could, especially now, Jays, Rays, home to the Dodgers, just feels awful.
Well, there's no arguing that, Mike. Look, what did Ozzie Guillen say when he had his dust up with Anderson 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago? He said, "I love this kid. He's the heart of the team, and they're not going to win without him." I think he said it 2 or 3 times with you guys. They're not going to win without him. I wouldn't go as far as to say they won't win without him, but you're looking at an injury that looks like anywhere 3 weeks and up when it comes to a groin injury. The White Sox will announce today the grade of the strain and how long they feel he'll be out. But for a guy that gets by with some of the best baseball athleticism in the game, as far as his main tool, this is a devastating injury because of the fact that for Anderson to come back 100%, it's a big deal. You remember back to last year with the hamstring issues and what that was all about. So for a guy that uses his legs as his main tool, and that includes hitting the baseball, this is a big deal.
It's also a big deal, too. Like, it shouldn't be as big of a deal as it is, Bruce, despite the prowess of Tim Anderson and all the things that you guys have both mentioned about him. It shouldn't be as big of a deal because the rest of the offense is not living up to its standard or what it should be this year. This wasn't supposed to be the issue for the White Sox. And I guess the guy that I want to ask about specifically in that regard is Yasmani Grandal. I've seen him a number of times, just really weak swings. He's not getting the big hits that he has been known to get in a White Sox uniform. Why doesn't he feel dangerous at the plate anymore?
If you remember last year, Mark, he had a very rough first 2 months of the season as well. The one thing that was his saving grace back then was he was leading baseball in walks. So his on-base percentage, he was hitting 170. His on-base percentage was somewhere around 350, which is, unbelievable for a batting average like that. But he was walking a lot. This year, it's not the same. And last year, he was dealing with an injury to his knee. It was finally taken care of. He came back and he was one of their most important and hottest hitters in the second half of the season. He's got to get there for a number of reasons, not just because of the fact that he's an important offensive cog, but he's an important left-handed hitting offensive cog to this team. Where is the power coming from? Moncada has been out for a good portion of the beginning of the year with his problem. He's now been nursing a quad. Sheets is still in player development, not there yet. Where is the left-handed pop coming from? Where is going to be the balance in this offense? The right-handed offense is usually good enough when Eloy and Abreu are firing on on all systems along with Anderson. We haven't seen that. Eloy's been out, and Abreu has slumped the beginning of the year here. So there's a lot of areas to point fingers at, but indeed, the White Sox offense is still going to be challenged, especially without the igniter, Tim Anderson, out of the lineup.
It is strange to see the Cubs bring up so many guys, and they all seem to do okay, right? It's just, where is Caleb Killian? Why was Matt Swarmer to be preferred over Killian? And then you also brought up Nelson Velasquez for the doubleheader. I know he's a field position player, but why not Caleb Killian? And will he get a start this week? I know Rossi said no, but it seems like who knows?
I believe that he's in that innings counted group that we hear about in baseball these days, guys. I think Michael Kopech was in that group to begin the season. Rick Hahn has talked recently about saying the pitcher will tell us what he's capable of by how he throws his innings, how his pitches work, what his mound presence is all about. So they've changed their mind about Kopech on that side of town. With Killian, he pitched in the Arizona Fall League. So they counted those numbers from the Arizona Fall League as part of his innings that they want him to attain. And they want to watch his innings to make sure that this really good prospect is going to come through and not get hurt along the way. So they've been nursing that, and they want to continue to do that for at least a little while longer in the minor leagues. I understand it. My philosophy is different from the ones in Major League Baseball that say we can protect a pitcher from hurting themselves. I don't believe that. I believe the only way for a pitcher to be strong and to attain anything in baseball is to continue to throw and build. Now, if a guy has a history of being hurt, I understand that, but I don't think you can protect anybody from hurting their shoulder or their arm. It's Tommy. Every other guy has Tommy John at one point or another. This is just a different era where they think that not throwing the baseball is better than throwing the baseball for player development. I still don't believe it.
Well, and the Cubs are gonna be in a situation soon, Bruce, where they might just have to bring him up because of the 12-inning game on Sunday, because Drew Smiley gets hurt yesterday, and you bring up Anderson Espinoza, who was just fine. He was fine for 4 innings, but with all of that, the Cubs are still trying to play catch up with their arms. It's still possible we could see him soon, right? Caleb Killian?
Not necessarily. I mean, look, if they think that he's one of the top young pitchers in the organization and they have an innings plan for him, they're not going to bring him necessarily to the major leagues to do that innings plan of, okay, you hit 70 pitches, we're taking you out of the game. They could do it. I mean, this is a year that you can have extensive player development at the major league level, and that's not a bad thing to do, because deep down, you're not going to contend by, all declarations of what we've seen the first 2 months. This is not a team that's going to contend for the division. So you can have player development at this level. It's just a question of whether they feel they would have a better handle monitoring him down there. Again, they're not going to be forced to bring anybody up on this team this year. That's just not going to be part of what they do. They're not competing at this point for a championship in their division.
All right.
So when we look at Eloy, he had to leave that rehab assignment early. Does that mean they're back to square one? What does that mean?
Well, Rick Hahn, told me and a bunch of other reporters on Saturday, that he was right on schedule as he thought, the team thought, because I thought he was ahead of schedule, and he corrected me and said, no, we said 6 to 8 weeks, and it's probably going to be on the lighter side, closer to 6, and we feel good where he was at. Obviously, he went out and he tweaked it again. So there's no way to bring him back all that quickly. I don't have a timeline. The White Sox haven't mentioned a timeline for him yet, but again, an injured player who continues to have soft tissue injuries along the way, you're going to have to be cautious with him. As much as you need him in that lineup, you also need him for the rest of the year and for his career. This is, something that goes back to his Cub career, guys, where unfortunately for Jimenez, who has a tremendous talent and tremendous desire to be out there and help his team, and is an important cog in that offense, he's been injured every year of his career, and it's not because of no hard work. Tremendous hard work by him, tremendous hard work by the trainers, and the White Sox paying attention to detail for him. He just has one of those bodies, guys, that just doesn't handle it all that well.
Yeah, unfortunately, he is injury prone. That's a harsh reality, but that is what he is.
Great stuff, Bruce. Thank you, buddy. Great talking to you.
You have a great day.
See you, Bruce.
That is Bruce Levine. Yeah, there's not a lot of happy news in Chicago sports. There is one happy story, and it's with the Cubs, and we'll talk about it next. Mully and Haugh on the Score with the great Hall of Famer Mark Grody.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, 9 to noon, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins Dan Bernstein to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts in 3 hours.
If this is truly their window, perhaps they shouldn't use 35 different lineups in 35 games. A 6-11 record.
But what they have is they're teaching guys, as you say, to throw so hard so that guy comes in the 5th or the 6th and he throws hard, and it's your starters aren't necessarily the best guys anymore. Like, the strategy has changed. I don't think it's the best for the fans. I'll tell you that much. Like, the game has changed in a way that makes it not as entertaining, but there's got to be some things that you see that make some strategic sense at this point.
Not anything I see up there. I think that's just ridiculous, and it's increasing injuries, and it's not maximizing on your best guys. And you guys, and just listening to what you just said, you're being dominated by the fake technology again. You think that all these guys throw 10 miles an hour faster than we did back in the day? Just watch the videos. Watch videos of guys back in our day who were the hard throwing guys compared to now. They are measuring fastballs and balls right out of the hand now, okay? The Jugs gun and the ray gun back in the day measured it as it crossed home plate.
Uh-huh.
So there ain't no difference. These guys, I've been there. I've been with these guys that they say are throwing 100 and sitting there watching them going, they ain't no different than anything I saw, hitting against guys in spring training. This is not, but they're just trying to pump it up like they're doing such a great job, and you look at this. Fake technology like everything else in the world. Here's the next thing that I laugh about, and I actually have talked to a lot of the old umpires and a lot of new umpires about this stuff too, about them wanting to do the technological robot umpire stuff too. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but if you've actually seen the Atlantic League funny posts that people made about strikes being called at balls that are like 3 feet outside and this and that, and when, watch the news today. Oh, they're telling us all about more, watch out because Russia's going to get into our technology and try to mess with our stuff. Wait a minute. They can get into our technology from Russia. Well, you don't think that the front office can get into the technology that's running the strike zone at the home stadium?
Oh, this is fun. I had never thought of that. I had never considered this either, that like another front office would override the robot
the
umps.
umpire.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And it wouldn't be every pitch. It would be, okay, bases loaded. We got to get this pitch right here. Strike, go quick. That's the kind of stuff that I know would happen.
Somebody's going to do it now. You just gave them the idea, Jack. So thank you for that.
They think they don't have the idea? Come on. That's metrics and that's technology.
Do you have a smartphone?
It's ruining our kids' lives. It's ruining our sports. It's ruining our countries all around the world. It's crazy.
Do you have a smartphone?
I'm on it right now, dude. So I'm sure that hey, maybe Putin's listening to us. You never know.
It's not that interesting. I mean, it's good, but it's not that.
The Score.
It's not colder. It's a little bit warmer. Swarmer.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to The Score. That's how you make a Hall of Fame. You go to the pronunciation guide and you help everyone understand. Excuse me. That's how you don't make a Hall of Fame, when you say understood instead of understand.
See?
But I think Swarmer is a good story. I like that story. It's a fun story. But I was speaking of the reliever Anderson Espinosa, who pitched yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And he had his major league debut during the fourth inning against the Brewers in the second game of that doubleheader. This is a guy that missed not one but two. He had not one but two Tommy John surgeries, and that cost him 4 seasons. He was laid up. That's not a hotel. He was laid up not in a 4 seasons, but he missed 4 seasons.
Thanks
from
for the clarification.
2017 to 2020. I mean, listen, if you lived in a 4 seasons for 4 years, I'm not feeling bad for you.
No, life is good.
That's a really nice bed, and everybody comes in and makes up the room. And the swimming pool's phenomenal.
Oh, Mike, when I did the Cubs tour for 3 years, my favorite place to go was
the Four Seasons.
Was the Four Seasons hotels in various cities.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Did you get to do that quite often?
Yeah, there were. I'd say there were probably a handful of Four Seasons throughout the Colorado. In Denver, there was a Four Seasons. My first ever trip with the Cubs, like just brand new to it. Didn't know anything about the way teams travel and how they're treated on the airplanes, and they're treated very well, and they stay at very nice hotels. And the first place I go to is this deluxe Four Seasons. I mean, it was like the top of the Four Seasons, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't deserve any of this. Like, these rooms are huge, everything. Like, you could spend the weekend in the hotel, and it would be a great weekend. Do
you know what's funny about that? Like, so I was a beat writer. Covering the Bulls for the newspaper back in the day for the first titles with Jordan, and it's like getting dipped in paint. Like you get to stay at some of the finest hotels in America, and then you're cast asunder and you're back on the road, and you can't stay at the finest hotels in America. And it's not as much fun.
What is this middle
going
seat
back to the
of?
Howard Johnson after being in the Four Seasons? You know what I mean?
I called it living the pedestrian lifestyle again. I would go a Cubs season, and I would be on all these chartered flights and buses from hotel to airplane to home, and then the off season hit, and I'm like, Group B on Southwest Airlines. What? What happened here?
It's a little different.
What do you mean I can't check in my luggage here? What?
Yeah.
Where's my appetizer?
You do get a taste for that sort of thing. Yeah.
You're right. It has worn off for me. I've been away from it long enough.
Right.
That I'm okay to be with the rank and file again. But it got a little shaky for a while. There was some.
So I was traveling so often that I had all sorts of like upgrades and stuff.
Oh,
and,
I bet.
You had status at all these places, and like, when you are flying in the first class of an airplane, it's extraordinary how quickly you kind of feel like, wait, like someone else is getting on the plane. Hey, riffraff, get into a steerage and stay away from me.
Yes.
You can't use our bathroom.
Right.
But then when you're back in steerage, you just sit there like, oh boy, I used to be able to sit up there.
I know.
You really feel like you've been badly done to.
I could get anything I wanted at any time. I didn't have to fasten my seatbelt if I didn't want to.
But anyway, I think it's an extraordinary story that a guy who missed 4 years to a couple of surgeries, a couple of Tommy John surgeries, gets to make his major league debut. And he said through an interpreter, I'm at a loss for words. I never lost faith. I was just relishing the moment tonight. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, that's perfect. That's the way to do it. And I think
Happy for him.
I thought that like, if I was Anderson Espinosa, that'd be the perfect scenario in which to make your debut, because the guy gets injured, Drew Smyly gets hurt.
Yeah,
this isn't supposed to happen. What do you got to lose now? They're not going to take you. They're going to give you as many innings as you can handle right now. The Cubs they got an injury. They played a 12-inning game the day before. you got every chance in the world right now. We're going to allow you to give up because he gave up a couple runs. We're going to allow you to give a couple of runs, but you're going to go 4 innings because this guy got hurt, and we really need you to go 4 innings. So he was actually, it sounds weird, but he was put in a good situation.
Well, I mean, an opportunity is a great situation, right?
Yeah.
And I think that you think about all these guys that have been playing, baseball their whole lives, desperate to get ahead, and they finally get called up and they have this moment. We've seen a lot of that with the Cubs over the last couple of years because they've been a poor team, because they're not that competitive. They're a losing team.
Mm-hmm.
But as a result, there are these great life moments where, you get the opportunity to hit your dream.
Yeah.
So the dream is alive, but hope is dead. Wait a minute. No, that's the White Sox.
2030. A Star Wars story by Mike Mulligan. Yes, it is coming.
Oh, that's too bad.
I tell you, though, I mean, like, three guys, was it yesterday?
Yeah, three more guys making their debut.
The by far the most interesting to me, well, not just by the way they play, the Nelson Velasquez thing is interesting to me.
Yes, it is.
I am very interested. Now, he had 2 hits, I think, yesterday over the doubleheader, both infield little dribblers. That's fine. Get a little confidence. You say you've had a couple of hits, so you're off to a pretty good start. But I do find that interesting, and we all love, not Kyle Schwarber, Matt Swarmer. We do love Matt Swarmer.
So Velasquez is 23. He's the Cubs' number 16 prospect, according to MLB.com. And he was the MVP of the Arizona Fall League last summer. And he's also besties with Christopher Morel. So there's a couple of young players coming up. Well, just saying, a couple of young guys coming up together that, having a dream come true.
Yeah, it's all starting to happen for the Cubs. He's a big kid, huge, massive shoulders, and I hope that there is some staying power for him. I would imagine Anderson Espinoza might find himself right back down in the minor leagues at some point in time today. Would be a possibility. We'll see. I don't know what his inning allotment are, but he did go 4, so it could be one of those. Yeah, hey, thanks for stopping by. We're going to need to send you down. Same deal for Matt Swarmer. That could be happening as well. And we're all calling for Caleb Killian. I kind of felt silly now for the third time when we were talking to John Heyman, to Bruce Levine, and you and I both asked questions about Caleb Killian. That's how desperate Cubs fans are at this point. Like, because everybody wants to see, like, they're okay with this product, I suppose, if we could start talking about hope. And hope comes from your farm system. And so we're just grasping at these guys, man. Like Caleb, okay, he's been terrific. But it's not like it was in 2015 when you had this parade of prospects with Chris Bryant and Kyle Schwarber and Anthony Rizzo coming into his own and Addison Russell. So we're just desperate for these names, even though I don't know how good they're actually going to be.
Okay, so apparently Velasquez was texting with Morel to let him know that they were going to be reunited soon. Oh. And Morel said through an interpreter, he said, for me, he's like a brother, really. That's how close the two of them are.
Oh, that's cool.
Velasquez said, and it doesn't look like this was through an interpreter, he said, he's my bestie.
Wow. All right.
It's awesome. That's pretty funny.
That is pretty funny.
But I wanted to mention what Bruce said about Caleb Killian, because that was such a better comment than any other one that I have heard.
Right.
And I believe, there was, when we first heard that he wasn't coming up, there was this kind of double speak about him not being on the 40-man. They're bringing up more rookies than, surely they're having the 40-man thing isn't that big a deal. But Bruce pointed out that, given what he did last year in the Arizona Fall League, they were counting that as innings on his arm, and they didn't want to overtax his arm. That makes me feel a lot better about the decision they made about bringing up Caleb Killian than the idea that, well, they can't get him on the 40-man. They got to wait till they make a trade.
We can get Matt Swarmer on this team, but we can't get Caleb Killian, so that makes sense to you.
That makes more sense to me. Dustin, I'm sure that is a much more plausible explanation than the one that you received.
That's why Bruce is Bruce. I mean, that's a great piece of information.
Yes.
It does make me feel.
Why couldn't the Cubs just say that? Is that really that?
Right, it's not that inside baseball but they could be more transparent.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, here we go again. You and your transparency.
No, I think they could say like
we're going to get pulled off the air.
They don't have to be as transparent as Bruce was. Even they could just be like, yeah, hey, we don't want to. There's some restrictions right now in his throwing program. They're like, okay, cool, because we don't want him to get hurt. Like I think most Cubs fans it'd be like, oh, that sucks. But I think people would understand, and I don't think that's...
No, I mean, this is a guy you're looking forward to seeing. This is a guy that looks like the real deal and a guy that's been doing very well.
Right.
So, and I don't know how many starts he's got left in that arm, but I would hope that he can make his debut in Major League Baseball at some point. And we thought it was coming yesterday. We thought last week, and then Rossi came out and said, no, he's not. And then everyone's like, well, why not? And there was this thing about him not being on the 40-man, and they'd have to move something with the 40-man.
Yeah.
None of that made sense.
Right.
When you thought they have another doubleheader coming up against the Cardinals.
Yes.
And if you were gonna throw a guy brand new, I would start him against the Brewers versus the Cardinals just because of the hype around it.
Isn't that fairly similar though?
I guess it depends who you ask. For me, as a fan, I'm much more.
You hate the Cardinals more than the Brewers.
Yeah, it's more of a thing. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I think that, and here's the other part of it too, is I'm wondering why they won't just tell us exactly what's going on. Caleb Killian is just such a huge organizational win if he is good because he was part of the Chris Bryant trade. He was the pitcher, the best that they got back for Chris Bryant from San Francisco. So every part of this would be a win for the front office, A, if he's good, and then B, you could say, yeah, this is what we turned Chris Bryant into, and we all know that we will make a big deal about that forever. As long as we exist on this planet, we will always associate Caleb Killian with Chris Bryant and all the other subsequent trades, that is Rizzo and Baez, and tracking those guys as well.
So you're going to be monitoring who they got and how they do.
I will be. Like Pete Crow Armstrong just got promoted. He was part of the Baez deal, the outfielder who was compared a couple years ago to Albert Almora because he was a good fielder and not a great hitter, but now he's hitting the crap out of the ball. So he was elevated from Myrtle Beach to High A, which is in South Bend, and
he's young. How old?
Road trip.
He's like
19?
Man.
Road trip.
Is Peter Crow Armstrong
very
like 19
young,
or?
like 19, if that. Yeah, I think he's about 19 years old. So yeah, let's Dustin gas up one of the vans. There's 3 of them. So
there are 3 vans.
There's 3. I can't actually. That's probably score inside information. I shouldn't.
Are they all score vans, or are there vans from other stations?
I can't tell you.
Is there an Odyssey van, or is it score vans?
I can't. That is information.
How do you know so much about the vans?
Because I use the vans, man.
Do you really?
What do you think I do all day? I drive vans.
You just drive around in the van.
When I'm done here, I'm just gonna go drive around whatever they need done.
Not since Cheech and Chong has anyone used the van quite the way Grody does.
I just drive around, man. Hey, I'm Mark Grody. Oh, yep, just driving
Dave's
my
not
van.
here, man.
Yeah, yep. I just got to pick a van. But Pete Crow Armstrong has been good. Jordan Wicks, who they drafted last year, that's not in any. The other guy is Kevin Alcantara has 5 home runs. He was the Rizzo, one of the top guys that got back for Anthony Rizzo. So. He's been pretty good too. I don't know if any of these guys are going to be like stars, and that including Caleb Killian.
Oh, Killian is a lock, right?
Superstar.
No. I mean, he's supposed to be the next great young pitcher.
I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, he's
been phenomenal.
Oh no, he has been. I just don't know if like at the major league level does a 2.06 ERA go to 3.0. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that I think of him as like a phenom in any way, shape, or form. Am I undervaluating him?
Dustin, isn't he a phenom?
Is it Caleb Killian? I don't think.
I don't know phenom, but
supposed
to be very good.
He's been very good. I don't think of him as like that Kerry Wood, Mark Pryor.
Yeah, I don't think he's
the
ace of the staff of the next great Cubs team.
Yeah, he's not the guy that Major League Baseball is circling and saying, like this guy's. But he's been terrific. To your point, he's been terrific in the minors so far. So
I thought he was very promising.
I think he is promising. I just don't think he's like
you're
elite.
Just shooting it down now.
No, he's just not elite. I don't think. How old is he? How old is Caleb Killian?
He's got to be like 24, 23.
Yeah. I mean,
he could be 25 for all I know.
Now if he was 25,
we're looking him up.
That would definitely
Here
pull the
come
carpet out.
Fastest fingers in the West.
How many producers?
We got two guys staring at screens.
24.
24. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. I think he's going to be. It's very possible he could be a good major league pitcher. I don't know that he's going to be the next I don't know. Clayton Kershaw? No.
So if unless he's got Hall of Fame,
well, I think the word phenom. I think that's where we got off the rails a little
That's
bit.
what you're
define
he's their
phenom.
next good pitcher. What I mean, he's a good young pitcher.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah,
you said phenom.
You kind of said
he's
elite.
doing very well in the minor leagues.
You kind of indicated.
I think phenom means that he would be like a top prospect in everybody's organization.
Mully, you indicated that.
I said that.
I didn't say you did, but when I hear the word, you did say phenom.
Well,
everybody has a different interpretation
phenomenal.
Of what a phenom is. My interpretation of a phenom is that every single team in baseball would love to have this guy.
Right.
That's a phenom.
All right. I don't want to exaggerate, but he's the next Beatle. He's the next Cubs Beatle.
And now, is he more Ringo or is he more Paul?
Clearly, he's more Ringo.
Which bingo?
He's got
which Beatle
Ringo.
is he?
Because he's totally Ringo. Because what Mully said was that Mully indicated strongly that he's a sure thing. Oh, he's going to be great. Oh.
I think he was developing pretty quickly.
He's developing
doing very
nicely.
well.
He's done very well in the minors. Let's leave it at that.
But the hell with him and leave him down there. We don't want to see him.
Yeah, we agree with Bruce. We understand now. I'm scratching that off the board. Forget it.
Are awful.
No more Caleb. Tomorrow, Pete Crow Armstrong. And more Jason Hayward.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh with the Hall of Famer, phenom, Mark Rohde on the score.
Where's Caleb?
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
Stoney joins me.
A lot of these guys with the great.
Your Twitter handle, Naked Biker. What is the origin of that handle? I don't understand.
Years ago, I was writing tuition checks for my ex-wife and my two kids, and it came up to $37,000. And I really didn't know anything about social media at the time. So my friend invited me out to a motorcycle bike ride, so I said, I'll go out there. So I go into Maryville, Indiana, and we're sitting there, and he goes, you ever ride your motorcycle naked? And I said, no. He goes, I'll give you $500 if you do. I go, I got $500 in every pocket. He goes, I'll give you $1,000 cash if you ride your bike naked on I-65. I said, $1,000 bucks. And the first thing I said in my mind is, that's $36,000 in tuition checks that I wrote. So I said, can I wear my sunglasses and my boots? And they were laughing, and they were behind me in an Escalade. People were honking, taking pictures with the Polaroids. And, when you stick your arm out the window when you're in a car and you feel something hit your arm? Well, just imagine how many bumps and things you hit your body when you're on a motorcycle. But so the long story short, I get pulled over by a state trooper.
Yeah.
And I pull off to the side, and he goes, are you crazy? Are you drunk? Are you on drugs? I said, no. I said, I was at bike night, and I came up with a quick excuse. I said, they spilled beer on my clothes. I was drying it. While I was drying it, they stole my clothes, and I had to get back home. So I took off on my bike. So he gave me a T-shirt to wear back, and I just said it jokingly. I said, well, Naked Biker is my new nickname for my Twitter handle.
That is an amazing story. So you didn't get a ticket? Ron Kittle talked his way out of like an indecent exposure ticket?
Yeah, and so 3 days later, I'm at Sox Park and doing a promotion in the outfield, and these two gentlemen are walking by me, and I'm out there in a jersey, and the smaller guy goes, that's Ron Kittle there. And the guy goes, that's the guy that was on the bike naked. And the small guy was the judge. And they bought me a margarita. I sat in the stands with them, and they said, please just don't ride through our county on a motorcycle like that anymore. And I said, I promise I won't.
not 100% vaxxed. As a result, we'd be 2 players who will likely need to be replaced when we get there.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 to the score. So that's Rick Hahn. And, the White Sox have a big road trip. They are heading to the Jays, then the Rays, then they come home to the Dodgers. And it's interesting when you start thinking about the injuries and all the rest of it. So there are 2 players that are not vaccinated, so he's talking about that. And for the Toronto series, Toronto is located in Canada.
Thank you.
And there are different rules for the people going to Canada than we have here. So you have to be vaccinated to go to Canada, and there are 2 players that are not vaccinated that won't be making the trip with the White Sox. Do we say who they are, or do we not know who they are? Are we not admitting who they are?
It's out there.
Yeah, it's Dylan Cease and Kendall Graveman, right? Those are the 2 guys that will not be making the trip.
Now, Cease you didn't need, right?
Cease pitched on, again, the Stroman Cease game. That would have been on
Saturday, right?
The 12-inning game, whatever the 12-inning game was.
There's no way he was going to pitch.
That was
anyway.
Sunday.
Pitch.
But did
Was
they
that
know
Sunday?
that? Did they adjust in that? I don't know.
They may have. Remember,
Yeah,
right?
'cause
There was
they-
a
back-
at one point Kopech was going to go, and maybe that explains why Kopech didn't go and Cease went instead.
Right.
So with Cease, no harm, no foul?
I don't know what the rules are. I don't know.
No, I'm just saying, we're not mad at Dylan Cease because he wouldn't have been able to start, right? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's mad or who isn't
Yeah,
mad. Are the Sox
mad? Are we
mad? Are we mad?
Are Sox fans mad at Graveman, though? I mean, you're going to need Graveman's a bullpen piece.
Yes, he is.
Okay? You're going to need a guy. And we're having fun about some of the Cubs that we haven't heard of that are making debuts. Who is this? Who is this guy that the Sox called up to take his place? And would you, at that point, wouldn't Dallas Keuchel be more valuable than that guy?
Oh boy!
I mean, did they jump the gun on Keuchel?
No, you can't. You can't
keep him around even.
No.
I just feel like if I were a Sox fan,
thing.
I'd be very let down by Graveman myself.
Okay, but here's the thing about Dallas Keuchel.
So we are
and we have to get this out there because Dustin has repeatedly said that why can't they just move him to the bullpen? Why can't they move him to the bullpen? And the answer, and I've repeatedly told you this, is because he is a starter who has started his whole career, and he is not someone you trust to start because he will allow so many runs. Why would you ever bring him in from the bullpen? Who would want the guy
in
to
this
be a
situation?
bullpen
Though,
piece?
I just think that he might be better than the guy they've called up.
I would rather have somebody I don't know come in and try something than have Dallas Keuchel come in and give up 12 runs or whatever.
I think they had to take all that into account.
I mean, DFA him after Toronto.
I think they had to take all that
I'm
into
sure
account.
they considered all that.
They had to. And Rick Hahn, again, kept Dallas Keuchel around longer because he felt he needed to go through the checklist of things to make sure that they were set with pitchers to take his place, that Dallas Keuchel had truly lost it. And, in considering this is the third year of a 3-year contract, what a win it would be if we could get production out of this guy for a third year. That's a victory for everybody, but it wasn't to be. So I think they considered a lot of things and then did the right thing. So, yeah.
Dustin, don't rob me of the joy of seeing Dallas Keuchel DFA'd. Okay?
That's fine, but what
and
about,
there is a joy for me.
Well, I understand
because
that joy.
I don't have to see him again.
I understand, and that's
and I
legit.
was done looking at him. I was done having to look at him, and I would prefer a player that I don't know. I would prefer pretty much anyone, even someone who gets shelled, than Dallas Keuchel getting shelled.
And hopefully you won't have to get that far down into the bullpen.
My point is simply I have seen Dallas Keuchel give up so many runs that I have no faith that he would do anything other than give up runs. I don't believe he would be a piece that I would want out of the bullpen.
It all sounds weird, but we're saying don't give him the opportunity to go out there and be bad. Give someone else
the
opportunity to go out there and be bad.
That's very well put, Mark.
Yeah,
yes.
that's really what it is.
Yeah.
But back to Dustin's question, yeah, they had to have had faith in these because they know they're in a season where they got to win. There's no playing around. There's no experimenting. They have to measure everything that they do, and that's just one case of it.
And we have a texter checking in saying, so what you're saying is that if there was a playoff series between Toronto and the White Sox, they would not be able to pitch Dylan Cease in Toronto or pitch Kendall Graveman in Toronto.
Oh, my God. So
then would it be unacceptable?
Yeah. Then we're mad.
Now
we're mad.
Because this is just 3 games of 162, so shrug your shoulders. Well, it's not that easy. They all count. I'll just remind everybody, each and every one of these games counts.
That's why you don't pitch Dallas Keuchel anymore.
There you go. Okay, touche. I still want to know if you feel let down by Graveman.
I guess so, but I think yeah, of course. I'm not as passionate about it because if they really did the math on Dylan Cease and he got his start in, and that's the only the Graveman thing doesn't get me. I'll be honest with you.
Let's say the season goes completely pear-shaped, okay?
And
it's not going well right now.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility that you could trade Liam Hendricks because he would, number one, bring something as a really good closer?
Oh, my God.
Because he would, number two, be a guy that's been the reliever of the year a couple of years running and presumably, would be all right. Number three, isn't he out of contract next year? So if you made that kind of move, then, yeah, I'd be really mad at Kendall Graveman.
I'm saying you're not suggesting this, are you?
I'm saying
at 8:32
I'm
this morning.
saying if the season went completely
Unraveled,
awry,
right?
And you know that you've got an aging veteran reliever that isn't going to be with you beyond next year.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. What you're suggesting would make all the baseball sense in the world.
But I'm answering a question you asked. Am I mad at Kendall Graveman? If he were my closer because I had traded Liam Hendricks, the answer is yes. I would be mad.
So if he's just a guy in that bullpen, it's okay?
Well, it's not okay. I mean, I'd rather have him there than not there.
I'm just saying, if Kyle Crick comes into he's the guy that they brought up. If he comes in a crucial situation against the Blue Jays over the next 3 days.
And gets shelled.
And they lose the game. Okay. That could have been Graveman. And then all of a sudden they're in like a wild card must-win playoff game, or they miss even that game by a game. I would be burning Kendall Graveman jerseys in the parking lot at 35th and Shields.
Man.
That's just me.
He pulled out the Kyle Crick piece. That's what you've been waiting to use that the whole show, haven't you?
I mean, Kyle Crick
comes out.
So are you burning the jerseys of everybody that didn't get vaccinated? I mean, how many Yankee jerseys are you going to take out?
I'm not a
Rizzo
Yankee fan, Mully. I live in Chicago. I'm not a White Sox fan either. I said if was the word you guys all missed.
I was there. You weren't.
You're like.
I would do the same thing as a Cubs fan,
and he's very proud of it. This is him. He's stirring the pot.
Oh, yeah. It's on my Twitter handle. If I had my own Twitter account, it'd be professional pot stirrer.
Yeah. The pot.
He's stirring something.
That's what he's
That's what he does.
That's why I was asking, like, with this thing, like, I forget where we are in society. Are we mad at them for being unvaccinated? I don't know anymore. I mean, where are we with all that? Where's my outrage? Are we still in a pandemic right now? I don't know.
I mean, are we?
But you're on a team. Here's the other thing. He is on a team. He has chosen to be on a team. You are a teammate. And you are now letting down. If you forget the organization, you're letting down your fellow teammates by not doing this.
That's true. All right. Let me ask you a question, Dustin. If you have a certain manager that is doing a national anthem protest because he's had it with automatic weapons being used to kill students, are you then okay with him giving up his protest on Memorial Day and then going back to it?
No, I think it's hypocritical. If he wants to, the great part of America is that you have that opportunity to protest and to stand for but don't of convenience. Don't okay, well, it's Memorial Day, so I'm going to come out on the third base line or the first base line, whatever the game was, and do it. And then I'm going to go back in. But the difference is that he's available to manage. It's not comparable to what Graveman has decided.
Okay. So
And I
Where
think if
do
he
you
was in any other
stand?
city, I don't think he would
I'm
have
not
done
trying
it.
to mix it up.
Steve
or anything.
Kerr
I'm just
set
playing the role of Dustin.
set the bar,
Yeah.
and now because they're in the same town, I feel like that's why he's doing it.
Okay, so I'm not trying to go to every hot button topic or anything, but where do you stand on abortion? No, don't answer. And you should never make jokes about
All right,
such
no,
matters.
seriously,
but
death penalty.
There's
Let's go.
There's just
Seriously.
so many. Like that's what he wants to talk about.
Abortion?
No. Any controversial subject.
But I was very happy that Tony La Russa is probably the most intelligent thing I've heard from him in a while, had thoughts about the skipper for the Giants wanting to do what he's doing. Didn't agree.
You didn't agree with Tony, but
Tony didn't agree, and I agree with Tony.
Right. There have been other managers that haven't agreed, and other managers that have. So it's just a question of where you stand on this stuff.
I think we're losing energy as a country, having passion or non-passion for these things. It's been so loud for the last 4 years.
Well, I think I don't even know if we're losing energy as a country. I just think we're so polarized that anything that comes up, there's never an attempt to have an actual conversation about it. It's more like what Dustin wants. You're
Political.
wrong. You're bad.
Right.
You're evil.
Right.
There's no gray area.
I don't know that I called Graveman evil. I said he was wrong, and he's
But
let
you
his
said he
teammates
was.
down.
You did call him Mr. Mephistopheles. You did say that.
Who?
The devil.
Usually Mully has the words that I don't understand.
Well,
and have
Molly's
to
the only
Google.
one that knew what I just said. Mr. Mephistopheles.
What a ridiculous
Lucifer, Satan, 666, the devil.
We are losing the plot, Dustin. Thank you.
The question still stands: are you upset with Kendall Graveman?
We're going to bring in Mike Florio next.
Maybe Mike has a thought on it.
He probably does.
It's Mully and on the score with Mark Crody.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. Join me 9 a.m. to noon here on The Score. We have 3 entire days worth of sports to discuss.
A couple segments ago, Danny was monologuing about Mitch Trubisky and whether or not Chicagoans care about him. And honest to God, I wasn't really listening that closely, so I'm not sure what the exact point was. But Danny said something to the terms of the pain from a double-edged sword or being stabbed with the hurting of a double-edged sword. I called him out on it for not making much sense, and Danny challenged me to monologue for the next 14 minutes. So that's what I'm going to do. So I was thinking about monologuing during this 20 minute. Stop laughing, Danny.
Enough. I mean, it's funny. It was a funny comment. He did come on for one of the Super Bowl. I can't talk. I'm sorry, Danny.
You distracted me. I
sorry.
should have gone to the studio.
But I thought I want to give you something to look at, something, some reaction here, so you're not talking into the void. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
sorry, Danny.
I appreciate
this is
it.
not part of it.
I appreciate it.
Back to my cage.
So they go home, they watch sports, they consume sports. I don't do that. And sometimes that's a detriment to the show, right? Sometimes I don't have the amount of sports ideas that these guys need, right? This is so difficult. Oh my God. Danny, this is so hard. I haven't looked at the text screen yet, right? I haven't looked at the text screen yet because I'm worried that people are saying mean things, and I looked up and there's like 4 of them. I don't know how you guys do this every day. Like thinking Danny's looking at it and they're making fun of his zigzag back, or Layla's looking at it and they're calling her out for being a woman trying to talk sports. Like, it's the most difficult thing in the world. This is such a hard job. Like, you guys don't, maybe you do get it. Every single night she'd call me to try to figure out what the hell is going on here. You've had enough time. This is 6-7 months.
Yeah! Paddling up a hill in a boat.
Congratulations.
Paddling up a hill in a boat.
Said something to the terms of college radio, either Ireland or New Jersey. Tanny laughing threw you off. Your phone ringing threw you off. You think I don't see Tanny laughing while I'm monologuing? You think my phone doesn't ring or buzz when I'm monologuing? That was beautiful.
No.
NFL Insider Mike Florio.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. Always a delight to talk to Mike Florio, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Michael, good morning. How are you?
Hey, doing great. How are you guys?
You know, I am confused by what Aaron Donald is up to. I thought we had decided that he was coming back and there weren't going to be any issues, and now he's got new agents and he's gonna, I don't know, he's unhappy. What happened? How did this change?
Well, he doesn't have new football agents. He has Kanye West, Donda Sports, that is handling his marketing deals. And frankly, there are no marketing deals if he's not playing football. So I really don't think he's going to retire. But you know how the Rams are. Everything is always positive. Everything is great. I mean, at one point they actually liked having Jared Goff on the roster. That's how unreasonably optimistic they are about things. But it died down after the Super Bowl when he didn't retire. But until he has a contract, a new contract, the possibility will remain that he'll take a stand. Now, I don't know that retirement is the right word, maybe hold out, and he's held out a couple of times in the past in order to get the contract he currently has. But right now, he is woefully underpaid in comparison to the rest of the market. He's not even in the top 100 NFL players in annual average, and he made it clear, time to go back to the table and work out a new deal. And I think that he will be not inclined to show up for training camp or the preseason until he gets the contract that he's looking for. And I really don't think, again, that retirement is the word here. This is just exerting leverage on the Rams to get the contract that he has earned, especially when you consider that they gave Matthew Stafford a new contract, who has spent 1 year with the team. Donald's been with them since 2014. He's one of the great players in the NFL, and he doesn't have many great years left. He's 31 now, and he bangs into 2 or 3 guys every single snap. He's taken a stand, I believe, and he's going to try to get paid, and he deserves it.
Yeah, he definitely deserves it, and hopefully the Rams will play ball in the right way and pay that man what he is worth, because he's one of the greatest of all time in that position for sure. Mike, I want to ask you a question about Justin Fields, and that is from a national perspective. Has his ceiling gone down? Have the hopes for Justin Fields, have they gone down at all because of the season that he had last year?
If anything, some people have raised the ceiling. I know Chris Sims revisited his assessment of Justin Fields coming out in the draft, and he feels better about Fields than he did when Fields was picked by the Bears in 2021. The real question is, and we talked about this on the show today, because Sims ranks the top 40 quarterbacks in the NFL, and today it just happened to be 3 in a row first-round picks from 2021, and it went Trevor Lawrence at 24, Fields at 23, and Zach Wilson at 22. The question with Fields is, can he overcome the reality that the Bears have not loaded the cannon around him? And you look what the Jaguars have done to try to make things better for Trevor Lawrence in year 2, all the money they spent in free agency. And I know they're in a different situation than the Bears, but you really have a feeling that the Jaguars are taking full advantage of Trevor Lawrence operating on a rookie contract for at least 2 more years and spending around him to try to give him a fair chance to be the best quarterback he can be. And in Chicago, it just has that feel, and we've talked about this before, of a one-man band. And can Justin Fields overcome that? I mean, maybe he can. Maybe he can play like Deshaun Watson did in Houston when Watson thrived as really the only great player that the team had. But puts a lot of pressure on Justin Fields in his second NFL season to not have the help around him to make him the best player he can be.
You know, I thought it was interesting because he talked to, I guess it was Bleacher Report, and said that that people outside the team look at the names and feel they don't have talent, but it's all about not making mistakes and the guys on the field all being together and et cetera, et cetera. It sounded like he wasn't worried about his weaponry. You know, and I'll be honest with you, Mike, I'm probably more worried about protection than weaponry when it comes to Justin Fields.
Well, and I think implicit in what he said about we don't have named players and we can be great if guys do what they're supposed to do, he is underscoring in a roundabout way the fact that they don't have name players. They don't have players that we would objectively look at and say these are among the best in the NFL at their position. So the margin for error shrinks for these other guys. And I think it's fair for all of us to keep that in mind, because if the Bears struggle this year, the narrative for many fans is going to be, well, Justin Fields isn't very good. Whoa. Justin Fields doesn't have a lot around him. We don't know how good he can be until he has the team around him. And I don't know what kind of a multi-year plan they're looking at. Again, it's a new regime, and how committed is this new regime to Justin Fields? These are all things that are going to play out in time. But there's definitely a difference between what the Jaguars did this offseason to put good players around Trevor Lawrence and what the Bears have done to put good players around Justin Fields.
Mike, unfortunately, there was tragedy in the NFL for the Arizona Cardinals and for the friends and family of Jeff Gladney. For people who don't know, Arizona Cardinals cornerback Jeff Gladney died in a car accident at the age of 25. I don't know if there's anything else to be known about this story and your reaction to it as well, Mike.
It's as stunning as it was when Dwayne Haskins died a couple of months ago. I know these things are inevitable. Periodically, these tragedies strike. And I've found myself at the point now, because my son's going to be 26 in September, the first thing I do when something like this happens, I check their birthday, because it hits me even harder if these guys are younger than my son, because I can't imagine how I would go on or not go on if something like that happened. And, even though these are adults, they have family members, they have parents, they have people whose lives are going to forever be altered. And it's a tragedy that extends far beyond the person who lost their life. And there was another person in this accident who, isn't well known because she's not a professional athlete, but there's another associated tragedy with that and all the ripple effects that will affect lives permanently. And it's just horrible when it happens. And if nothing else, it just reminds you to, number one, be as safe as you can be in your own life when you're driving a car or doing whatever. And number two, cherish the moments you have with the people you love.
Yeah, well said, Mike. We are still trying to figure out how the quarterback go round is going to work. If there is a deal out there for Baker Mayfield, if Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be traded, one of the teams that has been mentioned is the Saints, and apparently they're in OTAs, and we know Jameis Winston is participating, but he's got a visible limp. He had an ACL done. I mean, that can't be good.
Well, that was a report from Nick Underhill, who covers the Saints, and we actually had video from the OTA that we played on PFT Live today. I think it's the brace. I don't think it's the knee. And look, I don't know, but, he's got those goofy workout videos that social media just loves, where he's kind of doing all sorts of crazy things that you don't see any other quarterbacks do. But it just adds to the charm of Jameis Winston. But he was moving in those that I've seen okay. And that brace, if you see the video, the brace is just so big and bulky. I feel like the brace is what was causing him to walk with that limp. And that's something he needs to get used to. And, he has to make tough decisions about whether to play with a brace or not play with a brace. But that thing was just so big and so just bulky and heavy. I don't know how heavy they are, but it just looks like something that would make anyone limp if it was strapped to their leg.
Great stuff, Mike. Thank you, buddy. Great catching up with you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
See you, Mike.
That is Mike Florio. I still think they got to figure out what they're going to do with Garoppolo. Well, we know what they want to do with Garoppolo. The Sam Baker, the Baker Mayfield thing.
Sam Baker.
Baker Mayfield thing is just beyond. I don't get that one at all.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Supposedly Carolina was interested, but they're going to have to eat a lot of that salary if they're going to make a deal, and what kind of deal can they make? And it's just, there's just so much uncertainty.
Losing your star with that guy, because he was all everything.
Not only that, I mean, you could argue that he played hurt last year, and I know that he's a bit much for a lot of people.
I guess
he expected a lot to be kind of going his way, and it did not happen. But
that commercials money too. I mean, that guy's in more commercials than I don't know, Shaquille O'Neal.
Jeez. Shaquille O'Neal's in a lot of commercials.
He's in a lot of commercials, man.
Good. That's pretty good.
So that's saying a lot, what I just said.
Yeah,
so
no question about it.
Yeah.
But I was saying last week when you heard Kyle Shanahan basically tell you that they were going to trade the guy and they were trying to trade the guy. That was shocking to me.
Yeah.
Just because it was like a truthful answer.
Yeah, you never
and we're
hear
not
those.
Used to hearing,
Yeah.
well, he probably would already be traded, but he
Right.
had to have the shoulder looked at. Really?
Yeah.
Like, so he's gone?
That's in, yeah. No, it's sort of the way the Bears were very transparent about Nick Foles too. Like, remember they said that they too. It's
Nick,
possible we're going to try to trade him because we think Trevor Siemian is better than him.
But Nick Foles didn't lead them.
I
to
know.
The play.
I know. I know. It's a lesser,
It's a little
localized example.
Yeah.
Is all I was going for
Okay.
there.
All
yes, it is not as big of a deal.
You threw me.
It was an anecdote. That's
all
all.
right. He's the great Mark Grody. We've got Dan Bernstein is going to join us next. The great Dan Bernstein. Things people don't say.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. He's our friend.
Oh, yeah.
Back off there, Grody. What, you think you're the only one who owns the great?
Well, he's not in the Duke Hall of Fame, is he? I mean,
oh, that's right.
You're not in the Loyola, so
no, I'm.
There's still time.
I'm totally not. I'm the mediocre Mike Mully. It all. There's a certain alliteration there. We'll be right back with Dan, Mully, and Haugh with Mark Grody on The Score.
Hey.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on The Score.
Eberflus has mentioned his open-mindedness.
And I don't want to give too much of the book away because I want people to go buy Blood in the Garden, the flagrant history of the 1990s New York Knicks. Can you tell the Riley in Hawaii story?
Sure. Probably a perfect story to tell for your audience. So, keep in mind, we're talking about Charles Smith and, 93, the fact that the Knicks take a 2-0 lead and then they end up losing the 2-0 lead. There's the whole Jordan gambling story that comes out in the New York Times in the middle of the series. It's really hotly contested. The Bulls tie the series. They get to Game 5, and then Charles Smith happens. The Bulls win that series. They win the second title, actually a third title. So all that happens. But then, Riley wants to get away just because it's been a long season. The Knicks had just put together a 60-win year, and they don't get it done. They had a perfect opportunity to take Michael out. They don't get it done. Riley takes his family on vacation to Hawaii. They are there. It's Pat Riley. He's got, he's the highest paid coach in the league. He's still the most accomplished coach in the league, even more than Phil with 4 championships from those Lakers years. He's in a suite. He has the presidential suite at this hotel, the highest one up at the hotel, the resort. And 2-3 days into his trip, he gets a call from the front desk urgently saying, Mr. Riley, we're so sorry. Something really, really unexpected has come up. We're going to need you to vacate your room. But no trouble, because obviously it's a huge inconvenience for you. So as long as you guys can kind of go down to the beach or go get something to eat, it's on us. We'll move your luggage for you and your family's luggage for you. And Riley's kind of trying to talk them out of it. Like, I paid a lot of money for this suite. What could possibly force me to move at this point? And they're saying, we can't really get into that, but we trust us. We'll move everything. We'll make it very painless for you. Just enjoy yourself for an hour and a half. And we'll have you guys moved, and you guys will be comfortable. And the second nicest suite we've got. We're very sorry. So Riley takes his family down to the water and, into the pool or whatever. They do that for maybe the better part of 30, 45 minutes. But Riley is really agitated by this. He keeps looking up at his suite and the balcony, trying to figure out if he can get a sense of why they're moving him, if something happened, was there something wrong with the room that he didn't know about? And finally, he looks up about an hour later, and he sees the doors to his balcony fly open, and it's Michael Jordan standing there in a bathrobe. And so I just kind of felt like it was the perfect imagery to kind of explain that, Riley and the other 24, 25 teams in the league at the time were all looking up at Michael. And even when you're trying to get away for a vacation, when Michael's already kind of, stuck his sword in you and killed you, that you're still looking up at him ultimately. And I thought it was a really good segue to get into the 94 season, because then Michael goes away and gets into baseball. But that story is one that still stands with Riley and sticks with Riley all these years later.
It's so great, and it also illustrates Michael Jordan's level of petty, which we have all become accustomed to seeing on display. Chris, congratulations on the book, man. It's awesome.
Tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in
We're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. We are broadcasting live from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Want to thank Evan Thomas for getting us up and running on Twitch and motivated. He motivates us every morning. And thanks to the great Mark Brody. Bless you, kind sir, for sitting in with us. Thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing. And most of all, thank you so much for listening. It means a lot. Thanks to our executive producer. You know him well. You're looking right at him now, Mark. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Is he back there?
He's just short. Dustin, don't rob me of the joy of seeing Dallas Keuchel DFA.
Yeah, that almost happened.
He tried to.
He was trying to pull that away.
There was a joy because I don't have to watch him pitch. So
give me
this.
I
have that moment?
Please, just give me this.
And Brandon Fryer, thank you, sir, for your kind contribution.
He kind of came up and said, like, I don't know, you remember from last year? And I was like, fantasy football? And he's like, yeah. Yeah.
Where did you slap him? I mean, like,
Yep.
Yeah.
In the cheek.
That is Jock Peterson. That's one of the all-timers. Tommy Pham gets a 3-game suspension.
Tommy Pham said, I'm a big dog in Vegas. I'm a high roller at many casinos.
Well, that's what he said after the fact.
Yeah.
When asked to explain what the hell happened, he mentioned that he was a big dog in Vegas.
You should just keep that to yourself, though. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Nothing illegal. I'm just saying, I would not want that out there. But, hey.
Many casinos.
Big dog's got to eat.
And you know who another big dog is?
Who's the big dog?
It's the big dog on the porch. He's Dan Bernstein.
Samuel L. Gerard?
Yeah.
Hi, Dan.
Hey, I bet Tommy Pham also said he's kind of a big deal because of his many leather-bound books.
Kind of a big deal.
People know me.
I don't know.
That's basically what he said.
Those of rich mahogany.
Yes.
Come on, man.
No, you got to admit though.
And did he also get stabbed in a strip club parking lot?
Did he really?
Didn't he?
I don't remember.
I usually don't like to say something like that without trying to figure it out beforehand.
Pham?
I think so.
I don't
know. I mean,
you may know me. Hi, I'm Troy
before
McClure. You may know me from the episode in which I was stabbed in a strip club parking lot.
And then I became the big dog in Vegas.
Right, at many casinos. But if you're a big dog at many casinos, it probably means you're losing a lot of money. If they're waiting to see you there. I mean, that's the whole Phil Mickelson thing, right? I mean, when you start with, by the way, where'd $40 million go? I don't know. Sometimes it was over there. Keep it. I don't know. Here's an uncashed check. Who knows?
Yeah, so he's probably getting some extra spam, a few extra emails from casinos desiring his ballerness to go to their casino and hang out. That's probably what's going on with Tommy Pham.
Yeah, here it is. Pham was stabbed after he got into an altercation with several people in the parking lot at Pacers Showgirls. It was in San Diego. I thought there was something like that. There, I did have that right. It was an altercation in a parking lot. They needed 200 stitches to close the wound. He ended up suing the club, claimed its employees and security didn't do enough to help protect him. There, do your damn job, security people. Protect
Did he win
Tommy
the suit?
Pham. I don't know. I'm just looking at an old TMZ story for things in which he's
What
been
year was that?
Involved in odd circumstances.
Yeah, what year was that?
What year was
Let's
that?
see. Now, this story it happened in 2020.
Oh, so he's like a late bloomer troublemaker, Tommy Pham. Sort of.
Well,
it's all coming out now.
He went after Chuck Peterson.
Yeah, it was October 11th, 2020 is when it was. And then he celebrated the 1-year anniversary of it. Apparently, because that's something you put it in the calendar, I guess. Okay.
Old Slappy.
I enjoyed your Bears discussion earlier, and you know what I realized? The quality of coverage of the Bears this year overall, like if you just look at the media outlets in this city and just the number of people on the beat and the number of veteran reporters and the way that beat is covered, the quality of reporting about the Bears is going to so far outstrip the quality of football the Bears are going to play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like the best thing about the Bears is this year is going to be the coverage.
Yeah, and it's like the part right now is connecting or attempting to find clues and connect dots about what these guys are all about and sort of put the puzzle together. It's like Law and Order when they've got the big board, the suspect board up there, and you're putting the pins in. This guy's connected to that guy. They might like this guy. That's the part that's going on right now that I'm kind of enjoying, the detective work of finding out what is Matt Eberflus all about. What is Ryan Poles? What is he really doing?
See, that's the thing, though, is they defy that. I think Matt Eberflus is exactly who he tells you he is. It's one of the things that's kind of refreshing about him. I don't think there's any hidden agendas. When he says, here is my principle, here is an acronym, this is what I coach, I don't think there's some like still waters run deep here. I think he's telling you that this is how they do things and it's all right in front of us.
Yeah, well, let's just wait and see like what how well of a, really, if you want to get down to it, how good of a game day coach he is in terms of decisions he makes. Obviously, he's going to have a footprint in the defense, and obviously Luke Getsy will take care of things on the offense, but we still just have no idea, actually, who he is and what he's all about. So we can kind of form an opinion, but I got nothing yet in terms of evaluating this guy as a head coach.
I found it funny to say, Robert Quinn, will he buy into the hits principle? I'm Robert Quinn. I'm like, whatever, man.
Trade
I had
me.
18 sacks last year.
Well,
no, he's not. I don't think the hits principle applies to him.
Well,
He had 18 sacks last year. He's got the throw the quarterback on the ground over and over again principle. I'll take that.
But if you guys think you know who Matt Eberflus is because, hits principle, then we don't know. If you don't think he's going to treat Robert Quinn the same way he's going to treat Nick Morrow, then what do you have in the head coach? I don't know. So
you think he's going to treat Robert Quinn like Nick Morrow?
I mean, the way they're talking and hearing veterans that have played for him, it sure sounds like if those things show up on tape from the practice, you better watch out. They're not going to play, or they're going to sit down for the first series.
Loafs. Is that what you mean?
Loafs, yes.
Loafs.
Delicious loafs.
Yes. That's got to be so annoying to be a professional football player and have your coach tracking loafs.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I know they do it, but it's just like, come on, man. This is my job.
Loaf?
Yeah, come on. Practice? We talk about
Dan,
practice.
what did you think of Dallas Keuchel getting cast asunder?
National holiday.
Yeah, it did feel like a good story, didn't it?
Well, I've been advocating it for weeks.
It happened
openly. I've been openly stumping for his designation for assignment, specifically that, saying enough already. Yeah. And then they do 3-4 more starts, and they finally do it.
Yeah, but I mean, even when they did it, it was like, it was almost like a relief. I didn't think they were going to get to it yet. I thought they were going to wait until Lance Lynn was back, or they were eventually going to have to do it because there is no other option. But you just worried they were going to keep him around for a couple weeks of not starting.
I don't know. They can't keep trotting him out there. I think they knew that.
But I mean, they could have left him on the roster, even without trotting him out there.
Yeah, I thought there was a possibility of a phantom IL. I speculated that, and I said he's really suffering from designated for assignment syndrome, and they might as well just rip the Band-Aid off at that point. because there's
Still interesting.
It's interesting because they spent a ton of money and got nothing.
Well, they got like a half a year.
Yeah, they got nothing. He was brought here to win something. That guy was awful the one time you started him in the playoffs. He blew your playoff chance because he was bad. And then the next year you couldn't even put him on your playoff roster.
They gave him every chance, man, this year. I mean, Rick Hahn probably gave him 2 or 3 more starts than most people probably would have given him, and I guess that's what you do when you try to get your money's worth out of a guy that you hand-selected for the team, because I think Rick Hahn actually got to decide that one.
Dan, I know you're not a doctor, but you have a close relative who is, so you make all sorts of proclamations as if you were a doctor.
Oh, there's the source that's been called out.
Tell us, please, what is wrong with Tim Anderson and how many weeks and months does that take?
I don't know. I think it was when you first saw it and you kind of gauge his reaction. It's hard to tell, but the MRI, the imaging will tell us. We should know today, right? I would say 4. I mean, my first blush, if I had to put numbers on it, I'd say 4 to 6. Right? You don't because those things don't they heal non-linearly.
Days?
Yeah. No, it's bad.
Yeah, no, he wasn't putting any weight on it, and just
it's bad, and it depends because
he's the only guy that was any good.
And there's so many different muscles in there. I don't think any orthopedist is going to tell you unless we know which one it is. Because remember, Luis Robert had one that's adductor and abductor and all the connective tissue in there. So who knows? Every body is different, and that's sort of that conversation that you were talking about with Bruce earlier regarding Eloy. Is just at some point you come to these conclusions about the stuff of which certain people are made, and I just hope that he can overcome some of this. It's like what we talk about with Alonzo Ball. Like at some point, you got to play. You have to play, and you got to keep playing, and you got to prove it. And I know he's young, but man, this is for it to come apart like this, and to watch it crumbling in front of us is no fun. And the good news is that the Twins are no good either. And they could have run away and hid and absolutely just kicked you in the rocks, and they haven't been able to do it.
Well, the Blue Jays and the Rays and the Dodgers might have some say in that too.
They might, and now this team that was fully vaccinated last year isn't able to take their full complement of players. They lose a critical high-leverage reliever, their best starting pitcher. What happens if you got to play them in the playoffs?
Yeah, we talked about that.
That is a real concern. I would hope, here's what I would think, man, and this might be me dreaming, that if that scenario, that is like really a crash course or that is heading towards that scenario, then I would think that they would get vaccinated, maybe. We're talking about the play. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but the history's off because they said they were fully vaccinated, and this either means that they refused a booster.
That's what it means, right?
But I have
no idea what Kendall Graveman, but it means that Cease didn't have a booster.
Yeah. So I would like to think that if it came down to a playoff collision course, that they'd get the boosters. I think they'd get the boosters.
Even Anthony Rizzo did it.
Yes, there you go. There's your example.
You're still on the wrong side there because of Anthony Rizzo. Even they realize, hey, really, it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, just do it, dude. Right? Just shave and get the shot, and you get to be on the Yankees.
What have you today, Dan?
Today, Ian Happ is going to join us. I know you
great.
saw him make the brilliant catch last night, and he's sort of been the welcoming committee for a lot of major league debuts over the last couple of seasons.
Yes.
He's talked about that, and we will discuss. Also, see if he's had any fantasy football issues with teammates.
Greatest story ever.
Good.
Mike Rankin has been saving some receipts regarding Dallas Keuchel about what was spent, what he said, and what conclusions we can draw from some of this stuff. I want to get into our NBA Finals matchup and digest what we saw in basketball over the weekend. I stumbled on an unbelievably cool little statistical quirk that I just think NBA people are going to find interesting. We have the midway at 10:40. Vinny Duber, maybe we'll have news by the time he joins us on what the latest is with Tim Anderson. And Nick Castellanos was at it again over the weekend. We'll do that too.
Have a great show, Dan.
See you, Dan.
Laurence Holmes, live from Chicago, middays noon to 2.
Stoney joins me.
A lot of these guys with the great natural stuff, they don't know.
But what was happening, Danny, was our section was the magically chosen section. You in row 11, you get a free meatball sub from Fontanini's if the white inflatable wins the race. Row 10, you get a sub if the red inflatable. And row 9, you get a sub if the black inflatable. So there are people standing on both sides of the row with these giant piles of meatball sandwiches from Fontanini's. I had never wanted a meatball sandwich more in my life. I'm in row 14. I am not eligible to win one of the meatball sandwiches, but I'm invested in the race because I'm entertained, and all of a sudden, I am desperate for a meatball sandwich, okay?
Okay.
So the race happens, and I think the white inflatable won, and they start handing meatball subs out to row 11, and I'm thinking to myself, because, sometimes, Danny, I think like a fat person, okay? I'm thinking...
Just sometimes.
There's no way all those people are going to eat their meatball sandwich. There's no way.
Did you walk down to row 11?
I thought about it, okay? But what happened, what had happened was they ended up handing out the meatball sandwiches, and they had extras. They had extra meatball sandwiches, and I started begging for a meatball sandwich. I brayed like a seal. My wife was dying at me. I'm like, my arms are extended. I'm clapping. I'm like, can I have a meatball sandwich?
The crowd loves you. Stay forever.
And you know what they did?
They gave them to you?
They gave them to us. They had here, you guys want one? Okay, here you go. And they started handing them out, and I realized I might not get one. They're handing them out to other people. And finally, there was one left. I got the last meatball sandwich from Fontanini's. We wrapped it up. No, it was fresh. They handed it over.
You wrapped it up and took it home?
I thought about it. I wrapped it up and put it under the seat. My wife didn't want to put it under the seat because it was dirty, so she was holding on to it for a while. I'm like, babe, it's okay. You can put it under the seat. She put it under the seat. We were going to get it later, but we forgot and left the half.
So then you just left your meatball sub there as opposed to throwing it away.
I forgot about it at the end of the game when it was time to leave.
Well, that is not abnormal. I mean, people at stadiums use the ground as their personal trash all the time.
That's what you do. You leave it there.
There's not a lot of trash cans at these stadiums.
That is correct.
You got to walk out to do it. You throw away everything that you get at a stadium?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah,
not a lot of trash cans. It's the biggest problem I've said with pro sports arenas. You just can't find the garbage in the place.
When I'm done
They're not at the
eating-
end of every staircase either.
Yeah, if you finish a hot dog and you have the box with the napkins
Do you
and
leave
the
the
container,
game to go throw it away, or do you put it on the ground underneath your seat?
The
next time I get up to go to the bathroom or get a beer, I bring it with me and throw it out at the nearest trash can.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Conscientious? Aren't you impressive?
No, I'm just trying to avoid my own Murray State situation.
You spending Christmas in Chicago, Bill?
Listen, I got to start working on my wife. Like actually today, I said to my college boy, he's like, "Oh, this is fantastic, Dad. I remember what you told me about Chicago and the Bills, and we're going to go there for Christmas." I'm like, "Slow down, buddy. Slow down. Let's clear it with the War Department first."
That doesn't sound like a firm no.
No, well, I'm going to tell her. I'm going to say, listen, you're going to have the greatest Christmas ever. It's going to be in Chicago. I love Chicago. She's never been. My boys want to go, and it's the Bears and the Bills. I mean, come on, that's going to be a game.
I think we need a noon kickoff, Bill. Come on,
we definitely need a noon kickoff. That is absolutely the way to go.
If it's a noon kickoff, you're at O'Hare by 6 p.m. That's
how I'm thinking. No, listen, we're in tune. I got to tell you something. I shut the door on this when I found out when it was, but I'm starting to get excited about this conversation here.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's what we can do. We need to help, Danny. Let's put together a little portfolio. Some audio visual stuff, some pictures. Michigan Avenue when it's all lit up with Christmas trees.
Great shopping.
Right. It's incredible shopping. We'll see if we can get some deals for restaurants. Our boss has just texted in. We have a relationship with the Bulls. The Bulls are in town. How about tickets for a Bulls game in the suite at the United Center? Bill, can we sweeten
your
the
wife
pot?
an
Would your
NBA
wife
fan?
care?
Does she like regular season NBA, Bill?
She does. She yes, but she's football is her number one.
When ball clubs, or when teams are recruiting people, they put together these pitches. This is, Danny, what I think we need to help with here, putting together a recruiting pitch for Bill's family.
Listen, I like everything about this conversation. If I can talk her into this is going to be amazing. Now, listen, I'm depending on you guys to come up with a nice little brochure. You know what I mean?
Yes, there's nothing more romantic.
This has got to be like, going to community college. I mean, look at everything that it has to offer. I mean, come on.
He is 130th in ERA at 7.88.
Want to take a guess what his whip is in May? Typically, a good whip is like around 1, maybe 1.1.
Yeah.
His is 2.05.
That's so fast.
Steve Stone. I think the decision to deal with the Dallas Keuchel situation is not too long away from being made.
The Dan Bernstein Show.
Well, bye.
On the Score.
It's hard to celebrate it when this team that was supposed to win 95 games and compete for a World Series is still hovering around 500 and is projected to win 84 games and can't score and just lost its best player. But other than that, hey, all right. Happy Tuesday. Happy almost June. Hoy, God. Yeah, the fact that they were to scratch out that win against that Cubs team was kind of nice, and now you play some real baseball teams, and things start to matter in a way now. They just lost their best player. They lost their best player for a while, and they lost him. He's so by far their best player, Tim Anderson. The year that he's having is a ridiculous year that he's having. His defense is now a positive. Remember, after all those 9 errors or whatever, and all the microphones in front of him, he stood at his locker, and Tim Anderson said, I need to put in the work, and I need to get better. You know what? He did. He did that. His defensive runs above average is a positive now. It was underwater all year until now. 29-year-old shortstop with a WRC plus of 163, a slash line of 356, 393, 503. That's MVP candidate. And he's out because this is what happens to us because we deserve it, apparently, because something
that we've done. There's some sort of baseball original sin that has put us here shaking our fist at the heavens. And I don't know what we did to deserve any of this, but there's, with all the promise of Eloy Jimenez, and Moncada's out now too. Apparently, he's been hurting for a while, and we discussed what Ozzie Guillen has said when a couple weeks ago he noticed, and he said Moncada's hurt. He's playing through something, maybe he shouldn't be playing through it. And they're saying no DL stint. Why not? Why not? Why don't you just put him there and let's just, bite the bullet and see what you can do to get through this stretch and what Tony can do to steer them through the rough waters. Dressed like a Gorton's fisherman, probably facing the wrong way on the boat. My goodness. Don't protest the anthem. Don't protest the flag. Don't protest anything. Shut up, Mr. Gatekeeper. Guardian of some crumbling castle in his mind. Forget that stuff. Yeah, no fun right now to be in the world of the White Sox as they end up soon to travel to Toronto without two of their most important players. But hey, all right, well, that's cool. Ian Happ is going to join us around 9:40. We will talk about some interesting things happening on the north side of Chicago, get his feelings about yet another Cubs-Sox experience. We will go through some of the Dallas Keuchel history here about what he said he was going to do and sort of how high-minded his time was here with the White Sox. It was just never backed up by getting people out, by throwing the ball well enough. Some NBA at 10:20. It was an eventful weekend and what sets up to potentially be a very interesting finals. We have the midway at 10:40. Vinny Duber is going to give us the latest from the White Sox beat at 11. Talk about that the fantasy football incident. I'll never understand it, I guess. That's sort of the headline for me, is I'm never going to quite get it. But that is coming up around 11:20 or so. And we're going to do other things also. 312-644-6767. That is our phone number at Sports Radio 670, The Score, that we call The Score listener line. It's powered by BetQL. Bet smarter. Beat the books. Download the BetQL app today or visit betql.com. You want to send an email, you can send that to Bernstein Show at 670thescore.com. You go there to listen to us live. We stream at 670thescore.com. Texting appears in the text zone. Brought to you by Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin. Save time. Shop online at rosenhyundai.com. When you text, we reply. Message and data rates may apply. Twitter is at Bernstein Show. You can follow me at Dan_Bernstein. Make sure that you download the Odyssey app. That is your best way to stream the Score on your mobile devices. You can, if you like, interact with the show and the station on Facebook by liking the 670 The Score page. Twitch is a good way to do that as well. Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. There's video and there is a chat that goes on the right side of that screen, and Evan Thomas and Connor O'Donnell direct the video feed and moderate the chat. Rick Camps, our executive producer, Mike Rankin, our sound man, is on the board, and Brandon Fryer is back where the Executioner used to be, doing the things that he does. And the 312 texter says, yeah, the original sin is Reinsdorf hiring Tony La Russa. It's from Drew in Andersonville. That seems to be the popular subject on the text line at the moment, saying the Sox deserve this losing because they hired a bad old manager to run a good team. 773, this is the sin of Tony La Russa. And the 847 says, I like how Tony was quick to offer his opinion on protesting but wouldn't comment on his anti-vax players. Oh, he commented. Remember, personal choice. Even though it's not. It's a very public choice. He called it. He absolutely has their back. But don't you dare say anything about what might be wrong with the country and making a comment about any symbolism regarding the country. Even though that's the best possible time to protest. And I thought Dave Zirin made a really good point talking about what Gabe Kapler was doing and say, well, he's going to do it, but he's not going to do it on Memorial Day because people would think that's insulting. Well, you know what? If they think that's insulting, then that's on them. That's their problem. And it's if he wants to use the moment or a piece of fabric to make a much larger point about the way people are treated and how safe and people are, talk about life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness and all that, then good on Gabe Kapler. And Steve Kerr, I thought, did a nice job. And we should be surprised at this point that Steve Kerr said, and he supports any kind of peaceful protest because that's the point of the fabric involved. Good for Steve Kerr, bad for Tony La Russa and his whole. And the question is, why do you care what he thinks? Because he's the manager of the White Sox, sadly enough. And I don't think he's going anywhere. For anybody who said, well, when? There's no when. There's no when. We have to be completely resigned to the fact that he is here and he's not going anywhere. And he is going to have to manage them through whatever this is going to be. And I wish I trusted him. I wish I thought that there was that he had some sort of way to some master plan to pull them through. And sadly, what it's going to be is a lot of Leroy Garcia and Danny Mendick, because it's this guy at this position, losing Tim Anderson, your cultural heartbeat, so much of the soul of this team. And even he was building that relationship with La Russa. How stupid do I feel and look after everything we said after the Yankees series and Tony having his back and all the Josh Donaldson stuff? Remember that? Remember what we were saying right here, right in this segment, right here about this is their chance to make this matter, to build on this, all of that hoo-ha by coming together as a team. And baseball doesn't work that way. Human beings don't work that way. And then, of course, he has a groin strain, tear, whatever they want to call it. We'll find out more today. And you got to be careful with those things. You can't hurry back from that injury. And this training staff has had way too much experience bringing people back from torn muscles of every kind, muscles and ligaments and tendons this year and last year. And it keeps happening. I know that they made all kinds of changes, and all these teams do. We say the same thing about the Bears, and they keep changing over strength and conditioning people and athletic trainers and doctors and all that, and guys still get hurt. The 847 texter says, get ready for Josh Harrison to not be DFA'd too. Yeah, no, he's here too. They've got a lot of placeholder players who are going to have a lot of important innings, and it sucks. It sucks. There's no good way around it. Of all people, in all situations, at all times, you're hitting a very difficult portion of your schedule here. You're facing teams that are better than you are right now. And a lot of teams are better than the White Sox right now. They can't score. I think they are at the moment, based on runs per game. The White Sox are, fourth in runs scored per game, 2022 year to date. The White Sox offense generates 3.63 runs per game. That's fourth worst. The only teams worse at scoring than the White Sox are the Pirates, the Athletics, and the execrable Tigers. That's not their actual name. I was just using that as a description. But they are the pressure that continues to put on a pitching staff is almost unfair. And now you lose your MVP candidate. Now you lose your guy with your 163 WRC plus. You lose your best offensive player. And their Pythagorean record base, that is just, it's a fancy term. And all that means is what your record should be based on runs scored and runs prevented. They're outplaying it by 5 wins already. They should be, they're 23 and 23. So they should be 18 and 28? Is that right, Mike?
That's right.
They should be 10 games under 500 based on their negative 45 run differential, which projects out to negative 18. At the moment, they're still on pace to be 84 and 78 with the enhanced projections per Fangraphs. The bad news is that the Twins still project for 85 wins. And maybe that counts on some resurgence from Byron Buxton, who has come back to earth. The fact that Correa is out, and these are ugly times for the White Sox right now. And understanding that you're not going to see Eloy Jimenez anytime soon, even though they still believe he's ahead of schedule, despite feeling a twinge being removed from the game. I like to think kind of being removed from the game is probably a bad thing, rather than completing the game. And Moncada's not himself. You're going to win. Is this White Sox team going to win the World Series? Have we seen anything? Even if they're able to hold off the Twins in a pathetic divisional race between also ran teams, Have we seen it? Have we seen anything to suggest? I don't know. This team, it feels like whatever window we thought we had is not going to be what it was, and maybe that's just waking up on a down morning because of what we know about Tim Anderson and what we don't know. As soon as we find out, we should get a release from the White Sox at some point. I would imagine during the show today, and I would hope by the time Vinny Duber joins us in about 90 minutes or so, we're going to have some of that information about what the expectation is. But hey, if it's 3-4, I'm thinking of that as a win. Usually a groin tear of something is 4-6 at a minimum, but there are a lot of variables involved. And when we know, we'll know. There's so many ancillary little bits of White Sox misery that are leaching into the timeline here. 630 texter, any thoughts on bad players being swaggy? I'm talking about Josh Harrison. I guess, especially if it's a vet, it's different than like what we're saying about Christopher Morel, being a young guy, just kind of showing up and enjoying himself. Yeah, I guess I'll think about that. I will formulate a salient thought on bad veteran players being swaggy. But for the moment, we are looking forward to a conversation with Cubs outfielder Ian Happ. He joins us next on The Score.
Hey Chicago fans, this is Ian Happ, and do I have some good news for you. Not only is baseball back, but Connect Roasters has new coffees, new packaging, and new roasts for you to find around the city. We're in
Rossi, you and Wilson Contreras are now in a very, very cool club of Major League players. I want to take you back real quick to your 100th home run.
Ross Crack's one in the air, deep left field. 100 home runs for David Ross. 3-run homer. Cubs lead 5-1. A smiling David Ross rounding third. As he said a few weeks ago, 100 home runs in the show would be very cool. He is enjoying that moment right now.
The great Pat Hughes with the call. So when you hit the 100th home run, walk me through what you felt like.
I tell you what, first off, I love Pat Hughes' home run calls. You guys play that Game 7 one. He's such an icon around us, and I just loved hearing his voice. No, I mean, like, that feels great, right? And I think Wilson's yesterday took me back to my 100th, and obviously Wilson's gotten there a lot faster than I did, and is a much better caliber player than I was, and to see him do that and all that hard work pay off, and to be a part of that, to watch him when he first, his first at bat, taking that change up off the lefty to right center in his first home run. I remember like it was yesterday, sitting on the bench and so pumped up for him. And then he gets to hit 100 last night for a grand slam in that fashion. Was pretty special. I thought, you saw a little emotion come out from him. He's pumped up. He's put a lot of hard work and again, a guy that we rely on for championship at-bats. And really, you talk about our success as of late, he's just gotten on fire and having great at-bats at the top of our order. We really rely on Wilson, and that was a really cool moment last night.
When you have a player that's clearly valuable the way that Wilson is, and people look at you and look at your team and say, well, maybe at some point they try to move Wilson, he's, I'm sure, hearing and feeling all of that. How do you tell him to deal with the speculation on where his career goes from here?
I don't give advice in those areas. Now, that would really be outside of my comfort zone and really, one of those things that I don't think everybody's a grown man and they're out having their careers. And the things that are important to me that I try to talk about is the daily focus on winning that day. And Wilson does a really good job of bringing a good attitude and a focus to win that day and not letting out any outside noise affect him. I think he saw and had great examples last year of some guys that went through that and probably learned a lot from that. And he has a good team around him, good guys around him, and a great support staff within his family that I know is really important to him, that supports him. We support him in everything he does. And I think he loves being a Chicago Cub. I think he loves his teammates, and I think he loves winning. And those are the things that I value and I try to continue to stress to everybody. And I don't have to worry about that with Wilson. He does a nice job of bringing that mentality every single day.
If I go over there and ask you to turn it down, and you don't turn it down,
you're going to see angry Ian, too. That's not good.
I'll start breaking down doors.
Connect Roasters coffee enthusiast.
Get out the tape measure, long gone. One of the longest home runs Happ has ever hit to right field in this ballpark, bar none.
Ian Happ with Dan Bernstein, middays on 670 The Score.
Let's talk some baseball with Ian Happ of the Chicago Cubs, who is on Twitter at IHapp_1, and he joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Ian, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Nice catch last night. That has to be, you go through your whole pregame routine, and you've played more left field than center field, but to be tested at the edge of your range right out of the gate like that gets you into a game.
Yeah, definitely. That gets the juices flowing early. I think coming out of the first game, trying to make sure you're ready for that second one, and then having to make a long run. Kind of my first time. I'd played a couple innings in center earlier, but first time starting the game in center this year, and being able to run one down felt pretty good.
Did you go back and check your route efficiency on StatCast?
No, I have to do it when I get into the park today. See if the metrics love me or not.
Well, this is one of these times again. We've talked a lot about the number of players that have made their major league debut with the Cubs, and how special it is, almost sacred for them, for their families. And you guys don't lose sight of that as a team. From whom does that start? Is that from David Ross? Is that from you and other veteran players? Because it has to be nice for guys coming up to know they're not just an afterthought. It's not just, oh yeah, hey you, nice job.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of everybody. I think the coaching staff does a really good job of appreciating it. I think guys that have been around and understand how tough it is, how long the road can be, really make sure to put an emphasis on it. And I think a lot of these guys coming up right now, or over the last year or so, have had to deal with that 2020 season of not getting to play, or of having to make it work, make the decision to stay in professional baseball for some of these guys. And for them to get rewarded a couple years later is pretty cool. I'm sure watching the game you saw Schwarmer's story, and he was throwing in games at home in PA during the shutdown, and for him to keep going and be in AAA for I think parts of 3 or 4 seasons, and then come out of it with a really, really nice start for us in the big leagues at Wrigley Field was really cool.
Yeah, he was playing in a men's rec league, apparently, I love stories about that. There was a White Sox backup catcher on their 2005 World Series championship team. Got him Chris Widger, and I remember he was actually playing like fast pitch softball for a while, and it gives everybody in those leagues hope to say, yeah, that guy that struck me out last week, and there he is in Wrigley Field. So that's cool.
Yeah, a really awesome story. Just that guy that had been in the organization for a long time too. We played together in 19 in AAA, and it just guy that kept going, kept putting up good appearances, and had faith, and finally got a chance.
I know you've said really good things about John Lester when you were coming up. Who else, and it maybe a non-pitcher, who did stuff for you to make you feel welcome and important and part of the team?
I mean, probably the biggest one for me from the jump was Anthony Rizzo. Still one of my best friends, but he really took me in as a young player, even kind of in spring training a little bit in 17. And then after that, when I got called up, he made sure that I was the locker next to his, and took me under his wing kind of from then on out with the whole thing, not just baseball on the field, talking about that stuff, but also off the field, and the little things that go into being a professional. And he really taught me how to play every day, just watching him do it, talking about what it takes to be on the field every single day. Like, he's the guy that really did that for me.
Last night, it seemed like after each inning, at the end of most innings, you were giving a fist bump to Nelson Velasquez right before you guys descended the steps. What was that? What does that fist bump represent?
That's something that the outfield group has done for a few years now. It's something that kind of Jay Hay has always been big on. For us as an outfield, just working together, moving together, communicating well. Whenever we're coming in the dugout, try to make sure that you wait for everybody, and just a little sign of that togetherness. So when there's new guys that come up, say it took a minute to figure it out, but I think when we're trying to have that always good, constant relationship out there, so we can really feed off each other, understanding all of the variables that go into playing outfield at Wrigley. I think it's just something that brings us together.
Does this season feel like it's turning more developmental, and is that okay?
I think you have points in any season that you can't control something. You can't control when there's injuries. You can't control when kind of the roster as it was set day one looks a little bit different 2 months later, just because of circumstances that they're completely and totally out of any player's control. So right now we have a lot of guys who have come up and are trying to make a name for themselves or get some experience. We have some guys who have done a great job and have earned themselves more at bats. And so, right now I think we're in a little bit of a place where we are having some of those things happen. And that's all part of it. I think you as an organization have to know some of these guys that are younger, and you have to see what they can do and understand how that's going to affect the future. I think all of those things are probably being weighed right now.
I know we talked before about Nico Horner, and I've been watching him defensively because so many people, when he came up, said, he's good bat to ball and all the nice things you say about major college success and tough kid and hard worker, but probably not a major league shortstop. I have to say, and I don't know if he's motivated by some of that, what people thought were his shortcomings, that the guys at the moment, 4.2 defensive runs above average at shortstop. I mean, a plus defensive player, really adding to his value, making throws, moving around great. That we talk about little achievements that maybe go unnoticed, but when Andrelton Simmons is being told you're going to play second base because Nico Horner's at short, that to me constitutes a major professional step.
I don't think people realize how athletic he is. He's absurdly fast, super quick twitch. He works extremely, extremely hard on his craft. He has a really good understanding for moving pre-pitch, for understanding where guys are going to hit the ball, and all these little things that you can't teach an infielder. He kind of has those things, and he's really dedicated to talking to other guys who've been there before, working really hard with Andy Green and Moda on the defensive stuff. And I think he'll do whatever it takes to stick at shortstop at this level, and it's been really impressive to watch for me, kind of that from going from second and being a plus defender to doing the same thing at shortstop.
We talked last week also about Christopher Morel and the moment that he had, the big home run. He's really fun. There is an energy to him, and I think it's too early to start debating what's his ceiling as a major league player. But for now, he is carrying himself like a young man who is confident and believes he's going to do good things. I'm not going to tell him he's not.
Yeah, he's had really great at-bats. I think the most impressive part has been some of the plate discipline. Buckling down with 2 strikes, having good at-bats against some tough pitching. But really impressive, a really great energy. And it's completely and totally genuine. We were at the White Sox the other day, I think that first game, and David Robertson just run in from the bullpen and he gave him a high five. Just genuine, the happiest, nicest kid on the planet, and it really is. It's fun to watch.
How did this White Sox series feel compared to others you've been in?
Interesting question. It's always different throughout the years, kind of based on what teams are playing well. When the Cubs are really, really good and the records are flip-flops, it felt like we've had more Cub fans on the road at points. We've had less White Sox fans at Wrigley at different points. Definitely this year. I don't know. The last couple of years maybe feels like it's different than it was a few years back. We as an organization are a little bit different spot. They're competing with all their guys, and there's been. I think that there's an ebb and flow to the rivalry or to both sides of the city, where sometimes it feels like super, super intense. And sometimes it feels like you're playing a team that you've seen a bunch. I think 2020 and playing in division, we've seen them so many times over the last 3 or 4 years. They kind of feel like more of a team in the division than they do like that crosstown rival you only see a couple times a year.
I'm sure you saw the story about Jock Peterson and Tommy Pham and the slap heard round baseball that has cost Tommy Pham 3 games based on fantasy football. How do you guys do fantasy football in the clubhouse? And I don't know that I've heard it discussed on the Compound podcast before, but I thought they were doing a bit. I swear to God, I thought when I first saw the Jock Peterson thing, I thought there was some sort of long form bit here and they were just entertaining themselves. But it's real, and that's not good for. Is it ever talked about like, hey, guys, it's cool if you want to do this, but don't bet too much money? Like, do organizations say, we don't want this to sort of creep into relationships here?
No, I think from my experience, there's always been a league, but it's never been overwhelming. As far I've never participated in it. I'm not a massive fantasy football guy, but it's always been a fun thing. And a lot of teams, almost every team that I've heard of, does towards the end of the season, will go in one of the hotel conference rooms on the road, do their draft. The draft is always kind of a big event, and it keeps guys connected through the off season. And it's kind of a good way to keep everyone together. It's not just players; it's also staff members. Sometimes, 1 or 2 or 3 players will go in on a team, and then you'll have like the hitting staff will have a team, and the pitching staff, and then it is really a fun time. But there are outside leagues like that where you get a group of 10 or 12 guys from across the league that go in. All those guys. It seems like it was a pretty serious one. So
I was going to say, you're laughing as you're talking. Is there something that we don't?
No, there's nothing that I know. It's just, to me, a little bit of a crazy thing for guys to get worked up over. That's why I don't play. I'm not invested enough to get upset about fantasy football. That's why I'm not in on the leagues.
Yeah, I don't play because it's annoying. It just feels like work. I played 1 year, and it's just like, well, did you get your roster? Like, no, you do the roster. I don't care. I just want to watch football.
Yeah, the move that I always respected the most from some of the veteran guys was they would sponsor a team. Like Lackey would sponsor a couple of the analytics staff to go do a team for him. And I always respected that move. Maybe that's the way to go.
That's a baller move there. It's like, yeah, I'll be involved in your league. I'll put my name on it, and then you don't have to do anything, and you can claim victory when you win. Being an owner.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I love it. You are continually involved in so many things around this city with a charitable reach, Connect Roasters and elsewhere. Is there anything new and interesting and upcoming about which we need to know?
We've had some recent signups for the Home Run Club, which has been awesome. It's been really fun to keep everybody involved that way. We're going to have the next Dinger Dollars coming out the end of this month, and then Home Run Club for the rest of the season. So really excited about that. And then, of course, the Cold Brew at Foxtrot. So check it out on your way to Wrigley.
Indeed, we shall. Ian Happ, thank you. Appreciate it much.
Have a good one.
That is Ian Happ of the Chicago Cubs. We will look back on a big White Sox move over the weekend. That Dallas Keuchel signing was a lot of money, and it was supposed to be a lot more meaningful than it was. And the stuff that Keuchel said made it feel like it was going to be. And the fact is, it just wasn't. And it didn't really work. I mentioned Lester in talking to Ian. It was kind of supposed to be a John Lester type signing, and it was, and then it was an old soft tossing lefty. They just didn't win anything, which kind of sucks. We'll break that all down next on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play. And he drives one in the air to left center field and deep. He's got a chance. Grand slam. Home run number 1.
Dallas Keuchel can be absolutely awful at pitching, and the defense was bad. I was so sick of these reductive Twitter conversations going on, like, what about the defense? Yeah, the defense was terrible. You know what else was terrible? The pitching. What about the pitching? The pitching was terrible. Yes, he's toast on a stick. That is like DFA bad. Maybe it's Phantom IL before DFA bad, where you say, oh, he's got a strained pitching thing, and he has to go on the IL for a little while. And then you talk with him, and you talk with his agent, and you say, folks, how are we going to do this? Because this has to be a something.
This goes back to the offseason being relatively frustrating that they didn't attack the starting pitching market a little differently, because it's a good boost to get Lucas Giolito back on Sunday. That's huge. But without Dallas Keuchel, who's filling the innings? And here's the thing. He's not himself. So this is an issue.
He had a great first year on the White Sox. They went out and spent a lot of money on him, and that was sort of like their John Lester signing. Maybe the end of the deal will be bad, but we know he's going to matter as a 32-year-old. He was terrific that first year. But you know what? He was terrible in his one playoff start. He's had one playoff start. And this was the guy. Correct me if I'm wrong. But when he signed, there was something about teaching these guys to win. There was something about him talking about through early struggles that he was here to set the tone about winning the important games and winning in the postseason because of his all-star years in Houston and everything else. He had one postseason start in 2020, and he lasted 3 1/3, and he gave up 5 runs on 6 hits and 2 home runs. That was his postseason play. And then last year, he wasn't on the damn roster. I've seen done before. Covered a lot of games. I've seen a lot of veteran pitchers who have really had wonderful careers and nice guys, but that looked like done to me. He can't miss spots like that. Here's Bill on Capitol Hill on The Score. I thought you'd be out today.
Hello, darling. Well, you're singing my love language, Sox Despair, right? I'm listening to Mike list off Dallas Keuchel's statistics, and I feel like George Costanza when he's asked about sleeping with the maid. Is that bad? I'm going to be honest with you. Is that wrong? I wasn't right. Like the thing about Leori Garcia is he's like the green M&Ms in the Van Halen contract, right? Like he's a small thing that tells you that there are big problems on this team. He's got more plate appearances than anybody on the damn team, and he can't field. Which, but other than that, he's great in the lineup. And the problem is, as your 1979, as the ghost of 1979 demonstrates, it's a big problem for us that Tony La Russa is just kind of a catty bitch, right? Like that he he's passive aggressive and manipulative.
This hour is brought to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
The Dan Bernstein Show on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Timmons short, nice pick. And the throw's there, softly to Abreu.
Tim hurt himself as he went to his left, and that's why that was an off-balance throw, and it looks to me like a groin muscle.
The athletic training staff helping Tim Anderson off the field, and he is just so important to this team. Man, this first 45 games feels like 3 lifetimes worth of baseball.
Damn it! God, what did we do to deserve this?
Became White Sox fans?
Right? Or is this because we're Bears fans? Seriously, dude, is this visited upon us because we're Bears fans too? I mean, come on.
By the way,
of all guys,
apropos of nothing, I checked the on your favorite FanDuel for NFC North odds, and the Bears are predicted to finish last.
Because they're going to finish last because they're bad.
Oh, Bears!
I don't need to look at an app. I mean, I can look at my head and look at that and call that up and say, yes, bad.
Oh, we can't make fun of Dan Campbell now.
Yeah, we can, but I don't know. They're Hard Knocks, right?
Yeah, they're the off-season Hard Knocks, and then the in-season Hard Knocks is the Arizona Cardinals.
it's the off-season one that's sort of the one I don't know. That's what I watch habitually. I did not watch the in-season one because at that point I don't have to scratch the itch for football because there's already football, if that makes any sense. There's something about the calendar timing of when it arrives in August, and for those of us who used to spend days and weeks at training camp, it sort of gets that feeling back a little bit. So Dan Campbell in that particular milieu, I am absolutely all for. But yeah, they're going to be better than the Bears because I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, but God, not Tim Anderson, not now. And it started out all fine because you wake up and you're like, oh, they DFA'd Dallas Keuchel because he was terrible and couldn't get anybody out. And if he threw the ball over the plate, it was hit 100 miles an hour back over his head. And you think about what we thought was going on and we thought was timing up and what could have been, especially with the dalliance with Zach Wheeler, and they were looking at throwing some money there, and maybe that's better money spent, but you can't play that game. But what we can do is remember what Dallas Keuchel said about what he thought his role was going to be, what he was going to mean to this White Sox team that was in its window and ready to contend for a title. This was Dallas Keuchel on NBC Sports Chicago, December of 2020, with Chuck Garfien.
I'm not big on pitchers being big-time leaders in the clubhouse because, yeah, I mean, even if you're a big-time pitcher and a perennial all-star or Cy Young vote getter, you only pitch 1 out of 5 days. So I like when the everyday players, the position players, take advantage of leadership and make sure that the clubhouse is run properly. But like I said, that's where the different personalities come into play. This year I had to play the role of judge and getting on people, whereas the position players were doing their thing. So this year it might be where I get to play the role of buddy with guys and kind of progress guys like I would want to. And some of those other guys are going to be the judges this year. It's just what's going to, we haven't played it out yet, but there are different personalities with the leadership that I think that's where this team is not going to be detoured from getting lazy or, being okay with just being mediocre. I think it's going to have different pull. Lance, myself, Gio, just from the pitching side. And like you said, there's Yaz, there's Pito, there's heck, even Moncada or Eloy could kind of steer that position player group to the right path. So there's a lot of guys, and LaRue is been there, done that. So we don't got to worry about him either.
LaRue? All right. Well, LaRue. Interesting the way he used the term judge. He said, I got out a lot of people because the culture that the White Sox players were used to is not the culture that I've become a part of, and that's a winning culture. This is a written version of a similar quote. There's a lot of show up when you want to and do whatever you want to do. If you want to provide a winning culture, there's different values in showing up, getting your work done, and making sure you're ready to go. So I had to do a lot of teaching. Wonder who he's talking about. Who was he teaching? And what are the results of that? Is that what his legacy is going to be? That he came in here and the sheriff cleaned up the culture and he was able to instill a winning culture? Come on. Get somebody out, man. Get somebody out.
Yeah, when it comes to leadership, you win over the players first by performance and then also how you carry yourself. This was a guy who I feel like not a lot of people believed in because he just didn't produce, and maybe he was standoffish. I don't know about his personality, but when you're not performing on the field, I don't take you seriously.
Yeah, and he also seems to understand how hard it is for a pitcher to connect with position players in a locker room. We know that. It has to be a position player leader to lead everybody else. But you start looking at what he was when it mattered most. He pitched one game in the postseason in his White Sox career. One game in the postseason. And it was a stinker. He started a game. He lasted 3 innings. He gave up 5 runs, 3 earned on 6 hits for an earned run average of 8.1. and a whip of 1.8. That was the Dallas Keuchel postseason experience. All the stuff about learning how to win, winning culture. He had the ball in his hand and was bad. And then the next year in the playoffs, they couldn't pitch him, and they knew it. That's why it's just too bad. It's just too bad the way it went down. It didn't work. That was Dallas Keuchel in his words. But Rick Hahn had to confront what this was and what it wasn't. And he also talked about what it means now, where they go now. And what he had to say initially was just the explanation to make this move now.
Obviously, the stretch of this season, outside of some impressive performances against Boston and New York, as well as many of the starts in the second half of last year, showed that he wasn't quite up to the task of what we needed from him this year. So while we certainly wish him well in his next stop, I just want to make sure that his contributions aren't lost here as people focus on him being removed from the club. There was not a magic number of starts necessarily that would have been required, let's say, before we made that decision. And in fact, although we had been talking about this internally for a period of time, his starts against New York at our place and Boston at Fenway were impressive enough to continue to give him the ball. Obviously, the trend from the last couple, especially the other night, was enough for us to say it was time to try something else in that spot.
Next stop, will there be one? There was for Jake Arrieta. Teams get desperate. Teams hope they can find something, but there's plenty of video out there, and there's plenty of numbers out there that would suggest that a next stop would be unlikely, at least in MLB, for him. So, Rick, now what do you do?
It had gotten to the point where we had a greater level of confidence in the alternatives going forward. Obviously, Lance is working his way back. Vince has shown some dependability in certain stretches and how he's been used. As I mentioned the other day, the kid Davis Martin did a nice job for us when we called him up. So it was a level of confidence that one of the alternatives probably give us a better chance on those opportunities as they arise here.
All right, and I don't know how you feel about Johnny Cueto. I certainly don't think he should have been left into that game to pitch to Patrick Wisdom when he did, when we saw him on Friday. It just, the swing and miss isn't there. There's plenty of movement on his pitches, and he's doing all of the rockabye baby stuff and the different Louis Tiant spins and all that stuff. That's all cute and wonderful, but I'm just not sure the stuff is there to miss enough bats, because you can't miss Patrick Wisdom's bat. You're just not throwing hard enough, because he strikes out 40% of the time. That should be one where and Matt Foster's sitting there waiting at that point. Just bring him in, throw 3 high fastballs and bounce a breaking ball, and get out of there. But I don't know. Tony said whatever he said, something that's probably stupid and wrong. God, I'm just sick of that. And now this schedule is going to tax the White Sox, and I'm going to get that feeling again. And here, we've spent a lot of this season being mad about La Russa's lineups. What can you say now? Like, Leury Garcia is a 25th man on a good team. Danny Mendick is not on a good team, and now these lineups are going to be really Leury-y and really Mendick-y, because losing Anderson is just brutal. It just kills them. And we will wait to find out more from their training staff today about which actual groin muscle it is, what the severity of it. At the moment, they always start out by calling it a strain because they don't know, and that sure looked like it was worse than a strain. Either way, it's usually some grade of tearing, and then they figure it out, they ramp him down, they get the swelling down, then they bring him back, and if it's less than 4 to 6, if it's 2 to 4, if it's 3 to 5, whatever it may be, I'm gonna set my estimate at 4 to 6 just because, and hope for the best. Like when you saw the Joe Kelly hamstring, our group chat can confirm. I said that looks like 3 weeks. And because you kind of don't know sometimes, and that's what it was, and we'll see if that's what it is. But too much is befalling this White Sox team. This segment is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. Bank with power at Lakeside Bank. Lakeside Bank, it's about time. There's a note here from Stonecutter, and I can't say he's wrong on this. He said, I know it's perhaps too easy, given that we're in Chicago and we see things through a Chicago lens, but the 22 Sox are beginning to feel a lot like the 2004 Cubs. Tremendous talent level, historic underperformance, lots of injuries, cranky players, the ever-present duality of insisting things will be okay because they're supposed to be, given the assembled roster. But this lingering sensation that they're not okay, which grows with each passing loss. I would agree that there are a lot of similarities there. The one thing that this team has looming over it, though, is the feeling of a manager just out of his depth. And say what you want about Dusty, and I have thought back a lot about Dusty, about what I presumed about him, what I didn't know about him. I think there's certainly, to some degree, a lack of empathy on my part and a lack of wanting to understand some of the stuff that he was saying and how he was saying it in times that, in an environment that I think was more difficult probably than I appreciated then. But and I understand that now. But also, he did cultivate some of that I don't want to say negative, but some of the more prickly aspects of some of the players on his team, and he wanted that us against them, and he wanted an outward toughness that at times was a bit off-putting. I don't feel that on this White Sox roster. I like these guys. Especially now, I wasn't a big Keuchel fan, but I don't have him to kick around anymore. This team's pretty cool. They're all really, for the most part, very likable dudes. It's just the manager who's a complete pain in the ass and who you just don't trust is putting them in the proper position to win. And now you're down Tim Anderson. So I don't even know what your choices are anymore when it comes to it. The thing I remember that 04 season with the Cubs, if we're drawing through that comparison, is that you kept looking at the schedule and you kept looking at these series against lesser teams. And that's when it really would hit home, is that they couldn't they couldn't get well enough against lesser teams. And then some good teams would come in there and just beat their brains in. I remember just how ugly it got near the end of the year. What was the guy? Was it Hector Diaz of the Mets who hit that 3-run homer? I think Mike Hampton was pitching. There were so many of these games, and you had all the stuff that was going on with Stoney and Chip Carey and losing games to the Reds. And it was sour was the word that I remember. It was just sour. And this White Sox season right at the moment is more just sort of disappointing. It's much more of a malaise than it is sort of feeling actively sour, especially coming off of how bitterly the Cubs had lost the year before. Everything kind of compounded, and there was so much hope, getting Greg Maddux back and all this. But yeah, I definitely think there is reasonable comparison here. When we return, we got to watch some basketball over the weekend, and I watched. It is rare to see a 36-year-old player in this league doing some of the things that he was doing out there and mattering at both ends of the floor. So I decided that I was going to check out some stat comps. And sometimes statistics tell a story in a really, really cool way. And you don't exactly know why it works out that way, but if you're an NBA fan, I just think you're going to find this really, really cool, because I did. That's next on The Score.
Tomorrow, 9 to noon, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins Dan Bernstein to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts in 3 hours.
If this is truly their window, perhaps they shouldn't use 35 different lineups in 35 games. A 6-11 record against one of the worst divisions in baseball.
Layla Wednesday, tomorrow and every Wednesday, 9 to noon on Sports Radio 670 The Score and on the Odyssey app.
If the White Sox are this bad at defense, you know what's not happening? They're not winning the World Series. They're just not. And I guess that's the question. Are we taking World Championship off the table now completely until further notice? Their Pythagorean record's like 12-16 right now. And yeah, things happen. Washington Nationals and all that. But do you see this thing tightening up and flipping around? And you can mark the tape on here and you can say, Burns, you're the same guy that said they weren't going to win the world. Go ahead. I hope against hope that when that parade is going on, you can play this, because I'd love it. I'll be happy as hell. But right now, the way they're playing is not the way a champion plays. It's just not. You can't be how many times has the baseball's worst defensive team won a playoff series? They didn't do that last year. They told us they were going to get better. They told us they were going to get better, and they got worse. No, it's the weather. It's injuries. No, it's not. It's not. This is going great. Everybody's all pleased with everything. This is not okay. It's very much not okay. This is there are leaks in this White Sox thing right now. It can all turn around, and sometimes everything you want to say about darkest before the dawn and all that. But they pick up the ball. It's depressing based on our expectations.
You know, I'm watching this White Sox team, and I'm thinking that their stock was put so much into the lineup, and this is one of the worst offenses in the league. And we know the defense is already bad, and the pitching staff is short with injury and also underperformance. They committed heavily into the bullpen. All of these things are coming into play because when the offense isn't right, all of the other neglects are magnified. Mm-hmm. So then you add it on to the idea of, well, the manager in the dugout has to maximize your opportunity to win, and he's not doing that. And I just, he doesn't care about what he says to the media. This doesn't matter to him.
Right.
What matters to him is how the players play for him in the clubhouse, and he understands, because he's been in the league for, since before Rick and I were born, that this is a marathon and not a sprint. But what we're seeing on May 10th, and you asked the question, this is closer to a bad team than it is to a World Series contender right now. And that should not be the case.
They are 28th of 30 teams in on-base percentage. Their team OBP is 281. They are behind the Reds. They're behind the Reds in on-base percentage. White Sox fans deserve better than this. Maybe we don't. Maybe that's the problem. maybe that's the conclusion. That we just don't. Go Bears. One year, Bob called in to talk about his New Year's celebration.
It's pretty good.
All right, but you had there's like a New Year's party where you are?
Yeah, I went to a New Year's Eve party. I kept my horn and that. So I won a scarf the other day, New Year's Eve, because we had a party. You had to guess Muhammad Ali's birthday. So.
And you won a scarf?
Huh?
You said you
He was born 1942 of the year.
All right, you still have your New Year's Eve horn?
Mm-hmm.
Can we hear it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Did you know Benjamin Franklin was born, I think it was July 17th of January in 1770, not 1775, that was too close to when they wrote this.
Yeah, he'd be very young.
I think it was 1700, maybe closer to 1796 or something. Well, anyway.
Okay. Do you still have the horn?
Yeah, Elvis is coming up next Wednesday.
Yes, he is.
His birthday.
Yeah, I want to hear the New Year's horn. Do you have it?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Huh?
Let's hear it.
What, Elvis?
The horn.
Porn?
Not porn.
You have your New Year's Eve horn left, Bob?
Yeah.
Is it in the room with you?
Yeah.
Can you blow it for us? You pardon the expression?
I got Mo, Larry Curly Cheese.
That's not it.
You put the chair back.
That's just not it.
All right, Bob. I hope you have a fabulous new year. And
Yeah.
Okay.
Sound like you had fun.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that. Yeah, we just kind of, it was always just sort of not quite hooking up right. And I know we always get a kick out of the Ranji stuff, so let's revisit.
I was wondering about Jamarja. He was, last I heard, he was supposed to go to the Marlins. He didn't go anywhere yet, huh?
No, not yet.
That's a lack of trying.
Maybe middle of the season by the trade deadline they'll move him.
Well, put Chris on for a minute.
Chris?
Is Chris busy?
Chris Ranji?
I want to wish Chris a happy New Year.
No, he's not busy. He's right here. Chris Ranji is available.
Oh,
Hi,
he's
Bob.
So busy.
There he is.
I'm never too busy for you. How are you?
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Bob.
Hey, happy New Year.
Same to you.
How do the White Sox look for this coming year?
Oh, you don't want to know. You don't want to know, Bob.
No?
No, you don't want to know.
No?
I'll tell you in 2 months.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Happy New Year.
Same to you.
And the Boston Celtics will go to the NBA Finals.
First time for Al Horford, and that's the 36-year-old that I'm talking about before the break. You see, he's not 36 yet. Well, he's going to be 36 on June 3rd. That's what, Friday? Yes, so he's almost 36. Al Horford all over the place on both ends of the floor. Started 17 games in these playoffs at his age. He's averaging 11.9 points, 9.6 rebounds, and 1.6 blocks. He's shooting 43% from three-point range. This guy's doing everything right now. He's in the same class at Florida as Joakim Noah. That's how old he is. You want to really know how old Al Horford is? I broadcast his father's games. Tito Horford was played for a couple of NBA teams, and he was also on the Sioux Falls Skyforce of the Continental Basketball Association in 1993. So I am old enough to have broadcast Al Horford's father's games. But I love watching that guy run around out there. I love watching him challenge shots at the rim. There was some good basketball, and I love the Jimmy Butler shot was so Jimmy, and it's understandable. I know why he took the shot he took, and the Celtics were taking some dumb shots themselves, but it in some ways it kind of made sense, even though it was doomed. But it's very Jimmy going out the way that he went out on the one leg, and there's just a lot of hurt guys out there. But for some reason, I thought it would be interesting to look at the statistical comps for Al Horford. So I was thinking, like, God, this guy's he's been around forever, and he's been doing this forever. Here, through 14 years, I'm just going to read a list of names. And if you know anything about the NBA, this is a cloud of names that is going to bring together a certain feeling. And basketballreference.com, just like we do with Baseball Reference, they use algorithms to make these statistical percentage similarities. So Al Horford's at the top of the list. Here are the other names as far as similarities to him, to his game, purely statistically. Alonzo Mourning, Tyson Chandler, Mark Gasol, Bill Laimbeer, Dikembe Mutombo, Jack Sikma, Vlade Divac, Wes Unseld, Brad Miller, and Robert Parrish. Dude, like that is, I think in our group chat I described it as a pantheon of badassery. That is the toughness. If you start looking at a certain body type and skill set, and it's fascinating that you got somebody like Sikma in there who was always a very, very tough player, but also wasn't just an interior big. Same goes for Brad Miller. Brad Miller, he wasn't all that great. Much better player, I think, than he gets credit for, which is a part of some really good Sacramento teams. And everybody on this list. Everybody. Say what you want. Some nice guys, some jerks, some guys who would flop every once in a while, but everybody on this list would be like, if you asked me, was this guy tough? I'd be like, yeah. This is an absolute Hall of Fame of like borderline Hall of Fame tough bigs. And some are in the Hall of Fame. Morning, Chandler, Gasol, Lambeer, Mutombo, Sikma, Divac, Unseld, Miller, Parrish. And it makes me want to look at what else that algorithm can do. You know, what if it's able to sniff out just from stats those kind of similarities? That's pretty cool to figure that out. That said, I do think the Celtics have some difficulty in this series because when this Golden State machine is humming along, this engine is purring the way that it is, and you got guys who previously you didn't really worry about who now are a worry, and it's if Ime Udoka's defense, their proud defense, has gotten them this far, it's going to be fascinating. X and O wise, I would love to see what some of the guys on Twitter who follow some of this stuff, Stefan No and some of the other really good X and O basketball players. It's all about choices. And first game will tell us something. I think the second game will tell us a lot more about what choices work, what choices don't, why they work, and why they don't. I'm interested in this series. I know I hope they schedule it so we don't have too many late starts out west, because even if they want people to see it. The numbers have been good, too. I know. A lot of people have been watching NBA basketball, even though it hasn't been the best quality of ball with guys, so many guys hurt or half hurt. 773 texter goes, all those bigs are better than Horford, except Brad Miller. Well, the numbers are what they are. They're literally there because of their statistical similarities to him. I don't know that they're all better than Al Horford, especially because Horford has changed his game so much over the years and become a much more effective three-point shooter at a time where he's had just not the prettiest shot in the world, but the willingness to take it, the understanding of its importance. I don't think you're necessarily right that they're all better than he is.
His path is so interesting, too, because he was with Boston, and Boston was cool with him signing with Philly.
Right.
And then there was that disastrous fit, so he went into Oklahoma City exile for a year. And remember, they took him back just as money, essentially, to get Kemba Walker out of there. So that just ended up being such an interesting thing that it was, okay, they took him back, and not a lot of people were excited about it, but you see what his skill set does. Like you talk about 82 game or regular season players versus 16 game players, playoff guys. He is 100% a playoff guy.
He's proven it. I mean, just these numbers this year, the 3-point shooting, what that does to change a defense's shape at that point is almost tough to measure. But this is going to be a fascinating series, X and O wise. And I guess in your head, you can kind of start thinking of who is going to guard whom primarily. Like, do you put Smart on Curry and just say, tell me what flavor of gum he is? Or do you deploy Smart situationally, depending on hot hand and where the screens are being set? That's what I'm waiting to find out how they decide.
And if it's also health with the Celtics is Robert Williams healthy enough to truly be able to play? If so, where are you putting him so that he can do his thing, kind of roam around? As you know, that's what's kind of unlocked a lot of their defense. Or do you just say, hey, here's Kevon Looney? Or do you have Al Horford on Kevon Looney and do things that way? Because there's more size on Boston, but they also have the wing defenders. Like, it's still a generational defense, which is fascinating against this type of offensive matchup for Golden State. So, like, for me, I know one thing I'm fascinated to see, how does Golden State try and, like, what do they see that they can exploit? I think it might end up being Jaylen Brown off the ball, because Jaylen Brown's good when the ball's in front of him. He's like a much better defensive version of Zach LaVine in terms of when the ball's there, he can do his thing.
He's in a better stance when his guy's got the ball.
Exactly, but he can get a little aloof when he's off ball. So maybe that's something with all their movement that Golden State can do.
I guess to answer your question, if Williams is out or hurting, I think you have to put Horford on Looney just because of proximity to the basket. If you know Looney isn't going to be wandering out too far, trying to pull away, you're going to need the rim protection that Horford offers.
Yeah, and he doesn't honestly offer a lot. He's almost like he's closer to a Vucevic type rim defender where he's going to stay below the rim more often than not. But he can get above the rim enough to have a highlight block here and there, but he's more positional in that regard. So they lose some of that verticality without Robert Williams.
Well, they've got time. I mean, the fact that they're not even starting until Thursday, everybody should be healed up enough. Go in, get your treatment, and send all the White Sox with them, too, at this point.
Yeah, how about it? The other thing you can think of, too, is finals MVP. Like, those are the types of things you can start to look at because those markets are out at your favorite place. FanDuel, Steph Curry's plus 105. Jason Tatum plus 180. So it's one of those interesting things, and everybody else is at least 10-1. Depending on who you think wins, is there any value to take anybody other than the best player on that team?
Probably not. History suggests that it's usually the star of stars that's going to walk away with that trophy. It's probably going to be Steph Curry.
Especially since he hasn't won one yet.
He hasn't?
Nope.
Oh, that's right.
Iguodala
and Durant.
So that's the thing of if Golden State wins, there's the narrative going around that they're just itching to give that thing to Steph Curry as kind of a playoff career validation thing.
Is Iguodala the worst player to ever win one? Because usually that goes to an all-time great. How many MVPs of the NBA Finals have been guys who aren't going to even be Hall of Famers?
It's not many. Mike's got the list up here. And, I mean, you're going back to, it's Hall of Famers. Like, if we're just saying who's the next best or next worst player to have won, maybe you're looking at Tony Parker in 2007.
Okay.
But other than that, you're looking Giannis, LeBron, Kawhi, Durant, LeBron. Let's see, for new names, Dirk, Kobe, Paul Pierce, Tony Parker, Dwayne Wade, Chauncey Billups, Tim Duncan, Shaq. Now you're back to Jordan and Hakeem in the 90s.
Yeah, so that takes you back a ways there. I mean, I'm not. People are going to get mad. Why are you saying Andre Iguodala's bad? I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying it is really rare for the person to win that award to not be somebody who you know for sure. I mean, Billups, probably not a Hall of Famer, right? Because there was that
close.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, that Pistons team helped define part of a decade.
And that Pistons team is also the one that we use immediately as our first go-to for if in the rare case when you've had like a top 7 player at every position, but no top 1 or 2 players. That's always the one we look at that ends up being like, well, yeah, now with every year that goes by, it shows you how much harder it is to do.
Well, and the last Dallas team that won is kind of similar to the Dallas team now, just with a different style of player. Because it was Dirk and guys.
Right.
Like you had old Jason Kidd that could shoot. You had Tyson Chandler who was kind of defining that role and figuring out that role that would give him more life in the league. But other than that, Jason Terry went off? Like the Jet? Yeah, he went off. He had a great series. He couldn't miss any shots. Like Vince Carter was on that team and he was hitting shots, but there was no other true standout star. They had Sean Marion in there too.
They did. The Matrix, good example. We have the Midday Midway coming up next. Washington, D.C. is doing something that I think Chicago should do. It has been a long-standing pet peeve of mine, a particular scourge in our parking garage at work. And also, there is a new food item, and it is technically a food, but it serves a purpose. And it's called Tasty Tape, and it does something that needs to be done. You don't know you need it, but you need it. That's all next on The Score.
What?
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
How about Tim Anderson, by the way? The way that he's handled all of this stuff and just kept hitting, it's outrageous.
He's just an awesome baseball player.
Yeah, he is. He's hitting 365.
He has more multi-hit games this year than zero-hit games. That's a crazy.
I really wish that I could have played. I had 3 seasons where I was not injured. My knees, I messed my knees up, and I swear, if you'd have seen what we went through in Cleveland coming up through the minor leagues, the workouts that we used to do, there were 4 of us that actually wore the cartilage off the articular surface of our knees, which is kind of like the tread on a tire.
Yep.
Wow.
And if you go back, the 4 of us that spent the off season with our strength coach at that point, there were 3 of the 4 that had to have microfracture surgery done to the end of the bones on their knees, because we would jump cones for 30, 40 minutes and then run literally to the point where you couldn't jump a cone. I mean, to the point where your muscles completely gave out. I went from never having injury all the way through football, baseball, and it was not ligaments. It was never ligaments. It was the articular surface on the knee. And once that bone is wore out, it's like the tread on a tire. It's gone. But when I was healthy, there was nothing better. I mean, I hated college football. I did. I mean, it was rough. 3 offensive coordinators in 3 years. Every year you get another playbook, and it was just like, you know what? There's a football stadium on one side of the road. There was a baseball stadium on the other side. One I had to work incredibly hard at to do anything. The other one I never had to work at hardly any in college baseball to have success. So obviously, you know, it's kind of like having 2 girlfriends. One of them slaps you every time she sees you. The other one walks up to you and lays one on you. So which one are you going to like the most? Obviously, the one that's the best looking. So baseball is the best looking. But
9, 10.
You guys gotta meet me halfway out there.
So real, you can almost feel it. The Midday Midway with Dan Bernstein on 670 The Score.
It is time for the Midday Midway, when we let you know what we've been talking about on the show. To start, just kind of lamenting the injury to Tim Anderson and wondering what we have done to something in the baseball universe to deserve our fate following this White Sox game. It just sucks. There's some original sin somewhere that, when I mentioned that earlier, texters pointed out was the hiring of Tony La Russa that set all of this terrible stuff in motion. Ian Happ was really interesting today, talking about fantasy football, his relationship to teammates, what he's doing to support some of these young guys making their major league debut, and his terrific diving catch to start a game. We also went back and revisited what Dallas Keuchel thought his role was going to be, coming in and being the judge in the locker room and teaching guys how to win and establishing this winning culture that heretofore did not exist previous to the arrival of Dallas Keuchel. Well, we'll see what the culture can be now with the departure of Dallas Keuchel. And we discussed the NBA playoffs a little bit. Jimmy Butler's shot, this matchup, and the really cool list of stat comps for one Al Horford, who continues at age 36 to distinguish himself on basketball's, now, finally, for the first time in his career, on basketball's biggest stage. Legislators in Washington, D.C. have proposed a law that would increase the cost of registering vehicles that weigh over 6,000 pounds. The proposal is meant to discourage D.C. city residents from using big, heavy trucks and SUVs to get around. Hooray. If passed into law, the annual cost of registration for these giant trucks and SUVs would go from $155 to $500. This proposal affects heavy-duty pickups like the Ford F-250 and the Chevy Silverado HD, which, despite their work truck engineering, are becoming popular passenger vehicles. Large SUVs, the Jeep Wagoneer, the Chevy Suburban. And somewhat surprisingly, the Cadillac Escalade, a perennial favorite among VIPs in the U.S. Capitol, manages to slide under the 6,000-pound cap in certain trims. But I mentioned it before. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it in our parking garage, in the Prudential building, in any urban parking garage or urban city streets. It's hard enough to share space. But when you have your giant, scary pickup truck, because you're almost said something I shouldn't say there. If you're compensating for other things, when you need a pickup truck with these big FU windows on either side, like you're trying to elbow people, and when you're setting a screen, because on your way home from downtown, you got to go slop hogs or something. I've said it. Take your wife's car. Don't try to park. There's one of these giant, weird-looking utility SUVs with like two back tires on it, it looks like it's half a van. The Suburban that the garage wasn't designed for it. It's a height restriction for the garage, not a weight restriction. And I see it every day. I'll see somebody like trying to. There's a hanging sign for the garage, and somebody will just be the top of the car, kind of be scraping the hanging sign, but they don't care because they've got the massive pickup truck with like a giant running boards on the sides and boxes in the back. Like, what are you doing? You're working at a skyscraper. You don't need that. And if you're out on the farm throwing bales of hay in your truck, you don't need to bring it downtown because it's just a pain in everybody's ass. Thank you. 4 U.S. engineering students were brainstorming the perfect invention for their product design course when lunch inspiration fell into their laps. Now, I don't know if you ever thought that you would need something like this. It is called Tasty Tape. Aaron Walsh, Marie Eric, Rachel Nye, and Tyler Guarino, all students at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore. And they said part of their team, Aaron, was eating a burrito. And it flopped open and everything spilled all over on her. And they said, wait a second, we can solve this problem creating an edible tape that could hold burritos together. They spent months studying tape and the elements it consists of, saying a backbone that holds its structure, an adhesive that makes it stick to surfaces, and then they went researching their edible counterparts. They had 3 criteria: had to be clear, had to be colorless, had to be tasteless, and had to lack a noticeable texture. They found one, a magic recipe. It is gluten-free. It is suitable for vegans. They tested 50 different formulations. The exact ingredients now a closely guarded secret due to a pending patent application. They said everything used is edible, food safe, common food ingredients, or additives. There are 3 simple steps. The first, you peel a strip from a wax paper sheet. You then wet it to activate the tape. Then you apply it to your tightly wrapped tortilla or wrap with pressure. They hope to package it on a roll like ordinary office tape. Now, I'm not a huge burrito fan, but I know that Rick Camp, half of the I'm Fat podcast, may be. And I don't know if this has come up on the I'm Fat podcast, but I like it. I like the idea.
It has not come up on the podcast as of yet. I, however, am a huge fan of burritos, as is well documented. But I think the other thing, too, is making sure you keep whatever like foil that is on your burrito. Just responsible eating of your burrito. Give it a once-over when you first get it before you may need the tape. And then be gentle while eating your burrito so that you don't puncture, you don't ruin the integrity of your tortilla. That's all. That's really all you have to do. Like, I have large hands, but when it comes to holding a burrito, they are gentle hands. So I can hold the burrito, I can caress the burrito, I can also eat the burrito without puncturing the burrito.
Aha! So you're very proud of your it's musician's hands that you have there. I'm thinking too that the usage of this invisible tasteless tape, when you talk about food presentation, when you're talking about what building things on a plate, this opens up so many possibilities, sort of like what that double-sided tape did with Jennifer Lopez's dress. Remember the famous dress? And they're like, that's held in place with tape, and the fashionistas and designers understood. Now with that, there's so much more they can do. If you're trying to maybe hide something, where there's a mistake that's made, like, well, I would present this duck breast this way, but it would fall, and I can kind of hold these together. That now you're onto something here. Now you're really onto a possibility for haute cuisine presentation possibilities if you're not at all interfering with the taste or texture of the food.
I guess I've never worried too much about presentation. Like, that's not going to make or break an item for me. If I look at the list of ingredients, and like, I'm probably going to be here for it regardless of how it looks. I don't need crazy. Maybe I'm just a low maintenance person when it comes to food presentation. I get the application of it for people that do care that much and are willing to pay up for it. But you know what? I'll take the same food in a generic ass form for a lot cheaper.
No, I gotcha. The fact is that some of the presentation stuff with tape and glue and all of that has been done forever. If you actually look at what's done for magazine ads, for print ads, to make food look like something it's not.
Yeah, it's barely even food at that.
It's point. Not in some cases. That I was on set for a still photo shoot for Subway, that they happened to be doing it at the United Center, and they had cordoned off an area of the press room because, of course, the press would be the people they did not care about inconveniencing. And I poked my head in there, and I said, "Hey, you mind if I watch what you're doing?" They're like, "No." And I was talking with the person who was in charge of staging it, and she was explaining. She's like, "Yeah, this is motor oil, and this is like, ooh, what's that? Is that mayo?" She's like, "No, that's mostly Elmer's glue, but there's some of that." I was like, "Oh, okay." I had no idea. So there's this gorgeous looking sub there. I said, "So I can't eat that?" She goes, you don't want to eat that. You definitely don't want to eat that because it's all painted and sprayed with polyurethane and all this stuff. So if they can actually have tape, it's going to make it edible. More power to them. Go get it. That is the Midday Midway. And that means that Vinny Duber on the White Sox beat for CHGO, is going to join us next to talk about where they are. And where they are is just not good. It's not good. There's a lot of aspects here that feel bad. And the moment we hear the latest from the White Sox medical staff and their training staff, anything official about Tim Anderson and how long that's going to be, I'm guessing 4 to 6, just kind of arbitrarily. I'm saying that's anything that they say less than 4 to 6, I'm counting as lucky, because that's usually what these things take, according to experts. But we'll make the best of the White Sox situation that we can next on The Score.
The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
Strike 3 called. Ball gets away from Persinski. He has pitched a perfect game. Umber has pitched a perfect game on Saturday afternoon.
Yes or no, you can answer at the same time. Successful season for the White Sox?
No.
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's a no. That's definitely a no.
Right? The standard was higher.
Got to go further than you went last year. You changed your manager because he was going to be better managing the bullpen in the postseason, and it's a no.
Yeah, it's a complicated question, obviously, but the results should always be World Series or bust. Like, that's what we're looking at here. I think that's what the fans' expectation of this franchise is, and that's why you're seeing so much frustration. We've got some phone calls here we'll get to in a second. Yep. But, I think, they met the expectations of being the front runners in the division favorite, and they met those expectations, and they succeeded in that way despite all the injuries. So that, to me, that's a step forward. But you have to take that next step after that. You can't they weren't content with just winning the division, but you have to take that next step against a really good team. And, 2 of these games here and 2 of the 3 losses were just non-competitive.
They did not get smarter. And we saw that and knew it all year. And it was super frustrating. And that was the whole thing. When you change managers, it's supposed to be so you can get smarter. And they're not smarter.
Yeah, I don't know how much that is instinctual, player to player. I don't know how much that comes from the top down with your
manager. It can be taught, man. It can be taught, and I'm going to be on it all offseason, man. Those Giants, what they have done with veterans and kids alike, and Rule 5 fines and everything. It's a very deep and interesting Giants coaching staff that is a template of what you can do, and that is not what the White Sox have.
The thing is, though, you're comparing it to the high bar of the Astros when you compare it to the smartness level in the baseball acumen of each team. The Astros incredibly smart, incredibly battle tested.
So are the Rays. So are the Dodgers. So are the Giants.
And what are the Rays doing? Where are they right now?
Yeah, well, they went and made the World Series last year.
I know, but this year they get bounced by a team who you can argue not as smart, not as clean a brand of baseball.
I don't think they're not as smart. They're led by a guy who left them. They're led by one of Chaim Bloom's. So the nerds got beat by a nerd, and the Red Sox are a very smart franchise that got very creative in their pitcher usage here. They got 1 inning out of Chris Sale in one. So no, I think they really do need to get smarter.
I think it's very clear for me. The answer is no. If you don't win a pennant, you don't win a World Series. That's where the standard is for the White Sox for, frankly, the duration of this window of contention. And I think that what Tony La Russa did today at the end here, going in and arguing that hit by pitch and making a big show about it, was very, very performative. He knows that he has made some... He knows that he's going to have a lot of heat on him for managerial decisions in the game and the series, and I'm sure he would love nothing more than to be asked questions about the fire and the passion and sticking up for his guys, as opposed to the decisions he did and did not make. I thought that was a deflection mechanism more so than a legitimate baseball gripe that he had.
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Dan Bernstein Show, 9 a.m. to noon on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Potential winning run at third, the pitch. Line drive toward left field. It's going to be a base hit, and the White Sox win the ball game. The White Sox beat the Cubs by a score of 5-4. Jake Berger, a line drive single into left field. No chance for Ian Happ to make the catch. And the White Sox come from behind to beat the Cubs by a score of 5-4 in 12 innings.
Someone had to win. And I'll admit I was following along on my phone on the MLB app. My son and I were out golfing. Decided to give Water's Edge in Worth a try. Lovely course. Lovely.
Nice. I love that place.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. It's one of my favorites.
We had a great time. Jason had a 40 on the back.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. And at one point, I know we got Vinny Duber waiting, but there was this group in front of us, this like fivesome of septuagenarian Croatian men having a fabulous time. Just having a great time. Clearly like old friends who were just enjoying their time out golfing. And it was, it's kind of a slow day. It's a Memorial Day weekend. And we were, I was trying to keep him in a rhythm just because he was hitting the ball so well. And after a while, the bar cart comes over, and these guys come over. It's like, you've been very patient. Thank you so much for being patient. We buy you beers here. A guy walks over with 2 beers. Jason looks at me and I'm like, I hand you a beer. I didn't give you a beer. I don't know. I mean, whatever. And he's like, Dad, I'm 17. Like, hey, pretend you're in Croatia. They've given you a beer, and it must be good luck. So he doesn't even like beer. Took 2 sips and ended up going birdie, par, bogey, par on the way in. So now he's learned a wrong lesson on that. Anyway, Vinny Duber covers the White Sox for CHGO. He's been on the beat for the White Sox for years. He's on Twitter at Vinny Duber, and he joins us on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. Vinny, this blows, man. This is, I know you're not there to be a fan. I can still retain some of that, but not this guy, not Tim Anderson, of all guys at this time, their MVP candidate, their cultural heart and soul, the spirit of their team. How long do you think he's going to be out?
We're going to find out. It's not going to be a short while, at least. It doesn't seem that way after seeing that injury the other day. I would like to say this, though, Dan. I'm glad that you had a positive experience with those Croatian guys, because my fiance's family is Croatian, and so that warms my heart. But something that White Sox fans are not enjoying right now is Tim Anderson's status. So, it's going to be a problem. Listen, they weren't hitting with him, right? And now they got to figure out a way to hit without him, and that's going to be a really, really big challenge for all the reasons that you just listed.
Yeah, not just that. Look at his defense. That after he said what he said, and he felt like he was digging himself out of a defensive hole with all those errors, and he said, I just have to do the work. I just have to get better. He did. I mean, his WAR number is tremendous in large part because his defensive runs above average is now solid at an important position. So that the timing of it just couldn't be worse because he had really solidified that aspect of his game as well.
Yeah, you're right. But, I think the idea is that there was never going to be a good time for something like this to happen. The timing was always going to be just abysmal because of who it is. And, it's easy enough to point to what you see on the field, right? The great defensive play. And, of course, he gets hurt making a great defensive play, too. And then, obviously, what he does at the top of the lineup, the really high batting average, just the kind of always in the middle of everything vibe that he brings. But, then look at everything you mentioned there. He's the heart and soul, the voice of this team, the guy they're slapping on billboards, the face of baseball they're calling him. It's really bad. It's a really bad situation for a team that, still has these sky high expectations. And obviously, there is plenty of time to reach them, but plenty of time without Tim Anderson is not really a good amount of time, I should say. So, it's going to be very interesting to see how a team that already was struggling to do so many things figures out how to not just turn it around, but turn it around without the guy who is going to be the reason that they were going to turn it around, if that makes sense.
I was happy to wake up to the news of Dallas Keuchel's designation for assignment. It's something I've been pushing for weeks, and the White Sox finally got around to it. And that's independent of what the options are. I know you can look at it and say, hey, well, Velasquez is okay. Maybe Cueto's been okay, etc. But I just think you can't, no matter what, you can't keep trotting him out there. And frankly, I wasn't all that impressed with Cueto's last outing either, and think that there's at some point there's going to be a reason why he was without a team and why the numbers weren't all that good at AAA. Do you think that Lynn is close? And if so, what is that going to mean for as close to an optimized rotation as they're going to have?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be huge, actually. I mean, Lance Lynn finished third in the Cy Young vote last year. I mean, you're talking about a guy who, over the last few seasons, both with and before he was with the White Sox, was one of the best pitchers in the American League, and still really kind of retains that title until otherwise proving otherwise. I think he'll probably be back the way it looks right around the middle of June, maybe June 13th or something like that, just to kind of do the math based on when he's going to make his starts and how many days he needs to rest in between. I think they said 3 starts. He just made his first one on Sunday with Charlotte, so the 2 more coming plus all the rest in between there. But I mean, hey, you can talk about the guys who aren't getting it done or aren't impressing you, but I mean, Michael Kopech, Lucas Giolito, Dylan Cease, those 3 guys have been really just fantastic, with a few, exceptions when it comes to individual outings. But you got those 3 guys, you add Lance Lynn to it, you could see this being the type of rotation that they had last year, right? That was, at the end of the regular season, the best in the American League. The thing that really carried them throughout the whole year while they were dealing with these huge injuries. And maybe that's, something you can lean on if you're the White Sox. You're without Tim Anderson, but last year you were without Eloy Jimenez, without Luis Robert, without Yasmani Grandal, and you managed to do what you did because of that starting rotation. And you get Lance Lynn back in it. You've got 4 really, really, really good starting pitchers, and then options, as you listed some of them, Cueto and Velasquez being 2 of them, that are better or at least more trustworthy than Dallas Keuchel was at the moment. So, yeah, I think that the rotation is in really good shape. The pitching staff in general really looks to be in really good shape. Unfortunately, that hasn't really translated to much more than 500 for the White Sox so far this season.
Nope, and it's not good going into Toronto when you don't have Dylan Cease and Kendall Graveman. What happened there? Because we thought there was 100% vaccination last year. Was Cease refusing a booster?
I don't know if they ever said there was 100% vaccination with the active Major League roster, if that makes sense. I think it's hair splitting perhaps in the way that those statistics were being touted and stuff like that. But certainly they had a very high number, a very high percentage, and that was laudable at the time. But the guys who, at least it's my understanding, the guys who are Major League players who are part of the union cannot be forced to do that the way that the White Sox reportedly made that mandate throughout the minor leagues with vaccination right there. The organization, the staff, the front office, everybody who works for the team, they include that in the numbers when they're talking about positive things that they feel good about in terms of vaccination rates and such. But obviously, you've got 2 guys who chose to do something the other way. Now, I asked Rick Hahn, before these specific names were revealed, but he had said over the, last week that there were going to be a couple guys that weren't going to be able to be on the team because of their vaccination status, going to Toronto. And I asked, are you disappointed? And he kind of took the opportunity to say, that he was proud of everybody who did get vaccinated, and that includes everybody throughout that organization, just not specifically those 2 Major League players who we found out about yesterday.
Rick Hahn also said that Yoán Moncada's ongoing quad injury, that nagging injury, would not rise to the level of an injured list stint. And I'm thinking, why not? At this point right now, I mean, I know you're saying, well, with everybody hurt, it's all hands on deck, but maybe it's just, rather than him fighting through it, have it get better. A couple of weeks ago, Ozzie Guillen was speculating that his statistical drop-off has to do with him fighting through an injury and not being perhaps as forthcoming as he should be about his ability to perform. How hurt is he?
I mean, obviously he was hurt enough that they wanted to give him some days off. I think that would also line up with kind of the results at the moment, just because, they say so often, be it the White Sox or any other team, how guys can benefit from a little bit of rest when things aren't going well. I think that Yoan Moncada has become a guy over the last, this is the third year in a row where it's just kind of, it's always something, and that's no fault of his own, and he should be commended for playing through these things and trying to gut it out. And certainly last year he made many positive contributions while telling us multiple times throughout the year that there was nagging stuff going on all the time, but he had to play through them, like you said, because all hands on deck. The team needs their starting players when so many of their starting players are not available to them. Now it's very unfortunate because you're almost seems like you're getting a Yoan Moncada with one hand tied behind his back a lot of the time. And certainly during the COVID year, we were able to see just how much that was bothering him and hear just from him how much that was bothering him. In 2020 when he was dealing with the after effects of a COVID infection throughout the entire season. Last year it was probably more regular baseball stuff. This year it might be more regular baseball stuff, but it's not really going away, right? And we're kind of seeing a guy who is very much a cornerstone of this, core, really kind of not being able to play at his full potential the last couple of years. Again, it doesn't preclude him from making positive contributions. Obviously, it's been a real struggle for him hitting so far here in 2022, but it is tough to see it. It just kind of adds one more thing to the pile of things that are not going exactly right for the White Sox right now.
So what are these lineups going to look like now? And as much as we've spent all year sort of whining about how much Larry Garcia is playing, et cetera, now there's no good answers here. I mean, Garcia's bad, Harrison's bad, Danny Mendick is Danny Mendick, but they've got to field a team here. And I know you've got to give guys like Moncada and Grandal and maybe Gavin Sheets opportunities to get themselves above water, but all these guys we're talking about are negative WAR players right now that you have to sort of find some way to cobble together a lineup and hope someone else gets hot here.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, look, it would be a lot easier to say, okay, while Tim Anderson's out, Larry Garcia is going to man shortstop, and maybe Josh Harrison isn't hitting so well, but he's going to be out there and be second baseman. It'd be a lot easier to say that if Yoan Moncada was Yoan Moncada and Yasmani Grandal was Yasmani Grandal, and that goes for a lot more people than just those two guys. Obviously, you could talk about the numbers that Eloy Jimenez was putting up before he got hurt. As good as Luis Robert has been, there have been times and stretches where he has not looked himself at the plate. Jose Abreu had a very, very slow start, and if these guys were all hitting the way that they would be expected to be hitting, having guys like Garcia and Harrison down at the bottom of the lineup would not look quite as dire, perhaps, as it might to some folks. But, I would have to imagine that Luis Robert maybe would be the guy that would go to the leadoff spot. That would just be a guess. When he's able to come back from his COVID infection, and you got to hope if you're the White Sox that there's no, after effects of that from a fatigue standpoint for him, because he would be the guy right now that you would look to maybe try to carry this offense, because, we don't know what's going to happen with Eloy Jimenez after he had to come out of a rehab game the other day. Jose Abreu is probably going to be Jose Abreu, but how many years did we see where he was the only guy in a rebuilding lineup, and what the record was and what the results were and that kind of thing. So, they need a lot more than just, what's going to happen with Tim out or who's going to be the second baseman. They need that whole lineup to really wake up, and it hasn't happened yet. It doesn't mean that it can't and that it won't, but it's got to be concerning to these guys because they had such high hopes. Obviously from the outside, a preseason World Series favorite, that's where they set their expectation level, was World Series or bust. And right now they're nowhere close to being able to call themselves that kind of team.
Does Grandal look thinner to you?
Does he look thinner? I don't know if he looks thinner. He's not doing the kind of things that he has done throughout his career so often. I mean, you saw a few flashes of it maybe the last 3 games or so. He walked, I think 4 times or something like that. If you remember back to last year, his batting average was under 200 for, forever during the season.
Yeah, but the walks and the homers, I don't care about the batting average if you're on base all the time and hitting the ball out of the park.
Exactly, and that's what we're not seeing right now, right? And it's just one of the many things that's going wrong with this lineup. But what are they going to do? It's it's Yasmani Grandal. You can DFA Dallas Keuchel and have some guys in the rotation to be able to step into the number 5 starter spot. You can't replace half your starting lineup when these guys are all-star caliber players throughout their careers. In the middle of a season, and that's why it's such a perplexing situation, because something has to start going right on the offensive side, because very little has, and the person that it has gone right for is now going to be on the injured list for a while.
Be a great time for Jake Berger to live up to the folk hero status of which I think he is capable, and just sent from Central Casting. He's one of the few guys who's got a positive WAR number. His WRC plus is above 100. I'm not sure where you play him regularly. If Moncada is not going to go on the IL, if he's going to be your third baseman, how do they make sure they can get what they can get out of Berger right now?
Well, I think if he's got a hot bat, then he's got to play, and certainly the DH spot helps you do that. And I think maybe that would be a spot where, if he's got the hot bat, and so few people in that lineup do, maybe he takes at bats away from a Gavin Sheets or whoever else is getting, those DH starts over the last few weeks for the White Sox. Because right now you're looking for anything that you can get, and certainly he's looked very good in the short amount of time he's been back from Charlotte. He has talked about how that time going back down to Charlotte really helped him out, helped him kind of refocus and everything, and he's looked, he's getting some results for it at the major league level. And you're right, he's probably not going to jump Yohan Moncada on that third base depth chart, so they're going to have to find, most likely the DH spot to play him in. Tony La Russa does not seem very keen to the idea of playing him at second base, even though he did a little bit of that in the minor leagues last year. So it's probably going to be third base DH, exclusively for Berger, I would imagine.
The White Sox right now have a projected win total of 84. And it's in large part because of their run differential that they're actually outperforming by 5 games. Like 23-23, they should be 18-28 based on the Pythagorean calculations here. Where has that difference been made up, do you think? Is this just baseball luck? Because sometimes you look at that as a managerial stat and say somehow Tony La Russa has just been able to steer them or through all of these icebergs. But I don't think that's happened. How we've seen it. So I can throw that out. It's incredible that it's possible that the White Sox through this have actually been lucky.
Yeah, I think it's got to be the pitching. I mean, I that's really the only thing you can point to, because they have 3 starting pitchers who are probably among the best in the American League right now, and they're going to get another one back, as we discussed in Lynn. But the bullpen, I think, has been really good and kind of overlooked maybe even a little bit. Obviously, they were called on to do so much in the first month of the season when, the starting pitchers coming off of that short spring weren't able to go, 7 innings every day kind of thing. They've got Liam Hendricks and Kendall Graveman and guys who have stepped up like Matt Foster, Jose Ruiz. I mean, there have been guys who, if I would have told you last year or even, right before this season started that they were getting high leverage innings, White Sox fans would have been like, you've got to be kidding me. But they've been good, and they've held those close games, with the offense not scoring the way that it has not scored. The only alternative, if you're going to win baseball games, is to keep the other team from scoring too. And the pitching has been good enough to do that, great enough to do that, I would say. And it's going to be the only thing that keeps this team afloat if the offense can't turn it around.
We are talking with Vinny Duber of CHGO. He covers the White Sox, and you're listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score. Last thing, Vinny, as the calendar is about to turn to June, it becomes reasonable to start looking at the trade deadline, what the White Sox need and what they have. And it looks to me that this is shaping up as one of those where Rick is going to say our most important acquisitions are going to be getting our healthy core players back. And while that may be true, it also could be cover for the fact that they don't have much in their system to give up for some of what they still need.
I think everything you said there is right. And I think, if Rick or me or whoever was to say that, that getting Lance Lynn and getting Eloy Jimenez and, getting the injured players back to full health is going to be the best thing for them, then that would be true. That would be correct because those guys are huge difference makers. That being said, you're absolutely right. The minor league system is not well stocked at the moment, at least if you look at like rankings and stuff like that. It doesn't look like a kind of group that you could pull people from to build a package around that lands you a big all-star superstar at the trade deadline like you see contenders do so often. But you would have to think that the White Sox would try to pull off anything they can to try to improve the middle infield situation, what is suddenly a middle infield situation with Tim Anderson injured, and then the lack of production they've gotten at second base. So obviously they've gotten a lack of production everywhere right now, but you would have to think that they would try to do something to boost this offense, anything they can to boost this offense right now. Now, obviously, they'll give it a month or a month and a half to see if these guys can kind of get back to where they are. But if the trade deadline was this week, it would be a situation where not only would they be looking to upgrade the lineup probably in any way possible, but address some real big holes at second base and then, like I said, all of a sudden at shortstop with Tim Anderson's injury.
And I'm frankly surprised that we haven't heard yet about MRI results and an official timetable. It should be today, though, right?
Well, I mean, they play a game tonight, so you would have to imagine that that a move is coming to put Tim Anderson on the injured list. So, we're gonna hear something at some point, but it might be closer to the time that they're arriving at the ballpark up in Toronto.
Vinny Duber, thanks so much, man.
Thank you, appreciate it, Dan.
That is Vinny Duber of CHGO. We have to tell this whole story about what happened between Jock Peterson and Tommy Pham. And like I say, I thought the whole thing was an act. I thought it was just a silly thing that they were trying to market something or sell something regarding fantasy football. But no, there was an actual dispute between Major League Baseball players over fantasy football money that resulted in Tommy Pham slapping Jock Peterson and taking a 3-game rip for it, which cost him like $120,000 or something like that for slapping a guy in the face over fantasy football. So you can hear them in their own words and maybe revisit what the always level-headed Ian Happ said about such things. That's next on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Swing and a drive. Deep left field. It's got a chance. Gone. Welcome to the Chicago Cubs.
I don't even know how to set this up because I don't know what we're about to hear.
Tell us, Rick.
So this was on, a game that everybody was watching. It was the TSN broadcast of Raptors Pacers, which the Raptors were up by like 1 million. And it was the weird game where they were delayed by over an hour because a speaker got set on fire
while celebrating his birthday. So there was like an hour delay. So this is a blowout. Everybody's a little slap happy, and this ensued on the TSM broadcast.
We've had a lot to keep track of.
Well, we're news people now, so I have to, I got to make sure I'm providing accurate, concise information, right? I felt like a TV anchorman for a while there.
142 left, 92-67.
Was that a movie?
Yes, it was.
Be Classy, San Diego. Who was it, right? Ron Jeremy, is that right? Ron Burgundy? Anchorman. Ron Burgundy. I don't know. Somebody. Ron somebody. Ron somebody. Ron Howard. What did I say? Ron Burgundy, right? Be Classy, San Diego. And he had the crazy jacket. Who did I say? Ron who? I don't know. It's late.
Stop! Oh, no.
I don't even know what Ron said.
After 1979, Jack has not seen, okay?
I did see Anchorman.
You did?
Well, Be Classy, Seattle. San Diego. Somewhere on the West Coast.
How did you find this?
Someone posted a clip on Twitter, but it was only like 30 seconds of it. So I was like, I have to try and find more context. So I hit up Ye Olde League Pass. And
so who's laughing?
That's Matt Devlin.
Okay.
Who's the play-by-play guy on TSN, and that's Jack Armstrong, who was not sure of which Ron he was referring to.
What did I say?
That laugh.
It's a great laugh. And aren't they the same team that was bitching about Jim Boylan calling the timeout on Christmas?
Yes.
Right? Or Super Bowl Sunday. That's
Super
what it
Bowl
was.
Sunday,
It was
yes.
Super Bowl. They wanted to get out of there. They were just absolutely clowning Boylan for calling the timeout.
Yep.
And a timeout here from Jim Boylan. What are you doing? No, Jim, seriously, what strategy are you talking? It's
Down
a 25-point blowout. There's 1:04 left. It's Super Bowl Sunday. I want to get out of here. First of all, I didn't want overtime. What strategic adjustment are you making stuck 25?
Jack.
Come on, man. This is just, look, come on. Really? Do you really need to run a play here with
20. I want to get out of here to go home and watch vintage porn.
Stop! The first name. The first name he thinks of.
Ron Jeremy, is that right?
Oh, it depends.
We're going to have that one for a while.
Oh my gosh, that's good.
Jerry Reinsdorf understands this. When I broadcast for the White Sox, I am actually an employee of the White Sox. And so you handle things a bit differently than you normally would. But Jerry also understands that when I go on the score, I'm an employee of the score. And so you can go in depth in various areas that you can't do on a White Sox broadcast. Fortunately, he understands that. As far as the Cubs were concerned, sometimes they didn't understand that. Sometimes they had a hard time differentiating between when I was on one of their broadcasts and when I wasn't. I was never, and people don't really understand the difference, but I was never a Cub employee. They never wanted me to work for the Cubs. I always worked for WGN, and so I felt a bit more freedom to deal with what I had to deal with. And for the most part, it worked out really well. 2004 was not the most entertaining season because the Cubs did an El Foldo toward the end. We had a difference of opinion, and both Chip and I left after that season.
It hardened this Cubs fan, Stoney, because, I mean, I'm in high school. You know, I loved the 03 team so much. I don't think in my lifetime there was a season that I anticipated more than 04. And I loved you guys in the booth, and I knew that I wanted to go and study broadcasting, so I'm watching you guys intently, and then they're blaming you guys. That was one of the toughest seasons for me as a fan, so I'm sure it was a little tougher for you, but just know you were not completely alone in all of that.
Yeah, it was a difficult year, and the reason is I thought they could have gone every bit as far as 2003 and maybe won it all. I mean, that pitching staff was outstanding. I thought the team was certainly good enough. Sometimes when you have homes that don't have mirrors to look in and realize whose fault it is that you didn't win, I think that's a problem. But I've never known broadcasters to beat a team, ever. In all the years I've been doing this, the broadcasters never beat any team that I was on. And when I was in the booth, we never beat any team that was playing against the team I was broadcasting for. So I think it was an excuse, and there's a lot of them. The winners win, and the losers make excuses, and that really never changes.
I can't because I don't play fantasy football. I played once years ago. It was like 20 years ago or more, like 25 years ago. And it was through the afternoon. It was McNeil set it up, and I think I was with, it was Larry. I forgot what his on-air name was.
Horse.
No.
Boa.
No, it was, I know his actual name, but I forgot his on-air name. Nice guy. And he ended up doing all the work because I just lost interest. But it was like a score personality, and then with a listener, and then it's like you had to call in who's on your roster, and basically you had to care about who was on your roster and why, and then you had to care what happened to them, and that was all too much for me.
Boy, that's tough for you.
Right? Seriously, it's like it's hard enough to care about actual football, then having to care about pretend football made it difficult. But I guess things got weird between Jock Peterson and Tommy Pham, two successful Major League Baseball players, and there was a confrontation before the game, and Tommy Pham slapped Jock Peterson. So Jock Peterson, and the cool part about it was he was showing people the actual texts in the group chat and trying to explain exactly what happened. He had nothing to hide, which was pretty interesting. And this is how the confrontation was explained when he got slapped in the face. This is NBC Sports San Francisco.
Slapped you? Yeah, that happened. That was the only physical part. We were in a fantasy league together. I put a player on the injured reserve when they were listed as out, and added another player. And then there was a text message in the group saying that I was cheating because I was stashing players on my bench. And then I don't know, I looked up the rules and sent a screenshot of the rules, how it says that when a player is ruled out, you're allowed to put him on the IR, and that's all I was doing. And then it just so happened that he had a player, Jeff Wilson, who was out, and he had him on the IR, and I said, you literally have the same thing on your team, on your bench. And then I guess he was in two leagues, and in one of them he was on the IR, and one of them he wasn't. So maybe that was a confusion, but on the ESPN league we were in, it was listed as out. So it's like it feels very similar to what I did. And that was basically all of it. There's not much more to it.
Apparently there was, because he felt strongly enough to slap him in the face over it. Well,
hold on. There's some. This did happen before I was in the Score Fantasy Football League. Something kind of similar in terms of, is it really in the true intention happened? Remember when Joe Webb was splitting time between quarterback and receiver?
Right, yeah. Against the Bears, in fact, once.
Yes. Well, apparently it was a game where he was going to start at quarterback, but he had eligibility at quarterback and receiver. So even though he was going to play quarterback, Adam Harris had him and played him at wide receiver. And mind you, I'm hearing all of this secondhand because I wasn't part of the league at the time. But essentially, people were like, come on now. Like, we know what this is. Let's not do this here.
I was part of the league, and it's trash. And Adam Harris should have been slapped, and he should be slapped immediately.
Laurence Holmes has joined the chat. I don't know anything about this. So this was the same kind. Oh, wait a second. Now I'm being texted.
Did Brendan McCaffrey text you?
I am not going to say who this is from. That MFer and Harris put Joe Webb in against me to play wide receiver. That MFer, Adam Harris, put Joe Webb in against me to play wide receiver, and this is described as a bitch move.
That is correct.
Okay. So you can confirm that I didn't mean to. This was not my intention in this segment.
Oh, this is my intention in this segment.
Then he tried to act like, that's what the rules say, and he basically got to play two quarterbacks, which is unfair.
Right, because quarterbacks have the highest ceiling week to week of
Wait a
any
second.
position by
Hold
mile.
on. I mean, let me ask you a question here, just as an outsider. Why not then just use his numbers, allow him to use his numbers? If he's playing him as a wide receiver, allow him to use the numbers as a wide receiver and not count the numbers if he played quarterback. Why does it have to be so absolute?
Well, because each week you're winning the week. So the rest of the league said those points shouldn't count because you played two quarterbacks.
And I don't think those sites can differentiate the wide receiver stats from the quarterback stats. It's essentially anything you get that goes in any statistical category that's counted counts. They can't.
So it's just
separate.
like either eligible or not eligible, rostered or not rostered.
Right, and it was a glitch in the matrix, is what it was. Dan,
I see.
That by the time, I think if Yahoo was our league, by the time Yahoo was like, "Oh, he's playing quarterback this week," it was too late. He already had the points, and he ends up getting way more points for Joe Webb than if Joe Webb was going to start at wide receiver that game.
Did anybody get slapped?
No, I mean, we all wanted to slap Adam Harris, but he's also super lovable. So
there were strong words for him at the next draft. I remember that.
Yes, that was definitely a thing. And if you just imagine,
oh wait, this was a playoff game.
Yes, if you just imagine his conversations with Les about 3 technique, and it being 9 of us being Les and him being Adam Harris, then that's what was going on.
This is so stupid. This is not my intention to do something this stupid. I often intend to do stupid things, but this was not specifically my intention.
I mean, people are still mad about it to this day.
Apparently so.
And now he's teaching these shady ways of doing business to children.
To the youths of America. That's what Adam Harris is out here doing. This is how you cheat at fantasy football. So I think Adam Harris should have been slapped, and I think Jock Peterson should have been slapped too.
I am so glad I don't play fantasy football.
What's up, fam?
Glad you don't either.
Yeah, we're really glad.
No, you know what? No, you shouldn't be, because I'd be terrible at it. People are people are really happy that I get into the home run pool every year, because I'm the worst at it that ever picked anything for anything.
Mike and I might be giving you a run for your money this year.
I don't know.
We could also talk about BMAC drafting Brandon Jacobs 5th overall one season and then yelling at us because we were laughing at him.
Wait, Brandon Jacobs, the big slow running back?
Southern Illinois' finest.
The big Giants running back that couldn't run?
And we all were like, that Brandon Jacobs? And then he's like, you MFers are gonna pay.
5th overall?
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Like
was he drunk?
We all looked probably. We all looked around and was like, that's a terrible idea.
Connor used to win when he drafted drunk.
That's true. McDoink used to do a good job of doing that. He would luck into things.
Or maybe he just wanted you to think he was drunk. He's like, it's like a guy at a poker game. Sometimes he's the master of the drunken punch. He's just making you think that he's, falling that way when he's actually just waiting to hit you with that secret left.
Yeah, Quinoa Jenkins out here just doing it big. So yes.
Okay. All right. So does this constitute transition? Because I know you got Rossi coming.
No, we're going to still do transition.
All right.
And let me just say, yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
Thank you, Laurence. We'll talk again in a bit. I want to put a button on this absolutely ridiculous segment with what we had planned here, which was a follow-up from Peterson after Pham got the suspension.
It's a newer type of situation.
There was a lot of money involved in it. I did send a GIF in the group chat that was making fun of the Padres. In the group chat, there was also there was more than one Padre. There was maybe 4 or 5 that I'm kind of close with a couple of them. And it was supposed to be a friendly thing, just making fun of, they were playing bad and just talking back and forth. And he did not like that and responded, Jock, I don't know you well enough to make any jokes like this. So then I wrote back, was meant to be all fun and games. No hard feelings. Sorry if you took it that way. And then about 2 weeks later, after like week 4 or 5, he ended up leaving the league. And there's been no communication since. But like I said, it is true. I did send a GIF making fun of the Padres. And if I hurt anyone's feelings, I apologize for that. It was kind of making fun of how they were not playing well to make the playoffs with a very talented team. So, I was teammates with some of them. And, it was supposed to be lighthearted. And I understand everyone takes jokes differently. So, like I said, I apologize for that. And looking to move past this and show up tomorrow with no distractions and try to help this team win the ballgame.
would love to have known what that GIF was. I've probably seen it, but remember that whole death spiral that resulted, was it Jay Stingler that ended up losing his job because of what happened to that Padres team after they got out.
Peterson described the GIF, and it was hard to translate it to radio because you needed the visual, and he actually showed the beat, what the GIF was. So it was 3 teams within the National League West, and it was a weightlifters competition, like World's Strongest Man, and 2 of the successful NL West teams had the weight throwing competition where you throw it behind your head over the bar, and 2 of them were successful, and then the third had the Padres logo on it, and it was just a complete failure. He tried to throw it, he just fall over himself, and it was just, it was pretty funny. It was good.
And Tommy Pham took that personally. It's so dumb. I love it. Next up, real quick, you got to learn your lesson here. If you are a baseball team, if you're a baseball broadcast, don't set aside the announcement or discussion of anything really important when Nick Castellanos is batting. You should know that by now. It happened again.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score, including...
Every team has their team doctor, and they have a couple of trainers. They have a few of the medical people around, and I'm wondering, when Haugh goes down there, what exactly is he going to do? I mean, is he going to stitch him up if he needs it? Is he going to hold his hand? Is he going to tell him to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, pal? I mean, I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I do know that he was gone for a little bit longer than he probably could have been. But again, I don't know what's going on down there. So now he comes back.
I just saw him.
I'm sure. What's that?
He said, I just saw him. And your response to this day, we play it all the time. Your one-word response is priceless. And
well, he didn't say anything. I mean, if he's going to go down there, I needed an update. I needed a medical report. I needed something. I mean, was he dead? Do we have to alert the family? Is he going to be out for the rest of the year? Because when he said, I just saw him, and he sat there. That's what I said, And I mean, come on, give me something else. You've been gone for 20 minutes. You got to give me something.
Not just you, us,
all of us.
Yeah.
us.
It was that was one of the highlights. That, and when there was a weather alert in Granger, and he looked over and he kind of circled his finger like, you take it. Then he took out the Tupperware thing that he put his headset, loaded it up, and just left. He was going to check on Eris, his lovely wife, and he drove back to Granger in the middle of the game. It was like, wait a second, that's a weather report. It was, so look, everybody thought that we were complete enemies, but we had some wonderful times in the booth. He was a truly unique character, one of the legends of the game. I worked with 2 guys in Harry Carey and Hawk Harrelson. We're never going to see the likes of those guys again. And some of the things they did were absolutely priceless. And, I've done play-by-play, so I could pick it up again, but it's just really strange. Bad weather report, boom, he's in the parking lot and gone.
What I liked was the name of your book was Where's Harry? And you could write another version, write a sequel, and say, where did Hawk go?
headset again.
Narrator. No, he wouldn't. Not that headset. Maybe a headset, but just not that one yet. That was Tom Brenneman famously explaining why he used a word that he shouldn't have used despite being a man of faith, as Nick Castellano was so rudely interrupted it. And then it happened another time, too. I think twice more. Once it was the Toronto Blue Jays broadcast, and they were reading a prepared statement about, one of their broadcasters was arrested for something. I forgot what the crime was, but everybody had their serious faces on and their serious tone, and that was interrupted by a Nick Castellanos hit. And this, most recently, yesterday, NBC Sports Philadelphia, as they were getting very serious with their Memorial Day stuff, here comes Nick.
Miles Teller, whose movie Top Gun Maverick is out right now, is joined by American Gold Star Mothers past national president Judith Young, unveiling the gold chair, which will sit vacant here at Citizens Bank Park, honoring those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. Castellanos rips one to deep left field. It is gone! Solo home run for Castellanos. He's hitting 5 straight. It's 1-0 Phils.
Somebody's getting hot.
Somebody's getting hot. There's something bigger than Phil. Yeah, stop doing important stuff when Nick Castellanos is batting. And I don't want to actually it, but he hits a lot of home runs. He gets a lot of hits. There's a really good chance when he's up that he's going to do something like that because he's a really good hitter. It's just the fact that he's up so often in the middle of the broadcast doing its serious sound. And I know that we usually talk about baseball, but now's the time we have to be very, very serious about the Gold Star chair and Miles Teller and his movie Top Gun.
Those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. Castellanos rips one to deep left field. It is gone!
Of course. I don't know if I'll ever put this headset on again. Oh, my God. And I guess we have to see Top Gun, right? It's getting great reviews. It really is. But then, see, like, neither one of my kids has seen the original Top Gun, and I guess we got to do that first before we see this one, because what's the point? Because they're not going to get it, and I don't even know if they care. And I have to ask them, is it usually when you ask the kids, go, I don't want to go to a movie. Movies are stupid. I'd rather sit and watch TikTok on my phone all day. So, I don't know. Although we did find out that our daughter hadn't seen Anchorman before. We're like, wait, what? You've seen Anchorman? So this is we watched it last night. Jason insisted. He's like, all right, that's it. We're watching Anchorman, and she loved it. And I could like you. It came out when you were. When did it come out? Oh,
4, I think.
4. Yeah, like she wasn't even 2. Like, how could you have not seen it yet? And there were lines there. She was like, "Oh, that's where that came from. Oh, that's where that reference is from." I said, "Yeah, it's funny, but you know what though." There's cancelable stuff in there.
Oh, yeah.
And I hadn't really thought about it because I hadn't seen it in its entirety for a long time. But, like, you can't have Ben Stiller play a screaming Mexican. That's not okay. You know? And I thought about it, like, oh, I remembered that as being very funny. No, not all that funny.
Be classy. San Diego, who is it, right? Ron Jeremy, is that right?
No,
it wasn't.
It was not Ron Jeremy. Is he in jail yet, by the way? He should be if he's not. The old hedgehog is apparently just an absolute sex criminal.
Somebody's getting hot.
All right, well, that's enough of that. And we're going to
do. By the way, do you know who directed Anchorman?
Who directed it? Adam McKay.
Yeah, your guy.
Yeah, I know. And the afternoon shows had him on multiple times. I will say this, too. I've probably seen Blades of Glory 4 times in the last month. I underrated that movie drastically. And the TV production parody stuff, the maybe the best, beyond what Will Ferrell did and all of that, the fantastic improv stuff, Jim Lampley is an absolute riot. Not just at the end when he's on screen. Like the work that they do with Lampley and Hamilton and all of the actual TV sports production stuff is fantastic. I underrated that movie, and I know that now, and I will make corrections in my life that are much needed. So Laurence Holmes will join us once again for a moment ahead of David Ross on the score.
Those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. Castellanos rips one to deep left field. It is gone!
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Score football expert Mike Florio.
If anything, some people have raised the ceiling. I know Chris Sims revisited his assessment of Justin Fields coming out in the draft, and he feels better about Fields than he did when Fields.
West Side Mike is on the score. Good morning. Happy Friday, Mike.
Good morning. Let me say something about the White Sox. Hear me out. You got the best radio show. You are a great hostess, and you're smart and you're educated. And I just want to let you know this.
Thank you.
Last year, it was a pandemic. Everybody was in and out the lineup last year. They won a lot of games. You got a guy who's coaching that team that's the same age, or my grandfather about the same age. You give them a remote controller. They don't know what they want to watch. They're just flipping the channels, flipping the channel. You know why? Because they old. My grandfather thinks the Cartwrights and Gusmo still come on every day. It's past its prime. That's Tony La Russa. It's past its time. The man is old. My grandfather sitting in front of the TV. Why Gusmo getting on? The granddad, it's 10:30. They don't show these TV shows no more. You got cable. Watch any or something else. Tony La Russa think he's back coaching the White Sox when he was young. He's past his time. Give him the mess of Jello or Lipton pudding and whatever, and let him go home, retire, and get a young guy in there to run this team the right way. Because you keep that old guy in there, all you're going to do is get a rocking chair.
Hold on a second.
You're not going to win.
Mike, your grandfather is alive and well and is also in his late 70s?
My grandfather, hey, they in the 90s.
Oh, he's in his, okay.
And you know what that means?
Yes.
They don't know. They don't remember where he at.
Okay.
It's a new time. It's 2022. I love my grandfather, but he old. When you get old, you're going to forget things. Tony Russa in his 70s, he's already forgetting things. Ask what years it is right now.
How old are you?
I'm 57 years old.
Okay, I'm just trying to work the math here because that's wow, good. That's good genes in your family. Then that is. I mean,
of course, you know why?
Why?
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I just buy clothes and do the right thing.
Our thank yous today go to our guests, Ian Happ and Vinny Duber. Also, thank you to Connor O'Donnell, to Evan Thomas, Rick Camp, Mike Rankin, Brandon Fryer, everybody who helped out. And you've already heard from Laurence Holmes, but he's back now because he's got David Ross coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Dan, have you heard the Jim Lampley, Norm Macdonald stuff?
What specifically?
Norm used to do comedy bits, and whenever he did a sports one, because he's a huge sports fan, he would have Jim Lampley on them. Like they did a couple of them where Jim Lampley is doing play-by-play, and Norm has bet on the game. And
oh no, I haven't.
Yeah, there's some really funny stuff. Like Lampley leans into that stuff. And has for a long time. So I think if you find it, you search for it, you'll enjoy it quite a bit.
I will. And I also want to look up this new Netflix Norm Macdonald, basically his sort of valediction. And I'm very interested. I mean, it's going to be sad, but I definitely want to hear what he had to say.
Yeah, and hearing people talk so lovingly about the Top Gun, I'm like, oh, I guess I got to go see it. I mean, I was going to go see it anyway, but I guess I got to go see it.
I don't know if I was going to go see it, but I think now I'm going to wait for the theaters to get a little emptier. Because the experience it's being there with like 5 other people watching Doctor Strange was great, because it was like on every screen, and I don't want the IMAX, and I don't want the all of the bells and whistles and stuff. And I don't know if they're doing that with Top Gun, but it's apparently worth the big screen experience. So fine, I guess I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing John Hamm play the heavy. Is that what we're supposed to believe, that he plays the heavy in all of this? And one of the guys that's in the TV show Southside is one of the stars of this movie too. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Maverick ride again out here in the desert sky, and him and Iceman. Well, is Val Kilmer's in it, right? Or is it just his picture that's in it?
No, I guess he's in it. Apparently, it's one of the best scenes in the movie.
All right.
Apparently, there's like real pathos on screen between the two of them. And there's somebody new. I think Miles Teller is like the guy, and that's Good Goose's kid. Is that right? Who represents the new?
Yeah, and Iceman's an admiral now. I think that's what it is. He's Admiral Kazansky. I think that's what I saw in the trailer when I went to go see Doctor Strange 2. Which, by the way, I did a whole full-fledged 25-minute review on House of L. Spoiler filled.
Okay.
Not spoiler free. Spoiler filled.
Give me the headline on your thoughts on it.
The headline was, it was a horror movie, and I enjoyed.
Yeah, it was.
I enjoyed that Marvel made a horror movie. I just don't know where we go from here.
And that's the whole thing with the multiverses and the idea of multiple plot lines and universes. And I just sort of shrug and say, all right, whatever. Figure out what you want to be real. Decide on it, and what consequences there are of anyone's actions that are actually permanent consequences.
And the consequences of this transition is that it's over because David Ross is here.
Well, I wouldn't want to take any of his space up. Enjoy.
Thanks, Dan. That is Dan Bernstein. You can check him out on the Dan Bernstein Show, 9 a.m. until noon. I'm Laurence Holmes here with you until 2 o'clock. We are getting ready to talk with Cubs manager David Ross. This hour is being brought to you by CarX Tire and Auto, online at carx.com. Ray? Let's go.
This is the David Ross Show.
Chicago!
Cubs manager David Ross on the Laurence Holmes Show.
My expectation is for us to win ball games. I mean, we're going to go out and compete really hard. I think it's a fun group.
World Series hero.
And now the 1-2 pitch on the way to Ross. Swung on, hit in the air, deep center field. Back goes Davis. Back near the track, near the wall. Davis leaping, and that ball is a home run.
David Ross with Laurence Holmes on 670 The Score.
David Ross joins you on the Circuit Resort and Casino Hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, some of the world's largest sports book. Rossi, how you doing?
What's up, Laurence? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing really well. Before you came on, we were talking about the new Top Gun movie. I haven't seen it yet. Is that in your plans? Is that in your purview? Is the type of film that you enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first one's back in my day, so yeah, I have heard one of my coaches went and saw it, raved about it, and then I actually was listening to
I listen to country music in the morning, so I was listening to a little bit of that, and they were talking about one of the hosts was talking about feels like it's one of the better movies they've seen in a long, long time. They were raving about it, so definitely got to get out and see that.
Okay, all right, good. Well, even if you're hearing good things and other people that I'm talking to are hearing good things, then that means I'm going to have to pay some money and go see Maverick fly and do his thing. But yeah, that's a movie that you quote and you talk about and you have fun with. And Kenny Loggins with the soundtrack of that first movie, man, it's wild stuff right there.
There you go. They're bringing it back. They're bringing back the old school. That's nice. And I heard it's even better than the first. So that's great.
All right. Well, then in a couple of weeks, we got to compare notes and see what we thought of Top
Perfect.
Gun Maverick. What are the latest injury updates on Seiya Suzuki and Wade Miley?
Oh man, we've got a long list of guys have been kind of getting banged up. Suzuki went to the IL, jammed his finger in Cincinnati, and it sounds like just sprained maybe a ligament in the knuckle. Tried to hit and just couldn't do it. Tried to give him some rest, slowly work his way back. We were just getting to a point where we want to make sure we could retro the 3 days, and he'll be out just hopefully only this short amount of time. But he's got some swelling in that finger, and it just tried to hit live yesterday off the machine, and just anytime he didn't hit it right on the barrel, it was giving a pretty good jolt in the hand. So I don't want him protecting that thing. Get him all the way back and get him back out there healthy and help him so he can continue to help contribute. And then Wade is working his way back as well. He was in a place where just shoulders barking a little bit and threw a pin yesterday or played catch, yesterday. Felt much better. So hopefully this is a short stint as well, and we can get him off the bump here real soon and get some good feedback.
What's it been like to navigate this season where you're probably worried going in with the way spring training goes that you might end up losing guys, but what's it been like to manage inside of having so many guys go down?
Yeah, I think it's just, there are just so many weird things that have come up. It just feels like one thing after another, and that's just the facts. Not trying to make excuses. I think the main thing is giving some other guys some opportunities, and some young guys have come up and put themselves on the map, have been really impressive. And watching them, like Schwarmer making his debut yesterday, obviously Morrell swinging the bat really well, some good things happening with guys going down, and young guys coming up and showing their skills. I think the main thing with managing that from a short spring training for me was, we tried to, not stretch these guys out early. Wade kind of came out of spring training banged up and started on the IL. So we got him back for a minute. Still looks like there's some things barking there, some different, but some things still bothering him. So we just want to get him on a regular routine, make sure we don't lose some of that buildup he had, or this is something we're going to deal with for months at a time. So I thought we did a good job early on of that, and a lot of teams were dealing with some injuries early in the season, and it seems like ours are creeping up on us right now. But got a lot of guys coming back here soon, and we'll have hopefully get some guys back healthy and be able to play some good baseball ahead.
Okay, so when we're talking about managing, you're bringing up new guys. Guys are making their debuts. You've had Velasquez and Schwarmer and Morrell. How do you go about trying to indoctrinate those guys and get them ready for what the major leagues is like?
Yeah, and don't forget Espinosa last night was pretty impressive too, right? I think the main thing for me is just, I think we have a clubhouse that guys feel welcome. They feel at home. I think Morrell touched on that when he got up here, being in spring training, the way these guys interact, the way they talk, the culture we try to create. It's all inclusive. We need everybody, young, rookies, veterans, everybody has to contribute to success. And, the winning teams I've been a part of, that's how it is. The culture makes the young guys fit in really fast and make them feel welcome. That way their skills show up and they're not timid. They're not scared. There may be some adrenaline, but there's guys there helping them. And I think, some of the stuff that I read this morning about Schwarmer and Higgins that he caught him in AAA, and Higgy being up here and hitting his first home run yesterday. He's gotten a taste of catching some of these guys last year and some of the guys that, in spring training, the veterans, he's been around a little bit and knows these guys and how they work. And I think him being able to talk to Matt and tell him, hey, just pitch your game. I'll take care of calling the game, managing the game. You just make your pitches. That's the kind of culture and that's the kind of thing we're trying to create here. So these guys come up and feel really comfortable and can succeed and pitch or play to their best.
Rossi, this is going to sound weird, but just hang with me on this one, okay? You have Morel come up, and he is off to a great start. How do you support his great start while also letting him understand that it might not be like this all the time?
Yeah, I don't think you need to. I don't think it's something that you have to make aware to the player. Who are we to judge what it's going to go like? Who he may be the next Mike Trout. We don't know. I think we come into with so many expectations or lack of expectations. This young man's young, hungry, and he was in big league camp for us 2 years ago, and the growth he's made already is astounding to me. And the way he takes the information is being able to apply that really fast has really been impressive. The coaching staff's been really impressed. We've moved him all over the diamond. He's looked great in each position. His excitement, his energy brings a lot to us. So, for me, when guys struggle, we're there to catch them and help them and talk them through it. But until that time comes, you just high-five them when they do great, pat them on the butt when they punch out or make a mistake, and you keep moving down the line. This is a everyday game that we have to play and stay mentally positive because of all the failure that you go through. And he's a positive person. And so we're along for the ride with him and supporting him. And when the bumps in the road come, that's what the family's all about. That's what our culture's all about, is about helping each other through those tough moments, talking through them, and then using some of the experiences we have to maybe give some advice or a helping hand.
He does seem to play with a lot of joy.
Oh man, it's infectious, man. The way he, I was joked the other day with the media. It's like if you feel like before the game starts, he has to pat everybody on the back or shake everybody's hand, the umpire, the catcher, the guy at first when he gets to second. It doesn't matter. This guy is just a genuinely great human being that loves to play baseball, and that's what's so infectious and so great about him. Outside of just his skill set and how he comes to work every day with that smile and that energy is awesome.
Cubs manager David Ross joining me here on The Score. How did Nico Horner convince you that he was this team's shortstop?
Well, I think it's over time, the work ethic, the baseball IQ, the conversations, and then coming off last year and the injury and knowing he's played there in college and getting a little bit of time there early in his career, and just seeing the work he had to put in, knowing where he needed to be better and be consistent. And, we had a void there in the off season. And so that's where we had him work. And, he comes in and with Anderton, one of those silver linings that you don't see coming, Anderton being a little banged up when we started the season, him get everyday reps at short. He proved it. It's about going out there and proving it. We can hype things up. We can talk about the expectations and who this guy is going to be or that guy and all the prospect stuff. But until you go out and prove it at this level, it's hard to make sure that that's going to stick. So kudos to him for putting in the work in the offseason and coming in and proving it.
And with a player like Anderton that's played at shortstop basically every game of his career, how did that conversation go? You say, look, we have a guy that's established himself now. We need you to do other things. How do those types of conversations go?
Well, what's great about having the type of veterans we have, I'd put Hayward in that category, Anderton, even though he's new here. He came in spring training and say, hey, I'm here to help the team. I'll move around. I'll do whatever you need me to do. And then Nico went down. We brought him back maybe a little bit early but we needed that shortstop, and he came back, filled the hole, and then Nico came back, and we're looking at with one eye on the future and trying to win on a daily basis. I talked to Anderton, and he said no problem. It's really as simple as that. I don't think he had a lot of pushback, and I respect that, and told him he would still move over there some. I think with all the shifting we put Nico out in deep second base when we do shift, and Anderton still plays up the middle, and kind of that shortstop hybrid. So he's over there a lot. He played shortstop yesterday with the doubleheader. He'll play there some, but I think just knowing where we're at and where he's at in his career and some of the arm struggles he had coming in to spring training and he's been dealing with, I think second base made a lot of sense for a lot of reasons, and he was on board with that.
I'm fascinated by Keegan Thompson, and he's been one of the best players on the Cubs. Like, if you look at every metric, he's been one of the best players. How do you go about developing a player that looks like he could function in either role, either being a starter or being a high leverage reliever?
I think the main aspect is what we dealt with last year, is like coming up and proving that you belong. And I think like he went through that. He had some success, had some failure, goes into the off season and understands, hey, I'm good enough to pitch in the big leagues. And he knows it. He's proven it. So putting in the work, having the right mentality coming in to this season, and then embracing the role of being on the team and the role that he had. And you're going to need a bunch of pitchers, as we see in a major league season, especially starting pitchers. And for him to give us that depth early on was a huge piece, giving us multiple innings out of the bullpen while we were trying to build up some of these starters with a shortened spring training. He was perfect for that role, and I still think he's a huge value down there. But with all the injuries we've had creep up on us, and him being able to slide into the rotation and being able to give us 50, 60, 70 pitches out of as a starter when he fills in and pitching to the level that he's been pitching at has been huge. So I think it's just about, again, opportunities. These guys take these opportunities and they run with them. When you get opportunity at this level, you have to produce and prove it. Like I said, with the shortstop position, it's all about getting your opportunity here and making a name for yourself. And that's what he's doing.
Last 5 starts for Marcus Stroman, 1.8 ERA. He's dropped his overall ERA 3 full runs. What's he been doing right?
Man, he was great his last outing. We needed that. We were short in the bullpen, and he absolutely went out there and gave us a spectacular performance on the south side. I think he's just finding his rhythm. I say that a lot, but he's a rhythm pitcher. His mechanics and his body just need to line up, and he just seems to be throwing multiple pitches for strikes to both sides of the plate, up, down, being able to the breaking ball seems super sharp. The slider, he's got 2 sliders, a hard one and a put away that he can land for strikes or finish with, back foot to lefties. It's all been working for him. I just feel like he's in the zone. And I think there's even a better version in there. His command is good in the zone, but I know there's times where he's just missing that outside corner, that backdoor 2-seamer to righties. Some things there when he locks that in, he's going to be really even more dominant than he was last time. But he had a long layoff too, with being sick and being able to come back, and now he's just continued to build on where he was before he went on the IL and getting stretched out and feeling really good about where he's at.
Rossi, good luck tonight against the Brewers, sir.
Thank you, brother. Good to talk to you, and we'll go see that movie real soon. We'll talk about it.
Yes. Hopefully. 2 weeks. We talking Top Gun, Rossi. 2 weeks. All right.
All right. See you, Laurence.
See ya. That's David Ross, the manager of your Chicago Cubs. I like what he said about Keegan Thompson. I'm really fixated on that, because you have a player that looks like he might be able to go both ways. That you look at Keegan Thompson, you go, oh, there's a guy that might be an 8th or 9th inning guy, if you want, 7th, 8th, or 9th inning guy. Or maybe he ends up being someone that's in the middle of your rotation. So seeing how that develops throughout this season, and then what they finally figure out to project him as, is something that's really, really interesting to me. And it has been fun watching young guys like Velasquez and Morel come up, and you see like the big smiles and the joy. And maybe the Cubs are transitioning to a developmental season. And at some point, you and I will have a longer conversation about all of that. When we come back, though, I've been gone for a little bit, and I would like to talk a little bit about the White Sox, but I also, this past weekend, because there's a Cubs day game on Thursday, and then I took Friday off, and I went away, and I was watching a lot of stuff this weekend. So Ray suggested that we do a Top 5 Tuesday on some of the cool stuff that I saw. So we're going to do that. We're going to do Top 5 next, and it's a little bit of everything. It's kind of wild and wacky world of Lawrence's sports watching. That's next here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Score football expert Mike Florio.
If anything, some people have raised the
Someone on the Twitch, it was a while ago, has said that they're just not sure what the Cubs are doing. I think that that's fair. That you're not sure kind of where things stand. What is it that they're trying to accomplish? Well, I think that they're still in a bit of a teardown, but does that mean that you're not going to spend money on players that have earned it? If we look at, you can make the argument against giving the guys that were here money, and I'm pretty sure that the Cubs offered Rizzo more money than what he ended up getting. But with Contreras, and especially now that the DH is a thing in the National League, what are you better served by? Are you better served by having a player like that and knowing that that spot on the roster is taken care of, or flipping him at the trade deadline as you continue to try to start over? It's a wild thing, man. Like, to think about where the Cubs were and where they are, and thinking about like Cub fans maybe having to say goodbye again. Like, that, even though Jason Hayward has been a good Cub, a great defender, fantastic teammate, the offensive production is like completely tumbled, and people resent that he makes the salary that he makes. Jason Hayward will be a guy that when he comes back, like for the 10-year reunion in 2026, people are like, oh man, I love me some Jason Hayward. But now they're like, get him on up out of here. But with Wilson Contreras, it's like, man, that's a good player. That's a good young player, or young enough player. And like he said, I've been in this organization for 14 years. That's wild. I hope that he gets what he wants and Cubs fans get what they want. But I think what they want and what they deserve, quite frankly, is you should be competing. Are you going to do what it takes to compete? You're the Cubs, like the new Cubs. You don't need to be taking 5 years to burn it down and build it back up. I think you have a right to be jealous and look at the Yankees and go, well, hold on, and look at the Dodgers and be like, yeah, that's what I want. I want them to keep spending money. Oh, there's a great player that's available. Let's trade for him and then give them money.
How special is it for you as a Chicago guy to like get that reception that you got at the United Center and then be coming back with AEW tomorrow?
It's beyond words. I wouldn't be able to describe it, no matter how many times I try. I think a lot of it is because I still haven't been able to fully process it.
And I don't think I want to be able to fully process it, because I think if you really sat back as an individual and processed that, I would become a raging egomaniac. There's just too much going on, too much love. It was legitimately, as cheesy as it sounds, greatest night of my career, electric, all those things. And I really took the time in the moment to soak it up and enjoy it. And I think that came through on television, and I thought it was a hell of a moment. If you're talking to the audience, like, don't lie to them. Tell the truth. And then 3-4 steps down the line, you can go ahead and say something that is within storyline that is, a quote unquote work. And then that'll make them go, oh, well, hey, wait a second. He said A, B, and C, and that's the truth. And then he said that. So, I mean, he must be telling the truth. There's a way to, be a magician about it, and instead of just straight up lying to the people. The fans are a lot smarter than some companies give them credit for.
See, that's fascinating. I think you just unlocked something for people who might not get the allure of wrestling, is that there's enough realness in there that, people can go along with you when you take it that extra step, as long as it fits within the storyline. So is that that's why people end up feeling invested? Because especially when you're as close to the genuine article as a guy like you are, maybe there's more people that are closer to their character than we even realize.
Well, I think there's a lot of old school guys that, were the real deal. And then the more the people believed in them, the more things they said and things they did weren't see-through. You could punch holes in them. Then you can get a little bit more goofy pro wrestling. You know what I mean? But coming out of the gate and being like, hey, I'm a garbage man, then you're not a garbage man. The people are going to see right through that. You know what I mean? But if you can't lie to the people, at least not right away.
What was it that made you come back? What lit that fuse again to be like, you know what? I got more left to give here.
There's a lot of things that made me come back. Obviously I'm 100% physically and mentally healthy now. I had to take myself out of a bad situation and kind of grow and heal from all the things that had happened to me. There's a lot of sports things that kind of lit a fire under my ass, sitting on my couch watching Last Dance, Jordan and the Bulls, and watching Mike Tyson do an exhibition fight. HBO did a tremendous documentary on Tina Turner that I watched, and I was just, they all had one thing in common: these tremendous comebacks, And for 7 years, the wrestling fans have stayed with me, and they've clamored, and they've chanted my name, and they've screamed for me. So, about a year and a half, 2 years ago is really when AEW first started. So to watch them flourish and grow in that short amount of time, get a huge television deal with TNT, which used to be the home of Jim Crockett Promotions, NWA, WCW stuff.
The White Sox place all-star shortstop Tim Anderson on the 10-day injured list, retroactive to May 30th, with a strained right groin. We all knew that was coming. Here's the good news. And reinstated outfielder Luis Robert from the COVID-19 related injury list. So TA goes on IL, and we'll see how long of a stay he's on IL. Maybe they took a look and things are not as bad as they looked on Sunday, but it definitely looked like the end of the world on Sunday when you were watching him having to be helped off of the field. Luis Robert will be back, and I suspect will be playing center field for the Southside Nine as they take on Toronto. We are going to talk specifically about the White Sox in the next segment and James Fegan. Actually, the next two segments after this one are going to be specifically White Sox, because I have some things that I would like to talk about. And look, I had a couple of days off. I made myself a super long holiday weekend, and I ended up spending some time hiking in Arizona, which, this time of year can be treacherous because, the highs while I was there was 106 and 105. It's a dry heat. Nighttime was great and being outside, but it's like the winter here almost, where you just start planning your day around getting up early Like I would get up and do my hiking in the morning, and then the rest of the day would be spent grading papers. I'm doing that, finishing up my quarter with my students, grading projects, and watching sports. Like that's what I did. And then I'd go out and have dinner at night. Like that was my routine while I was there. I saw a lot of cool stuff while I was on my little mini vacation, and a lot of it was sport. You know what's strange? You do this job and you think you're like, oh, well, I can't wait to get away from sports. But when you love sports, and that's part of the reason that you do this job, you end up getting roped into watching sports. I love competition. And wherever I can find like the highest level of the competition and there's money on the table, like something is at stake, I am here for it. No matter what. And this happened all weekend long. So Ray and I decided that we were going to do a top 5 this week of stuff that I saw over the holiday weekend.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Top 5 Tuesdays on the Laurence Holmes Show.
But since today is Tuesday, it doesn't matter in the slightest.
Top 5 Tuesdays.
I've only seen a couple, but that's definitely top 5.
Is it Tuesday?
Can't you ask me an intelligent question?
Is this the Laurence Holmes Show?
Damn skip.
Then it's Top 5 Tuesdays on the Laurence Holmes Show. Got it? Good.
Yes, there was a ton of couch sitting that went on with me. And I got to tell you, I enjoyed getting my hike in and then heading to Bosa Donuts and Jack in the Box. I like to get a good Jack in the Box breakfast while I'm out west occasionally. So I did that, and then I watched a lot of sports. A lot. Number 5.
Vaughn swings and misses, strike 3. We just talked about the importance of strikeouts. Stroman gets a big one right here. Anderson still at second with one away. 1-1, he shows bunt and bunts it toward third. Stroman throws to third, and it's going to be in time. Out at third base. A head-first slide by Harrison. Excellent play by Marcus Stroman. He barehanded that ball, spun all the way around, and got the ball in time to Wisdom, who had to make the tag on the head-first sliding Harrison. Here comes the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The pitch was down near the dust. McGuire 3 straight swings and misses, and that's a huge strikeout.
Marcus Stroman's performance Saturday, he was great. 7 innings, or Sunday, he was great. 7 innings, had a couple of strikeouts, just really commanded the White Sox offense. I thought it was wonderful. And seeing him over his last 5 starts, this is what Stroman is giving you. 6 innings, 2 earned, 7 innings, 0 earned, 5 innings, 2 earned, 5 innings, 2 earned, 7 innings, no earned. 1.8 ERA for Marcus Stroman in his last 5 starts. It's a real pitcher's duel yesterday. We'll get back to that. Number 4.
Geiersbach, she's got the hot hand, trying to get the hands free. She scores! Sam Geiersbach fires North Carolina in front for the first time today. 4 straight goals for the transfer from Richmond.
Unbelievable job. The climbing back 5th goal of the day for Geiersbach.
Friday afternoon, I am sitting there on the couch watching Northwestern's women's lacrosse team play in the national semifinal against North Carolina. North Carolina! So I'm watching them play, and they have the game in hand. I'm like, man, Northwestern lacrosse is out here crushing it. As per usual, they're a very successful national program. And then weird stuff started to happen. It was like North Carolina ate their spinach, or they all got like the super soldier serum. Northwestern had an 8-goal lead in the 4th quarter of this game. And I went from laying on the couch watching the game to when North Carolina got to 5 goals, sitting on the couch watching the game, to then when it got to 2 goals on the edge of the couch, and then when it got tied, I was pacing back and forth like I went to Northwestern. It was incredible. Like, North Carolina went on to win the championship and finish the season undefeated. But my goodness, that game was absolutely wild. Number 3.
I know Lynn wants to talk about your voice, but that mustache you were rocking is absolutely, I mean, between you and Matt Carper, you guys should have like a mustache contest.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones in the league right now, actually.
What was the, I mean, I know we want to talk baseball, but before this inning's over with Cueto and the Cubs swinging at every single pitch he throws, like, what was the thought process behind, like, okay, I'm going with this mustache today?
Yeah, so I had a beard, and then I shaved it to like a pencil-thin mustache, and it was kind of goofy and made me laugh, but it wasn't quite right. Regrew it, and then I FaceTimed my agent, and he just started cracking up. He's like, "Hey, you got to keep that." So I pretty much have had it ever since. So I think I've had it since probably like February, maybe even earlier.
So there's like a combination of you want people to smile, maybe even laugh, but also be like, that's really cool. What's the percentage of, you want the cool factor's got to be about 2/3, right?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, I don't know if I'm hitting those numbers, but I think it's getting a lot of laughs at the very least.
AJ Przinsky and Lynn Casper calling the game on Saturday was great. Getting a chance to watch and hear those guys. I saw a lot of Cubs fans actually saying that they were happy to hear Lynn calling a Cubs game, even though he's the White Sox radio guy. AJ's a natural at this. And what I loved about that, one, Dylan Cease was very entertaining in their chat with him. And two, listening to AJ manage the game for the White Sox was very intriguing. As I look around for who might want to follow Tony La Russa when he retires, ? All I know is that he was making some great points about Johnny Cueto not going back out there for the 7th inning. Because you had gotten exactly what you wanted from Johnny Cueto. Why do we need to push things any farther? Shout out to AJ. Number 2.
5 infielders for the Cubs. Berger to left, and that is game. 5 infielders, doesn't matter. The Sox take the long way home, 5-4.
This was a tough day for Jake Berger. He hung with it. He got his first hit of the day, and it turned out to be a game winner.
Jake Berger with the game winner for the White Sox yesterday. Highlight courtesy of NBC Sports Chicago. I started watching this game in Sky Harbor Airport. And then I ended up watching it. Well, I was talking to this couple from Texas, and then we started talking about Chicago, and I was like, I got to go. My plane's getting ready to board. I watched it all the way home. All the way home watching the Cubs and the White Sox. Think about that. I watched 3 innings in the airport. Watched the rest of the game on the way home. And then was sitting there in the parking garage watching the end of it. And it ended up really well. There's some Jake Berger stuff that I want to talk about in the next segment. But first, we've got number 1.
1-2 to Rollin. Swinging a pop-up. Katie over. She's got it. Get ready, Oklahoma. Here comes Northwestern. The Wildcats are returning to the Women's College World Series.
Yo, highlight courtesy of ESPN. I was down the street from where this game was happening, but it was too damn hot to go sit at a game. Northwestern played Arizona State for a chance to go to the College World Series. It's a 3-game series, best of 3 series. It was wild. Game 2 was one of the best sporting events that I've seen in a while. And then yesterday, they were able to finish this thing off, and now they're going, or Saturday night was the crazy game too. They finished this thing off, and now they're going to the College World Series. In fact, their coach, Kate Drohan, is going to be on the show at 1:25. And I've got to ask her about her on-field demeanor. I have never seen a coach or manager with her type of demeanor where you know she's getting her point across, but she looks completely calm. And there were a couple instances where she had to do that in this series. But this series between Northwestern and Arizona State was amazing. Shout out to Danielle Williams, the pitcher for Northwestern. I think she threw 400 pitches in 3 games, something ridiculous like that. So yeah, that got my number one. And what was crazy is that Saturday night's game, the game was on where I was having dinner, a place called The Yard in Phoenix. And Phoenicians were definitely into it and cheering. And seeing women's softball get that type of love is great. You know, I'm an advocate for women's softball. So seeing people like, oh, this is fun and exciting, we can cheer for it. Great. So that's my top 5. You don't like my top 5? Well, I mean, it would be the top 5 things that I watch. So I guess you couldn't technically even have a top 5. You could do the top 5 things that you watch. You could. When we come back, let's talk about the White Sox. The White Sox are at the quarter pole. We are through Memorial Day. June 1st is tomorrow. What do we know about the White Sox? And what do we think they are? I'm going to discuss that next here on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and
it is hard to be a bad manager. It is really hard.
There are plenty of people who don't think that managers make that big of a difference game in and game out.
And mathematically, they don't. And look, you and I have both had these conversations with Joe Madden over the years. You actually have to work at it. And if you really look at the worst managers around for a long time, even the worst managers can win World Series. Ned Yost did it.
Yeah.
You can do it. But if you're talking about like Mike Matheny level bad, guys who all day make you a little less likely to win, it's almost like Tony La Russa has come in with a paint by numbers of how to matter in a negative way. As if, Mully said, is he trolling some of this stuff? Whether it's lineups, just asleep at the switch. The number of times, not knowing the rules, not watching the game, not managing the game in front of him, and everything that was said, I'm still pissed off at holding them and Rick Hahn to what was said after they got beat in the playoffs. In this window, in the playoffs, we got to get better at some things, and we know we have to get better at it. Well, they didn't. And the person ostensibly in charge of making sure they're better at those things is helping make them worse.
Them not being better at picking up the baseball at this point is not good. And it's a referendum on the way that the team is built and the way that the team is managed, that they still have some of these lapses. He's a net negative as a manager right now. That's what you're getting with Tony La Russa. Like, you're not getting someone that is lifting your team beyond the places that you think that they can go. He's holding them down. He's holding them under the water.
It has been.
And it's been a minute. You start looking at how they ended last season. You start looking at how they played in the playoffs. You brought it up, Dan. What was Tony La Russa, as the White Sox are being handed the gentleman's sweep last year, what was Tony La Russa talking about at the end of that series?
Kendall Graveman throwing at Jose Abreu. And everyone, what? Like, why are you talking about that?
Because Don Quixote is out there jousting at windmills. That's why. He's fighting that battle. He's fighting the unwritten rules of baseball nonsense instead of actually managing games. It's ridiculous how badly the White Sox have been managed by this guy. And it can't be that guy who's going to manage them badly.
Throws there, softly to Abreu.
Tim hurt himself. Tim hurt himself as he went to his left, and that's why that was an off-balance throw, and it looks to me like a groin muscle.
The athletic training staff helping Tim Anderson off the field, and he is just so important to this team. Man, this first 45 games feels like 3 lifetimes worth of baseball.
Jason Benetti and Steve Stone are correct in their assessment of what happened and in their thoughts on where things stand with the White Sox. They're both right, courtesy of NBC Sports Chicago. Tim Anderson getting hurt, he's the one guy that you can't afford to lose. And I know that's a weird thing to say, but when you look, yesterday I did a whole pod on House of L because I kind of couldn't wait to get back on the air and talk about the White Sox and where we are. Like, usually what happens is you start looking at teams. There's Memorial Day, 4th of July, trade deadline. People in baseball will tell you, well, here's how you look at it. When it comes to the season, you take the first 60 games to assess who you are and what you need. You spend the next 60 games trying to acquire it, and then you play out the rest and hope that those final 42 games will put you exactly where you need to be. So we're not quite at 60, but we are at Memorial Day, and we're looking at a team right now that is 5 games back of Minnesota. The Twins are playing a doubleheader that just started a little while ago against Detroit. The White Sox are in Toronto. The good thing for the White Sox is that while their June schedule is rough, the Twins' schedule in June is also rough after they're done with Detroit. I was texting with Campy and Tony and Herb E on Saturday. We were talking about it because Tony was trying to figure out, like, why are they so bad? And there's a lot of reasons why the White Sox are where they're at this point. My concern, this is our concern, dude. My concern is that we're going to look up on June 10th and the White Sox are going to be 10 games out of first place. Just because of the difficulty level of what their schedule is for the month of June. And because of the way that this team plays, and because their best player is not available to them for at least 10 games. And I see people in the Twitch stream going, oh, well, thank God it's only the 10-day IL. Well, yeah, he might end up having to stay on that, though. Like, it's not like he's going to be fine. We know for a fact that he's going to be fine in 10 days. We'll see. The way that the injury luck has gone for the White Sox this year, I wouldn't bet on it after seeing Tim having to be helped off the field and then asking Tim to come back and do all the things that he does for this White Sox team. So maybe you're going, all right, Laurence, you're really scaring me with this schedule thing. How bad is the schedule for the White Sox? I'm glad you asked that question, straw man, that I'm having a conversation with. The White Sox are playing 3 games with Toronto in Toronto, and 2 of their best pitchers are not available. Kendall Graveman and Dylan Cease are each on the restricted list. Your guess is as good as mine. Either they didn't get the vaccine or they didn't get boosted. Either way, they're not going to Toronto. They can rejoin the team in Tampa, which is where the White Sox go after they're done with Toronto. So 2 of the best teams in baseball, they're playing for the next 6 games. I'm sorry, for the next 9 games. Because after they're done with their road trip, they come back home and do get an off day on my birthday. Still got time to get those presents in. They start a 3-game series with the Dodgers. You get a little bit of relief over the next 6 games because it's Texas and the Tigers. But this White Sox team this season hasn't played very well against the American League Central. And the Tigers are not very good. And then what happens? Then they go back on the road to their nemesis, the Houston Astros. And then come home and play the Blue Jays again before they get a respite against the Orioles, who've been playing people tough, even though they're not winning games necessarily. And then they go on the road to end the month at the Angels. So there's a lot of bad in here schedule-wise. That's just the schedule. Like that's just us looking at teams that are better than them and going, do the White Sox match up? Then there's the problems inside of the White Sox. The reason that the team is 23-23. I think their starting pitching has been beyond what anyone could have rightfully thought it could be, considering that you were starting the season with Dallas Keuchel in your rotation and Lance Lynn on the IL. Cease has been great. Giolito has been great. Kopech has been great. My hope that Lance Lynn comes back in a couple of weeks and he picks up where he left off, and that makes you a super formidable rotation. Cueto, I thought, was mismanaged on Saturday. You with a player like that at this point in his career, exposure is the worst thing that can happen to him. If Johnny Cueto goes out there and gives you a quality start, there's no reason to push it forward. You got 6 good innings out of him? Great. Move it along. Because your bullpen's supposed to be built to take care of the rest of that. But their starting pitching has been way better than any of us could have expected with the injuries and the personnel that they had. And Kopech being a cipher, not knowing if he was going to be able to reach his potential. And I think that so far he's done that. And maybe he's even gone beyond what people thought he could be as a starter. This team can't hit. It's as simple as looking at the batting averages of this team, of looking at the OPS of this team. They struggle. There's too many 1s and 2s in their lineup. And I'm talking 100s and 200s, like low 200s. There's too many guys with 500 or so OPSs in their lineup. And I don't know how any of it gets fixed. I was talking with Mike Rankin and Campy during one of the breaks on the Bernstein Show, because I'm in the studio today, so I was hitting them up on the talkback. Look, I'm not saying that these are desperate times yet, because we are still talking about the first 50 games of a season. You got to find offense. And right now, considering you're not a good defensive team anyway, you might have to sacrifice some of that defense for offense. Meaning, I think that Josh Harrison has played a good second base defensively. I think that him and Tim are really good together defensively. Offensively, you cannot justify him being in the lineup. I would argue that you would have a hard time justifying him being on the roster. We know that Leori's going to get some time at shortstop now, and Leori legend, he's going to be out there. This is kind of why he's on your roster, but you did give him a 3-year deal, which a lot of us were like, is that really necessary? I wouldn't ordinarily suggest this. I think Jake Berger should be your everyday second baseman. I know he's limited. Unless you want to really get, like, if we want to get crazy. Hey, Yohan, go back to second. Why are you making that face, Ray?
I mean, all that work. That would be wild. That would be a wild development in the career of Yohan Moncada.
Well, here's the thing. You can't put him back at second base. You know why? Because he's probably playing injured at third right now. He's probably got some sort of quad thing right now. So you can't put him there. So here's your choice. Your choice is you can play Josh Harrison and know that for the next 2 weeks against the best teams in baseball, your up the middle is going to be Leori Garcia and Josh Harrison. You can do that. Berger, at least is driving the ball, I'd experiment with it. The good news is Luis Robert will be back tonight. I don't know what COVID did to him. You don't either. I don't know what the layoff did to him.
You brought up Yoan Moncada. When he caught COVID that season.
It's a whole season that was just gone.
That's right.
It's just, and I felt bad. I thought that he was a real warrior, the way that he tried to play through it. But you don't know. There's all this stuff that's just hanging over them like the sword of Damocles. Every time you look up and you go, okay, well, maybe this is the start of the thing that we're all expecting to happen with the White Sox. And then it doesn't end up being that. I was looking at it yesterday. When you look at the run differential for the White Sox, it's amazing. And I don't mean that in a good way. When you compare them to the rest of their division, the Twins right now are a plus 32. And win expectancy says they should be 28-21. They're 29-20. The White Sox, who are 4.5 games back, their differential is minus 45. They've actually done better than what they were expected to do, considering their run differential. Their expected win-loss record is 18-28. They're 23-23. You know that I'm almost obsessed with the weird-ass Twins. I don't think I don't think that they have more talent than the White Sox. I think the White Sox have an abundance more talent than they do. But so far, that talent, like everyone keeps expecting like every player to get to that next point in their career. And some have. TA might win a batting championship this year. If Kopech pitches like this, him and Giolito are going to be in the argument for Cy Young. But you start looking at some of the other players and you go, where are you getting production from? How is this all going to work? I hope I'm wrong, but these are scary times for your White Sox. And these next 2 weeks are going to be a something. I'm going to talk with James Fegan about all of this stuff next here on The Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
And he drives one in the air to left center field and deep. He's got a chance. Grand slam. Home run number 100 for Wilson.
The White Sox, something I love about the White Sox this year, they're going to compete against a better division. They're not going to compete like they did last year against Little League. All of a sudden, when they go to face a big league team, they don't know what to do. I think the competition is there. Detroit got better. Minnesota got better. You know, the Guardians always, they give them a headache with the pitching staff they have. Even Kansas City Royals, they got good young talent. It's not going to be easy for the White Sox the way it was last year, but I think they should win the division very easy this year. We're thinking too high, guys, too high. People think, you sign this guy, we win the World Series. It's not easy. It's not easy. It take a lot of positivity and a lot of good shots and good chance to compete and go to the World Series. I think in Chicago fans, they say take it one day at a time, see what we need, see what they have, and go from there. We win the championship before you even throw first pitch ceremony, and that does not work that way. Yeah, before we need a right field, we win. No, come on. All right. And I think the baseball is a lot better now. A lot of young players with better talent, and you go to see some talent. I think Detroit Tigers, they will bring a lot of talent. If we bring Cueto up, something's wrong with the starting rotation. There's no question about it. Somebody, doing the job, or they worry about how they're throwing. And I like to see Cueto here, yes, but I don't want him too early because that's not a good sound for the starting rotation on the White Sox.
Odyssey Station.
The Score!
This hour is being brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS with a K, the number 4 kids. Ray, let's go.
Laurence Holmes, noon to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score. James Fegan.
Yes, James. James Fegan's got some branding on his laptop, making sure everybody knows that he's joined the Athletic.
Can never get too much exposure.
On Twitter at JR Fegan.
I can anticipate this question is probably way too early, but excellent. Too soon. Too soon.
Asking the questions to get the answers you need.
If you knew that Abreu was available to be the runner there, would you have gone to him instead of Hendrick?
Yeah, if I'd known that, I didn't know that. I'd check the rule. I'm guessing you know the rules better. Now I know.
James Fegan with Laurence Holmes on 670 The Score.
James joins me on the Circuit Resort and Casino hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, some of the world's largest sports book. He covers the White Sox for The Athletic. Get yourself a subscription so you can see some of the cool stuff that James is writing about, including the injury to Tim Anderson. Hey, James, how are you?
I'm okay. How about you?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. I'm dreading this trip that the White Sox are making to Toronto and to Tampa, just because when you lose Tim Anderson, you know what? You're the expert. What do the White Sox lose by losing Tim Anderson for at least a couple of weeks?
Well, on a simple basis, you have the fourth worst scoring offense in the major leagues losing their best hitter. It'll provide a little lesson to everybody on the defensive spectrum, because the value of losing a great hitting shortstop over losing like Jose Abreu for a couple of weeks is you could maybe more reasonably expect Andrew Vaughn or Gavin Sheets to get hot in his place, whereas you need to slide another shortstop, who tend to be light-hitting guys. So it's not only losing your best hitter, but also in a particular position where you can't really replace them offensively very easily. And then, anybody who is employed by the White Sox will talk your ear off about how the value of Tim Anderson is much more intangible beyond his great numbers, that he's the spark plug. He's the energizer. He's their leader. He's the captain of the team, as Danny Mendick. The guy who's probably going to play a lot more in his stead calls him on Sunday. So it says basically, I would have said that Luis Robert has the potential to one day to be like the best player on this team. But this is losing your best player on the team for a team that hasn't played that well coming out, and they're probably playing their hardest 9-game stretch of the entire season. You say dread, but maybe you could look at it as the stakes have never been higher for the season. If you wanted a big moment that kind of calls this team to the mat to kind of get out of the doldrums that they've been all year, here it is. So you're going to find out a lot about how they respond, I would think.
What have the White Sox said on record about how badly they think Tim is hurt, and should we read anything into him just being on the 10-day IL?
The actual move of him being on 10-day IL is not really that significant because you put guys on the 60-day when you have the other roster move to add someone that you need the space. You don't just, like Garrett Crochet when he tore his Tommy John, obviously everyone knew he was out for the year. He wasn't actually put on the 60-day until they had another move to use that space that he would vacate to use it. So it really doesn't mean anything. And so far what they've said is nothing more than we already know, is that he has a groin strain. He's going on the injured list, but the update that's supposed to happen is coming before the game from Tony La Russa in Toronto. Now, once again, possibly just meaningless, but I know everyone over the coming years has grown to dread Rick Hahn is scheduled to talk to the media about someone's injury, and at least that is not happening today. I don't know if that's just logistical or because this is not something that needs to explain a very long and gruesome medical diagnosis. I'm sure Rick has grown sick of beating the Grim Reaper in that respect, but at least it's not happening in this case.
What are the options to replace Tim at the top of the order? Because I can't find a good one.
Basically, put somebody who has historically been good and hope they kind of get hot. At least before Tim really solidified it, we saw a little bit of Luis Robert up there, 4 points of the season. He certainly offers that level of speed and, puts the ball in play as much as Tim when he's at his best. But obviously, you're in a team where you don't have your middle order guys hitting like you want to, and Luis Robert's been used in that respect. So I could see something like that. I could foresee him doing something like hoping Yoan Moncada gets back to being the on-base guy he's been and just kind of throwing him up there and kind of hoping it happens and hoping he gets hot. I think he'll probably lean on some more of his traditional mainstays than something feeling like it's 2018 again and Larry Garcia is the leadoff hitter again. But, Tony is nothing if not unpredictable when it comes to lineup.
That's very true. Since 2020, you've had the added bonus of having to cover how COVID affects baseball players. And so far, we've seen the spectrum for the White Sox be pretty broad. Like some guys have no symptoms but tested positive. And then there's Yoan Moncada, who it seems like was dealing with long COVID, although I don't know if he ever got that diagnosed. For the White Sox fans who didn't understand the severity of it, how badly were things for Moncada?
You saw, I think the anecdote that comes out a lot was when they talked about him scoring from first in that final series in Cleveland at the end of the season and just being out of breath to the point where they weren't sure he could come out for the next inning defensively. But you just kind of saw him fatigued and out of sorts. The kind of look that he gets sometimes when he has like a sore hamstring or some kind of nagging ache comes up with him, he had that all the time. And obviously you really haven't seen the standout power that he had in 2019 since then. It was very prominent in 2020, but he was a 25 home run guy back in 2019. Obviously the balls are a little bit different back then, but you have not seen that sort of same elite level pop that you thought would make him a 25, 30 home run guy on an annual basis since that happened. I don't know if that's just, about his swing or how he's being pitched, but the correlation is very stark there that makes you wonder, are we going to see that dude going forward? I think it's probably unfair to rule it out, but it's something that kind of lingers over the career because this is a guy who seemed like he was going to be, a perennial superstar and has now gone through difficulties. Maybe that would already happen, but he's kind of the first guy you think of as a test case of, looking at what long-term effects COVID might have on an elite athlete.
I only bring it up because I'm hopeful that Luis Robert is on the other end of the spectrum. I mean, for him and for the team, that he's going to be fine and we'll see him and he'll look like normal. But even with the layoff, are you concerned at all about Robert, who's having a pretty good season, him getting right back into the swing of things, especially if they're going to maybe ask him to do more with TA out?
I certainly would be concerned just from the standpoint of that Robert's kind of an aggressive player, and guys like that, they kind of need their fastball timing to key everything, and that's not necessarily something we could expect from him out the gate. Obviously, the big separator is that Yoan Moncada caught COVID in 2020. Luis Robert and also Yoan Moncada, if any subsequent instances come up, is that they're vaccinated now, and ideally the effects are less likely to be bigger and long-reaching the way that you knew that they had a chance to be when all these guys are facing it without the protection of the vaccine. So that's obviously what you're hoping saves the day with Robert, beyond just hoping he has better luck than Yoan did.
What would you do with Jake Berger if you were the White Sox?
I would certainly be thinking hard of it, just because you've had, I think to some degree of success right now, you want to still hunt for good matches for him rather than, I'd say, throw him out there every single day and he's going to be one of your best 5 hitters the way he's been so far this season. But he's a guy who's giving you, consistently lively at bats, or, showing more of a spark than some of your other options. So I think getting creative about ways to get him in the lineup, is definitely worth considering. I don't know if without Tim Anderson, it doesn't seem like they're super comfortable with him at second base, even though they played him there one night. I really don't think the organization is up to the feeling of let's put Yoan Moncada back at second base, because I feel like moving him to third, was so critical for his development and made him so much more comfortable and so much more suited for his defensive style that I don't think they're just going to reverse that mid-season on a whim. But certainly if you have a matchup against a left-handed pitcher, Hyun-Jin Ryu on Wednesday, I think you have to think about Jake Berger playing DH or ways to get his bat in the lineup, because if nothing else, he's shown you can consistently do that. And I think if you feel like Yoan Moncada is having an off night, or if you want him to rest, Jake Berger should be top of mind for getting him opportunities. It seems like a situation similar a bit to Andrew Vaughn last year, especially at the beginning, where maybe he didn't have a solid everyday slot, but you should be thinking about ways to get him in the lineup or get him in the matchup whenever there's an off day for someone else, whenever possible.
Are they still as confident as a team, as an organization, that some things are going to revert, that there'll be this adjustment that'll happen and players will start to look at the back of their baseball cards?
That's what they say. This is now 2 months of really, consistent struggles, and it's not just like hits aren't falling or the ball isn't traveling the way it should or guys are off. It's, the lack of offensive success is baked into, the decisions on what they're swinging at. It's, the chase rate is at the top of baseball. The ground ball rate's at the top of baseball. The walk rate's at the bottom of baseball. They're earning the poor results they're getting. So I think there's not really many options other than to keep faith and say guys who have been perennially productive are going to continue to do so. That the fact that everyone is sane and focused on the right things in terms of approach and diagnosing correctly what they're doing wrong means that they'll find a way out of it. But yeah, the track record's starting to build of this group not doing what it needs to do to succeed at the plate. So I think there's got to be concern, but also they're in their contention window. There's not really easy ways to pivot out of this. I can't imagine how bad it would have to get for them to say, this group isn't going to do it. We need to do some sort of soft sell or soft, kind of retooling to make this start thinking about how the team's going to be better this season because this group isn't it. I think they have to stay the course as long as they possibly can, because that's how this organization is oriented. Everything is at the major league level, focused on trying to win right now with this group. So I don't know how you turn to steer out of that.
That's partly how I read the Dallas Keuchel DFA too, where, if you weren't contending, fine, go out there and eat innings, but they can't afford to keep losing games before they come to the plate. In the first inning, what was the determining factor in saying, yeah, we're just going to eat the rest of this money and send Dallas on his way?
I think you were already staring at that decision becoming inevitable in 2 weeks when Lance Lynn comes back. You're not going to sacrifice or, put space in between Dylan Cease or Michael Kopech starts or run a six-man rotation for the sake of trying to get back somebody that you thought was really not at the same level since the second half of last season. I definitely had conversations with people, with the Sox organization who saw that, this was not trending in a good direction last year. So obviously you hope that there's a way to, stanch the flow or, get him to a point where he's not obviously what he was in 2020, but is giving you bulk innings at a 4.5 ERA or something like that, the way he's doing the first half of 2021. And that's useful and that's valuable, especially when you have pitching injuries. But I think they had more than enough data to say, like, this is not going to be productive, this is not going to be useful. And knowing that there was not going to be any kind of room to continue to rehabilitate it in a couple of weeks and saying, we're getting trucked every 5 days right now. We could do better with Vince Velasquez or Davis Martin or anything. Even in the meantime, to Lance Lynn just made it, why continue to go on with this uncomfortable situation that this team really doesn't have the ability to sustain and afford.
James, as always, I appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks for having me.
That is James Fegan. He writes for The Athletic. He's really good at it, too. You should get a subscription to The Athletic. I have one. I was reading his stuff today. I was reading some of Sahadev's stuff today on the Cubs. There's usually some really good football stuff in there, too. Oh, there is a football note to pass along. Akeem Hicks signed a one-year deal with Tampa Bay for $10 million. I think it's a perfect fit for him. I think he will fit in just fine. And hopefully he gets an opportunity to play for some meaningful stuff, because I feel pretty comfortable in saying that wasn't going to happen with the Bears. If you need something a little bit different in your sports window, like perhaps you're a Cub fan or you're a White Sox fan and you're a little bit disappointed with your team, if you like to see some people playing at a championship level, I've got something for you. Northwestern's women's team is in the College World Series. And they had to do a little bit of everything to get there. I'm going to talk with their coach about it next here on The Score.
Tomorrow, 9 to noon, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins Dan Bernstein to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts in 3 hours.
If this is truly their window, perhaps they shouldn't use 35 different lineups in 35 games. A 6-11 record against one of the worst divisions in baseball.
Layla Wednesday.
What's it like for you when you see all of those deals? Like, all right, there's going to be gambling money coming in, and now Apple, one of the most successful, profitable companies in the history of capitalism, is getting into business with baseball, and then you still have ownership on some level crying poor. Like, how do you interpret that dichotomy?
Well, don't get me wrong, I love Apple. I have an iPhone. We have Apple TV. We have all of that. I don't like that deal because it means it's a different streaming service that fans have to pay for to be able to watch the games, and I don't think that's right. I think there should be a unilateral one that goes over everything. That if you buy this package, you get every single game of every single team, no matter blackout, no matter what, no matter everything. That should be how it's done. And I don't like anything other than that. I don't like anything that deviates from that. It's unfortunate that that's what the world's coming to, with different pieces here and there. But it's frustrating because at the end of the day, you understand that the cash flow may not be there year in, year out, but everything else goes on. That's not including auxiliary revenues that guys are making away from the field. That's based around the team, that the team brings in but isn't technically part of the organization. So there's some frustrating things, and that's what I think is so frustrating about the whole CBA talks was you see how much comes through and all these little things, but it's not technically part of the pie, and there's a whole slew of things. And they're businessmen, they're billionaires, they're for a reason. Most of them, I should say, have made a lot of money themselves rather than being inherited. But a lot of them have gone out there and they've made their living. They've done this. They're businessmen first and foremost, and that's the way they've run this league. And hopefully now we can get back to being on the field and they can help run those businesses and promote the players that are making this game great.
I'm a huge NBA fan, and there is a feeling of a partnership between the owners and the players. It does genuinely feel like they have mutual interests and work together.
And that just isn't the case in baseball. What can be done to improve the trust a little bit between your union and the owners?
You can promote the stars of the game. Like you go into a baseball arena or a baseball stadium and say, hey, show a photo of a basketball player on that city's team. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be able to recognize who that is. You do the same thing the other way around, very few will have any idea who that baseball player is. That's the same with every single sport. We need to do a better job of promoting the individual players in the game. I think Tim Anderson's one of the ones that has really kind of taken the reins and done it himself a lot in Chicago, and I think that's something that needs to happen from an organizational standpoint of making sure that it's not just the direct target audiences of baseball fans. Get it to different events. Get players at different events for different things, and get everyone involved, and let's grow this game from an individual point. But that's the biggest thing. I mean, you take Mike Trout's photo anywhere around the world, nobody's really going to understand who he is, and that's unfortunate because he is the greatest player that is currently playing, and he's up there with the greatest players who've ever lived, and that's something that is shameful, the fact that people around the sport that aren't baseball fans don't know who he is.
I remember one of my first sports writing moments. I covered, they gave me some game at the Rosemont Horizon, and so I go, and our deadline stunk, and I finished the game, and I filed as soon as the game ended, and then I went and got whatever I was getting, and I went back, and I just wanted to write, the masterpiece, and so I sat there and I banged this thing out, and everybody one after the other left, so I'm the last guy there, and I file, and I'm not even sure it made a replay. I don't know what I was doing, and I go to leave, and I ask one of the people working there, like, hey, where is the exit? What? And this guy who was like this Polish guy working there, he couldn't speak English, but he points to this door, and I'm like, oh, thanks, and I go into the door, and it locks on me. And I am like, I'm standing like locked inside, and I'm banging on the door, and no one comes. So I go down these stairs. It's pitch black, and I'm trying to feel my way down these stairs. And I see the parking lot. It is like there's like a trash compactor.
Yeah.
And so I end up, I have to climb into the trash compactor and crawl through garbage in order to get out into the parking lot. And there I'm standing there with like a banana peel on my head. I got mustard stains. And it was like I crystallized the image of a sports writer.
That's it. You have not been a sports writer until you have been locked in a building.
It's so true.
And
it's so true.
The Wildcats are returning to the Women's College World Series.
Highlight courtesy of ESPN. I watched this wild series between Northwestern and Arizona State, and I was just sitting there going, this is nuts. Like, I love softball, and I've been talking about it, and seeing that Northwestern is is going to be back at the Women's College World Series. Is a very, very cool thing. Kate Drohan is their head coach, and I'm also terrified of her. I'll explain to her why that's the case in just a second. She joins me on the Circuit Resort and Casino Hotline. Circuit Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. Kate, thanks so much for joining me. I appreciate it.
Hello. Thank you for having me on. I can't wait to hear the story.
Okay, so here's why I'm terrified of you. It's because I have never seen a coach or a manager be as calm but pointed as you are when you talk to umpires. Like watching you kind of walk around the diamond, talking to umpires about things that upset you and doing it in such a calm way. I was like, oh, that person is a super fierce competitor that has just learned how to mask their fierce competitiveness. I was like, she is someone not to be trifled with. That's why I'm afraid of you right there. So I got to know, where does that come from? We lost her? I did the whole preamble and stuff. Oh, man. But yes, when you see her in the College World Series, you're going to see someone who is absolutely like in control of themselves. And sometimes in situations where you would think a coach or a manager wouldn't be. So Kate, thanks for rejoining me. I want to know, like, where does that competitive fire come from inside of you, and how are you able to contain it?
All right. Well, here's the story. I'll give you a little background, right? So when I first started, I was pretty young when I was given a job here as a head coach. And I thought I needed to be all tough on the field. I would go out and I would run at the umpire and yell at them. And boy, my father would get angry with me. And he just kind of said, like, that's not how it's going to work, And he's just like, you're not. This is not the MLB here. This is not how you're gonna work with the umpire. So I learned a lot from him. And honestly, I've gotten more calls or more like discussions happening on the field, or maybe more next calls by being respectful and just being like, okay, what'd you see out here? And how can we get this right? So that's how we try. I think sometimes my emotions do get the best of me, but that's what I'm working for. That's what I'm trying to model for our women. You got to just listen.
No, I completely get that. Was your dad a coach?
My dad coached me in every sport growing up. He was a fireman by trade, but a big sports fan. Grew up in New York City and just was a walking sports almanac, and really taught me everything I know about the game.
So that's great. Like, I always love it when parents end up sharing this type of stuff with their kids, and then seeing you grow up and have this type of success and over 500 wins and now being in the College World Series is pretty cool. That series seemed really stressful as a viewer. How stressful was it as a coach?
They were unbelievable games. And the thing that I think the reason why we came out on top was because we didn't feel the stress in the dugout. Like, they were high pressure situations, sure, but our team was able to just continue to focus on the game, not think too much about if this, if that, or what the results meant. And I think that's why we're able to kind of come from behind a few times and really keep our composure, and also to keep enjoying the moment, and us not getting tense in that moment was great. And that's what we're working for as we take the field on Thursday. This is an epic stage here for our team in Oklahoma City, and we're playing Oklahoma. So they're going to have thousands of fans cheering for them. And so it's just about staying in the moment and continuing to enjoy the game.
With Oklahoma, they're so good, and they put up a ton of runs. You see them, and you go, "Wow, that's a scary lineup that they're able to put out there." What do you hope the focus is of your team going into this matchup?
Well, I think it's really useful that we just faced Arizona State, who at their park, right? And Arizona State is a very dynamic offense in the desert at their park. And what we talked about a lot with our team then, and we'll continue to do it, is we just can't give them anything for free. They're going to get some hits. They're going to hit some home runs, and that's part of the game these days. But we can't give it to them in bunches. We've got to be able to be within striking distance. And so Oklahoma's tough. They have top to bottom, and even people who don't get to play every day, really, really talented hitters. But we've got to force them to earn it.
When I was watching the games this weekend, I was thinking about a strategic part of softball that you don't have to ever worry about when you're talking about baseball, and it's the concept of reentry. With Danielle Williams, who's one of the best pitchers in college baseball, you had a moment where you chose to put her back on the mound. How do you go about taking a player out of a game and making sure they're ready to go back into a game?
So you have to understand that these women grew up playing the game that way, right? So this is so natural to us, this reentry rule. But I took her off the field on Saturday because I thought she just needed a mental and emotional break. And I also thought that Arizona State needed to see something different. But as soon as I took her out of the game, I said to her in the dugout, I said, hey, we tie this up, we get the lead, be ready to go back in. And I thought LD came in and was throwing gas, and she did a great job getting some outs for us. And honestly, again, we've got it back into extras, so we had another position, we had another chance to win.
And seeing her perform the way that she did, what did she throw, like 400 pitches in the 3 games?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's so funny. It's so funny to hear people talk about the number of pitches. And I do think that matters, right? I don't think it matters as much as baseball, and especially with Danielle's style. She's not throwing 70 miles an hour every time. So her speed, even if her speed goes down a little bit, that's okay. We still have a lot to work with because she's able to spin the ball so well through the zone. So we just need to keep that differential between her fast stuff and her slow stuff at the range that we think is effective.
I've been trying to sell to the listener. I went to DePaul. So when Eugene Linty was a softball coach at DePaul, they were very successful. They found themselves playing for conference championships, ending up in the College World Series. So I've kind of loved softball since college. But for those that are uninitiated and maybe they're jumping on because they see a local team like Northwestern doing well, what are the things that you love about softball that you hope other people will love too?
Well, I love it because baseball is our national pastime, right? So everyone has a sense of what the sport of baseball is about, most everyone. And so it's really translatable in terms of softball, right? I think softball is so cool for a sports fan even because we have a smaller field than baseball. Our game feels just as fast as baseball, if not faster. So you're engaged at a much higher level than maybe a slower-paced baseball game. And so and TV has done such an amazing job of showcasing our sport, the camera angles, the really cool things that ESPN will do this week on the field, which is some really creative, camera rails and different things like that. It showcases the sport so well. And then you get the dugout shots, you get the emotion, you get all that stuff that's so important to our sport. I think it adds a whole nother level. So you've got power, you've got home runs. I think it's awesome.
These last 2 seasons that the team put together have been super impressive. What does it mean to you to be there in Oklahoma City?
I mean, this is the pinnacle, right? And we were here before 2 other times, and the growth of our sport just in the last 15 years is tremendous. Just the stadium itself, the fact that we have 2 ABC games happening this weekend, just really, really critical stuff. But this is every little softball player's dream, is to play in Oklahoma City in June. There's nothing bigger than this. So for our team to have had the composure these last 3 weeks, just the grittiness and the resiliency to really take it one game at a time, because it's a tough road and it's only getting tougher with the parity in our sport. So I can't wait to see their faces when we take the practice field tomorrow.
I know that winning is the objective, but inside this interview, you're telling me about how you care about what's going on with your players mentally and how they approach it. How do you allow them to enjoy the moment, but also say, we got a job to do while we're here?
We've been practicing that all year, right? When we played UCLA in February, it's the same message. When we played Michigan at home, which was our biggest series, same message, So I feel like this isn't something we don't have to learn how to do that this weekend. We just have to identify that, hey, there are going to be 20 cameras and 15,000 people watching us while we do it. So let's keep that in perspective. Let's get excited about that, but also really, really focused on what's happening between the lines and in our dugout. And our team is so funny. They're very mature. A lot of older players. but they're just so protective of kind of our vibe and what we have going. So it's about relying on that. And the thing that I said to our team in 06 and 07 when we got here, and the thing that I'll preach to them for the next 48 hours for as long as they'll listen to me, is they have one job this week, and that's for them to be themselves. They don't have to be extra. They don't have to be more. They have to just be themselves and play the game the way they know how to play it.
Kate, good luck with this. I'm really, really happy for what your team accomplished. That the series against Arizona State was wild. Like, it was really wild. And I was actually in Arizona. I was down the street, and I was like, it's too damn hot. It was too damn hot to go to the game. But I was out at a bar, and what was super exciting for me is that there were a bunch of people that were in, Dodgers gear, in Diamondbacks gear, that were watching baseball, that had them turn the volume up on the game while we were out there at the bar. So seeing it break through that way, that it's a great game, and it's got a lot of energy to it. Seeing you guys survive that series and now be able to go over to Oklahoma City, I think is great. So I really hope you win, but I'm just super proud that you guys were able to get there and make softball a destination for sports fans that are looking for something fun.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And I think you're right. It's legit. Like, it's high level stuff, and these women are really good.
They are, and they have a really good coach too. Kate, good luck in Oklahoma City.
Thanks, Laurence. I appreciate you having me on. Go Cats.
There it is. See, it's not just Fitz. It's not just Fitz who does it. Kate does it too. I'm telling y'all, it's this Northwestern team is pretty. It's crazy how good they are, and their star pitcher, Danielle Williams, she'll get an opportunity. I'm guessing she's going to start game one. She's great, but make no mistake, Oklahoma, they got some mashers. Like, you're going to see that lineup, you're going to be like, oh, boy. It's the worst draw that Northwestern could have gotten because Oklahoma's like, they're terrifying. But what they did against Arizona State at Arizona State, it was a 3-game series, and they alternated who was the home team. It was wild. And I imagine that there will be some wild opportunities in the College World Series too. It's one of my favorite events of the year, the Women's College World Series in Oklahoma City. So know that Northwestern is there. They have a chance to win a national championship, but they got to go through the toughest team basically at home. Still, go Cats. I love that. See, y'all's out here just thinking that's the way it Fitz signed off, but no. Northwestern softball feels the same way. Back after this on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
How about Tim Anderson, by the way? The way that he's handled all of this stuff and just kept hitting, it's outrageous.
He's just an awesome baseball player.
Yeah, he is. He's hitting 365.
He has more multi-hit games this year than 0-hit games. That's a crazy stat, man.
Denny Parkins.
It seemed like maybe you leaned into it a little bit. I'm thinking about Mark Burley and some balk calls in Cleveland, and Ozzie Guillen losing his mind, and that whole White Sox thing. It seemed like you kind of enjoyed every once in a while when they would turn on you just a little bit.
Mark balked the first one early in the game, and everybody loved to work Mark Burley's game because he pitches fast.
Yeah.
We loved working his games, and then late in the game, as the game progressed, he needed to pick somebody off, and he balked again. And balks are kind of funny. They just kind of jump out at you. They're not something you look for when they happen. You see them, and then you react. But and when he threw the glove up in the air, I could hear the plate umpire said, "No, Joe, don't throw him out."
Really?
Oh, yeah.
He didn't want you to escalate it.
Right? No, but you can't let him throw the glove up in the air 60, 70 feet, so I had to throw him out. And Ozzie I think Ozzie was already gone. But Ozzie, I think Ozzie looked forward to the confrontation more than anybody I was around. I don't, maybe not. Maybe Earl Weaver. Ozzie. I only kicked Ozzie out a few times, but Earl Weaver never finished the game I was in.
Ozzie and Earl Weaver getting compared by Joe West here on The Score. I love it. That day, Hawk Harrelson went off on you, and we have played that tape so many different times and just kind of laughed along with Hawk.
Joe West just wanted to stick it right up his behind, and he did.
Yes, Joe West just wanted to stick it right up his behind. But now you and Hawk are cool. See, this is an example of how people eventually get to know you, Joe, or mellowing with age. To what do we attribute you and Hawk being pals now?
Well, Hawk likes my handicap. It's up enough where if we get on the same team, we win. So when we play golf together, we usually win. But Hawk's favorite player was Mark Burley for the same reason. He pitched fast. He was a good guy, and Mark is a good guy. You know, he just balked a couple of times. You know, and when he told the office I never had a balk called on me, they called me back and said he wasn't telling the truth. He's had 15 called on him.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face.
Getting smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, Insure for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man. It sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was weird.
Give the man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register, sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait,
Ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or
he ran out. He took this is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
That's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I like to punch him in his face.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh, man. No, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah. I think
And it was for less than $200.
it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Off the beaten path for what a local big city sports talk show does. Like being able to introduce people to Kate Drohan and what she's doing. Like I'm sitting there listening. I'm like, man, I would have loved to have played for a coach like her. You know what I mean? Like she's clearly like a competitive person, and she's grown. And I think that all of us as sports fans have opportunities to grow by checking out stuff that maybe is kind of adjacent to the stuff that we like. That's why I've been on this very like small campaign of telling people who are baseball fans that they should check out college softball because there's really an energy to it. But really, it's just a matter of trying new things, which I am guilty of sometimes not doing enough of. Not trying new stuff, not seeing what's new out there and getting into routine. I do like it occasionally as someone who lives by a routine. I do like it when I am pleasantly surprised when I'm knocked off of my routine. And sports-wise, we could use some of that. When your teams aren't great, and that's the struggle that most baseball fans find themselves in Chicago, you've got to find an outlet for those things that you like about competition. This weekend, there was a lot of cool stuff that did that, including Northwestern softball and lacrosse and the Champions League championship, all sorts of cool stuff. There's a great mosaic of sports, and you can find it. Stanley Cup playoffs have been amazing. Just saying, there's a lot of stuff. We'll talk with Parkins and Spiegel next here on The Score. The Score celebrates 30 years of Chicago sports radio.
Russ Kritzman in the air, deep left field, 100 home runs for David Ross. A smiling David Ross rounding third, as he said a few weeks ago, 100 home runs in the show would be very cool.
Didn't know you had the air horn in you. You're like the Michael Winslow of baseball play-by-play guys.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
You did the Vuvuzela, too, which
Right.
we thought was pretty good.
The air horn was okay.
Oh, I thought the air horn was really good. Actually, my favorite thing about the air horn is JD's response. It's so
dismissive.
No.
Yeah.
There was affectionate approval of the air horn. He admitted. He said, "That's a pretty good air horn." That's good partnering, isn't it? From Jim DeShays, right there.
There's always good partnering from Jim DeShays, 100%.
What other sound effects do you have in the arsenal?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
I feel like I could give a really good vuvuzela if just given just some time to warm up, and I also I do a decent one-line Sean Connery impersonation. That's kind of it.
Well,
hold on.
Okay, no, it's a good point.
Please.
Give me a finger, Shelley. One thing only, please.
He does these impersonations.
Really
I
good.
swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes.
It's not bad.
It's really good. May I suggest some Untouchables? Is that actually a decent adjustment? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good sign long term that that's the adjustment, is to challenge him right down the middle of the plate?
Are you really asking me if the adjustment is to throw it right down the middle?
I am. I'm asking if the adjustment is to challenge him more, because that seems to be what they're doing.
Right. God.
Boog, I'm going to ask you a different question.
You guys just stink today. I mean, you just stink.
I think I've been great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
You've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Well, our audience thinks you're being very difficult.
You're being difficult. We've had a great show. For your information, it's been a really good show.
Okay.
Maybe we're bad now.
Our
It's
audience is
possible.
biased, but yeah, they're on team
All right.
Parkins and Spiegs on this one.
What, because they're live tweeting the interaction?
They text.
Yeah, we have a text line.
Constantly.
Yeah.
The text line.
Boog is either a tough interview or there's something else going on. Love you guys always, though. Boog is being difficult.
I've been on the show before, but
Yeah.
I don't know what I did a Sean Connery impersonation. How am I being difficult?
Well, so how are we bad if we got you to do a Sean Connery impersonation?
Well, you didn't get me to do a Sean Connery impersonation. I volunteered a Sean Connery impersonation.
I had the audacity to ask
Tomato.
about what I perceived. I'm sorry that my sports thought was bad, Boog. I'm sorry, it's beneath me.
Should they keep throwing it right down the middle, Speed? Yes, I think that's a bad sign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know what? You listen poorly. You listen poorly, sir. You're
wow.
You're
Here we
busy.
go, Jim.
You're
Here we
busy
go, Tony.
talking. You have thoughts for America, and you want to share them.
Odyssey station.
The Score! Tripping. I'm out of here anyway. Peace out.
On tomorrow's show, we will talk with our buddy Russ Dorsey, a.k.a. Dr. Jerry Russ. He's out here flexing on TV last week, so we will ask him about that, and we will talk baseball with him. We will review the White Sox first game in Toronto as they start a 9-game gauntlet. Toronto, Tampa, Dodgers. And they do it without Tim Anderson. Maybe we'll get an update on TA later on today. We'll see. I suspect that we'll probably get an update when they come back and take on the Dodgers, but we shall see. While I was driving around in Arizona, I found a really good, there's a Bowie mural. I'll post it on Instagram. And I was listening to it while I was looking at it while I was listening to Hit and Run. And I was listening to Matt Spiegel talk about the problems of the Chicago White Sox and trying to fix all of those things. They got a lot of problems. It could have been the whole show.
What's the Bowie, a David Bowie mural or a David Bodie mural?
No,
there's no wrong.
There's no David Bodie mural, although
Not yet.
Maybe there's one in Mesa. I don't know. I didn't go looking, but I can the next time I'm out there. But in the city proper, there is like in the Coronado neighborhood, which is like my favorite neighborhood in Phoenix. There's I want to say like an 8-panel mural of Bowie's different phases.
Wow, that's kind of cool.
I'll text you some of the pics, Speak,
Please
so you
do.
can check it out. Because I was like, oh, man, like I was listening to you, and then I turned the corner. I was like, I got to stop and get out of my car. This is a David Bowie mural.
Just saw, just watching David Bowie in one of my favorite movies the other night. Might be my favorite Christopher Nolan.
Zoolander?
No. Might be my favorite Christopher Nolan movie. The Prestige.
Prestige. Yeah.
Oh, I love The Prestige. Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale and Michael Caine and Scarlett Johansson and David Bowie as Nikolai Tesla. I was just watching that the other night. Bowie, he's just got such a presence, man.
You seem very hesitant to give that your top Christopher Nolan distinction.
There's a lot of really good Christopher Nolans.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot, man. I mean,
I guess I probably
Batman Begins.
Yep.
Is probably where I have to go. The Dark Knight is brilliant. It's a little long, but that's, you know.
So you like Batman Begins over The Dark Knight?
Yeah, most
do.
people would say The Dark Knight is his magnum opus.
I would say Batman Begins, I think, is freaking elegant and perfect.
They're both great. I mean, Ledger in The Dark Knight makes me, I guess, with the masses. I think The Dark Knight's the
I
best.
understand. But other Nolans, I mean, Inception is pretty great.
Inception is great. If you're willing to go there with him on the ride,
I will suspend my disbelief for you, Mr. Nolan.
And you're okay with the ending, then yeah.
None of us are okay with the ending.
I know, but if you're okay with the ending of Inception, you have to admit that it's an incredible movie experience.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But I can see why the ending would completely ruin everything for some people.
It didn't ruin it, but none of us loved it.
Yeah. Okay. I say you got to be okay with it. You got to just be okay with the ending of Inception.
You know why I was okay with it? Because, do we get clarity in life? Do we? Do we really? I think that was the point. You know?
Sure. But I
like clarity in movies. I know.
Yeah, you like clarity in movies, but also if you go with someone on that journey and you are suspending disbelief and you're confused and it sometimes feels like you're intentionally being deceived and confused.
Take care of me at the end.
Take care of me at the end.
I understand.
It's got to be one or the other.
I saw Memento in the theater way back when. I think that was his first one with what's his name? Guy Pearce.
Yeah.
A pretty freaky.
I haven't seen that movie. I only saw it once.
Oh,
long time ago.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's been a while since that one didn't impact me the way that other Nolan pieces have.
And then I never saw Interstellar.
Oh,
but
yeah.
everyone loved Interstellar.
I liked Interstellar. But
I never saw it.
I might have been 3 shades to the wind when I saw Interstellar, and it's been a little while. Tenet, I was disappointed in Tenet. I was. I was so ready for it, so excited for it, and then it was just like, what are we doing here?
So you were willing to suspend?
Yeah, it didn't hold together for me. Like, it slowly unraveled. You know how all these things, they try to like tell you the plot while they're also telling you the technology and the context at the same time.
Yeah, the expository like dialogue that goes on where they're just like, oh, this is what's happening.
Right. And they got to that part too late. By then the plot had already happened and I didn't care about the plot. You know what I mean? It's like, it's totally a method of storytelling that is so commonplace these days, but you got to be good at that pacing, or else before you know it, the movie's over and you're like, okay, now I get it, but I don't care anymore. Screw you.
We leaving out Dunkirk? Dunkirk was a pretty awesome way to shoot a movie. Dunkirk.
I've never seen continuous shot, right?
It wasn't really right. You can't I
thought that was the other one.
1917.
1917
is the continuous shot.
Yeah, 1917
continuous shot. Okay,
and that's not Nolan, right?
No. Dunkirk is Nolan, and it was pretty awesome.
Dunkirk made my heart pound.
I never saw Dunkirk.
Like the sound in that movie is so exceptional.
Yeah.
That if you see it, if you got a good system or you saw it in the theater, it's just like, whoa.
That's the thing, man. His movie making skills are so good.
He's a talented guy.
Yeah, he's a talented guy. Good run. He's had a good run.
Yeah. Wow. We reached a consensus.
Great. Let me take that hard left turn back to sports and go, the way that you described Tenet, is that the way we're going to describe the White Sox season? Because I heard you and Guff talking about it on Sunday morning, and I found myself going, oh, no. And then, you're already doing that, and that's before Tim Anderson gets hurt.
Oh, it's really hard to not be thoroughly dispirited at this point once the TA injury happens. I mean, you're living in a state of frustration and having to accept the mediocrity of your team here at the Memorial Day tent pole, and then the best player on your team is now going to be out for what you hope is just 30 days in the middle of a brutal stretch of games. This is a dark moment in this season.
Laurence,
sure.
Why did you say they're not going to get an update on TA until the Dodgers series? Just because that's when
Rick talks.
When Rick talks?
I mean, the update is that he's on the 10-day IL.
Right.
I imagine a more thorough update will be when Rick can talk. But maybe he talks to people in Toronto or in Tampa.
Yeah, I don't know, man. What you're saying is totally reasonable and logical in terms of that's when Rick speaks, and Rick is the person who gives updates on these sorts of things.
Fegan called him the Grim Reaper.
Yeah, but come on. They have the MRI results on Tim Anderson. They've got billboards all over town. Baseball needs more Tim Andersons. Maybe this is meatball-y, but don't you owe it to fans? If you have an update on Tim Anderson,
yes.
let Tony share the update on the road. Let TA tweet it out. Put out a press release. That should not be 10 days from injury to announcement of what the injury actually is.
No, but I think there won't have to be a commensurate roster move other than the 10-day, because they could then expand that to however long they want.
I understand. I just, I'm sure this is not exclusive to the White Sox. I bet you a lot of teams would handle it that way, but sports would be better, right? Transparency has been in the news a little bit when we've been talking about the local sports scene. Sports would just be better. There's no competitive advantage to keeping Tim Anderson's injury.
I just think that they'll go, look, he's injured his hamstring, he's recovering, and we took a look at it, and it looks like he's going to recover, and then maybe we'll know more in a week.
Yeah,
and they go.
It could be.
Here's a week,
but they could go official release on a groin and say expected to be out 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, just give us what you think. Yeah. Give us when you have it. Give the timetable. He matters so much, and he's so likable, and he's the best baseball player in Chicago.
It just sucked to watch that with the way that he throws. Sometimes is so. He doesn't have the greatest footwork. He's never had the greatest footwork. It is better now, but there are still some times he's just happy to like make kind of an awkward body throw or throw across his body as he's backing up into center field like that. And the arm is good enough, and he's like good enough at adjusting and varying the flight of the ball to have it work. But like, I did have that one moment of thinking, man, if he stops and plants and makes that throw, does that happen? Does that groin pull happen?
Well, I mean, I think Stoney had it right yesterday, Speaks, where he felt like the movement to the left is what hurt the groin, and the throw was because he was already hurting.
Ah, there it is. That would make sense because it was an awkward. It certainly was an awkward throw. So if the movement happens first and then he just gets rid of it as best he can.
Yeah, and it still ends up making the play, but it felt like even with the way that they walked it off, it's just like, ugh. Like there's still that dread. And now I'm over here like, how do they deploy their defense? And how do they deploy a lineup now? Who's qualified to be the White Sox leadoff hitter? See that silence that you guys had right there?
Luis Robert.
Okay, coming off of COVID.
Yeah, but I'd probably go ahead and put Luis Robert up there.
But don't you kind of need him to drive in runs?
Yes.
Grandal?
Maybe that'll get him, and he has been walking a little bit more. Maybe that'll get him looking to walk. Maybe you can't do what the White Sox have been doing this season, Danny, and that they've stolen bases. Like they've stolen above 90%. But that also makes me feel like they're probably a bad team, that they're stealing bases as much as they are, because they're trying any way they can to manufacture runs because they're not getting runs from the middle of their lineup.
I think you put A.J. Pollock in an RBI spot. And even though he hasn't done it with consistency, he's done it in his life and his career with consistency. Put the pressure on him and put him in that RBI spot. You're worried about having Robert in, and you put Robert up top.
Okay,
like Vaughn 2, maybe Grandal 2 every once in a while, especially if the matchup helps against a righty.
Okay, so here's the other question: how would you feel about Jake Berger playing second base?
God, who's playing short again?
It's either Leori or Mendick,
yeah,
right?
It's Leori or Mendick with Jake Berger at second.
I mean, Berger's bat plays,
and I gotta find space for it.
Yes, you do.
Right,
because these guys aren't producing.
Well, I was talking to Speaks a little bit about this before the show. Help me out here. How much am I supposed to be grading offensive performance on a curve? Because just production is down, like across the sport.
Okay, so what the average OPS right now is about at 700 Speaks? Is that where it is? Like average all the way around the league is maybe 696 or something like that.
Compared to what was it a year or two ago?
If we go like over the last 5 years, like average is somewhere around like between 730 and 750.
Okay, that's significantly down.
So it's down. But even if I gave you 696, Danny, and you start looking at the OPSs of the White Sox.
Oh, no question.
Oh, my God.
No question.
You see a bunch of 5s and a 4s in there somewhere.
Right. Moncada, Grandal, Pollock.
Harrison.
But like there's only 12 players. There's only 12 players in baseball with an OPS over 900. So when you're looking at a real good year and you're trying to figure out is somebody having a real good year so far, so that lower number 800 plus is a pretty damn good year right now.
Well, that's what I was thinking about. Like Contreras, everyone's like he's having a great year.
He is
right. His OPS is like 860,
870, 873,
which is
18th in MLB.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That is a great season, but
it's not your Bryce Harper numbers. It's not your superstar numbers.
Right.
Like your Manny Machado.
And he's got like 6 home runs, right? Like the leader has 18. So it's an interesting definition of a great season. We've seen seasons in baseball recently where this season from Wilson Contreras would merely be described as a good season. But because of where offense is in the sport right now, it is fair then to grade that on a curve and say that he is having a great season.
Absolutely. And when you factor in that it's a catcher and there is no other catcher with an OPS over 700, there's nobody. So,
but I think that's interesting. Like how do we calibrate? Like in this season with when the ball is like this and when the rules are like this or whatever, like then a great season is X. And now with the ball being like it is now, it's a different characterization.
And excuse me,
to get on base.
The slap hitter, Will Smith, the slappy one, has a 736 OPS. So he's the one catcher with an OPS.
The one catcher with
Other than
over
Wilson.
700.
Yeah, other than Wilson.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I look up and down the White Sox lineup, Danny, and I see 500 and
I know
600 and a 400 and I actually have enjoyed. This is part of the problem. There are players on this White Sox team where I like some of what they do. I like Harrison at second defensively. I can't play him there if he's going to hit 190. Like that just, especially with Tim out. I've got to get every run I can, which means, yes, on a team that's already defensively deficient, I am putting someone who is a corner guy in the middle of the diamond. Okay, but I need someone who might be able to come up with a hit for me.
Sound like me in football. Let's err on the side of offense, baby.
Well, you're so desperate for it. And here we are bemoaning White Sox defense, and we're about to start and yet you still want to put Jake Berger out there because you're realizing that the offense is just absolutely killing you.
And the starting pitching for the White Sox has been so good. And yet, here they are with a win expectancy. They're playing above their win expectancy right now for their run differential, Speeds.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to be 18-28, and they're 23-23. What am I supposed to do with that?
Oh, God.
They're not good.
No.
They're not good. They're not good. They're not good.
Damn shame.
And this is come on, man. Toronto, Tampa, LA. Come on, man.
Yeah, I saw one of those. First time I saw one. If the playoffs started today,
they would be out of it.
They would be out of it. Giants would be in it. Like some weird teams would be in it who you don't think are having necessarily the greatest years. But
well, that's the expansion.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, didn't the Nats win the World Series after starting 18-32?
Yeah.
Yes. And the Braves were under 500 at the break last year and for a couple weeks after that. So, yeah, no, I mean, there's all sorts of that precedence in there, but they'll have to make some moves, and they also just they haven't looked good.
Meanwhile, in Detroit, the Twins lead 8-1.
Oh, it's too early. Are you scoreboard watching Twins games?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Danny, I think the White Sox might be 10 games out by June 10th.
I'll take the under on that. I mean, obviously, if that happens, it's a huge problem. But, man, baseball, I won't tell anybody how to fan.
The good thing is...
Do what you want, but I that would be a miserable experience to be scoreboard watching.
I got to.
That's baseball.
I got to.
Not in May.
It is often a miserable experience.
For
So's
June
life, though.
specifically, I've got to. Because luckily for the White Sox, the Twins... their schedule takes a similar turn like the White Sox schedule where the games get tougher, but them having 5 games against Detroit this week, not great for the Southside 9.
Yeah, something unfortunate happened for the White Sox here at the same time that they're having their own struggles, and that's that Royce Lewis got sent down and they let him, come back with like 4 different gloves. And he's going to play center when Buxton doesn't. He's going to play third sometimes. He'll play short when Correa needs a blow. And now all of a sudden they have 3 incredible athletes, 3 real 5-tool guys if Royce Lewis is going to be as good as he can be. So but they're next up for this Toronto thing, this vaccination issue that we'll talk about. They're next up, and they're going to be missing some big players. Carlos Correa just tested positive for COVID. They've got others on their COVID list, and then they've got others apparently unvaccinated. Toronto is now the one-stop shop for, figuring out the vaccination status of your ball club and having to deal with the ramifications thereafter.
That was nice of them to make it nice and easy for us.
For Toronto?
Yeah, for Toronto.
Hey, did anybody know the vaccination rate of this team? Send them to Toronto, then we'll find out.
Then we'll know. And here's where it evens out a little bit. So you have the 5 games in Detroit. Then the Twins go to Toronto, like Speaks is saying. And then after that, they're home against the Yankees in Tampa Bay, and then go on the road at Seattle. So there's going to be opportunities, but the problem isn't the other team. The problem is the White Sox.
Well, that's why I don't really get the schedule watching thing.
Well, because I got to know what they got to get to, and already being 5 down.
Yeah, but none of it matters if you don't play better.
That's true.
So that's the thing for me. Like yes, you're right, Speaks. Part of baseball is inherently miserable, right? It's a sport of failure and all of that, no question. But adding in scoreboard watching Twins Tigers May 31st.
That can be fun though, because sometimes they lose.
I know.
You're watching and you're hoping. The other day,
but it won't matter if the Sox don't play better. All of that is moot.
See, now that goes back to the old Rev Watkins theory. Decades ago on The Score, caller Rev Watkins used to call up and say, the Cubs don't have to get better. Everybody else just has to get a little bit worse. Which is a hell of a theory. So if the Twins theoretically fall back to the pack, then the division becomes more winnable. Is the dream.
Correct.
As you're watching Minnesota.
Correct.
You're watching and you're schadenfreudig all over Minnesota.
But it's already the most winnable division. They have the lowest win percentage of any first place team in the sport by far.
Yeah.
It is already. They're not running away with anything. You're just bad.
But they could. This is a moment where the Twins could.
That's my point.
By the way, Royce Lewis ran into the wall. Made a great catch the other day and ran into a wall in center field. I don't know how hurt he is. And so now no Correa going to Toronto. So maybe it'll even out. Laurence, as you watch, hoping for the Twins to implode. Maybe it'll start to even out.
I'm always hoping for the Twins to implode.
You don't have
Weird
score alerts
Twins.
on your phone, though, do you?
No, I actually, you know what? I took the alerts off my phone.
It's smart.
On everything. I took all the widgets off of it, and I've actually really enjoyed that. I can go seek what I want instead of it being presented to me.
Have you muted texts?
No. You know what I don't understand? On the iPhones, I don't know if this happens with the others, but now people are saying, well, this text was quietly delivered.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means that
they
other
don't
person,
get a vibration or a ding.
They're muted. Ding. They're muted. So it's all creates the possibility for so much passive aggressive feelings. Read receipts, man. And just
you learned about the read receipt game and it blew your mind.
It blew my mind.
That's game.
Someone let you on read.
That's game 102, 201 maybe. You got to get to the 500 level.
Well, how about silently received? Does that qualify as a read receipt? It's
no.
Is that person asleep? I don't know.
I think delivered quietly is just that they have text notifications muted,
right.
So it does not indicate whether they've read it or not.
Look at us trying to figure out technology.
Sure, maybe Tanny's actually spending quality time. He's got quality time with the family going on, or maybe Sean Sears is napping from his crazy overnight hit
specific
and run.
examples. Wow. There you go. I thought, I'm just hypothetical here. Then there's Sean Sears getting thrown into the fire. Wow.
Anyone who produces for Speeds.
There's no sorry. You live your life. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do with it.
I'm supposed to just leave my phone behind. I'd go places I don't even take it with me.
Really? You feel that comfortable?
Lately I have. If I want to take Willie to the beach in the morning or something like that, 2 hours, leave my phone behind.
Oh, good for you.
That's fantastic, Shane.
That's good producing too, I think.
I can't be open to you guys all the time.
That was unnecessary.
I know.
I'm just kidding. Welcome to the afternoon show.
Jeez. He's out here talking about his lovely dog, Willie, and the quality time with her.
I was just kidding. It was a cheap excuse for a joke, and as always, I sell out my morals to make the joke. Oh, it's a terrible moment. Shane, I'm glad you have a couple hours away from the phone.
How you doing today, Laurence?
Shane, I'm doing great, man. It's good to see you.
Sold out my morals.
Steve Stone today, Laurence, at 3 o'clock. I'm sure he'll make everybody feel better. And lots to do, man. It was a busy weekend.
Oh, boy. Hold on. Sorry. Yasmani Grandal is leading off, Danny. Called that. Here's your White Sox starting lineup.
Okay.
Grandal leading off, then Vaughn, then Abreu, then Jake Berger at third. No Yohan Moncada in this lineup. Sheets, Engel, McGuire, Josh Harrison at second, Danny Mendick. But Grandal leading off in the first Tim Anderson.
Well, you know what I always have said about Tony La Russa? He's a great mind.
Yeah.
Great. So he felt the same way that I did. So
well,
he's a genius.
we know that even though Grandal's having a terrible season, he's still leading the White Sox in walk rate, correct?
I think that's true.
I think he's at 14 or 15% or something.
And there's
that.
no Luis Robert in this lineup. I thought Robert was back today.
Robert's off. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why I asked Fegan about the Moncada stuff, where the spectrum is guy had COVID, had no symptoms, is totally fine. And then on the other end of that spectrum is Yohan Moncada, who might still be dealing with it.
That's so crazy, man.
Yeah, it's a variable that we just won't know. And you try to have some grace with it, but the players would tell you if they're good enough to put on the uniform, they're good enough to perform. So it's a tough one.
Just breathe.
But not if somebody's
not near someone with COVID.
Respiratory droplets.
Yeah. You don't want to breathe their COVID air.
Put a mask on.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Well, that's what you got to do. Well,
that's the show, Laurence.
I'm going to go home and live in dread. You guys have a wonderful rest of the show, and we'll talk some more White Sox baseball with you tomorrow.
Don't let it do it to you, man. Don't let it get you that down. Come on now. Come on now. You were just in Arizona.
It was great.
There you go. Focus on the good, buddy.
And Speaks, I sent you, it was quietly delivered to your phone. The
okay.
text I sent you of the Bowie mural.
Oh, there they are. Looks very quiet.
That's just the back of someone's house, Speaks. Like legit. Like it's a fence that separated, I think it was a bank, and someone's yard. And on the back of it is a Bowie mural.
I don't love any specific musician enough for that. Like, there's nobody that I would just choose and be like, that is my entire identity.
What if it was you?
I don't love myself
tattoo of himself.
Enough.
No, not a tattoo, a mural. Like, what if the mural was of Matt Spiegel, performer?
I would
restraining order.
Yeah.
Like, you are that big of a fan of Brother?
Yeah, what's wrong with you? I would never want to belong to a club that would have someone like me as a member.
That's right.
Groucho Marx?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I feel good that I got that right, so I'm going to leave. See you guys later.
All right. Not sure the Tanny's Open's going to make you feel better today, though, Laurence, but after the Open, I hope you have a much, much better day. Tanny's Open kicks us off. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
Please tell us how it felt when you realized that your brother's phone wasn't even working as he got drafted by the Chicago Bears.
Well, first I was frustrated because I had already told him like 5 times to get where his phone worked. And I kept making him move around, but he kept going back to the same spot. And his agent texted me, and he was like, make sure he's by a phone that works. So we were actually over there. We were sitting just looking at messages come through about negotiations and stuff. And I walked off for like 3 minutes to go talk to my mom about what we were reading. And my phone rang as soon as I got by my mom. So I picked it up, and he was like, hey, Tiana, this is Justin's agent. His name is Ron, and the Chicago Bears. We're trying to get in contact with him. So I ran up to him, and I was screaming, and I kind of gave it up before they got to talk to him. But so I was excited. So I kind of told him before he actually knew what was going on. And after he got off of the phone, he didn't even know who he talked to, honestly. He knew, but he didn't. He looked at me, and he was like, was that the Bears? And I said, yeah. And then we just all started screaming. We were all excited.
Oh, that's fantastic. I think that it was a blessing in disguise for you to get the first scoop on this, Tiana Boone, the sister of Treston Ebner of the Bears. Will you continue to be the liaison and the communications person for your brother throughout this process?
Most likely. It's always been that way. He actually, when he got offered by Baylor, they actually called me first. They called me first.
Really?
And I did the same thing. I ran home to tell him. And yeah, it's always been me that everybody calls because Tristan has always, for some reason, his phone just never works at the right time.
So wait, Baylor tried to call Tristan and say, hey, we got a scholarship for you. We've got a pretty sweet spot for you.
The Baylor Bears.
Mark Ruddy. Exactly.
Yeah.
And nothing. So you took that call as well.
Yeah, plenty. Arkansas, Baylor, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, most of those calls.
You took all of those calls? All right, now I'm a little worried. I got to tell you, I feel really good about your brother as a prospect. Like, he seems to be a good kid.
Oh, yeah.
He can catch the ball.
Do it all.
Can do it all. But this issue of not having his phone on, or I guess there's no phones being used in football games, Tiana. That seems like a blessing.
Does he have a little chip on his shoulder coming to the Bears? And do you agree that he should have been drafted sooner? Because I know you organized everything for him at Baylor.
Yeah, well, I think, I don't really know how to say it. I think that if things had gone a little bit different for him this past year at Baylor, possibly I think that he would have been an earlier pick, to be honest. But things went different. I mean, we're grateful for how it worked out. We're grateful that he did end up getting drafted and all, that he's going to the Bears. But I think that he did have a possibility of maybe going a little bit earlier if things were a little bit different. But as far as, what happened during the draft, I think it happened as it should have.
Right. Yeah, everything happens for a reason.
Absolutely. Yeah, he split time in the backfield at Baylor, and that's the way it sometimes goes. But we're thrilled that he's here and really enjoyed getting to meet you. You're the older sister, right? You clearly have the older sister vibe going here with Treston. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm the oldest, but everybody, once me, him, and my other brother get together, they always think that I'm the baby, but I'm the oldest.
Well, we know who has the power.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one whose cell phone works.
Yeah, that's right.
My phone.
Yeah, I actually host an overnight show, so I sleep a lot. So if I could just give you my information and you could take messages for me during the day, that would be great, Tiana.
Bank, it's about time.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
How about Tim Anderson, by the way?
He's just an awesome baseball player.
Yeah, he is. He's hitting 365.
He is so important. He just transforms the way the top of that lineup goes, and the energy and the leadership he provides on the field and the focus.
Tim hurt himself as he went to his left, and it looks to me like a groin muscle.
Tim Anderson down at shortstop. Here comes James Kruk, athletic trainer for the White Sox, who's been out of that dugout all too much this year.
It's typical. He goes in the eye, making a great play at the time we needed it.
And he's going to need help to get off the field here.
That's just awful.
We're not nearly as good without him, but we're going to have to be good enough to win. He's a great player, legitimately a great player.
So with that, that sight being one of the last ones you want to see. Danny Mendick comes in.
This one is really difficult because Tim is the catalyst for the offense, and he's been playing much better defense maybe the last 5-6 games.
I don't know. It's like I'm walking down the street and I'm looking up because I feel like a safe's going to land on my head.
A feeling of pending doom?
Why me, huh?
I know this is difficult, but I'm very glad we're having this discussion.
Really? Really? Because I got to be honest, I think it sucks.
What does?
This. I hate this. So, after all is said and done, is this all there is?
So to see him go down, all of a sudden, if you are a Sox fan, and there are many of you watching this and at the ballpark today, you just wonder what's next.
Eloy Jimenez leaving his first rehab appearance at Charlotte on Saturday with the right leg soreness.
So I was sitting in my cubicle today and I realized every single day of my life has been worse than the day before it. So that means that every single day that you see me, that's on the worst day of my life.
What about today? Is today the worst day of your life?
Yeah.
Wow, that's messed up.
How could this happen to me?
It's a lot more fun than being a White Sox fan.
1, 2, 3.
Here we go, Tim. Here we go. Here we go, Tim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Expertly done, as always, by Chris Tannehill. Steve Stone will join us in 30 minutes. I feel like that open puts me in particular in a tough spot, though, because that open was funny. That was an objectively funny thing. But if I laugh at the misfortune of White Sox fans and the team and the injuries, then I'm a bad guy taking joy in their misfortune.
Couple things.
But it was funny. I don't know what to do here.
I understand. A couple things. One, you're inherently a bad guy. So you got that going on.
Yeah, there is that.
So you can hold on to that and sort of divorce it from everything.
Yeah, so it's status quo. Sure.
One option. No.
Happy Monday.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Love you long time.
Love you too.
Yeah.
No, here's the other thing. They are so prone to misery. There's like nothing that you could do to make them more miserable sometimes.
Sox fans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like seriously, of any fan base in this town that we've experienced, that I've watched and listened to and looked at now for decades and experienced, and there's no one who leans into misery quite the way that White Sox fans do.
Never seen a half full glass in their life.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
No.
Self-loathing. Were you able to find any humor in that open, Shane? Was that at all funny? No,
it wasn't funny to me.
Okay,
it wasn't funny.
Didn't think it was.
Misfortune, the feelings of sadness, depression, the tempting myself to abuse alcohol and narcotics is not funny to me.
How about the emptiness, the ennui, as Tony Soprano wonders if that's all there is?
He was talking about the rebuild,
which was a surprising storyline.
I thought it was just about life as we know it, you know? But no, it's the White Sox rebuild.
Wow.
It was prescient, really.
Yeah.
When you think about it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good to lose as often as they do when they weren't supposed to.
That makes sense. Yeah.
One editor's note, just for the sake of getting the week off on a good foot. You're not inherently a bad guy. Just want to establish that. Also, it's Tuesday, so 2 editor's notes.
All right.
Happy Monday fell a little flat.
Can't wait
do you
for
want to
Friday.
fact check that he's a bad guy or not? Do we want to put that out there publicly?
Yeah, I don't know.
You fact check with the listeners? That's dangerous.
No, not with the listeners.
With us, you can.
I can't rely on the listeners. I hope to be able to rely on you guys. 50-50.
No, we're here. We got you.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I mean, if there's 3 of us, if only 2 of us think you're if 1 of us thinks you're a bad guy, that's a win, right?
I'm just gonna go cry. I'm fine. I'm not going in the tank. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine.
Oh, we all take turns going to the tank sometimes.
I will admit this. Maybe because I can be a little bit more divorced from it and dispassionate about it. When I was watching the game live and saw the injury, I went to the sportsbook sites to see what it was because, love sports gambling, have my whole life, was just curious about it.
You did one thing, though, before doing that.
What did I do?
You did.
You
tweeted.
You went to Twitter.
You went to Twitter.
I did tweet.
Yeah. What's the last thing you want to see after your star player, most important player on the team? Which I'm thankful that Shane still cares about Tim Anderson. That's great news today to find that out after hearing the open. But you see Danny Parkins tweeting about something bad happening in the White Sox. That's the first thing that we saw.
Yeah, I didn't break the news to you guys, though. You were watching the game.
Good old salt. Hi, I'm a wound.
I said, oh,
does anybody
no!
have any salt?
There is nothing less sincere
than
you
Christ.
starting a tweet this way. Oh, no. This is at 2:12 p.m.
Oh,
Seconds
no.
after Tim Anderson was helped off the field. Oh, no.
Oh,
period.
no.
Tim Anderson's the best player in Chicago, having a monstrous season.
Really hope this injury isn't as serious as it looks. That's sincere to you? White Sox fans don't want or need to see or hear that from you. You are the last Danny, listen to me very clearly.
Okay.
You are the last person White Sox fans want to hear from when something bad happens.
I think you're
the
just
last person.
What about Ronnie Woo Woo?
I think you're lashing out.
Screw him,
Shane. I think you're lashing out. I think your venom and your hate should be directed at your team.
What's wrong with that tweet?
And not our boy over here.
It's insincere.
I'd rather have Ronnie Woo Woo be like Anderson, ooh, groin, ooh, injured. Ooh. I'd rather have that than Danny tweeted.
Is that what he tweeted to?
Wait.
Did Ronnie tweet it that way?
What did I do to deserve that? He's the best.
Twitter. Woo.
I said he's the best baseball player in Chicago. That's a compliment. I had his taking TA over Luis Robert, over Wilson Contreras.
I think it's the oh no for me. The insincere oh no.
Insincere oh no.
Yeah. Oh, no. I just picture you with a glass of red wine. Oh no.
Just like a slight smile on his face.
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
Oh no. Yeah, it's tough to have.
I'm in a tough
read.
spot here, guys.
Yeah.
Tough spot. Someone who hosts a radio show and wants to comment on big sports stories in the city.
You put yourself there.
Yeah, don't you have a radio show? Aren't you on the air 4 hours a day? You can comment about such things.
Yeah, I can. It'd been a while since it had a microphone. Okay. All right.
Go ahead. What'd your sports book say?
No
About the thing you were
tweeting
devastated
about White
about.
Sox stories anymore. That's the new rule. No tweeting about. That's tough times, man.
Tim Anderson hurt his groin, but let's see if I can find some value.
It's so odd.
Dude, Shane. Now we're getting to the heart of my bad guyness.
Yeah.
The Twins, it was posted. They were plus 140 to win the division at the time of the injury. At the time of the injury, there was a 5-game lead in the division. Now, it's basically even money. White Sox minus 110. Twins plus 105. Like, as soon as that news came out. So there was money to be made off it. Now, I will be honest, if the reports out there that are true, I saw from our guy White Sox Dave, 2 weeks in a rehab stint, just a grade 1 thing, no big deal.
Grade 1 strain.
Yeah, of the groin, couple weeks and he'll be fine.
That's the initial report. That would be an incredible scenario. That would be a great outcome.
Better than best case, right? When you saw him basically not be able to put any weight on the. My first thought before the tweet and before the odds makers was season's over, and maybe that's completely reactionary and unfair. But he is so important to that team, man. If he was out 2 to 3 months, like I thought it was possible when that happened, given the hole that they were already in, it felt like they could have folded up shop. But only a couple of weeks, maybe they rally around it and they'll be okay.
Yeah, no, it's a reasonable thought considering the issue that everyone has finally kind of come around to acknowledging and saying over everything, including Tony, including front office, including defense, is that the offense just sucks. Like last year, the offense was good enough to mask all these other issues. And this year, it's a bottom 5 offense out of 30 teams in MLB. And your very best offensive player, not just hitter, but overall offensive player, a top 15 OPS guy in MLB, looked like he was going to be gone for 2 or 3 months. I don't know how you recover from that unless you make a couple of aggressive trades and some people get super, super hot coming back and Eloy would have to come back fast and the Twins would have to fade, like all of those kinds of things.
Right. At some point, you're just asking for too many
It's just
things.
too much.
Yeah.
Too many different factors you're asking for. So I understand the thought. If it really is 2 weeks in a rehab assignment and you're talking about 3 weeks total that he's gone, that's a dream.
I agree. Well, because we've also been kind of doing this, and there's so many specifics to talk about, but they got 3 in Toronto, 3 in Tampa, 3 at home against the Dodgers. They are, 4.5 or 5 games back?
4.5.
And about to be 5, assuming the Twins win. So let's take argument.
Twins have a doubleheader today, though, so we'll see.
Oh, okay. So it could be 5.5. By the way, terrible job for not every team in baseball playing on Memorial Day.
Yeah, there was
how are 26 of the 30 teams playing?
How are the White Sox not playing on 2 of the 4 holiday weekend days?
Yeah,
Friday and Monday is
really weird.
It's bad.
Yeah.
I know it's weird because they play the Cubs, and on a year where you're not playing the NL Central, you're only playing 4 games. That makes it a little different.
Having 2 games with the Cubs on Saturday and Sunday and having both of them be off on Friday just felt absurd.
Yeah,
didn't
it?
It
was bad.
I enjoyed the break, honestly, from the White Sox. It was nice.
Yeah, no, the
I can
break
see
away
that.
from it is fine, but
a little more misery
logistically, it's
yesterday.
stupid.
Yeah, yesterday I literally because I was off the grid a little bit, slept in, tried to have an actual holiday day, and I kept going, when does the White Sox game start? When does the White Sox game start? I kept looking down. I'm sure I wasn't alone. You kept looking at the scoreboard like, when do they play? Oh yeah, they don't play till tomorrow.
But that's just
it's ridiculous.
That has to be something that's solvable with the schedule matrix. No other sports happen on Memorial Day. Right? Golf tournaments end on Sunday. You literally are the only thing going on Memorial Day.
Problem with the schedule matrix is that people take the wrong pill. You know what I mean?
It always happens.
It always screws it up.
But I got to be missing. There's got to be a reason. All 30 teams should play on Memorial Day. Every fan base, when no one is working and it's the unofficial start of summer, every fan base should be able to tune into their baseball team on TV or the radio that day.
I think that's fair. MLB should own Memorial Day. It's not too much to ask. You're really the only sport going in a thriving regular season. You've got playoffs in NBA and NHL.
Well, yeah, but
you should be owning Memorial Day.
The NBA Finals is not scheduling a Monday Memorial Day game. Like the NBA Finals won't start till Thursday.
But basketball sometimes has done playoff games on Memorial Day, haven't they?
Maybe. Eastern Conference Finals, okay.
I feel like it,
but
yes.
That should be a day that baseball plays all 30 of its teams. Play day games. If you're worried about going up against Stanley Cup Finals or NBA Conference Finals on Memorial Day, then schedule more day games. Like every team should play on Memorial Day. That's insane. But we've done the litmus test, like going around the room and saying, okay, still think they're going to win the division? Still think and every person to this point has said yes. Curious with this 9-game gauntlet, the TA injury, and what we've learned now, if people still feel that way. We'll go around the room coming up. Steve Stone in 20 minutes, and there is a White Sox player in particular who's caught the ire of Matt Spiegel. It's all coming up. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
This is where the Cubs play.
Swing and a drive. Deep left field. It's got a chance. Gone. Welcome to the Chicago Cubs. Christopher Morel. What a moment.
Just one of them nights here at the friendly complex.
Pat Hughes here, play-by-play voice of the Chicago Cubs. Join Ron Coomer and me right here for...
My favorite is always, and this is just me totally making this up.
Hector Villanueva spelled backwards as Joaquin Andujar.
Now you're gonna be there with us because that Harry was really
was really good. Well, I haven't busted that one out in a long time because there's been so many bad Harry carries along the way.
Oh, I know. Derek Holland comes to mind.
Yeah, I mean Will Ferrell, like his wasn't very good, but it was funny.
It was funny
because it was a different type of. It was a
the
newer
essence.
type of character. Yeah,
so it was just doing the essence of somebody.
He crushed it.
It's a newer type of situation.
100%.
His was more, hey everybody, let's go, but you gotta get down here a little bit if you're gonna do Harry. You know what I'm saying?
You do.
Yeah.
Mark, what would it sound like if Dave Miska were Harry Carey's engineer?
Oh my God! Hey, Dave Miska is here for all of. Do me a favor and get me a couple more. Oh yeah, I'll get you a couple more Budweiser. I can just get you better import, something better than that. All right, that's enough. Settle down back there. Got this guy that he's all hyper. Oh yeah, I got to take care of it. My voice is gonna die if I keep this up. Hey, whatever you need, Harry. I'm gonna hurt myself.
If Miska was producing Harry, they were on microphones together.
Hey, there's a guy at second base. I see the guy on second base. I see him already. The ball goes over the. Oh yeah, there's a guy with a basket out there that just got. I saw that thing.
Wouldn't this guy identify if someone was on base? Like as if no one saw it?
You're right, exactly. He's on second base. He's outside. He got there. And another one goes over the.
Make sure the levels are good. Concentrate on the levels.
Usually aren't.
Oh, look at the umpire. I saw the umpire. It was Dutch Randon. It feels good to bust that out because I put it away.
You did, of course.
Put Harry
you did.
Carey away for years
because it got
killed and people hated it.
It got silly. It got absurd. I know. That's why. But now we're in a time where it's okay, where it can come back, and you need it. AJ on Saturday all over Tony La Russa for not having any backup for Johnny Cueto as that seventh inning began. Very direct, very explicit. AJ very comfortable with himself going after TLR. It's good stuff.
Next manager of the White Sox?
He wants to be.
Is he the favorite?
That's the cruel joke of watching White Sox coverage. Like, how many people can we get on this broadcast, whether it's pre and post, whether it's like the Island game on a Saturday? How many people deserve to be the manager more so than the current guy?
Hey, there's the post-game guy who's got a World Series ring. Should we have him be the job? Yes. Hey, there's AJ. Should we have him do the job? Yes. Everywhere you look, there's guys.
I think you take Benetti. Right? Like, he's a very smart baseball guy.
You do a pretty good job.
I think Benetti would do a great job. Mm-hmm. Gets along with everybody, good communicator, empathetic.
Chris Kamka.
Now you've gone too far.
No, I have not.
Now you've gone too far.
He'd be delightful. He'd be delightful.
All right. Shane, do you think the White Sox are going to win the American League Central?
Yes.
Tanny, do you think the White Sox are going to win the American League Central?
No.
Speaks, do you think the White Sox are going to win the American League Central? Silence is not great on the radio.
We need the morning mess.
I know, right?
Yeah, I'm still a yes. I'm still a yes because
a yes too.
Because the way the starting pitching has been. But I'll tell you what, with every extra week that Yohan Moncada either does not play or does not produce, I get a little more dispirited. That's a big dude. Remember, I think I predicted him to have the highest OPS on the team. And right now he's just horrendous and a complete and utter non-factor. And his importance to the lineup is just so big.
I look at it as like, I think we're all getting closer to wavering. Tanny has crossed the line. But
here's the thing with that is because when's the last time we did this wellness check? Like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
And I was fully on board. Like, yeah, the talent will prevail.
Yeah.
But over the past 2 weeks, it's like, what have they done to reinstill the confidence in any of it? You know, like it's harder and harder to justify as each game passes, especially this weekend. Saturday, I think, was just rock bottom for me. That performance against the Cubs on Saturday was just atrocious. And I know, thankfully, they got that win on Sunday, which we'll talk about later. But things are not improving in the offensive side of the baseball. So, you know, I just don't like where it's trending, and the injuries just are relentless. And I know pitching will keep you in games. Usually it's pitching and defense. Defense is clean up a little bit, but it's not one of their benchmarks that they do. They'll pitch the ball and they'll catch the ball. They only do one of those things right now.
Seriously, has there ever been more of a situation that screams fire the hitting coach than this one? Right now, you're not going to fire the manager. That's not going to happen.
This is when they get fired. You have a talented team with high expectations, and your team doesn't hit.
And their overall offensive approach has looked chaotic.
And I'm not saying it's like his fault or whatever, or if it would be justified, but just this is typically when they get canned.
This is a situation that screams that, and they're about to get 2 aces out of 3 pretty much in these games against Toronto. Gossman tonight, who's amazing, and then Alek Manoah in the third game of the series, Alek Manoah has not gone less than 5 innings, and he has not given up more than 2 earned runs in any start on the year. Is that good?
He's due.
He's due.
He's due. No, I think that we're all... Those of us who haven't crossed over to where Tanny is, we all are saying it with less and less and less confidence. It's just, to me, like, when is like the piece of news going to be that's the proverbial straw? Like, if TA's injury was 3 months, I'd be with Tanny right now. Like, Eloy's setback, Lynn isn't back. Like, we know all of these things. The Joe Kelly hamstring. To me, it feels like they're like 1 5-game losing streak or 1 big injury away from me crossing over. So it's
real quick, like last year when there was Robert or Eloy, guys around them in the lineup were performing. So you could feel like you could withstand an injury like that to one of your star players because everyone was stepping up from the bottom of the roster on up, but now it's not happening anywhere. Like that's what, like, TA could be out for the rest of the season, and I'd be like, okay, if everyone else is doing their part, I'd be like, okay, maybe they could find a way to make it work with pitching and an adequate offense. But the fact that nothing else around TA has been inspiring as of yet, that's the concern for me, big picture.
Where the hell is Yolbert Sanchez? It's
Everyone's
inexcusable. It is inexcusable that Danny Mendick gets to ride the Charlotte to Chicago Express whenever the hell he wants, and Yolbert Sanchez is showing at each level that he can adapt to the pitching and still hit the ball and play a good defensive second base.
Who's in charge of personnel on this team? You guys,
Should be us, you're right.
Well, no.
Things would be better,
guys, I fear more and more as things go on and you hear certain things about the way certain things have gone down, that Tony La Russa has way more personnel control than he ought to.
Bullcrap.
I'm sorry, Tony. I don't mean to call you out, but going with the vets as opposed to delivering a kid who can actually play some really good defense.
Also, one more question. Did AJ Pollock die? Is he dead?
I don't think so. I think he's alive.
Yeah.
Why isn't he playing baseball? He's not on the IL. Then he must be dead.
Very, very, very angry people around here. And as always, Danny, it's going to get pointed at you. I don't know why. It just feels good for a lot of people.
You've fooled a lot of people. Speaks. I don't know what it is. I get all of it. I get all of the angst. But there's also on this trip, there's no Graveman and no Cease.
Yeah, and there's no Cease and no Graveman because apparently they're not vaccinated. And the White Sox were very proud before last year began about being 100% vaccinated. And I guess that means that Cease didn't get the booster somewhere along the way. But Graveman, obviously a signing for this year, not being vaccinated. It's just so damaging right now to that bullpen with no Joe Kelly and the way that things have gone and the way the offense is playing. And I'm disappointed in Graveman, I got to say. I liked everything he had to say the other day with us, or I guess a couple weeks ago, about being such a good teammate. And that's what he has talked about trying to be there for teammates and showing up and being being an awesome teammate and all of that. And this is unfortunately, it's a selfish act, and it's not something a good teammate does. And I know that, look, people can make their own decisions, and they have, but the truth is also the science of not getting the freaking shot is misguided. It is. And if you're making millions and millions and millions for a team sport, and clearly your team wants you to do it. Remember all the Yankees got pressured into getting vaccinated before their trip to Toronto?
Obviously in the division, so they've got multiple trips.
Without a doubt.
Yep.
And the Red Sox, a lot of players caught a lot of hell when they didn't get vaccinated. It's about to happen for the Twins right now. The Twins are next in Toronto, and they've got 4, maybe 5 different players, a couple of whom have COVID, and Correa is vaccinated but got it anyway. But then there's a couple who aren't vaccinated, and so they're not going to play. And it's like it's just so. And some of the unvaccinated players in Toronto have said to the boss there, Derek Falvey, have said like, "Well, if we make the playoffs, we'll go ahead and we'll think about it differently then." Like. So one level of competition would be enough for you to do this thing that you say that you're afraid of or unwilling to do, but this level of competition, these games that could get you into the play, that seems pretty arbitrary to me. That does not seem reasonable to me.
Oh, I mean, listen, you know where I stand on this. I think it's completely ridiculous to not be vaccinated, and if you have any sort of employment incentive to do it,
you have employment
then
incentive,
even more so.
competitive advantage.
Forget for a moment public health incentive and personal health incentive, but if you in addition have work incentive to do it, it's just another reason to go out and do it. And yeah, I mean, Graveman was great with us and talking about the scouting reports and helping the younger guys and clubhouse culture and being a good teammate and all that. And he's not going to be available for his teammates in a big series against a potential playoff competitor in the American League.
Now, you could argue about whether Toronto and Canada should have these restrictions, and that's something you could argue about, of course.
But they already have them.
But they have them. They have them, and here you are. And you have an opportunity to do the right thing and be there for your team, and he's not.
Steve Stone has a tendency to be level-headed about this. We'll see if he makes us feel better next on The Score.
Premier voice of the White Sox and one of the top voices in baseball, Steve Stone, talks Sox 3 times a week on The Score.
Including coming up today at 3 with Parkins and Spiegel.
I envision the Sox making the playoffs, but you'll have Giolito and Lynn and Cease and Kopech as a foursome going into the playoffs. I think that's
So Scottie Pippen sat next to me like he sat on the step just so he could stretch his legs down, and he was enjoying himself in the booth. A lot of times guys are just kind of in and out, and they don't really they do the stretch and they're nice and they're great, but they want to get back. They go to their handlers and they get out of the stadium, or they go back to their suite.
Scottie probably already felt safe, like you guys weren't asking for autographs.
Exactly. We were not fawning all over him. We were trying to act like we're cool. It's just Scottie Pippen.
Yeah.
We just had Vince Vaughn in here, whatever, no big deal. So Pippen he's sitting right next to me. We're just kind of small talking a little bit. And I never covered Scottie Pippen nor the 90s Bulls. I wasn't here then. So I still am a little fanboy when it comes to Scottie Pippen. It's Scottie freaking Pippen.
And you're you, and you enjoy expressing that stuff, which is a very endearing thing, frankly.
So I actually did a Chris Farley with him without trying to do a Chris Farley, because I literally said to him, I go, just trying to think of stuff to say, because what was on my mind was the first title against the Lakers, where the Bulls lose game 1, and then the second game they made a change, and I said to Scottie Pippen, I go, do you remember? I'm serious. Like, do you remember when Phil Jackson decided to put you on Magic Johnson? This is the greatest response. He looks up at me. Yeah. He's got the big, huge Scottie Pippen smile.
Yeah.
And he just goes, "Oh, yeah." And I was like, yes! Mark, do you have some trivia? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking to Scottie Pippen right now. It was so great.
That's so good.
And then there was no more discussion of it, but he appreciated it so much. He's like,
Oh, yeah.
It's what's got to be one of the great moments of his basketball life.
Absolutely.
Taking that assignment and nailing that assignment. It led to the rest of his career.
It was one of the great adjustments in NBA history. You know what? Let's put our best defensive player on Magic freaking Johnson, and it worked.
Remember when Scotty would then go on to John Stockton in future years in those finals?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Remember when he made an organic popcorn?
Scotty? Nope.
That was the last item.
Really?
After the whiskey.
Oh, yeah. No, didn't know that.
I don't remember the popcorn.
Thought this was the Yes and Show.
Remember when he refused to go in because the last shot wasn't about him?
Oh, and he hung up on the score? Yeah.
We were just talking and you're watching the playoffs. What, in your opinion, what's going on with it?
That's the best interview question in the history of interviews. Hawk has no idea what's happening in the basketball playoffs.
Really gentle. What's up with these basketball playoffs?
In your opinion, what's going on? It's my favorite thing.
We were just talking and you're watching the playoffs. What, in your opinion, what's going on with it?
I'm not watching the playoffs, but I assume you are. Yeah. What's going on?
Can you just talk about the NBA playoffs?
Oh, God, it makes me so happy.
This hour is brought to you by Oak Point University.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Spend some time with our friends Danny Parkins and Matt Spiegel.
Yes.
Afternoons on the Score.
I think the decision to deal with the Dallas Keuchel situation is not too long away from being made.
Steve Stone.
That one's going to be on highlight reels all year long.
Chicago White Sox television analyst.
Well, he's held Luis Robert pretty well in check tonight, but there's always that fourth time.
Robert squares this one up. Back to back. T.A. and Luis. And that fourth time's a charm.
You can only hold them down for a bit.
Steve Stone.
If we go to 15, will somebody just bring us a pair of those hats? Can we bargain?
I think if we go to 15, you're better off being brought a pair of cheeseburgers as opposed to the hats, with all due respect to your sartorial splendor.
Of which there is a small amount.
Hey, I wanna be a rock star.
Oh, I want to be a rock star.
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Steve Stone, kind enough to join us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book, the best analyst in baseball, often known for predicting and seeing the future. Stoney, and thank you as always for the time, which is why maybe my favorite tweet of yours ever was just, told you, after the Dallas Keuchel decision came down. Because I was like, this is what Steve Stone does. He makes us smarter, he sees the future, and he tells us stuff. That was a great one, Stoney. How you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I am not in Toronto. It's going to be Gordon Beckham along with Jason. So it'll be a really good ball game. The pitching matchup's outstanding between Lucas and Gausman for them. Kevin Gausman's had just a terrific year. So, that's what you're looking for. Where you go in with one of your best in Lucas, and you're facing one of their best. So it should be a dandy.
Looking back for a moment, what is the main problem with Dallas Keuchel? What did he not do or not understand that led to this necessity from the White Sox?
Well, the easy answer is he didn't get people out. I think that's a pretty predictable answer. The reality is, when you look at his stuff was very limited these days. The fastball wasn't moving all that well. And what happens to a lot of pitchers who have had really good command and the stuff is good, in other words, that cutter, which would establish to a right-hand hitter, then you could go away with both the sinker and the changeup. If the cutter is good, that makes the sinker and changeup that much better. If the cutter's having some problems, then a guy just disregards anything inside because he can react to that at 84, 85 miles an hour and really pound you middle away, which is basically what was happening. But what also happens is you realize pretty much before everybody, is your stuff isn't too good. And so what you try to do, instead of making a pitch, you try to make the pitch. You try to throw a perfect pitch over the outside corner or just off the corner on strike one. And usually it's just off the corner and the hitter takes it. Now, instead of strike one, it's ball one. And then you try to make that cutter inside, and the guy doesn't swing at it. And now it's ball two. And now you've got some big problems. So it was his own insecurity with his stuff that was not allowing him to challenge hitters early enough. Consequently, he was falling behind, and that was a big problem. So, when you take an older pitcher, a guy whose stuff is fairly marginal, a guy who depends solely on his command and control, and then he gets a bit older and that stuff loses a little bit, then you got a problem. And I think you're seeing it with Hendricks for the Cubs. I think he's pretty much a right-handed same kind of guy as Keuchel. And when you miss your spot and you're falling behind hitters, that's a problem. And I think that's what he's experiencing. Maybe not to the extent of Dallas Keuchel, but, they're keeping him around certainly. And maybe there is some trade value there, but I think the Sox realized there was no trade value in Dallas Keuchel, and to keep running him out there was putting too much strain on the bullpen.
Hendricks, I can say from our conversations with him through the years, at least has the mindset to look inwards and try to change some things up if they must be changed. I'm not sure if Keuchel had that in him. When you look at Hendricks' stuff, as long as you took us there, do you see another way he might be able to do it, an adjustment he might be able to make?
I'm honestly not that familiar with, the things that he does real well. I just remember in years past watching him in his good games, his command was pinpoint. I mean, he used that changeup so very well and surprised you with the fastball. And very rarely did he fall behind. I mean, number one, we know he's a cerebral pitcher. Number two, I think he's a really good part of that starting rotation because I think he would help the younger guys if they were having some problems. and I think he also shares a lot of his expertise with some guys, making him a valuable member of the rotation. I'm not sure the same could be said for Dallas Keuchel in that respect. I'm not saying he was a bad guy because he wasn't, but as far as consistently sharing his expertise and his experience with the younger guys, I'm not sure he did a whole lot of that. And so it's a completely different scenario. And, that's also the fact that Dallas was in the last year of his contract and Hendricks isn't.
Steve Stone with us, Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. The biggest story from the weekend, obviously, the Tim Anderson injury. Yasmani Grandal is leading off. Danny Mendick is playing shortstop. And he's the heart and soul of the team in many ways. In what way are the White Sox going to miss him most?
Let me count the ways. I mean, he was one of the leaders on this team, if not the leader. He was the offensive catalyst. He was the table setter. He was the guy that would have multiple hits in many games over the course of this season. And he was just getting about as hot as you could possibly get. Also, I think one thing that kind of was overlooked is the fact that over the last week or so, his defense had gotten substantially better. And I kept saying this all along. The man made 10 errors all of last year. And he quickly jumped out there with 9. You have to believe he's going to get better because you don't deteriorate at his age defensively. And he did get better, and he was making the plays, and he was throwing the ball over the top. And my only concern with him was he sometimes got a little careless by throwing low three-quarters on his throws that pulled Jose up the line toward the home plate side, and the throws were usually off the mark. But when he stays over the top, Tim has a wonderfully strong arm and usually makes very accurate throws. And I think he was doing that. I think his hands appeared to be getting softer. I think he worked at it, a lot of pride, quite obviously when you see his total game. But, he was the guy that ignited this team. And this is a team that's so challenged offensively. Last thing they could afford to lose was an igniter. If you take a look at where this team is with Tim, it's at 500. If you take a look at historically where this team is without Tim, it's well below 500. That being said, what has to happen is everybody in that locker room has to decide that what they've done to this point hasn't been good enough, and now they're going to do everything on a daily basis to contribute to an offensive performance that they haven't seen before. So it's a lot of looking in the mirror and figuring out what you've been doing to this point, especially if it hasn't been working, and then trying to change whatever it is, whether it's taking more pitches or whether with some guys it's swinging earlier in the count. Whatever it is, whatever they're doing that hasn't been working, you've got to even bear down on a pitch-to-pitch basis. I mean, the level of concentration now has to be higher than it's been all year. Very few guys will ever concentrate 100% of the time. It just doesn't work that way. But the higher percentage of the time where you're concentrating and making, in the case of a hitter, you make every pitch your universe. The only thing that exists is that pitch. You see it beforehand. You see it coming out of the pitcher's hands. You try to pick up the spin as early as possible. You don't overcommit. You stay patient. You get a feeling for the strike zone, and every pitch becomes your world. If you can do that, the more times you can do that, the better hitter you're going to be. From a pitching standpoint, it's the same thing. You have to concentrate every pitch, and you have to make sure your concentration is as high as it can possibly be each and every time. Most guys have a hard time doing that. Some guys do it very well. The more you do it, the better you are at it, the better performer you're going to be. And right now, this team needs an offensive lift, not from just one guy. They need it from a whole lot of guys.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because a lot of times there's this trope that you can't be better in baseball by trying harder, but you can focus more, you can concentrate better, you can raise your level of concentration. As you're talking about the need for offense, should Jake Berger at second base be considered? Where are you supposed to make these concessions for hitting when you're defensively challenged to begin with? It's a tricky one.
Well, it is that, and Jake has done a terrific job. I think Jake is a pretty decent third baseman. He is not Brooks Robinson, so I don't think in shifting him to second, where we haven't exactly had Nellie Fox, I think that you're not going to lose that much. And sometimes, especially when the team is having trouble scoring, you have to pretty much err on the side of offense. Now, there's no doubt in my mind that this team can do better than they've done offensively. As far as defensively is concerned, they got off to a horrific start. And things have been better lately defensively. But there's a couple of things that will come into play depending on who you start and the health of who's available and who's not. The fans don't want to hear it, but it doesn't really matter what they don't want to hear. What matters is the reality. Sometimes you're starting a first baseman in left field and a first baseman in right field. That's just the way it is. Consequently, you're not going to get exquisite defense when you're playing guys out of position, but that's what the Sox have been forced to do. And so when I look at A.J. Pollock, I also see a guy who was a wonderful center fielder, but at times has been challenged going back on balls in left. Consequently, not going to be outstanding defensively. Same thing when Aloy plays defensively. This is a guy that's paid to hit the baseball and can when he is healthy, but defensively, it's not going to be great. So understanding that you've had a team in the past that hasn't been particularly good defensively, you return most of the same guys. Miraculously, they're not going to get great. So they're going to have to outscore many of their mistakes, and they haven't been able to do it this year. But look, that being said, everything comes out in the wash, the good, the bad, everything else, and you find yourself at 23-23. I think all the fans are quick to say, this is an awful season, this is horrific. Well, it's not. It's mediocre. It's not as good as anybody wants, but it's not near as bad as everybody thinks. Right now is a springboard. Right now you're at a point where you've gotten through 2 very difficult months with horrific injuries to consequential players, and you're sitting at 500. That's not all bad, guys.
They're definitely still alive, and they're lucky that the Twins have the lowest win percentage of any first-place team, so they're still right there with it. Brutally tough schedule coming up over the next 9 games, but I wanted to talk a little bit more specifically about Grandal offensively. Like, he's taking more walks, which is good, but basically every other number, Stoney, is like jarringly awful. But you would assume that eventually he'll play to the back of his baseball card, but Tony has enough confidence in him to still lead him off today. What do you make of where he's at offensively right now?
Well, there's a couple of things that come into play. Number one, second half of last year, Grandal was a very big, very successful run producer who hit the ball out of the ballpark. Okay, that was last year. Let's fast forward to this year. The Sox certainly need him to hit the ball out of the ballpark and drive in runs. He's not doing that. So when everybody looked at the lineup today and they saw Grandal leading off, they went, oh, well, that clinches it. Tony has completely lost it. He really hasn't. And the reason is what he's trying to do in the absence of Tim Anderson is trying to maximize what Grandal has lately been doing well, which is getting on base, and minimize what Grandal lately has been doing poorly, which is hitting home runs and driving in runs. So if he can get on base, and I know the speed factor, he's gotten on. I saw him get thrown out at the plate by 10 feet like everybody else. But the point is he's a catcher. Catchers, for the most part, don't have speed unless you're the rare catcher. Tony's trying to take advantage of what he does best, which is build up the pitch counts, see a lot of pitches, and hopefully take some walks. And just maybe with the pressure off him driving in runs in the middle of this lineup, maybe he starts to come alive. The Sox desperately need the left-handers in that lineup, and I'm talking about Moncada when he comes back, Grandal and Sheets. They really need them to produce because it's no secret we have trouble with right-handers who throw good sliders because we're a predominantly and have been a predominantly right-handed lineup. As long as I can remember, they've been looking for left-handers, and they've been trying on occasion to bring them in. To this point, it hasn't worked particularly well, and we're still vulnerable to the same guys we have been for a while. That's right-handers with real good sliders who can push you off the plate and then keep going away with that breaking ball. Not that anybody really hits the good slider, but the point is some guys lay off it and make you come to them. Our guys aren't big on the laying off philosophy of that. But the left-handers have to start coming around and taking advantage of some of those right-handed slider ball guys for this lineup to really jump up and be an offensive factor.
What's the chatter around the team in terms of Moncada, Stoney? Like what are we still looking at an overall malaise from the effects of long haul COVID? It feels crazy to bring that up, but some people see it and that's what they think. What do you feel is going on with him?
I really can't tell you because I'm not a doctor and I don't even play one on television. But long-haul COVID is a factor with some people. Whether it's a factor with Yohan, I don't really know. All I know is this is an unforgiving game. They don't care if you have long-haul anything. They don't care if you're a long-haul trucker. They want you to produce. They want you to produce on a daily basis. The front office wants you to do that. Your teammates want you to do that. The fans want you to do that. And if you don't produce, there isn't really any excuse you can use except, hey, I didn't get it done. It's as simple as that. In the case of Yohan, here are the facts. He has not been the same player since COVID. Why that is, I don't know. But the fact is, this team desperately needs him to be the Yohan Moncada of a couple of years ago, when he was hitting 25 home runs, driving in some runs, stealing the occasional base, but, good speed on the bases. He plays a very good third base. I mean, we've seen that. So it's just a factor of getting out there. He's got sore legs. I never judge another man's pain because you never really know just how painful it is. And as far as the guy tells me he's injured, well, then he's injured. Again, I don't know the reason why. They would love to have him in the lineup every day, and then it would make a decision on Jake Berger necessary and what you're going to do with him. And I think the most viable situation, judging by the way the lineup is played, is you put him at second base, you take your chances. But that being said, that's not my decision, and that's what I would do when Yohan Moncada comes back to being Yohan Moncada, if that is an eventuality.
What's the goal, Stoney? Or what would you be satisfied with? Maybe a better way to ask it. 9 games, 6 on the road, 3 in Toronto, 3 in Tampa, 3 at home against the Dodgers.
Well, the easy thing would be 5-4, 4-5. Either way, you'd be satisfied with it. But here's the reality of what you're asking. The goal is to win tonight because nothing else matters. You go after this win tonight. You bear down for 9 innings or 10 innings or 11 innings, whatever it takes. You bear down on every pitch. You make this the most critical game you're going to play all year. When that's over, then you concentrate on the next game, and the next game becomes the most critical. I think when you set too many long-term goals, too many mid-range goals, you lose sight of the goals that are at hand. And the only thing you have today is this game against Kevin Gausman. And Lucas Giolito is going to go to the mound, and he is a very cerebral pitcher who will concentrate on every pitch. Then if we can get all of our hitters to do the same thing, and also the defenders, you're standing around in the field, you have a lot of dead time. You use that dead time to envision the ball coming to you. You envision very quickly. Let's say you're a left fielder. You envision the ball going to your left. You envision the ball going to your right. You envision the ball in front of you. You envision the ball in back of you. You envision every eventuality of the next pitch. And when the next pitch comes, you do the same thing. That is full concentration, being right here in the moment. And that's what each and every one of these defenders has to do, what each and every one of these hitters have to do. But the main goal, the overriding goal in the next 9, is win tonight. It's the only thing you have.
Stoney, pre-scheduled trip off. People want to be sure you're okay. They want you to be back. I know you said on Twitter, just want to be good for the stretch run of August and September. So hope you enjoy the time away, man. You deserve it.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to express to people, everybody has their own opinions. I don't judge anybody. Do what you want to do. But I've been asked a couple of times, are you vaccinated? Is that why, you're not vaccinated? That's why you're not making the trip? I have had 4 vaccinations, and if they tell me I could have the 5th tomorrow, I'd take that also, because that's just, for me, that's just something that I want to do to try to limit my chances of getting it. It has nothing to do with going to Toronto or coming back. I don't think you need a vaccination to get into Tampa Bay yet, so that's not the case. Yes, this was predetermined, and it was one of those things that I decided to take this time off. Gordon Beckham has done a really nice job in my place. I think he's getting better and better, and I will be watching the games. You can be assured of that, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully the boys can really rally together in the absence of Tim Anderson, because of all the losses the Sox have had, guys, this is by far the biggest one.
We're in agreement there. Stoney, enjoy the time off. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, Danny, and take care, Speaks.
Thanks a lot, Stoney.
Thank
you think of all those players of Eloy and Robert and Moncada and all those guys who got hurt. Tim Anderson is the heart and soul. Danny Mendick referred to him as the captain of the team.
Lance Lynn, top 3 Cy Young guy.
Yep.
Add him to the list. Yeah, it's
but this is the top of the order, heart and soul, great bat-to-ball skills.
Best offensive player.
Emotional core as well.
Joe Ostrowski going to join us in just over 20 minutes. A story happened over the break. I texted the show and said, I don't want to come in and work on Memorial Day, but this story is good enough that the thought at least crossed my mind that I was upset that we did not have a microphone. We will now discuss said story next on The Score.
Odyssey is your home for all the audio that matters to you. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app today to listen to The Score in Odyssey Station.
This is Jim Rome.
On this show, David Robertson, especially our producers, big White Sox fans, we openly really like the 1976 White Sox throwback jerseys. You know those ones with the big collars? Not everybody liked them, of course.
Are you?
Oh, yeah, that's interesting because I remember those jerseys. They made news one time. Did they, David? They made news?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, could you just where were you? Where were you when this was going down with the slicing of the jerseys? We've never had the opportunity to talk to somebody who was there, David.
So I was a little late to the clubhouse. I was late to the party on that day, but I will say that those were a tough jersey to wear, and Chris Sale would not have looked very flattering in that dress. So I came in. Obviously, there's a buzz about the clubhouse, and I look around. I'm like, hey, these uniforms are all cut up, so it's going to be interesting. What's going to happen? But a few things happened. I think Chris got in some trouble for that one. But being the veteran I was, I came in, immediately knew what was going to happen, grabbed my jersey, balled it up, shoved it in the back of my locker, because I knew later on in the year there would be a right opportunity and a chance to ask Chris for an autograph and maybe some choice words on the back of my jersey. So that's what I did. I hung around till the last week and then, just kind of snuck it back out and got Chris to autograph it and put some choice words on it for me. And now it's up in my house. And it's a great little keepsake to have. It's a good little story to tell people.
David, you're telling us that you have a cut-up throwback White Sox jersey signed by Chris Sale?
Oh, that's right. I sure do.
Oh, can we
get a picture?
That is such a baller move, David Robertson.
That's a one of one. Can we get a picture? Like, that is the coolest piece of memorabilia we've ever heard of.
I'll have to send it to you on the download because the words on it.
Oh, yeah. What's the?
What does it say?
Can you give us the general gist of the inscription? Ugliest jersey I ever saw.
Something like that. Yeah, a little bit more choice than that. He just didn't like these jerseys. I love Chris.
Yeah.
That was a good one. I couldn't believe that happened. I'd never seen anything like it.
Yeah. No one had. Oh my God.
That's amazing. We always assumed that it was awkward to pitch in, like the collar rubbed against your neck in a weird way, but it wasn't that. It was just the aesthetics of that thing, huh?
It was like a dress.
How many pieces is your jersey that you have signed cut up into?
No, it's only one. It's like a gown. It's open back.
I see.
It's a great hospital gown.
I see.
Oh, that's amazing.
Incredible.
Did I tell you guys about the excuse I got from my Uber driver last week?
No.
He
why would an Uber driver need to give you an excuse? Because he was late?
Well, because he was on the way. He was on the way to pick me up to take me to the airport.
He doesn't want to date anybody right now. It's not just you. It's just he doesn't want to date anybody.
Yeah, that's it. He ghosted me. And I'm looking at the map. I'm watching him, and he's on the way to my house.
Mm-hmm.
And then he makes a detour, and then he goes up north, and I live south. And I'm like, where's this guy going?
Uh-oh.
And then he picks me up. We're in the car for a minute or two. He wasn't too late, but he was a little late. And he said, hey, you probably noticed that I was driving out of the way. And I was like, yeah, I saw it. And he goes, I'm sorry. I trusted a fart and the fart won. And he had to stop at his house to clean up, and then he got in the car, and I go, well, it doesn't. I'm like, I go,
that's too fast. That's too fast.
It was, I don't know how he did it. And I said, so you're clean now? And he goes, do you smell anything?
Oh my God. First of all, that's not an excuse. That's an actual thing. Second of all, that's not something you do and keep your Uber customer on the hook. Stop, pull over, do a thorough job. Like, I would assume you got to go inside.
I don't know what he did. It was a nice excuse, though.
No, it isn't. It's a terrible. Just immediately pull the car over, please, sir. Like a minute or two.
So you don't think he cleaned up well?
No. How could you? You cancel the customer. A note to all you Uber drivers out there: if this happens to you, go ahead and cancel the customer. You'll get another one. You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes the world is just such a dark place. You need good news. You need a little light in your life. And by the way, seemingly good news for the White Sox. Tim Anderson, I just saw on Twitter, was it Daryl Van Schouwen?
Traveling with the team.
He's in Toronto with the White Sox and on an exercise bike.
It's an excellent sign.
That is a great sign.
The fact that he's traveling. So, like, even if they did an MRI, they're like, oh, we're going to be okay. All right, okay. He's traveling. This will not be a very long time away, I don't think, for Tim. That's great news.
That is very, very good news. But Jock Peterson and Tommy Pham.
Tommy Pham just shows up in the outfield on the first day of their series, walks up to Jock. They tussle verbally a little, and then he slaps him across the face. He Will Smiths him right on his Chris Rock.
In the outfield.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball players, multi-millionaires getting in a fight on the field before the game. What's the beef?
It's enough for you to like baseball.
I was refreshing Twitter every 10 seconds. I couldn't get enough of it. Tanny, what do we have here to have these guys tell the story in their own words?
Slapped you? Yeah, that happened. We were in a fantasy league together. I put a player on the injured reserve when they were listed as out, and added another player. And then there was a text message in the group saying that I was cheating because I was stashing players on my bench. And then I don't know, I looked up the rules and sent a screenshot of the rules, how it says that when a player is ruled out, you're allowed to put him on the IR, and that's all I was doing. And then it just so happened that he had a player Jeff Wilson, who was out, and he had him on the IR, and I said, you literally have the same thing on your team, on your bench. And then I guess he was in 2 leagues, and in one of them he was on the IR and one of them he wasn't. So maybe that was a confusion, but on the ESPN league we were in, it was listed as out. So it's like it feels very similar to what I did. And that was basically all of it. There's not much more to it.
Was there discussion or something?
We never had any more contact. The only time we texted was in the group text, and yeah, I mean it was over a year ago. Don't think violence is the answer, I guess you could say. So I kind of left the situation, and some other players were out there, and it when bench is clear, but it was batting practice, and there was nothing more to it. Like I said, it was a unfortunate situation for over a fantasy football league rule, or wasn't a rule, and so yeah.
Let's do the rest of the show on this.
I'm available.
I mean,
I'm available.
I have never wanted to hear stories from another man's fantasy football league more than this.
It's the least interesting topic of conversation. That and the weather. Oh, in fantasy, I got screwed by half a point because the guy dropped the ball or he went down at the goal. Nobody cares. Tommy Pham held on to a grudge. It's May.
Okay, hear me out for a second.
Football season ended a long time ago.
Tommy Pham, let's look at the calendar here. In the last year,
yeah,
has posted a video on Instagram of a stab wound he got at a strip club. He has threatened to box Luke Voigt for that collision with the guy in San Diego, and he slapped Jock Peterson.
Yeah.
So maybe we should stop talking about Tommy Pham because
he's just a penis.
Well, there's an instability.
The guy's got an anger problem, loves violence.
I'll tell you what he did also, by the way, is he got so mad about this fantasy football league when this stuff went down with Jock Peterson, he quit in the middle of the season.
Can't do that.
You cannot do that. Yeah. That is a character flaw right there. That is it's all about me. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. We need you to show up and have a lineup with some integrity.
Well, I think the anger was justified. I don't know Tommy Pham, but I'm going to let him speak on his behalf, or perhaps let Mark Rohde speak on his behalf because we could not obtain a Tommy Pham audio. So this is what Tommy Pham had to say about himself in the aftermath of the slap.
Okay.
I'm a big dog in Vegas. I'm a high roller at many casinos.
Those quotes, Tanny, when those quotes came across, I was like, wait, real or fake? Real or fake? Real or fake? Everybody, stop what you're doing. Stop barbecuing. Stop honoring the fallen. Real or fake? Like Tommy Pham saying that he was a big dog at many casinos in Vegas.
He says there was too much money on the line in their league, and Jock Peterson was messing with my money.
So apparently those quotes are real. Now, the last piece of this story, which, again, I'm willing to dedicate all of the journalistic power of this radio station to figuring out the answer to this, too, if I had the ability to throw those resources around. How much money was this league for? Because Tommy Pham makes $6 million playing baseball this year. That means prorated his salary loss for the 3-game suspension for cold cock slapping Jock Peterson in the outfield. He lost $110,000 of salary.
I bet that's how much the league is.
You think it's a $100,000 league?
I think it's entirely possible it's a $100,000 league.
I want badly for it to be over like 5 Gs. Money won is sweeter than money earned.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what if Tommy Pham is just like the president of that fan club? They're like the $6 million that he earns playing baseball is nothing, but the 5 Gs that he won playing Jeff Wilson in Week 8 is everything to him.
I disagree that there is any last part of any story. There are so many other parts. The fact that during the text exchange, Jock Peterson shared a GIF making fun of the Padres, and it's the meme where you see like the 3 weightlifters throwing a kettlebell above the air, and one of them, it comes down on their head. He made that the Padres with the 3 teams in the National League West, and Tommy Pham was offended by that.
I'm not saying that there aren't more hilarious parts of the story. There are limitless funny parts of the story. I'm saying the only thing that I don't have.
Big dog in Vegas. I'm a high roller at many casinos.
That's the best thing we've ever commissioned.
It's really good. It's really genius. I need to know what this league was for. How angry is he getting over what amount of money. And if he really is a high roller and a big dog at all these casinos in Vegas, then, dude, maybe it shouldn't come down to Jeff Wilson. Jeff Wilson! Jeff Wilson has never rushed for over 600 yards in a year.
Oh, but in a given week, he might be the number one in that Kyle Shanahan rushing offense.
I know, I understand.
And they're going to run it successfully with anybody they have back there.
That's true. No, listen, the guy, he had his touchdown spurt. He had a 3-touchdown game in 2020. That was apparently the game. There was in dispute. I love how Peterson just played it as a straight man, too.
He did.
He clearly knew it was absurd, and he was clearly it's about fantasy football, and I don't think violence is the answer. He's going over the top on the humble contrition element of it because he knows it makes Tommy Pham look ridiculous.
And he knows by saying the name of the player being Jeff Wilson,
right?
We're all going to laugh. Even more ridiculous.
Everything about it's amazing.
It's an injured reserve designation in our fantasy football league.
I know he's in another league, and he wasn't an injured reserve in that one.
It just seemed like it was something within the rules, or at least a comparable situation.
Meanwhile, Jock Peterson is talking to Barry Bonds and homering 4 times in 2 days, and he's got the goofiest little white mustache to go with that white blonde hair these days.
Odd looking dude.
Team Jock, though.
Was Grody thrilled to do that, by the way?
What do you mean, do it?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. He is.
They were just quoting him on the morning show today.
Okay.
Grody's filling in for Haugh today. So I was like, I got to find this audio. Oh, there it is. Grody saying it, which is better than Tommy Pham saying it. Which is funny. Shane, you remember seeing Tommy Pham at Circa or when we were at BetMGM?
No, we didn't do the strip clubs. That's why.
How big a dog can you be if you're not coming to Stadium Swim?
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Not a very
Not
large
going to get
dog.
stabbed there, I'll tell you that.
That's another funny angle of the story, though. Calling casino managers in Vegas and be like, what line of credit does Tommy Pham have? What if it came out that Tommy Pham is like Phil Mickelson or Billy Walters, and he just owes tens of millions of dollars to the Bellagio and Caesars, and he owes money all over town, and Jeff Wilson screwed him out of paying off a debt? It's possible. Maybe the guy's got a crippling gambling problem and he's playing baseball, playing baseball to keep it away.
I'm worried that this is going to open up a can of worms, just like the Will Smith, Chris Rock thing made it possible.
I condone this one.
This one you condone?
Oh, yeah.
You're down with outfielders slapping each other
Yeah.
on the warning track over fantasy football
What
stuff.
is the 5 fingers? Say to the face. What? Stop.
I care way more about stand-up comedians on stage than I do baseball players in outfields. Absolutely.
It's not a surprise.
For all we know, Jock Peterson had it coming. What if he was a habitual line stepper when it comes to the rules?
If he was the Joe Cowley of that particular fantasy football
what if he's
league?
a waiver wire manipulator?
He did turn down a contract from the White Sox last offseason, so
Noted bad guy.
Interesting.
Jock Peterson, the plot thickens. I'm saying, man, Tommy Pham might be the new poster child of degenerate gambling. I don't know. I feel like anything's possible, but I need to know the amount of money it was for. Maybe Joe Ostrowski knows. I'm sure he has real gambling things to talk about, but we could do the entire segment on this if he wants. Joe Ostrowski next on The Score.
I'm a big dog in Vegas. I'm a high roller at many casinos.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports morning show.
Score football expert Mike Florio.
If anything, some people have raised the ceiling. I know Chris Sims revisited his assessment of Justin Fields coming out in the draft, and he feels better about Fields than he did when Fields was picked by the Bears in 2021. The question with Fields is, can he overcome the reality that the Bears have not?
I hope that if people are on Twitch and are seeing Danny, they would perhaps understand why when this text came in from Peoria Matt, every single one of us here on the show
It's a great text.
was just dying. Peoria Matt says, just got on the Twitch stream. Does Danny have a skateboarding appointment?
It's a great text.
He's wearing a loose collared T-shirt.
Oh, it's no collar.
Yeah, and a white non-fitted baseball cap backwards. He looks like Dennis the Menace.
Well, he looks like one of the kids in the educational videos about drugs you watch in grade school. Hey, man, you ever try any weed? It'd be cool if you did.
Okay. Shane, what do I look like?
You look like an extra from Disney original channel movie Brink.
All right, I like it. You guys are doing a good job here. What does Parkins look like? This hat is really nice, by the way. It's a melon hat. It's very, very stylish. It's very in.
Fix Your Melon? Is that what it's called? Fix Your Melon?
MELIN.
Oh, okay, whatever.
So I don't know if you noticed this, Danny. We're wearing basically the same thing today, just different colors, and nobody has said the same about me.
No, it's the white. It's the fact that it's white. It's
a great hat.
It looks brand new.
It is brand new.
Okay.
I got it in Big Sky.
It also looks mesh. But
That's what the hats
my
look
favorite
like.
part about the text is the word appointment. Skateboarding appointment.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
Not from Winnetka, not in a frat.
He's like, let's see. Let me make my skateboarding appointment for 5:45.
Right after I spike my tips. Yeah, it's not good, okay? It's going to be fine. I like the hat.
Spike your tips or frost your tips?
Frost your tips. Spike there.
Spike your frosted tips.
Spike your frosted tips.
Frost your spikes.
That was what it was.
A bit later on.
Tip your frost.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good job, Peoria, Matt. People can get on the Twitch line and tell me.
I did one of those earlier.
You did.
Did I do it? Was it to you, Euclid? It might have been to you.
Yeah, maybe.
Joe O.
Good Polish kid.
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Host of BetQL Daily on the BetQL Audio Network. He's with us on behalf of PointsBet on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline. Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. You team Jock Peterson or team Tommy Pham, Joe O?
I hate them both. I hate them both because you can't quit. But there was conversation that one side didn't pay. And if you look at the headlines for Tommy Pham, some stuff that's happened off the field, like it's the man is There's a whole lot going on there. Let's just say that.
How much money do you think this league was for?
I thought my first thought was $10K, but I think I'm way short. It's got to be a lot more, right? 12-team league, you would think at least $100K, but with these players, they're not making a ton. These guys are not high end.
Who didn't pay? I didn't hear that part of it. Jock didn't pay, supposedly?
I believe that. I mean, it was mentioned. When I first saw the video, I'm like, this isn't real. This is fake. And then I'm like, oh no, it's real. Well, there was a score fight many years ago about the fantasy league when one Adam Harris refused to take Joe Webb out of his lineup. He had eligibility as a quarterback.
Yeah.
So he was a Vikings quarterback at the end of the season. And shocking, Herb Laurence is still upset about it, and he was tweeting it about it over the weekend. But
every fantasy league has had fights. People threaten to quit.
I have quit fantasy leagues that Danny's in now. And then other people quit those leagues.
Yeah, and then individual defensive players.
Yeah, those are the ones.
I got thrown out of being the commissioner, but not thrown out of the league because I gambled the entry money in college. Like every fantasy league.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I've told the story before. Not a proud moment, but it had 18-year-old casino, Turning Stone.
I've been there.
Like 30 minutes from campus.
Yeah, I did something like that with some music money in my 20s. So it's a bad moment.
Yeah, my friends were like, "Well, you founded the league, so we can't kick you out, but we definitely can't let you hold the money again." So yeah, I got thrown out. Ooh. So every fantasy league has had its drama, Joe. Yep. But Tommy Pham got suspended $111,000 worth of salary. Like that league better have been worth six figures. It better have been.
To the champion, I'd say yes.
But like Jeff Wilson did not cost him a championship. He slapped him over Jeff Wilson
over a week 6 waiver wire.
Yeah, like over a week. Like he might be just insane.
Jock at the end though, he started laughing because he knows how dumb this sounds.
I know.
Yeah.
I know, but I need to know. I need to know how much that league was for.
Oh, we'll find out. He was showing the text messages, so
I know.
We'll find out.
We'll eventually know.
I was reading something today, Joe, about these NBA finals here, and how so far, and this may come as a surprise to other people, but certainly not to you, the sports books have been on it with these series. Only 2 series have gone to the underdog, and they were both Luka. Luka is the only one. He and Dallas beating Utah, then he and Dallas beating Phoenix. Otherwise, the favorite going into a series has won all the other times. So what do we make of that? What do we make of overall chalk in terms of the series themselves?
Well, that's fascinating because they were not on it when talking about the Boston Celtics before the season.
Right.
Once again, we have a team that was preseason 50-1. Making the finals. There were some tickets out there that I saw that were triple digits around New Year's. That's when they started their run to be the best team in the NBA. That's what they have been in the second half of the season. I know some got them 150-1. And big picture-wise, I think it's fascinating because we've talked about this a few times this season, that it's we grew up with the NBA where, we've got a list of maybe 4 or 5 teams, maybe max, that could win the championship. Before the season starts, we know that list. Well, last year the Suns made the finals, and they were 40-1 before the year started. When they played in the bubble, Miami was 60-1, and they made the finals. Toronto, before they added Kawhi, they were also 50-1. We just came off a Super Bowl in which the Bengals in the offseason were 200-1 at some spots. So we're finding some of these big tickets make it all the way to the championship or to the final. So that has certainly stood out. As far as for the series price for this one, the Warriors are the significant favorite. They are minus 150, and it's Boston plus 130. I think it's fascinating on a lot of different levels. You have the 2 best defensive teams all year. And I think that gap between the top 5 superstars and if you can be a top 15 player, I don't know if that's where people would put Tatum right now, top 10 or top 15. But
he made first team All-NBA.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that. You have him top 5?
Well, I mean,
top 10.
Probably not
Top
because Embiid doesn't make it because they still do it by position. But I mean, you have to have him top 10.
And look at that road by the Celtics. You sweep the Nets, Bucks in 7, the Heat in 7. Much more impressive than the Nuggets, the Grizzlies, and the Mavericks. So I think it's fascinating on so many levels, and you've got the Warriors back for the first time since KD's been gone, and then you've got Steph. I mean, this year he gets the Western Conference Finals MVP. He gets the All-Star Game MVP, and he's had all of these finals appearances, but he hasn't gotten the award. If it's the Warriors, it just feels like it's finally Steph's time. So
that was my question.
Storyline. Yeah.
This is a classic example, right? If you think the Warriors are going to win, yeah, you would have Draymond risk, Clay risk, maybe Andrew Wiggins risk. I saw he was like 40-1 and he had a great Western Conference Finals. But like, if you think the Warriors are winning, you should just bet Steph Curry at like plus 120 for MVP, correct?
Yeah, 100%.
That's what I've done.
They're going to put Smart on him, and we'll see how the ankle is, and it's going to come down to health again. So I think we can make a case that someone on the Celtics, not named Tatum, could be your Finals MVP. I don't see that happening on the Warriors side. Maybe with Wiggins, and you can make a comparison that there's the outlier Iguodala situation, but where's that superstar? Where's that LeBron that Wiggins would do a great job on the other side? I don't see it. So, yes, I agree with that. And Celtics side, Smart, maybe, as a long shot because he was Defensive Player of the Year and he's on people's radar, but I agree with the Steph play over the Warriors.
I don't know if you have access in front of you, but we were wondering last week just how much a bad Dylan Cease start destroys his Cy Young chances, because it really, there's so many good pitchers in the AL that sometimes it only takes one, and him getting lit up by the Red Sox seems to have done some damage, we would think.
Not a ton. He moved down a little bit. I want to say a week ago he was around 11 or 12-1, and he's now 16-1. Speaks, I know you're a big fan of Justin Verlander, but I don't understand him being the favorite right now. He's plus 450. I think that's the best number you can get. Gausman's numbers blow him away.
Yeah, but Gausman gives up a lot more hits than Verlander does, and Verlander has the how the hell is this guy doing it factor, which is going to be a big narrative.
Right. Some of the peripherals, you would think that there's going to be negative regression. The strand rate's like 96%. I'm like, this can't really continue. But Verlander is your favorite, then Gausman, Cole third, McClanahan, Nestor Cortez. Cortez was 50-1 just a few weeks ago. Now he's 11-1. But he's still in the team picture. A lot of these awards really seem to be wide open, and we've seen a shift around Memorial Day. Machado seemed to be running away with it, but the run that Betts has been on, he is now the co-favorite for the National League MVP with Machado, both at 4-1.
Where's Goldschmidt on that? Paul Goldschmidt is in the middle of a 21-game hitting streak. He's hitting .442 over his last 21 games.
Okay, so about a week and a half ago, Goldie was 80-1 to be the NL MVP, and right now he's 8-1.
Oh man,
yeah,
that is a crazy jump.
These move like crazy. They absolutely do. And the NL Cy Young Speaks, I think that's just completely wide open. Like, you could name 10 guys, and I think you could make some sort of a case, including Rodon. And he had a poor start last time out, so his number looked like it dropped a little bit. He's 10-1. I'm wondering if it might be that outlier season when you could have a relief pitcher. If Hader just continues to do this, he is 60-1.
And he's such a good guy. It's so easy to root for him. You know?
Yeah, the votes.
His numbers at Wrigley, I know his numbers everywhere are insane, but they put the graphic up yesterday. Like, yesterday was his 14th game at Wrigley and his 18th inning. And it was like 37 strikeouts, 6 hits, no runs. It was outrageous.
God, I always think of the look on Joe Madden's face after he saw him pitch for the first time, because Hader came up and threw in like the 6th inning of some Cubs-Brewers game. I remember asking Joe, like, hey, what'd you think of Hader? And he was immediately perked up. He was like, oh, yeah, he's good. He's really good. Maybe a reliever, maybe not a starter, but oh yeah, he's good. He's just absolutely filthy.
Joe, good stuff, man. We'll talk to you next week, and we'll be listening as always.
Thanks, guys.
On behalf of PointsBet and the host of BetQL Daily, he is Joe Ostrowski. Nick Madrigal has been activated from the injured list.
We got a lot of new Cubs shuttling in and out. It's a very interesting moment here.
And I want to talk about like rooting motivations around this team because I find it to be in an interesting spot. It's next on The Score.
Tomorrow, 9 to noon, it's Layla Wednesday, where Layla Rahimi joins Dan Bernstein to unleash all her Chicago sports thoughts in 3 hours.
If this is truly their window, perhaps they shouldn't use 35 different lineups in 35 games. A 6-11 record against one of the worst divisions in baseball.
Layla Wednesday, tomorrow.
Rossi, you and Wilson Contreras are now in a very, very cool club of Major League players. I want to take you back real quick to your 100th home run.
Ross cracks one in the air, deep left field. 100 home runs for David Ross. 3-run homer. Cubs lead 5-1. A smiling David Ross rounding third. As he said a few weeks ago, 100 home runs in the show would be very cool. He is enjoying that moment right now.
The great Pat Hughes with the call. So when you hit the 100th home run, walk me through what you felt like.
I tell you what, first off, I love Pat Hughes' home run calls. You guys play that Game 7 one. He's such an icon around us, and I just loved hearing his voice. No, I mean, like, that feels great, right? And I think Wilson's yesterday took me back to my 100th, and obviously Wilson's gotten there a lot faster than I did, and is a much better caliber player than I was, and to see him do that and all that hard work pay off, and to be a part of that, to watch him when he first, his first at bat, taking that change up off the lefty to right center in his first home run. I remember like it was yesterday, sitting on the bench and so pumped up for him. And then he gets to hit 100 last night for a grand slam in that fashion. It was pretty special. I thought, you saw a little emotion come out from him. He's pumped up. He's put a lot of hard work and again, a guy that we rely on for championship at-bats. And really, you talk about our success as of late, he's just gotten on fire and having great at-bats at the top of our order. We really rely on Wilson, and that was a really cool moment last night.
When you have a player that's clearly valuable the way that Wilson is, and people look at you and look at your team and say, well, maybe at some point they try to move Wilson, he's, I'm sure, hearing and feeling all of that. How do you tell him to deal with the speculation on where his career goes from here?
I don't give advice in those areas. Now, that would really be outside of my comfort zone and really, one of those things that I don't think everybody's a grown man and they're out having their careers. And the things that are important to me that I try to talk about is the daily focus on winning that day. And Wilson does a really good job of bringing a good attitude and a focus to win that day and not letting out any outside noise affect him. I think he saw and had great examples last year of some guys that went through that and probably learned a lot from that. And he has a good team around him, good guys around him, and a great support staff within his family that I know is really important to him, that supports him. We support him in everything he does. And I think he loves being a Chicago Cub. I think he loves his teammates, and I think he loves winning. And those are things that I value, and I try to continue to stress to everybody. And I don't have to worry about that with Wilson. He does a nice job of bringing that mentality every single day.
This hour is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. Bank with power at Lakeside Bank. Lakeside Bank. It's about time.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Here you go, Matt. Here you go, Danny.
Afternoons on The Score.
Berger drives one in the air, deep center. Back goes Morrell near the center field fence. Makes a leaping catch up against the wall. What a play. And then fires it into second, holding the runner Mendick at first. What a play by Morrell. Playing in his first series in this ballpark. Ran back just to the right of dead center, made a leaping catch.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
Weird season for the Cubs. Bad season, objectively, in the record books. But so it's been a little weird to figure out like what to root for, what matters, what doesn't. But Christopher Morrell, man, there's nothing confusing about that guy. That guy is a 10 out of 10 in terms of likability.
He is, man. His energy is crazy fun. You can tell how much the teammates dig him, hear how much the managers and the coaches dig him. And he's playing all over the place, all these different positions. I think he's reached base in every game so far. He's got the 13-game on-base streak with a 10-game hitting streak in there. There's plenty of swing and miss, yada, yada. We all know that, and you can think about the long term and everything. But, man, and there's a little bit of a love affair happening. Was there last night paying off the Dominguez StubHub gambit, if you will.
The Dominguez StubHub?
It's her maiden name.
Yeah.
I decided to name it after her. It's her move, you know.
She came up with the move?
Oh, 100%.
She came up with the move that everyone else has done before?
Yeah.
That's a lot of love.
Well,
honey, no one's ever come up with this move before. You've beaten the system. You're a genius.
But it's my insider trading that makes it pay off the way that it does.
Sure. For anyone who doesn't remember, Spiegs had the good seats to the game this weekend because he bought tickets to a game he knew there was going to be a rain out, and he knew it would be made up at a later date. So he got the good seats for a cheap price for a Memorial Day game.
Guys, hold on. The police are here?
Right, exactly.
Whoa.
It just feels so wrong. It does feel like insider trading. Or a texter last time said arbitrage. I don't know what arbitrage is, but I don't sound smart enough to commit arbitrage.
Tanny, aren't you going to arbitrage when you go out to San Francisco?
No, I saw him at Metro. They weren't any good.
Oh, okay.
What is Wilson Contreras' arbitrage hearing? What is that, by the way? I mean, he deserves to get more money.
Why did I know that was arbitrage hearing? Okay.
Yes.
So you got the seats.
Got the seats.
You were in the front row.
You'd see a lot of stuff.
What'd you see?
Saw Christopher Morrell is always the guy who's allowed to throw the ball into the stands at the end of the inning. You know how that used to be Javi's thing? Rizzo would throw it to Javi no matter what, and Javi would be like, give me the ball. Come on, give me the ball. Then Javi would be the guy to throw it in the stands. It's pretty damn early for that to be Christopher Morrell every time he's out there.
Well, he's got a real happy to be there vibe to him.
He does.
And I don't mean that in a bad way.
No.
Like, he is very wide-eyed. Like, I get the sense that he's, like, learning the ushers' names. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's the type of guy. Like, Boog said that his love language was touch on the broadcast because he hugs everybody, and then they showed him hugging people.
He hugged Bruce Levine. Bruce said that the first time he met Christopher Morrell, it was a handshake, and then the next time, Chris was like, I know you.
He's a stud.
He gave Bruce a hug. I've never hugged Bruce. I feel bad for never hugging Bruce.
Dude, you are missing out. It's warm in there.
He's a good hugger?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've always done the fist bump with Bruce. Did it on Sunday.
I know. Well, you did. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You guys work together.
Yeah, he was at the TV show. We'll talk about
TV show.
it.
Oh, yeah.
You were doing a little radio show.
A big radio show.
Yeah,
as a
no,
matter
it
of
was,
fact,
it was
mister.
the biggest.
The biggest one that was going on this station
on
at
that
the
day.
time.
That's true.
Absolutely.
That's true.
But yes, Morrell a hugger. And Morrell, the energy guy, is that, I don't know, it was pretty neat that he got to throw it into the stands. It was pretty cool.
I think it's great. I think that's fantastic. And I think that what we lost with broadcasters not being able to be in the clubhouse and on the field and on the road was Boog Shambi being able to report on their love language. Ian Happ, big words of affirmation guy. Christopher Morrell is touch.
Jason Hayward likes gifts.
Yeah, who knew? You'd think, what do you get the man who has everything in the big contract? More gifts.
Kind of surprised me that Marcus Stroman likes quality time spent.
Yeah.
He does not struck me as that kind of guy.
But there it is. You know, a lot of times people hide that stuff.
Yeah.
They make it difficult to figure out.
Yeah.
And yet it's deep within there.
I thought that guy would just like to be touched.
Again, of course.
Lord knows Christopher Morrell is trying. He's going to try.
Who was the baseball player that you couldn't touch his head?
Adrian Beltre.
Yeah. I wonder how Morrell and him would get along.
Oh, that was the best because Elvis Andrus constantly touching Adrian Beltre's head.
I think once every 2 or 3 months I go back and watch like the 10, 12-minute compilation videos of Adrian Beltre being touched.
It's a good rewatch.
Just how much he doesn't like it.
That's a good rewatch.
Such a good hitter, too.
So Morrell is an easy one, right? Anyone who's paying even a little bit of attention to the Cubs, you're rooting for Christopher Morrell, likable. You're like, oh, this is exactly what the team needs.
Sure. Yesterday,
versatile, good offensive player, fun, vibes, everything.
Nelson Velasquez makes his debut yesterday. He's got 2 infield hits in a doubleheader. Those are his first 2 big league hits.
Yeah.
Easy to root for, though. You're seeing talent that's young and is waxing as opposed to waning is a nice and easy thing to root for.
So where I struggle a little bit
is with the veterans.
The veterans and like the rest of the roster, because like I know cognitively, intellectually, that the thing that matters most for the quote unquote next great Cubs team is the minor leagues. But you're just not going to get, other than like the 1%ers, to like truly care after you had 5 years of winning like the Cubs did, to be like, whew, they are killing it at Myrtle Beach. Like the A-ball team is killing it.
Well,
their minor league record across the board is better than everyone else's minor league record.
Well, that's interesting. Let me ask you this, though, just on that topic, because yesterday Pete Crow Armstrong, it was announced, rises up from Myrtle Beach to High A South Bend. He's been unbelievable offensively. We know he's great defensively, and he's an emblem because he comes from the Baez trade, directly from the Mets. I think people do notice certain specifics like that, like this Caleb Killian, who's at AAA, who's going to come up at some point and pitch. He's part of the Bryant trade. When there's specifics like that, I think it can be much easier to latch on to.
Yeah, well, and Killian, I mean, there was rumors that he was going to start a game last week.
Yep.
Like, it's AAA, it's soon. I don't mean to paint with like a broad brush, but just it's tough to care about minor league baseball when you've experienced a ton of success at the major league level. Like you just see it.
Sure.
Like you see it in attendance, you see it in ratings, you see it in feedback on Cubs segments. Like this team is generating the biggest emotion that this Cubs team is generating is one of apathy.
Ooh, that's not an emotion though, is it?
But it's the reality.
Is nothingness an emotion? Is apathy technically? Yeah, I guess it probably is. It's the absence of emotion.
Because I'm
having a semantic argument with myself.
Hold on, because I mean, I'm not seeing a ton of anger, and I'm not seeing a ton of flowers being thrown.
It's pretty quiet last night.
It's just a quiet, it's an unusually quiet Cubs experience, because even last year when they were bad, there was still sentiment, and there was still real strong emotion because Bryant and Baez and Rizzo and all those guys were still here. Like, this is the first year in a while where there is, by and large, start to finish apathy, because the team had no expectations and didn't play well at the start. And so now, like, where my brain goes, and I don't expect everybody to be like this either, because I do love thinking about all sports through the eyes of the general manager, whether that's from playing video games or fantasy football, or I never would be able to play in the pros, but I'd think about like, oh, I could do Jed's job or whatever.
I think it's certainly us in the business, and I think most ardent fans have grown up thinking about it from that perspective, because you're like, what would I do if I were in charge? I think that's been a big backdrop of our White Sox conversations this year and beyond, is like, what would I do? Well, I wouldn't have hired that guy or whatever. You're like, we all wish that we had the power to change.
You play with the NBA trade machine. You get excited about your fantasy football draft. Like we're becoming more aware of salary caps and all that stuff. Like it's easier to think about sports from that perspective. It's easier to relate to sports from that perspective than the player's perspective. So when Drew Smyly gets hurt,
after 3 innings last night, all of a sudden there's David Ross standing out there in a slow jog for Anderson Espinoza.
What's the reaction in the ballpark when it happens?
What the hell's going on? And then really not much else. Very little.
My reaction when it happened? Whew, I bet Jed is pissed. I bet you Jed, whether, like, depending on who he was watching with, either out loud or silently, it's like, damn, that really hurts us. Because Drew Smyly
signed a 1-year deal, right?
Yeah. And made 9 starts, 42 innings, 3.8 ERA, 1.27 whip, 3.5 strikeout to walk ratio. Drew Smyly absolutely is a dude that a team that's trying to win trades for this year. I'm not saying you get a ton for him.
Wade Miley is the other one. The Miley and Smiley, the Eiley twins, if you will.
Yeah.
I don't think you will. But
I don't know. Well,
right?
Danny and Kenny rhyme. But
yeah, they want to. There's going to be a few guys like that they will try to sign and flip.
And so I'm wondering, I wonder what percentage of the fan base is rooting for the guys that they will trade to perform well now, because that will maximize prospect return 2 months from now. Obviously, the guys that they won't trade, you want them to be good too, right? If Nico Horner's your shortstop of the future, it's easy to root for him, and this year figuring out whether or not he can be the shortstop of the future obviously matters.
So I hear what you're looking for. What you're trying to figure out is if you can tune into a game as a fan and watch Wade Miley the next time he goes out, or watch Drew Smyly and be like, man, I hope this guy is good. That would be fun, because then he'll be traded. Because your instinct is, of course, to watch these guys and hope they'll be good, and that will lead to the win of a game. And what you're talking about is the difference between being able to intellectualize a build or a rebuild, whatever you'd like to call it. I call it a build, but your ability to intellectualize that versus your need to just kind of live with a team and watch a ball game. They are very different things.
Yeah, and when you're watching a White Sox game, the thing that matters most is the win, because they are trying to win. They're in their window. The Cubs are not going to win anything of consequence. So while they are all members of the Cubs, all of these players do not represent the same thing.
Yeah.
Wilson Contreras right now represents trade value. I know that sucks because Cubs fans want him signed and extended and all that. He represents trade value. Nico Horner represents the future. Christopher Morel
represent different things.
You hope represents, oh man, we found something here.
Yeah.
But so each guy is a different thing.
That's true.
And when I think about it, I'm trying to think about, okay, so who are they keeping? Who are they trading?
I think there is a portion of the fan base who is watching this stuff go down and thinking about each individual person with that kind of context. A texter to that exact point says he was thinking when Smyly went down, cool, I get to see Anderson Espinoza. Because here comes a guy, Espinoza, a Red Sox signee at age 16, who has had 2 Tommy John surgeries and missed a total of 4 consecutive seasons because of the double Tommy Johns, was a guy with an explosive arm and real stuff, and now that was his major league debut last night. Very unlikely. So each person presents a very different kind of opportunity.
You have 2 options. You can sit there and be angry that your team didn't spend more on high-quality free agents trying to win in the immediate moment, or you can sit there and hope that the guys that they did acquire to bring back something do well. Those are your only 2 options, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 things you should be doing.
So what's the list? We should maybe come up with a list and break up the roster into when Keegan Thompson or Justin Steele pitches well.
You're hoping for the future.
That's pure fandom. That's a Cub. That guy's a Cub. He's going to be here. He's going to matter when they're ready to compete again. He matters. But when Wade Miley, Drew Smyly,
David Robertson,
Wilson Contreras, and then there's some guys that are trickier. Are we positive Stroman's here?
Stroman is Stroman is going to be an attractive contract if he keeps pitching like this.
Right.
Frankly.
So are we positive that the window fills in the 3-year deal that he is that one would be a murkier one. Hap?
Well, I think you can allow yourself to root for good things no matter what for Stroman in that sense.
No, right.
So you give yourself a portion of it.
You root for good things for all of them because it's either a good thing for his future in a Cubs uniform or the Cubs' future to trade him.
Yeah.
But it's a weird conflict because you also want to have the best chance in the draft lottery to get the highest pick for the rebuild.
And
it's a weird time.
It is a weird time. And there's a lot of conflicted desires out of certain guys. And you know what that can make for is, frankly, for a lot of fans, a very messy watch a very like.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, like this is too convoluted for me. Like, what is this guy going to be here? Is that guy not going to be here? It's why it's difficult. It can be a hard and difficult watch to have to intellectualize it that much and have to put it into perspective and have to think about these guys and try to tell yourself not to fall in love with somebody. Wade Miley. You know, what did he throw? He threw like that unbelievable game is two starts ago. Just absolutely unbelievable.
Yep.
He's capable of doing that. If he goes on a run of like 6-7 straight starts of going 6, 7, 8 innings and only giving up a few hits and no runs, you're going to be like, oh man, this guy. And then you're going to see him get launched for 3 prospects. You're going to be like, what the hell is going on here? So it's arduous. It can be an arduous watch.
It's just a different thing they're all wearing Cubs jerseys, but they all represent very different things.
I like the idea of putting the list together, or at least putting little qualifiers against everybody there, because certain times transitions happen. Like seeing Nico Horner at shortstop while Andrelton Simmons is starting the first 2 games of his life at second base.
Yeah.
It is something that is noteworthy, that is worthwhile, and you clearly know what you're looking at and what you're hoping for with Nico. Seeing Rivas or Schwindel or Wisdom at first is still confusing. You're not sure.
Those guys are tough, man.
Yeah.
The guys who are like, well, they gave us some good moments in some meaningless games, but they're older, and so do they matter? Like, it's confusing.
There's times when I watch Wisdom, and he's hit, 38 homers over his last 150 games, and there's only 4 guys who've hit more than that.
Yeah.
That's a stat that's been bandied about, and I think, well, it should be a keeper. But then I start thinking, wait a minute. What did Adam Duvall bring in trade last year when the Braves went out and got themselves a right-handed power hitting outfielder?
I was asking myself the same thing.
I know you were.
Yeah.
But, it's like he is. So maybe you get a little something for that guy because you're not going to get anything for Schwindel.
Yeah, and I'm not even making a value judgment on which column all of these guys should go into.
Yeah, and I'm talking about it openly.
It's just they don't all represent the same thing, and it makes like you said, for a messy watch. And it doesn't surprise me at all that there was not much of a reaction in the stadium when Smiley went down, but I bet you Jed was like, damn, that cost me a prospect. Right? That injury right there, or instead of a double-A guy, I'm getting a low-A guy now. Like, I bet you that type of value judgment is happening on the guys who are clear trade candidates. We have a lot to recap from what we talked about, what we were going to do on Friday. We'll get to it next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play.
Cub fans who are freaking out about Wilson Contreras being traded. I don't decode emojis as well as perhaps some of my younger brethren. His emojis that he put out, was it Instagram or was it Twitter?
This is Twitter.
Okay.
We have 4 emojis here to decode.
Ladies and gentlemen,
2 unique emojis, 4 total.
Okay, 4 total emojis. The order is important. The language barrier creates an opportunity to simply use the emojis to say what you're saying. And as always, the emojis let you be very vague about what you might actually mean and think, if anything at all.
Correct. So we have one plane.
Okay, we have a plane.
On the ascent.
Okay, a plane rising is the first emoji from Wilson Contreras.
The second emoji is a plane on the ascent.
So 2...
Still rising.
Okay, now...
I don't know if this is 2 separate planes, if this is the same plane that's just rising twice.
Is he really just trying to put the takeoff into perspective here? Double takeoff.
We have a third plane on the descent.
Whoa. Those are all in a row.
Correct. And then the fourth plane also on the descent. So this could be 2 planes taking off and landing at the same time.
Okay.
Or this is just doubly ascent and then descent. So
he's really trying to...
different ways we can look at it.
He's trying to hammer home the narrative arc of the emoji storyline here.
So Wilson Contreras is either on the way out or, more presumably so, Wilson Contreras is headed on vacation.
On vacation.
Correct. Yeah. Which is where I tend to lean. He's just headed to maybe... Jamaica or something like that.
Sure. Maybe he's going to go to Turks and Caicos.
Let me check his Instagram.
Yeah, see, there you go. Do a little social media decoding, and we'll try to figure it out. 4 emojis, but only 2 unique ones. double takeoff, double landing. Could be Venezuela.
I think Wilson Contreras deleted his Instagram when he got caught DMing porn stars. I can't find him yet.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he DM'd a couple porn stars.
That's a tough look.
Yeah.
That,
especially for a married guy.
That is a tough look. I was on a Zoom with Rick Hahn today asking questions.
Was he happy to see you this time like he was the last time?
He was happy I didn't ask about the shift.
I bet he was.
And then something happened in the middle of him answering my question, which is just perfect. So we'll bring that to you later on. And then you know, it says, yeah, Danny called me. I'll tell you right now, Danny called me in the middle of Rick Hahn answering the question on the Zoom, and I didn't have my phone muted. So embarrassing. I should have said, Rick, you know who that is. I'm sorry, man. Let me just hang up on it, as you
that would have just been great. It would have
perfect.
It would have given you a soundbite that you could play forever and ever, or a like we could have got the screen grab of the look on his face when you tell him it's Parkins.
Rick, it's Parkins. Should I get it? I should have. Rick, it's Danny. I'm sorry about that. I was mortified. I was mortified that I was grandpa on the Zoom call. I didn't have my phone muted, and then later on, when it came time for a follow-up, somehow like I had been automatically muted. And so Daryl Van Schouwen started to ask questions. He saw that I wanted to, and he had to say, "Oh, go ahead, Speaks." And I had to unmute and then say, "Thank you, Daryl." Like I screwed up the
Dutchman,
the continuity and the flow of the Rick Hahn Zoom by being grandpa. It's a terrible feeling.
Well, that's why you're not a ball writer. You're a talk show host.
That's right.
You got to take it seriously. You messed up the sanctity of a Leori Garcia Zoom. How dare you?
How dare you?
This stuff is serious.
This is the problem every once in a while when you're a multi-level baseball individual at times, as I am. So like I got myself in there.
Baseball.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, I'm not a beat guy.
Is that what Tony La Russa said?
Multi-level baseball.
What I mean is like I dip my toe in various waters. That's all I'm trying to say. So like I'm an outsider.
Zoom. I'm not a multi-level baseball individual. You're a talk show host.
Okay, but talk show host. But sometimes I'm a play-by-play guy,
That's
as
true.
you know.
That's true. Daryl Van Schouwen in Toronto says Tony La Russa hoping for 3 weeks return for Tim Anderson. So pass along that news.
He still says it's going to be a long 3 weeks for us.
Long 3 weeks for them.
But that's good.
Yeah.
That's a dream scenario.
Best case scenario.
Right, we all thought, see a torn groin like that. It looked like a torn groin. It looked like 2 months is what it looked like to me.
Yeah. I know Dr. Bernstein was saying 4 to 6 weeks. It looked bad. It looked like he wasn't able to put any weight on it. So felt like it could have been season ending.
I haven't gone to Dr. Bernstein in a while. Charged me a copay one time, and all he did was give me a Joe Sheehan newsletter.
Yeah, he's out of network for me, so I don't even consider.
He asked me to bend over and cough, and that was just the last time we hung out socially.
Wow.
So you did. You bent over and coughed, and you know what he gave you? A Joe Sheehan newsletter.
He's got a gentle touch.
I thought it was just an ingrown nail when I went to Dr. Bernstein, but he said I should start planning out my estate. And
wow, he's a real fatalist, that Dr. Bernstein. All the bad news.
I wish he wasn't right about the pandemic. You remember at the beginning of the pandemic, he was like, "This is serious, guys," and I was like, "No, it isn't. Shut up. Whatever."
0% worried.
That guy. Yeah. The Dr. Dan's Mac too was on it too. When Mac and Bernstein they turned out to be right about the pandemic.
Oh, it's not good for anybody.
Yeah, they were both. God.
I left my doctor George Bliss for Dan Bernstein.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's how good he is.
Well, George Bliss, all he does is prescribe more 16-inch softball
which
for
is
everything.
what I thought I needed. And Dan said I needed less.
Oh, of course he said that. He thinks you need more fishing in your life.
So good of a doctor Dr. Bernstein is, though. Dr. MBA goes to him. It's unbelievable.
I'm confused. There's a lot of doctors.
There's a lot of doctors. Yeah, we're an overqualified radio community.
You'd think we'd all be healthier with these many doctors around.
How is your but again, it's radio.
Yeah, it's true.
How is your Memorial Day weekend?
I had such a good weekend, man. I had so much fun. Went to White Sox Cubs Saturday night at Guaranteed Rate. Hosted Hit and Run Sunday morning. Then yesterday, a triple header of family activities. Breakfast at my sister's place in Oak Park. She and I, we made breakfast together. She and I, for like the first time in, 20 years? Something like that.
That's lovely.
It was fun. A nice conversation. And then went to my sister-in-law's place in the burbs. Both of these homes, you've heard about them because Russ Armstrong from Chicago Windows has done a great job with both those homes. I went to both. I saw his handiwork at both places. But had a nice time out there and then ended up coming back into the city, taking Ruben to his favorite babysitter, and then we went to the Cubs game with my two bonus daughters. I'm calling them bonus daughters.
Bonus daughters?
Yeah, stepdaughters feels a little too, step. Ugh. It's just kind of...
You don't like step?
I don't like step. I'm going with bonus daughters.
Okay.
What do you think?
Bonus feels like they were thrown in.
They were.
In a trade.
They were. Not in a trade, but they were a surprising bonus to the deal that I signed.
Yeah, I don't know. It's your family.
All right.
I have enough opinions.
Well, you keep workshopping that.
Well, I'm just saying, I have enough comments on the love letters that you write every day to your wife. I don't need to talk about your step parenting.
No, I understand. My bonus parenting.
Your bonus parenting.
Yeah. So we're out of the sister-in-law's place, and they're working on the pool. And they're, very fortunate that they have a pool. I've been very fortunate to be able to take the Roobster there. But they needed to drain all the water. Right, because they had covered it, but not until a bunch of leaves had got in. So you got to drain all the water out. If you're a little late with the cover, at this point, you got to drain all the water out. So it's like maybe 2 feet of water in there.
Yeah.
And a lot of really stinky water and leaves. And it feels like...
Father?
Yeah. It feels like,
Father, this pool is not clean enough.
It wasn't. But then... So Ruben decides he wants to help as they're kind of cleaning a little. So they're sweeping some of the leaves out from around the 2 feet of extremely stinky water.
Mm-hmm.
And wouldn't you know it?
Fell in, didn't he?
My boy slips right in. All the way.
Kids are disgusting.
Fully submerged 10-year-old in 2 feet of brown, stinky water.
How'd he handle that?
Not well.
I can imagine.
Didn't take it well. Most people didn't take it well.
He doesn't have a healthy respect for the water, this kid.
This is when you learn who really wants to help out and who doesn't. Some family members like, hey, Ruben fell in the pool.
Where are the helpers? That's what I always
look for the helpers. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Well, when your kid has a crisis.
Oh, yeah.
it's on the parent to address the crisis. Like
100%.
If Ruben wants an extra cookie, the aunts can get him the cookie.
100%.
When if he crapped his pants, that's dad's job.
We got a pants crapper.
Yeah.
We have a kid doused in sewage over here.
Yeah,
need him.
When we now that all my friends are washed and like the vast majority of us have kids, and so the parties are with adults and kids.
Yeah.
If there's a kid crying in the other room and the dads are hanging out over here, we're like, that doesn't sound like my kid's cry. I hope it's not my kid's cry. If it is my kid's cry, I hope my wife will take care of that cry.
Absolutely my responsibility. So I walk him around the corner, and I make him he has to take off his clothes. We got to put him in the washer and then walk him into the shower, but he can't walk in there with the wet, sticky clothes. So make him get butt-ass naked in the driveway. That's no fun for a 10-year-old, one would assume. He's undercover. There's a tree there. It's not like anybody's seeing him, but take off all your clothes. All right, and then walk in this way and go to the shower.
How do you feel like you did as a parent in this experience?
I feel like I did okay.
Were you supportive?
Oh, yes. I was kind. I was not screaming at him. I was not saying, what the hell were you doing messing around the pool?
Embarrassed with the nakedness or reassuring?
No, reassuring.
Okay, good.
You know, I didn't want to make him feel bad, but
don't worry, Ruben, the pool was cold. We know.
Right.
Shrinkage!
There's nothing to be ashamed of.
Don't you know about shrinkage?
I was at the pool.
But yeah, he's gonna remember that
Seinfeld reference.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. He's gonna remember that one, right?
He's remembering that one.
That one's gonna leave a mark. You're 10 years old.
Yeah,
and
he'll talk about that in therapy one day.
And you're stripped naked in the driveway.
Did any family see him?
No.
Okay.
No. I kept clear of that. And
were there jokes at his expense about his odor?
No, not that he heard.
Right.
I don't think.
Yeah, okay. I could tell that there were some jokes made at his expense.
Who's cracking jokes about a 10-year-old's odor behind his back?
In a situation he can't control.
Apparently, Danny.
Oh, I mean, come on.
Wow.
I didn't make any jokes. I just learned this story 2 seconds ago. How I was talking about at the event. I wasn't at the event.
You're the one who said not that he heard, implying that maybe you made some jokes about him that he didn't hear.
Yeah. I feel like, I could see a scenario where the kid would be the butt of the joke for falling in the pool.
He was. We were all kind of chuckling about it.
Yeah, because that's funny.
It is. It's ridiculous.
But your need to laugh in the moment is going to result in therapy for him in a future moment. Just know. I mean, I would have done the same thing. I would have had to get the jokes off in the moment. But yeah, you're contributing to his future therapy.
No, but I think he was going to be fine. But that's that thing that happens when you're 10 that leaves a mark.
Opening the pool, no joke, man.
Yeah.
No joke. Yeah, I mean, I obviously outsourced it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but they did a fantastic job. So pool's open and ready to go. Love having a pool. Never thought I would have a pool. Pool's a big hole in the ground, huge expense, huge pain in the ass.
Big hole in the ground. That checks out.
But it's awesome. I mean, bought an older house. It's an older pool. Like it's not like the most. It's too deep.
So did you swim in it? Did you swim in it this weekend?
No, it's like still like
shocking.
It takes a while. Yeah, exactly.
Father,
this guy,
my pool is too large.
This guy complained
Make
about
it smaller, please.
His in-ground pool that's too deep. This
Jesus
guy, man.
Christ, I hate it here.
Shane, it took over 24 hours to fill the pool with 2 hoses. It's like 50,000 gallons.
2 hoses?
Yeah.
I thought you said you had a person come over and help you open it.
Well, they come out, they drain
the water? They don't bring the water to your door?
No, water bill goes crazy. Side of the house, left side of the house hose, right side of the house.
The water bill, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, water bill. Crazy.
You guys have 2 hoses, one on each side of the house.
I do.
We have one on each side of the condo.
Feel good about myself. I'm just like Danny, except for my too deep in-ground pool.
It's 10 feet. It's ridiculous.
Danny, when I want to bring my dog swimming, I have to throw her in Lake Michigan. You get to step out into your backyard.
It's amazing. I'm very fortunate.
But it's too deep.
When I have to get a pool for my family, I got to look at it, price point, and be like, man, this kid better not grow a foot in the next calendar year. Better stay right there.
That's why Danny Parkins, go to ChicagoFamilyPools.com.
I'm just saying, it's a tricky expense to have a 10-foot deep pool in your backyard.
Poor guy.
It's a tricky enterprise.
Okay, but it's not like you bought the house and then you showed up on moving day and a pool was just there. You knew what you were getting.
No, I'm thrilled. It's great. But yeah,
he got all the way to the bottom of the pool. You know what he found? A pound of shrimp. Extra pound of shrimp.
One
right
whole
down
pound.
there. Right at the bottom.
How's Coldplay, Shane?
I didn't go.
Oh, no.
It was too nice of a day.
That's a good weather thing to go see a band.
No, but hear me out. You know how much of a bitch it is to get to Soldier Field.
Oh, the worst.
And out of Soldier Field in a venue where they're selling that place out for 2 nights. So you know there are going to be 55, 60,000 people there, which is more than a Bears game because you're on the field too. Yep. There are people on the field. It just sounded like a nightmare. And I had a friend who went Saturday and she didn't enjoy it that much. So I was kind of turned off from a band that I was only going to know 4 or 5 songs of anyway. But the videos on Instagram look pretty cool.
The videos looked like it was a great time.
Yeah, I didn't go.
Like they put on a hell of a show.
So I'm sorry I'm a liar. I also said on the show last weekend, or on Friday, that I was going to go to both Cubs Sox games. I didn't go to either.
You didn't go to either?
No. I sat in Gallagher Way for dog day with my dog and let her run around the fountain for like 4 or 5 hours.
It's because you're a huge Cubs fan.
Yeah, definitely. It's
Lying
2 blocks from my
fever.
house.
Lying fever.
Catch it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did
Jane
you lie
caught
about
it.
something too?
No.
Are you lying now?
Moral superstar over here.
Only tells the truth. Have a good time at Gallagher Way?
Ton of fun. That place is beautiful. They have events there, and like when the Cubs are away, they open everything up. They open up the beer vendors. It's only like $9-10 for a beer. So I'm sitting there in the sun with friends watching the Cubs Sox game on the giant screen in Gallagher Way, sucking down a couple beers.
Yeah, that's lovely.
It was nice.
Sound
really
on,
nice
right?
Sunday.
They nailed that.
I know they do sound on when they're at home.
There was music. There was a band there for
Okay,
for
so
Dog Day.
not sound on the game
No.
for the road games. Okay.
Yeah, it's a lovely and unique thing
Beautiful.
that they've created over
I
there.
love it. I love that place.
Sounds like a Cubs fan.
Tanny made tremendous pork belly that we have been enjoying here today. My goodness.
It's true.
Woo!
It's true.
So is that Big Green Egg?
Oh, come on, man.
Sorry, man.
I grilled burgers, corn, and sweet potatoes, and then as I was like getting ready to like serve, I looked at Instagram and saw the pork bellies that he made, and I was just like, I should just throw this in the trash.
Did you?
No, I ate it all. It was delicious. But I'm just saying, like, it's just an unbelievable job.
I feel a little sense of investment in the Big Green Egg because we were all kind of part of it. There was like a...
God, I don't want to sell it now. It's one of the few things bringing joy to my life, a pure joy.
And now here I am.
And now here Speaks wants a little piece of everything that's made out of it.
Co-op your Big Green Egg and you no longer want it.
Sorry about that.
Damn.
Take that back. Just
Thanks.
pretend to use the money on a mortgage.
I feel entitled to 15% of all
Yeah.
I feel like
smoked
of every slab of ribs that you make, I deserve one rib. Can I get one rib?
Well, I
I
mean,
think they hate us.
Yeah, that's true.
yeah. Speaks' donation, I think it covered the pizza stone. I think which is not like that's a cool thing to have. I have a pizza stone.
Yeah.
My kid won't eat any of the pizzas I make on it because it's not home run in or Malnati. So,
Right, because it's family.
So, it just sits there collecting dust in the garage. Thanks, Speaks.
What is he getting more use out of? The pile-by painting or the pizza
I
stone?
don't know, but I only can claim one piece of a pizza that he might make on the stone.
It's tough, man.
Can't even claim that. I take back my emotional investment. I repeal it.
I was in the middle of a weird spot in a local media story. Feel like it deserves some follow-up, even if apparently nobody else does. Next on The Score.
Dan Bernstein, middays 9 a.m. to noon on The Score.
Chicago Cubby in half.
I mean, probably the biggest one for me from the jump was Anthony Rizzo. Yeah, still one of my best friends, but he really took me in as a young player, even kind of in spring training a little bit in 17. And then after that, when I got called up, he made sure that I was the locker next to his and took me under his wing kind of from then on out.
The Dan Bernstein Show, 9 a.m. to noon on Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
My house needs a refresh. As a DIY lover, my go-to for kitchen and bath is Studio.
Because I know my faith was tested a lot of times, through this process. But man, it's been a journey, and that's why I cried so hard. If you can listen to the phone call, because all the blood, sweat, and tears I put in behind this game of football that I fell in love with at the age of 4. I really had to walk a whole lot of miles to get here.
That's beautiful. So you talk about the mission and that you haven't reached your potential. What's the end goal for Velus Jones Jr.?
A gold jacket. and so I never, ever, my grandmother, told me a long time ago, if you're going to do something, do it. Don't never get no poor performance. And so, like I said, I put my heart in this game. And honestly, I can truly say, I don't supposed to be here. I know the odds were stacked against me in multiple ways. That's why I made that tweet saying, if you knew what it took for me to get here. But I beat the odds. I really did.
The gold jacket for the NFL Hall of Fame. That's a beautiful goal right there for Velus Jones Jr. Speaking of jacket, you remember Matt Forte? You remember the football player Matt Forte, the great Bears running back?
Yeah.
Yeah, we found out that he showed up for day one of his rookie minicamp wearing a suit, Velus Jones, just like you. Matt Forte wearing a suit. That career turned out pretty damn good. So we like the suit. Tell us about the whiteboard, though. Like, what was the thought process?
Yeah, they would have, the plays are on iPads and digital now. Why do we need to buy a whiteboard? That's the thing that we got. We understood the suit.
Right?
We didn't really know why you needed the whiteboard.
I bought it when I was in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. That's when I bought it, down there training at Bomarito. And I am like a visual learner. It takes me writing things over and over. And so instead of, wasting sheets all the time, which I take my notes and write my plays on a sheet, whiteboard is real easy to erase and stuff. And that's something I carry on me, like even now as I'm going over the plays, still learning. Like I just always keep it on me. Anytime I want to write a play down, and especially like in the meeting room when I had one with the Bears and stuff, like we're going over install, I'm writing the play down to see what I can memorize, the details, the depth. And so it's just, I feel like it's an easier way to always keep that on you. So that's something I've been keeping on me for a while now. And it really helps, when it comes to the learning process.
Wow, that's an amazing answer. Good for you for knowing yourself, knowing what kind of learner you are. That's a huge bit of self-awareness, Velus Jones Jr.
Yes, indeed.
Anyone make fun of you for carrying around a whiteboard, though?
They can't tell. I'll be having it in my spray ground backpack. I only pull it out, Yeah, so it slides right on in. It don't stand out that much.
Well done. All right.
Well done.
That's good. Cubs, Sox, maybe even some hoops. We'll start the show a little differently today, but first, let's introduce the panel. Kenny McReynolds, the sports director, Weigel Broadcasting, to my right. J.A. Adande, the director of sports journalism at the Medill School of Journalism at Northwestern, and Bruce Levine from the Marquee Sports Network and my teammate over at 670 The Score. I am Danny Parkins. We are going to begin today, though, by talking about the reporters.
If members of the Cubs organization are not making themselves available. And that was part of it, right? Was that, okay, are they being transparent? I mean, Jed Hoyer just met with the media yesterday, right?
Jed is a very accessible, right. I mean, the guy makes football picks on my radio show. Like, he is not a tough man to track.
So I think the bigger problem would...
So, yeah, we talked about it. Did you watch, Shane? You're giving me a look. What did you think? What did you think of that open?
Yeah, your radio show.
I'm done. I'm leaving.
Don't do it.
Good Lord.
I watched. I thought it was a very smart move by Marquis with
our radio show.
Danny Parkins from our radio show in the host chair for the reporters. A chair that I've been in and will be again at some point, but I think it was good that they had you for this one. You were very good, I thought.
Thank you.
But I think a very smart move by Marquis to fully acknowledge the ridiculousness of the self-imposed problem that had happened, where they had policed some opinions about transparency. And that's what everybody goes into those shows, if you're watching, wondering about, thinking that maybe that will be an issue. So for that to end up being an issue as overtly as it was and get covered in both newspapers as it was last week was unfortunate. So I thought the first segment that you and J.A. Adonde and Kenny and Bruce did, directly dealing with it, and then the Cubs segment that followed with some very firm opinions, frankly, about the business end of it and the spending and the team on the field, et cetera. That's how you should deal with that kind of thing, is to lean into it and make it clear that that's not what it's going to be.
I'm not too, at all proud or embarrassed to say, I was proud of it. I thought it was really good. I didn't know what to expect. I thought that the criticism that, everybody, Phil Rosenthal, Feeder, Agrest, Sully, Greenberg, that everybody gave to the initial incident was totally fair. I disagreed with pulling reporters from it and saying that it was irredeemable and we can never go on that show again. I thought that was too far. But
that was too far, and this show that you just did proved it, because it's not irredeemable, it's an opportunity.
That's how I saw it. Danny, play the clip of what I said on the reporters, if you don't mind.
The conflict, you're right, is not a new phenomenon in media. I'll just say for this show, I feel like the question is, because, you mentioned the Sun-Times saying we're not going to put our reporters on that show, and anyone who goes on that show has no journalistic integrity and no ability for impartiality. Well, J.A. Adonde runs a journalism department, sports journalism department, right? You've broken a ton of stories. I think that as long as I can come on here and say that I don't think the Cubs are going to win big again and win consistently again until they spend more money, or if the Marquee Sports Network existed when Addison Russell was facing a 40-game domestic violence suspension, and we can come on here and talk about it and opine about it, then I don't really see what the problem is. It's impossible to censor live television. I see what the problem was with last week. That was a mistake. They have egg on their face. Okay. But they've come out and
admitted it was a mistake.
Right. Well, so that's, I think, what is the opportunity here. Now, on only 5 episodes into this new show, it's live. They had egg on their face from an admitted mistake. I think we should be able to get some pretty interesting